Chapter 61. In the courtyard, Chu Ning interrogated the middle-aged man, and Jiang Shuyan watched from the one-way mirror next door. Chu Ning, tell me, what's your name? Man, Li Hang. How do you know this place? I'm a reborn person. Chu Ning raised her eyelids and gave him a sharp look. Really reborn? Have you been here before you were reborn? She is beautiful, stunning and charming, and no man would not be moved at first glance. However, Li Hang had just been beaten up by her, so he was not moved, and even dared not look into her eyes. I have been here. Chu Ning poked the table with a pen, leaned back against the chair, and slouched over with long, straight legs. What are you doing here? To seek refuge. Seek refuge? Chu Ning raised his voice, raised his eyebrows. Does this place look like a refuge? Li Hang was frightened by her and shrank his head again. Like a quail. Well, aren't you kind? Chu Ning? We are kind? He walked around Li Hang and glanced at the huge one-way mirror. Li Hang nodded and suddenly asked in a questioning tone, and didn't you say you wanted to cooperate? Are you interrogating me now? How can you cooperate with others like this? Chu Ning retracted his gaze, ignoring him, and only asked himself, you heard that we are kind. Then what else have you heard about us? Li Hang was a little unhappy, but Chu Ning was very powerful, and his tone was not to be refuted. So he subconsciously replied, I heard that you were strong. What else? You provide food, accommodation, and shelter here. You can fight zombies when they come. And you also provide protection services to the masses. Chu Ning, who told you? Li Hang stopped talking immediately, as if he had thought of something, and shook his head without answering. Chu Ning kept asking, speak up. Who told you this information? I just heard it on the road. You are interrogating me. What right do you have? Ask your person in charge, Boss Jiang, to come over. Chu Ning, person in charge? You still say you've been here? Li Hang kept silent again. Chu Ning gradually became irritable, tightly grasping the pen in her hand, and a crack was pressed out of the pen handle by her. Fortunately, her professional ethics were still there, and she quickly returned to her normal mood, staring at Li Hang with a venomous look. Go on. Li Hang couldn't help it. You are interrogating me. Chu Ning, can't you see that this place is different? You are a stranger, barging in rashly, saying that you are a reborn person, and you want us to protect you. If it were you, wouldn't you check it out? Li Hang, what can I check? Where do you live? How many people are there in your family? What is your main business? Why are you the only one who came to seek refuge? Do you have relatives in Blue Island? A series of questions made Li Hang depressed, because Chu Ning kept forcing him to answer questions quickly. He gradually couldn't bear it, and many things were forced to confess. After asking for about half an hour, Chu Ning felt that she couldn't ask more questions for the time being, so she left him alone, turned on the dazzling lights in the room, and turned on the noise reducer to keep the room absolutely quiet. She retracted the door of the interrogation room and walked to the next door. There is something wrong with this person. He is definitely being used by someone. Chu Ning made a conclusion as soon as she entered the room. Jiang Shuyan crossed his arms and looked at the man. In the absolutely quiet and not very comfortable environment, the man began to feel anxious. He leaned on the table and held his head, breathing a little heavily. Jiang Shuyan tapped his arm with his fingertips. Someone wants to cause trouble for us and use civilians to contain us. Chu Ning frowned and walked to his side, standing side by side and looking at Li Hang. Why is this? Someone knows the compound, knows you, and knows how to use the information of the reborn to lure you? Currently, only Ling Ming is known to everyone among the reborn. But Ling Ming is with Deputy Dong, so he won't betray you. Who else knows about this? Jiang Shuyan was silent for a moment, and said in a deep voice, there are only two types of people who can think of more than one reborn now, and know how to use the reborn information to fool people. Which two types? Reborn, or people who know that there are other reborn? Ling Ming is a reborn. It is already known to everyone that if there is another reborn person, he will definitely know that there is definitely more than one reborn person in this world. Otherwise, there are some people who know multiple reborn people, or know that there are multiple reborn people here. For this kind of people, there is another condition: they know me and the compound, and even know that many reborn people have come to me. Chu Ning, this is not enough. I have to add one more. What? Have a grudge against you. After Chu Ning finished speaking, he said, but even if that's the case, there are many people who meet the conditions. Jiang Shuyan nodded, then shook his head. Deputy Dong is currently cooperating with us, and the zombie tide in the city needs our assistance to deal with it. So before the zombie tide is completely gone, he will definitely not cause trouble for us like this. Although Fong Qing showed up unexpectedly, we didn't treat him badly, and he didn't suffer any loss of interest. So he wouldn't suddenly cause trouble for us, and he just woke up from a coma. Although Ling Ming did complain about my sending him away. That person is very vain, and likes to be in power and get attention. He can achieve this effect in his posts, and with Deputy Dong. Even better than with me. He won't think leaving us is a loss. Also, he has ambitions. But he is average, and not very courageous. In a comfortable environment, he is unlikely to go to great lengths to cause trouble for us. Chu Ning, then, there is only one person left. Jiang Shuyan, are you referring to Qin Ge? Yes. If he can't get you, he will destroy you. This behavior is quite reasonable for him. Isn't it? Jiang Shuyan pondered for a moment. I think it makes sense. But why would he destroy me in this way? Just find a few ordinary people to come and make trouble. Can he destroy me like this? If I am really familiar with him in my previous life, then he should know that if I really want to be serious, these people can't threaten me at all. Chu Ning, want to destroy your reputation? Let the outside world know that you are cold-blooded and ruthless. Do you think we have a good reputation? Then, Chu Ning didn't understand. It makes sense. But maybe he is just so paranoid? Just so, strange thinking. Or is he still planning something behind the scenes? Jiang Shuyan pursed his lips and thought for a while. Then shook his head. It's hard to say. However, in addition to him, we have some suspicious targets. Who? Do you remember the people who spread the news with Qin Ge and claimed to be reborn? Chu Ning, oh, yes, there are. I asked you to investigate. How is the investigation going? Similar to Fong Qing. With a clean background and ordinary experience. Fong Qing is still a school bully after all. They don't seem to have any big highlights. Jiang Shuyan said, dig deeper. Why did they submit the letter? Of course, they want to rely on you. But now there has been no news for so long. They are not in a hurry? What you said makes sense. They were very anxious before and wanted to come in. But we felt that there was little value in taking them in. So we politely refused. And we never contacted them again. Jiang Shuyan, Fong Qing and Ling Ming were taken back to the apartment by me as soon as they came. So they don't have to be in a hurry. Qin Ge has other purposes. And his intention is not to seek shelter. So he can be ignored. But if these few people do not have special survival skills, they left information just to survive and live. Right? But after being rejected once, there was no movement. There are so many forces in the end times. And they may not need to fight us to the death. Chu Ning was stunned when he heard this. And then his thoughts immediately opened up. And a flash of inspiration appeared. They may have defected to others. Jiang Shuyan nodded, checked their subsequent movements. And then checked the background of the forces they defected to. You don't need to care whether they have entered or not. As long as they have contacted with the forces. Check them. Okay. Got it. Any other instructions? Jiang Shuyan thought about it again. There is another possibility. That some of our opponents in the previous life have been reborn. And now they come to hinder us in advance. And the instigator behind the zombie tide, they want to use the public to contain us. Probably because they don't want us to pay too much attention to and assist Deputy Dong. If we can't do it, Deputy Dong can't do it either. Those behind the scenes who cultivated a large number of zombies can carry out their plans unscrupulously. Right? Chu Ning nodded. It seems that it's not enough to just let Deputy Dong investigate now. Jiang Shuyan took a deep breath. It's really annoying. Chu Ning smiled and patted him on the shoulder. You, the Overlord, haven't taken over yet. Trouble is coming. Jiang Shuyan glanced at her hand. Let go. Don't look for Deputy Dong yet. I'll find time to investigate him and Qin Ge. Are you still looking for that man? No. I'll let Deputy Dong find it after I've dealt with him. You trust Deputy Dong. Why don't you go? Are you going to get beaten a few more times? Damn. Don't mention this. Why don't I let Qing go? Are you sick? Fong Qing looks like that kind of person? What do you want him to rely on to fight the captain? By his face. He looks harmless. And it's easy for people to let down their guard. Well, if you didn't instruct him to use a wooden can to press against someone's head. Chu Ning stuck out her tongue. Oh, I forgot. Jiang Xuyan asked her to hurry up and do her business. After she left, he observed Li Hang for a while. But he didn't seem to be anxious enough. So he left too. He asked someone else to stare at him, interrogate him, and then he went back to his office. Fu Wen was waiting outside the door. When he came, he immediately asked him to go to the information room. There were men watching several surveillance cameras. When Jiang Xuyan arrived, his men pointed to one of the screens and said, before and after the group of people outside the door came, there were no suspicious people or vehicles around the compound. But the reconnaissance plane followed them, and saw them leaving at distance and logging into an unknown website to discuss. They are still capturing detailed images of the website. I don't know if they will succeed. Jiang Xuyan looked at the screen, and Fu Wen whispered beside him. It seems that the other party has no intention of actually monitoring this matter. Maybe they are confident. Or maybe they know that we have surveillance. Jiang Xuyan didn't say anything and continued to watch. After watching for a while, he suddenly fixed his eyes on the previous screen and pointed to one of the places and squinted his eyes. Here. Zoom in. Chapter 62. There are several birds on the screen. Small birds perched on the trees, jumping and chirping on the trees. Smart and active. This is not a rare thing. But Jiang Xuyan asked his men to zoom in the picture and freeze on one of the birds. It is a small gray bird. But the gray bird has another name, called jackdaw. This is the fledgling form of jackdaw. The small gray fluff on the surface of the wings has not fallen off. So it looks like a gray bird. But after a period of growth, the fluff completely falls off. And the real cold black wings underneath are revealed. Because it looks like a crow, it is called jackdaw. Jiang Xuyan had carefully observed this uncommon bird as early as when jackdaw appeared. This bird originally lived in the polar Iceland. But over the years, the planet's temperature has warmed up and the polar glaciers have melted. These birds first died in large numbers, and then seem to have evolved rapidly moving to all parts of the world, and then living secretly in the cold areas of various places. Since a year ago, these birds have gradually become more active. Researchers who study this kind of birds believe that they have further adapted to the hot environment and finally started to move around in the city on a large scale. But few people noticed that since the jackdaws became active, the crazy birds also followed. At first, Jiang Xuyan did not connect the two together until he found traces of jackdaws in between hunting crazy birds a few times. And then he began to pay attention to this phenomenon. After that, he found that where there are crazy birds, there may not be jackdaws. But where there are jackdaws, there must be crazy birds. And since the crazy birds tide came, jackdaws have not appeared when there is no crazy birds tide. It's just that the impact of the crazy bird tide was too great. All institutions took advantage of the absence of the crazy bird to conduct intensive research and upgrade defense equipment. In just 1 year, no one had time to pay attention to other things. And no one noticed the problem of the jackdaw. Jiang Xuyan had never thought of studying such a small thing. Anyway, when the crazy bird tide came, whether there was a jackdaw or not didn't affect anything. And everyone would be very careful. But now there are jackdaws again. Even if it was just a small chick, it should follow the crazy bird. But now, there is obviously no trace of the crazy bird around. The subordinate who was processing the screen for him saw the bird and was a little confused. Is this a jackdaw? Jiang Xuyan ordered, turn it back and have a look. The subordinate operated and pulled the surveillance back to the screen when the jackdaw just came. Good guy. Just before the group of people came, Jiang Xuyan asked him to adjust the screen of it leaving. And coincidentally, it was after the group of people left. As the jackdaw left, several birds on the tree were also scared away by its behavior. But no bird faced the gate of the compound from beginning to end. And no bird came and went at such a coincidence. People in Jiang Xuyan's line of work have a strong sense of reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. Not to mention a bird. Even if the same pen appears multiple times in the same occasion, they will subconsciously doubt it. As soon as they saw this coming and going pattern, Jiang Xuyan didn't need to say anything. His men had already started typing on the keyboard. Push forward the flight distance before the gray bird came, and move back the flight distance after leaving, and use all the surveillance videos on the roads in the compound to compare and search, and finally determine the flight trajectory of the gray bird. If it went west and didn't change direction halfway, it should have landed in these areas. The subordinate opened the map and quickly marked a large area corresponding to the west. Jiang Xian took a look and raised his hand to point at a certain place on it. The subordinate was shocked. We just conquered the zombie tide area the day before yesterday? Jiang Xian snorted. It seems that we have hindered the actions of some people. The subordinate pondered. But isn't it too low level to fight back with this method? Low level? If the people know that we have strength here. But we turn people away. Once the number of people increases, and we are exposed, the focus of public opinion will inevitably attack us. The environment in the end times is extremely bad, and it is difficult for people to maintain their kindness. When the people attack us and public opinion criticizes us, our reputation will be rotten, and the Bureau will be under pressure and will not cooperate with us again. At that time, won't the few people in the Bureau be left to deal with those zombie tides? The subordinate suddenly realized and added, arousing public anger is indeed more troublesome than provoking a big force. I'm afraid that they will rob and smash at that time, and we won't be able to take action. If we have to, we are not afraid of taking action. But if we are that kind of people, it will be more difficult for us to recruit talents in the end times than it is now. Fuck. The subordinate suddenly cursed. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? The other side has such a deep plan? Jiang Xian snorted coldly and stared at the little gray bird. The biggest problem now is not this. What is that? Where did the jackdaw come from? If the pattern we discovered before has not changed, then does the appearance of this jackdaw mean that a crazy bird is coming? But now there is no crazy bird. If it is not, what is the situation with this jackdaw? Fu Wen, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke up. How about catching it and seeing it? With the help of the surrounding surveillance. It's a bit tiring, but we should be able to find it. Jiang Xian shook his head. Too early. Alerting the enemy. Fu Wen raised his eyebrows. Do you want to set a trap? Jiang Xian said. Observe for a few days. The other party is unlikely to stop after just one attempt. During this time, you can check the website mentioned before and monitor this and that bird carefully. If it appears again, it should be one of the other party's surveillance methods. Also, watch it, but don't expose it. If this is an ordinary bird equipped with surveillance equipment, it's better. If it is some special ability of the other party, or even some unusual new species, it will definitely find you as soon as you show any abnormality. Fu Wen and his men nodded in unison, looking solemn. Jiang Xian didn't look at it anymore, left the monitoring room, and returned to the office. The subordinates who interrogated Li Hang came to report that Li Hang had confessed that he was indeed not a reborn person, but a resident living near the city where the zombie tide broke out. Although the Bureau quickly blocked the news and took confidentiality measures, some people still saw the zombies in the closed city. The fear brought by this shock is extremely unbearable. Naturally, some people, once instigated, frantically looked for possible ways out. Those people came here because of this. They learned about the website of this channel, and they were also confessed by Li Hang. It is a doomsday self-help website, which contains expert guidance and expert advice, as well as paid consultation. It is fancy, but it looks quite professional. Jiang Xian asked someone to check it, but found that the website was closed immediately when Li Hang was brought into the compound. The website's server is not in China, and there are a lot of disruptive information along the way. It is a bit difficult to check for a while. Jiang Xian suddenly got angry and made a phone call directly. Boss! A crisp young voice came from the other side immediately. I'll give you a URL. In half an hour, dig up the ancestral graves of its creator. Wu San was startled and realized that Jiang Xian was angry. He spoke cautiously. Okay. What kind of website is it? What do you want to do after you find it? Are you going to hack it? Jiang Xian, I want to destroy your boss's website. Wu San, fuck. Send it to me. What kind of shit dares to mess with my boss? Jiang Xian asked his men to send him the link. But after thinking about it, he said, otherwise, come back. Don't stay in your little dark room. I'll find someone to pick you up. Wu San hesitated, but my equipment. Can't you bring it all with you? It's a bit much. How much more? 2 trucks. Jiang Xian waved his hand to let Fu Wen arrange it, and then made an appointment with him, and sent someone to pick him up. Wu San's actions were really fast. In half an hour, he really dug out the personal information of the creator, including the information of 18 generations of ancestors. But seeing that this person had an ordinary background, Wu San spent another half an hour to thoroughly investigate the founder's horizontal and vertical social networks. When he was taken back to the compound, He had already written the report. Boss! When Chen Wuxian saw Jiang Shuyan, he ran over and hugged him tightly. Jiang Shuyan pushed him away with his head in displeasure. Frowning in disdain, you are not serious. Chen Wuxian's original name was Chu Chen Wuxian. He was an orphan. His father and mother were both Chinese. But his mother was trafficked to the Sun Country when she was young and forced to become a geisha. After meeting his father, she wanted to elope, but was caught. His father was killed by the underworld forces that were obsessed with his mother, and his mother was forced to give birth to a child and adopted the child as the stepson of the underworld leader who could no longer have children. She lived in the Sun Country for several years. Later, the mother found that her son was often abused, and she desperately took her 5-year-old son to escape from the Sun Country and smuggled back to China. At that time, the mother was seriously ill and dying. On the way, she happened to meet Jiang Shuyan and others. The latter saw that the two had pitiful lives, and he couldn't bear it. He buried the mother who couldn't be saved and took the child who had no ability to survive and protect himself back to the compound. He raised him until he could survive on his own before letting him go out into the society. The child's name was also changed from Chu Chen Wuxian in the Sun Country to Chen Wuxian, which happened to be his mother's surname. Chen Wuxian cherished it very much. Seeing that he had grown up and had not grown much taller, Jiang Shuyan shook his head with a hopeless expression on his face. I told you to go out more, but you will die of staying at home. His tone was very light, and it was obvious that he did not really blame him. Chen Wuxian casually took his arm and smiled very sweetly. Exercise 2 or 3 times a week. Go out for a walk. And I'm really not short anymore. I'm 1.8 meters tall. When I come back here, I'll make up for it. I'm sure I can grow a little taller and break 181. Jiang Shuyan snorted, obviously saying think too much. Seeing that he was close to her, she pulled her hand away and pushed him away. Stay away. I'm not your father. That's enough. Go away. What do you want? Dad? Go away. Chen Wuxian was very happy, jumping over to take his arm again, deliberately angering him. At this moment, Fang Qing, who had collected basic data and was about to go out for a walk wearing a micro-monitoring device to collect daily activity data, happened to walk out of the laboratory and bumped into them. Chapter 63. Fang Qing, who had just come out, heard someone calling Mr. Jiang next to him. He was very happy and looked up immediately. He saw Jiang Shuyan and a young and cute boy walking over. Looking down, he saw the boy holding Jiang Shuyan's arm intimately. Fang Qing was startled and glanced at Jiang Shuyan. The latter did not show any resistance. When he lowered his eyes and looked at the boy, his eyes were quite accommodating and indulgent. Fang Qing's expression froze for a moment, and a burst of inexplicable emotion suddenly surged into his heart. His head also buzzed, and something suddenly hit his mind. But before he could react, the strange feeling and power disappeared again. The researcher accompanying him saw the change in Fang Qing's readings on the watch connected to the testing instrument, and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong? Fang Qing? Are you okay?" Fang Qing suddenly came back to his senses, turned his head to the researcher, and pulled the corner of his mouth. Nothing. Do you want to report to Boss Jiang? Let's go. Researcher, are you really okay? Your readings just jumped a little. Did you feel something? Or did you feel uncomfortable? Fang Qing shook his head, feeling a little depressed. No. Maybe I'm not used to it when I first came out. Nothing serious. The researcher didn't think much about it, and walked forward with him to find Jiang Shuyan. The latter waited until the two came up to him before he realized there was someone. He looked up and saw Fang Qing, and he was also startled. Huh? Why did you come out? Fang Qing barely noticed the two people's bodies and hands pressed together, and raised his eyes again. I came out for a walk. Jiang Shuyan noticed his little action, looked down, and saw that Chen Wuxian was still sticking to him, and pulled his hand away in a bad mood. Have you had enough fun? Do you know the word limit? Chen Wuxian was familiar with the researcher, but he had never met Fang Qing, since there were outsiders present. He was of course sensible, so he immediately let go and waved to Fang Qing. Hello. Who is this? Looking at Jiang Shuyan. Jiang Shuyan, Fang Qing. You can treat him as a newcomer. Chen Wuxian first said and stared at Fang Qing for a few times, then came to his senses and stretched out his hand. I know you. I'm Wusan. Fang Qing was a little stunned. But when he saw the other party stretching out his hand, he also stretched out his hand and shook hands with him. You know me? Wu San. Is it the Wu San that Boss Jiang mentioned? Jiang Xuyan said, you and Ling Ming were in my car that day. And the person I was looking for was him. Jiang Xuyan pointed at Wu San. But he was very confused about Wu San's words. Why do you know him? Wu San was suddenly stunned. And then he looked like something was wrong. Pursed his lips, and didn't say anything. Jiang Xuyan raised his eyebrows, and crossed his arms to face him. What's going on? Wu San was instantly very scared and moved in the opposite direction of Jiang Xuyan. Jiang Xuyan grabbed his neck directly, pinched the back of his neck, and said like a kitten, speak. Fang Qing was distracted again when he saw this action. Blinked and looked at Jiang Xuyan eagerly. Jiang Xuyan didn't notice it, and was still staring at Wu San. Who asked you to investigate him? Huh? Chu Ning? How dare you do things without telling me? Wu San immediately had a sad face. Oh. Sister Chu threatened me, and didn't let me tell. And? He glanced at Fang Qing. Then immediately retracted his gaze and whispered, and Sister Chu said that you didn't investigate this person at all, and brought him back to the compound. She was just afraid well. Anyway, now his background has been proven to be very clean. And Sister Chu also told me that this person is trustworthy. So, he raised his eyebrows, immediately shook off Jiang Xuyan's hand, approached him, held his hands and whispered, don't be angry. The young child who had just reached adulthood had a very clean and crisp voice. Such a small whisper, indescribably playful, and also had the meaning of undisguised coquetry. Jiang Xuyan. Fang Qing. Jiang Xuyan looked at Fang Qing, then Fang Qing withdrew his gaze from the hands of the two, and there was still a small smile on his face. Oh, it's okay. When I came to you, I was ready to be thoroughly investigated by you. But I didn't expect that you didn't check. Jiang Xuyan actually wanted to check, but he was too lazy to contact others during the crazy bird tide. Seeing Fang Qing's honest and obedient appearance, over time, he didn't know why, but he believed this person. Maybe this person has a really clean temperament. Seeing Fang Qing didn't care, he didn't explain anymore. He pulled his hand back from Wu San's hand and asked Fang Qing, how are you doing recently? Me? Oh, nothing. Jiang Xuyan frowned. What's wrong with you? Are you absent-minded? Am I? I don't think so. Jiang Xuyan looked at the researcher. Is he in a bad state recently? If not, why did you bring him out? Take him back. The researcher looked innocent. He was fine just now. Even after leaving the laboratory, he was still lively and energetic. Who knows why he suddenly? But when the researcher turned his head, he saw that Fang Qing really looked listless. He suddenly worried that there might be too much information from the outside world, which affected his spirit and made him tired. So the researcher immediately pulled Fang Qing. Then let's go back? You don't look very well. Fang Qing regained consciousness from his strange mood again, looked at Jiang Xuyan, and then looked at Xiao Wusan. Thinking of their intimacy just now, Fang Qing lowered his head, and when he looked up again, he forced a smile. Okay. Then I won't bother you. Bye. Jiang Xuyan? Why do you look so weird? But Fang Qing had already pulled the researcher away, and his footsteps, which were always slow and leisurely, were very fast at this moment, as if he was in a hurry to disappear in front of everyone. Jiang Xuyan. Chen Wuxian tilted his head, not understanding. But he was not familiar with Fang Qing, so he didn't care, and went to Jiang Xuyan again. Dad, treat me to delicious food. Jiang Xuyan, if you call me dad again, I will beat you to death. Oh, I will repay you for saving my life. Not only you, but this whole compound. You are my godfather and godmother. You are the biggest dad and the biggest mom. Jiang Xuyan, get lost. Wusan laughed and ran around him happily. Without noticing, Fang Qing walked a distance away and suddenly stopped. Hearing Chen Wuxian's laughter, he turned around and saw the two of them walking together harmoniously and happily from a distance. Fang Qing suddenly raised his hand and scratched his chest, and his clean white shirt was wrinkled by him. Why is it uncomfortable here? The researcher looked at it, and first nervously looked at the various data on the watch. Seeing that there was nothing serious, he asked Fang Qing again, what's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable in your heart? Fang Qing turned around and blurted out, they have a good relationship. The researcher immediately looked over and guessed that he must be talking about Boss Jiang and Xiao Wusan. The researcher smiled, of course. That's Xiao Wusan. What happened to him? He is the little favorite of the whole compound. He grew up in the compound. Since he was a child, he grew up with everyone in the compound when he was this young. He is the youngest in our compound now. But he is also the smartest. He is one of the people who can help Boss Jiang the most. He is a little computer genius. Fang Qing opened his mouth and said oh silently when he heard the researcher's doting and sincere exaggeration. There was a loss in his eyes that he himself did not notice. He scratched his palm with his fingertips, wanting to ask if Boss Jiang also doted on him. But for some reason, he could not ask. So he gave up and walked back. Go back. I want to sleep for a while. Didn't you just wake up? Oh, I'm suddenly tired again. It's still very exhausting to go out now. The researcher just thought he was overusing his brain and did not dare to be vague at all, taking him back to let him rest. But after less than half an hour of rest, he suddenly came out of the quiet confinement room with special treatment, clenched his fist, and looked at the researchers in the room. What's wrong? Fang Qing? Excuse me. Do you have any more corpse crystals? Huh? What's the matter? You want corpse crystals? Are you feeling uncomfortable again? Fang Qing opened his mouth and was about to say something, but swallowed it back and changed his words. My head hurts too much. I can't stand it. The researchers immediately arranged for him, but they were afraid that he couldn't bear more corpse crystals, so they asked him many times. Fang Qing nodded firmly. I can do it, as long as he could stop the pain that made him uncomfortable when receiving information. As long as he could move freely, he could do anything. The researchers melted a corpse crystal for him and watched him drink the corpse crystal water. Immediately, Fang Qing covered his head and lay on the bed, clinging to the edge of the bed in pain and losing his voice. The researchers were anxious to induce him to vomit urgently to help him calm down this reaction. One researcher wanted to call Jiang Xuyan. Fang Qing grabbed his hand and said hoarsely, "Don't." After forcing himself to hold on for half an hour, the corpse crystal was digested in his body. Fang Qing finally turned over with a sense of relief, facing the ceiling, and exhaled a long breath. Okay. It's okay. His mind was also relaxed, and it didn't hurt anymore. Everyone was surprised to find that his physical data had changed again, and they dispersed and recorded it. Fang Qing waited for them to finish their work, and he was still thinking about the sentence, the person who can help Boss Jiang the most in his heart. So he asked the researchers carefully, "Excuse me, Xiao Fang Qing. You say, can I strengthen my exercise appropriately?" Everyone was puzzled. Fang Qing smiled shyly, pointing to his various physical data. Didn't you say that the corpse crystal has the effect of strengthening my basic physical fitness? Then I think that if I don't seize the opportunity to consolidate and follow up, it would be a waste of these corpse crystals. Everyone heard. That makes sense. This is mainly to test to what extent the corpse crystal has improved Fang Qing's physical fitness, and whether he has any other unusual changes. So everyone started to make arrangements again. After making arrangements, they suddenly remembered that they didn't report to Boss Jiang. So one of them left his colleague to take care of Fang Qing, and went to the contact desk to contact Jiang Xuyan. When Jiang Xuyan heard Fang Qing take the initiative to exercise, he thought it was the usual kind of exercise, and he had no objection. Let him go. As a result, within a day, he received a call from the researcher again, and the other party's tone was very strange. Boss Jiang, I think this matter is worth your attention. Chapter 64. When Jiang Xuyan arrived at the indoor shooting range in the compound, the researcher led him there and explained the current situation. When he arrived at the observation room behind the shooting range, Jiang Xuyan saw Fang Qing holding the wooden cannon with his eyes closed and shooting at the wooden cannon target. However, judging from the real-time electronic monitor above his head, almost all of the places he hit were within the sixth ring. For someone who had never used a wooden cannon before, this result was already very amazing. Jiang Xuyan watched for a while, and saw that his hit rate was gradually improving. He nodded, opened the door of the observation room, and walked to the training ground. Fang Qing was wearing soundproof earmuffs, and did not hear the people around him shouting, "Mr. Jiang, Boss Jiang." He closed his eyes, and relied on his newly activated supernatural sense to open the wooden cannon until the bullets were exhausted. Then he opened his eyes to change. At this moment, he realized that the researcher next to him looked a little different. He turned around and saw Jiang Shuyan standing behind him with one hand behind his back. What the hell? Fang Qing was shocked and quickly threw down the wooden bin and turned around. Why are you here? Jiang Shuyan raised his eyebrows and pulled him over. Can you throw away the wooden bin casually? You have a bad habit. Fang Qing was wearing noise-proof earmuffs and couldn't hear what he said. What? Jiang Shuyan raised his hand in annoyance, took off his earmuffs, and pointed at the wooden bin again. Don't throw it away. Fang Qing was embarrassed and pursed his lips. Oh, sorry. I didn't expect you to be here. As he said that, he glanced at the door and asked in a low voice, Are you alone? Jiang Shuyan was puzzled. Does my presence or absence, how many people there are, have anything to do with whether you throw the wooden magazine? Fang Qing thought it had nothing to do with the wooden magazine, but it had something to do with his mood. He was startled and asked in surprise why it had something to do with his mood. He hurriedly retracted his thoughts and looked at Jiang Shuyan. What are you doing here? Can't come? Well, I didn't mean that. Jiang Shuyan raised his chin towards the shooting range in front. Go on. Do you want to see it? No. Are you a little stubborn today? Fang Qing immediately turned back and lifted the wooden magazine again after changing the magazine. Jiang Shuyan frowned when he saw it. Who taught you this posture? Fang Qing didn't wear earmuffs this time. Hearing this, he glanced at the researchers innocently and muttered, No one. Huh? A researcher immediately said, Qing is so weird today. She just came over and took the barrel and started shooting at the target. We don't have a chance to teach her. Fang Qing was embarrassed. Is that true? Hurry up and make up for it with a smile. Sorry. Maybe it's my first time in such a place. I'm a little excited. Jiang Shuyan looked at him strangely, and finally shook his head helplessly, stretched out his hand, held the barrel with one hand, and pulled up his hand with the other hand, and put the barrel in his palm. Here. Hand. Put it like this. Hold the barrel like this. Over there. What are you doing? What are you doing? Hand over here. Yes. Just like this. Hold it, so that you can stabilize the barrel to the greatest extent. And when you open the barrel, the recoil will not shake your hand off the target. As Jiang Shuyan spoke, he held Fang Qing's index finger with his slender fingers and pulled the trigger. The recoil formed when the bullet left the barrel, pushed Fang Qing's hand up and back. Jiang Shuyan used his left hand to hold Fang Qing's wrist and block and press, firmly stabilizing his hand. Like this, you can quickly stabilize your hand. Once you get used to it, it will form a reflex condition, and you don't need to do it deliberately. As he spoke, he led Fang Qing to fire several barrels in a row. Under the premise of a pair of hands, he was able to almost hit the target. This accuracy rate made the researchers on the side shake their heads in amazement. As a result, Jiang Shuyan waited for a while and found that Fang Qing had no reaction. He lowered his eyes and saw the person in front of him, staring at something in front of him in a daze. Jiang Shuyan? Hey, what are you doing? You don't listen to me when I teach you? He patted Fang Qing's head lightly. Fang Qing slowly came back to his senses, turned his head, and saw his face in front of him, but was stunned again. Jiang Shuyan? What's going on? He was about to wonder if this idiot was feeling unwell again. At this moment, Fang Qing suddenly spoke. What's wrong with you? I can't stand it. Fang Qing smelled the clear and faint cold fragrance on his body, and heard his slow and strong heartbeat in his ears and head. His hands were still held by his slightly hot hands. He was like a bird in a cage, tightly held in front of him. Such a slightly ambiguous distance, such a burning heat, and such a deep and magnetic voice. All of them were impacting Fang Qing's reason. Fang Qing realized that his body was heating up again. He didn't know when the frequent strange feelings were attacking his mind again. He hesitated for a long time, and said with a little collapse, Is it too close? Jiang Shuyan? He lowered his eyes to look at the distance between the two, and looked up in disbelief. Really? You care about the distance at this time? How come you are also repulsive to men? Fang Qing's heart beat again, realizing that his words were misunderstood. He did not dare to reveal his strange feelings, nor did he dare to provoke Boss Jiang. So he hurriedly made up. We are so close. I can hear your heartbeat. Jiang Shuyan. Isn't this normal? No. Oh. It's the kind of hearing in the brain. Noisy? Am I sick? Fang Qing had a headache and was a little anxious. He couldn't help but half turn around and pushed him with his elbow. "Oh, don't tease me anymore." When he raised his eyes, he saw the always cold face, smiling at him with curved eyebrows. That half-teasing, half-provoking smile was the most relaxed and dazzling face he had ever seen. Fong Qing was startled again, and suddenly felt his blood boiling, his body on fire, and his face was as hot as if it was pressed into hot pot soup. His heartbeat suddenly soared, and his head began to buzz. When the micro-instrument monitoring his body data began to approach the edge of the alarm, he pushed him away in a hurry. "Oh! Go away, Jiang Shuyan." "Shit!" Just as he was about to speak, several researchers on the side suddenly shouted, "Wow! Fong Qing, what's wrong with you? Your data has soared straight up." Everyone rushed over and forcibly separated the two, took Fong Qing away, and pressed him to a rest seat on the side. They checked the data, talked to him, and asked him questions. The flustered and chaotic posture was like entering the emergency room of a hospital. Jiang Shuyan was a little anxious at first, but when he saw that Fong Qing had no major problems except that his face was a little red and he was a little dazed, he turned from anxious to confused. He touched his chest and wondered, can listening to a heartbeat be like this? Damn. Is he sick? Finally, Fong Qing finally recovered. In order not to make his reaction too suspicious, he insisted on practicing for another half an hour. Luckily, he is usually cute and silly, but at critical moments, he remembers things very quickly, and his comprehension and efficiency are also very high. Even if Jiang Shuyan didn't guide him hand in hand, he could practice very well. Afterwards, Jiang Shuyan strictly required him not to close his eyes. It is good to have superpowers, but this kind of ability that may disappear or fail at any time. Over-reliance will cause trouble. So no matter how strong the superpower is, you can't rely on it too much. He wants Fong Qing to maintain absolute competitiveness regardless of whether he has superpowers or not, so that he can best protect himself in the end of the world. After a long time of communication at the training ground, Fong Qing's hands were sore and his mental strength was almost exhausted. He was ordered to rest by the researchers and his training wooden warehouse was taken away. Fong Qing had no choice but to look at Jiang Shuyan, who was still sitting and waiting next to him. He asked in a low voice, then, "Shall we go together?" He felt that he had gone too far just by asking. They are already 53, and they are still training and walking together. He gritted his teeth and changed his words. "Shall we have dinner?" He originally wanted to say that he would leave first, but for some reason, he couldn't say it. So when the words came to his lips, he changed the words to "Shall we have dinner?" After changing the words, he wanted to slap himself again. Isn't this just asking someone to have dinner? Isn't it more excessive than going together? So he asked again, "Shall 5-3?" After asking, he collapsed, feeling that his behavior was getting weirder and weirder. It was like the bitchy little girl in the TV series. Jiang Shuyan watched him ask several strange questions in a row, and gradually became convinced. It must be that the supernatural power burned his brain before, and it has not recovered yet. He stood up, walked over, looked down at little Fong Qing, and shook his head. "Fix it well. Here." Pointed at Fong Qing's head. Fong Qing was about to say how he cursed, but Jiang Shuyan walked around him and walked straight to the door. He turned back eagerly without even realizing it. "Are you leaving?" Jiang Shuyan paused. The sympathy on his face became more obvious, and turned back with an incurable look. "Don't you want to eat? Then aren't you leaving?" Still not moving. "Do you want me to carry you? Or do you want someone to carry you? What are you talking about?" Jiang Shuyan almost collapsed. "Then why aren't you leaving?" Fong Qing then ran over and came to Jiang Shuyan. He asked again, "What about Wu San? Why do you care about him? Is it bad? What's wrong with that? Do you still have to go to eat in groups these days? You should learn to be independent." Fong Qing bit his lip. His mind was in a mess, and his mood was also in a mess. He didn't know how to explain his mood. It wasn't that he really wanted to take Wu San with him, so he didn't say anything, lowered his head, and followed Jiang Shuyan obediently to the big canteen in the compound. The cafeteria is a super high-end cafeteria with star chefs in charge. Even the most ordinary cafeteria dishes are delicious that are difficult for outsiders to taste. Jiang Shuyan has a high status, but he is not arrogant in the compound. Usually, whenever he goes to the canteen, he will eat the canteen food with his subordinates. But today, he brought Fong Qing with him. This guy has some problems with his brain. So he did not go to eat with everyone. He took Fong Qing alone to a small restaurant next door and ordered a bunch of brain-boosting dishes. Fong Qing did not realize his ulterior motives and ate the dishes in silence when they were served. As they were eating, there was a commotion outside. Fong Qing looked up and saw a group of people from the compound surrounding a young man in the middle, who were laughing and talking and walking over. Fong Qing took another look at the man in the middle, paused, and the food in his hand suddenly became less fragrant. Seeing that man glanced around the room, his sight finally fixed on himself and Jiang Xuyan, and he ran over with shining eyes. Fong Qing pursed his lips, and the hand holding the soup spoon began to tremble slightly. At this moment, the strange power that made Fong Qing dazed and uncomfortable when he saw the intimacy between the two yesterdays suddenly appeared again. At the same time, with a pop, the small decorative table lamp placed next to Fong Qing and Jiang Xuyan's dining table suddenly shattered. The light bulb shattered under the impact of an invisible force. And then the lights in the entire restaurant exploded one after another, and the restaurant fell into darkness. Fong Qing. Jiang Xuyan? Chapter 65. The light bulb suddenly exploded, alarming everyone in the cafeteria. The crowd that had been surrounding Wu San immediately pulled out their wooden cages and headed straight for the restaurant. Jiang Xuyan kicked the table in front of him away, pulled Fong Qing over and stood up, with his hands on the wooden cage clip inside his coat, ready to take action at any time. Fong Qing was shocked. Seeing the crowd in such a state, he didn't know how to explain it. He himself was a little confused. Looking at the mess, he couldn't believe that he did it. But Jiang Xuyan had already arranged people to search the entire restaurant. His look of facing a great enemy made Fong Qing know that if he didn't speak up, things would get worse. So he pulled Jiang Xuyan's sleeve. Boss Jiang. Jiang Xuyan was on alert at this time, with his hand on his waist without retracting it. Hearing this, he patted his lower back. Don't be afraid. Take care of the wooden warehouse. Fong Qing hurriedly shook his head and mustered up his courage. No. I mean, this matter seems to be... Boss Jiang? No one. The kitchen is fine. Boss Jiang? There is no abnormality in the restaurant. Looking at the status of the switch, it seems that it is not a voltage problem. Boss Jiang? Do you want to search the cafeteria as well? It's so sudden, and there is no trace left. The other party is definitely not simple. The mixed report sound immediately drowned out Fong Qing's voice. Jiang Xuyan didn't hear it clearly, and didn't care about him. He made arrangements for his men. Fong Qing became more anxious, seeing that no one listened to him. He had no choice but to yell to the sky, okay. Finally, everyone was looking at him. He was embarrassed and wanted to burrow into the ground, while cautiously, don't be busy. There are no enemies. I think this might be done by me. Jiang Xuyan and everyone in the laboratory, hearing that Fong Qing had blown up a room of light bulbs out of thin air. Almost all the researchers who had free time in the compound came over. They watched Fong Qing sitting in a small room with only a small table and an experimental light bulb. His main person in charge and Jiang Xuyan were also inside, watching him stare at the light bulb. Yes, staring at the light bulb. He had been staring at it for half an hour, but the light bulb didn't move, and there was no sign of it breaking. The researchers were puzzled. Wasn't it certain that he did it? Why is it useless now? Could it be that the power is still unstable, so it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't? Fong Qing stared at the light bulb, upset and uneasy. He didn't know what was wrong with him, nor did he know where and why that power came from. But he still vaguely realized that something was wrong with him. Very wrong. He looked at the motionless little light bulb in front of him, and thought about what he saw and felt before the light bulb shattered. He suddenly thought, it's over. Could it be? Suddenly, he took a deep breath, buried his head deeply, and inexplicably didn't dare to look at Jiang Xuyan next to him. Jiang Xuyan didn't understand what was happening, but still patted his forehead. What? If it doesn't work, forget it. Just try more in the future. Fong Qing didn't dare to look at him, and buried his head deeper. The atmosphere was a bit solemn for a while. Seeing this, the researchers thought Fong Qing was blaming himself or feeling uncomfortable. Although they felt a little pity, they still advised Fong Qing to rest first. Forget it. Since it doesn't work, it seems that it still works sometimes, and sometimes not. We will find another opportunity in the future. Fong Qing didn't say anything, because he didn't know what was going on. and Jiang Xuyan's presence made him feel uncomfortable. So he just nodded and wanted to get up and leave. However, at this time, the door in the room was opened again. Looking back, Wu San walked in with a curious look on his face, looking at Fang Qing while standing next to Jiang Xuyan, with a pair of innocent eyes blinking, full of exquisiteness. When Jiang Xuyan saw him, he naturally asked, "Why are you here?" Wu San smiled at him, with a coquettish tone, curious. "It sounds so amazing." Jiang Xuyan, Fang Qing. But when Fang Qing wanted to stand up again, suddenly, he saw Wu San raised his hand again, very naturally took Jiang Xuyan's arm, and whispered this to him. Fang Qing. Snap! The first small light bulb shattered. He was shocked and stared at the small light bulb in amazement. The researchers were stunned for a moment. And then, they became crazy with excitement, and immediately began to record the changes in various data. Wu San was also a little excited, and he looked like he had just seen the world. He tugged at Jiang Xuyan's clothes. "Boss, you are really amazing." Before Jiang Xuyan could speak, Fang Qing glanced at him, and saw Wu San's tender and white hands tightly grasping Jiang Xuyan's sleeves. The distance between the two was so close. Fang Qing. Pa. 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 A long row of light bulbs in front of the table all shattered. A wave of anger and bitterness surged up at the same time, driving him crazy. He suddenly lost the strength to think, retracted his gaze, lowered his eyebrows, looked gloomy, and trembled slightly. Wu San was scared and excited, and kept climbing Jiang Xuyan's arm and howling. The sound and the intimate look kept hitting Fang Qing's eyes. Fang Qing felt like his heart was about to go crazy. With a bang, his head hit the table. At the same time, another row of spare light bulbs on his side also shattered to the ground. Researchers, Jiang Xuyan and Wu San. Yes, it was a bit fierce. The researcher saw Fang Qing hitting his head against the iron table, and thought he was uncomfortable. So he quickly pulled him away. "Okay. Enough. Enough. The data should be enough this time. Take a rest. Dear." Jiang Xuyan also went to help him. "I'll take you home?" Fang Qing subconsciously shook off his hand. His heart was about to burst. After a while, he lowered his head and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. "I'd better go by myself." After thinking about it, he felt that the timing of his outburst just now seemed strange. So he turned his head again, stared at the broken glass on the ground, and said in a muffled voice, "My ability must have a delay." He ran away in a flash. Seeing that he was walking in a hurry, Jiang Xuyan was worried that he was in a bad condition. So he quickly followed behind. No one noticed that there was something wrong with Fang Qing's timing of blowing up the light bulb, and no one had the time to find out for the time being. The researcher and Wu San had never seen such a magical phenomenon in their lives, so they didn't care about much and directly handed Fang Qing to Boss Jiang. They swept away the things in the room and happily discussed and studied the data. Jiang Xuyan followed Fang Qing all the way until he came to the small villa where Fang Qing lived. Before he had time to say anything, Fang Qing locked him out of the door with a bang. "I have a headache. Sleep for a while." Jiang Xuyan felt that he was a little weird these 2 days, and his temper seemed to be a little bad. He was worried, so he asked a few questions at the door, forcing him to tell what was going on, how he felt, and what was wrong with his body. Fang Qing answered in a muffled voice inside, but he still didn't open the door after answering. Jiang Xuyan was really confused at the door, but he saw that there was nothing serious, so he didn't bother him anymore. After all, Fang Qing had a monitoring device on him, and the research room would know if there was anything wrong and would notify him. So he sent someone to guard the door of the villa, and he returned to the office to deal with today's affairs. Chu Ning led the team to collect corpse crystals in the zombie city today, and didn't come back until very late. As soon as he got off the car, he was about to report to Jiang Xuyan's office, but he heard from others that Fang Qing had blown up the place. Chu Ning suddenly became interested and asked the reason. She was full of curiosity, so she ran to the research room to find out. Unexpectedly, the researchers finished studying the data at hand, but they were worried about one thing. Why did Fang Qing blow up the light bulb? Or in other words, what opportunity made him successful? And why did he fail? This question has troubled them for several hours. And even if they asked Jiang Xuyan, the latter didn't seem to be able to figure it out. So they had to continue their discussion. When Chu Ning came over, they looked at the surveillance video, and even quarreled to the point of fighting. I said this must be some kind of power delay. Look, there is obviously airflow fluctuation in this place. It may take time for him to release his mental power. In fact, he has succeeded since he sat on the chair and used his power. I think there are still potential factors. Let's watch the video of the restaurant again and find common points. Don't jump to conclusions. Otherwise Mr. Jiang will scold you for being arbitrary. Still watching? Still watching? I've watched it 1,800 times. I'm almost sick of it. Boss Jiang said they didn't talk too much during the meal. And there were no sensitive topics. When Xiao Fanqing exploded, they didn't even talk. So mental stimulation is impossible. Stop watching. Maybe it's Boss Jiang's problem? What problem can Boss Jiang have? Everyone immediately shook their heads, ignoring this possibility, and started arguing over the previous two questions. Chu Ning looked at them in confusion. What are you arguing about? When everyone saw that it was her. Although they were not in the mood to say anything else. She was Jiang Xuyan's right-hand man after all. And she was smart and opinionated. So no one dared to neglect her. So someone repeated the story. And after speaking, he did not forget to let Chu Ning make a judgment, asking her which side she stood on. Chu Ning was puzzled by what she heard, thinking, is it really that mysterious? She approached the surveillance camera in disbelief. Let me see. What happened at that time? Generally, superpowers are only triggered under special circumstances. Right? Fang Qing is a simple person with a simple mind. If there is nothing to stimulate him, it is unlikely that he will show such a strong attack power. And if something stimulates him, it should be easy to see. So the researchers showed her the cafeteria restaurant, and several surveillances in the laboratory just now. And while watching, they made various comments of their own. Chu Ning watched quietly, and couldn't see anything at first, until she saw the last part. The scene of Wu San coming in and hugging Jiang Xuyan's arm. Then she looked at Fang Qing. That little look. Wasn't it just looking at them? Looking at the next few short clips. Chu Ning was speechless. She looked up and glanced at the researchers who were all men, and shook her head. No hope. What kind of people are you? Can't you see this? Chapter 66. Chu Ning was simply impressed by these people. Looking at this group of brainless men, she shook her head hopelessly. I think we need some new blood here. The researchers didn't understand. What do you mean? What new blood? Chu Ning. Did you see anything? Chu Ning thought. You are all straight men. Will you understand if I tell you? They are not as good as the ladies, who have been fighting in the medical team all year round. It seems that a few of them need to be transferred here. Otherwise, if it weren't for her gossiping today, Xiao Fanqing would have been misled by them until when. But she didn't say it directly, because just by looking at this video, you can see that one of the parties and the other party are both unaware of themselves. It's hard to deal with a certain steely straight man all at once. But the other one? Chu Ning looked at the panicked Xiao Fanqing in the video and smiled meaningfully. This one is easy to treat. He walked away directly. Researchers? I was so angry that I complained to Jiang Xuyan. Chu Ning is here to make trouble. In Jiang Xuyan's office. Jiang Xuyan had just received the news when he received the news that Chu Ning was coming. He turned off the electronic screen and waited quietly. When Chu Ning came, he asked angrily, why did the laboratory say you were going to make trouble? Chu Ning said, I'm making trouble? You are the ones making trouble. Jiang Xuyan? When Chu Ning saw Wu San in the office, he crossed his arms and kicked Wu San. What's wrong with you? Why do you stick to Boss Jiang when you come back? Wu San was puzzled. If I don't stick to the boss, who should I stick to? You are an adult. Do you know? Is it true that I can't cling to people now that I'm an adult? Chu Ning shook his head, half bent down, and approached Wu San. Hey, Wu San, you're not gay. Are you? Wu San, what are you talking about? Jiang Xuyan, if you teach him this kind of thing again, I'll beat you up. Chu Ning made a tisk sound, and also gave him a you're ignorant eye roll, and turned back to ask, tell me, are you gay? Wu San, heaven and earth can testify. I'm super straight. Chu Ning leaned close to his ear. Then do you like Boss Jiang? Wu San, who doesn't like my godfather? That's not what I meant. Chu Ning patted his head and asked again, do you like that kind of like? Wu San felt wronged. I'm really straight. Glancing at Jiang Xuyan again. Turning back, she whispered in Chu Ning's ear, I almost fell in love last year. Don't tell Jiang, Dad. Chu Ning glared at him and poked his little head. You didn't even tell me. Oh. It didn't work. I just confessed, and he got robbed. You'll laugh at me if you tell me? Chu Ning, who robbed him? Who is so capable? Tell Sister Chu, and I'll beat him up for you. It was a woman. Women and women. I was scared. So I ran away. Chu Ning laughed loudly, thinking that there are no normal men here. If she is not gay, then her girlfriend is. She patted Wu San's shoulder with deep regret, and laughed again. It's okay. Wu San, you are an experienced man after all. Yes, you are better than your Jiang dad in this respect. Wu San covered his mouth and giggled. The laughter reached Jiang Shuyan's ears, and was called inexperienced. Jiang Shuyan, do you want me to go out and give this place to you too? Chu Ning immediately held back his laughter. After getting Wu San's answer, he felt relieved and patted Wu San's shoulder, as if nothing had happened. Okay. Just be honest. You go home and sleep obediently. Sister Chu wants to talk to your father. Wu San. Jiang Shuyan. However, Wu San could vaguely hear that Chu Ning was going to say something sensitive. Although he was a little bit nervous and naive, he was not unable to understand. So he went out obediently. If possible, please make my father Jiang happy. Chu Ning, leave it to me. After Wu San left, Chu Ning immediately walked to the desk and saw Jiang Shuyan's impatient face. So he changed the subject and talked about business first. Today, we collected a total of 67 corpse crystals and 3 corpse flowers. But there are only 200 or 300 zombies there. And the recovery rate of corpse crystals is extremely low. I don't think we can blow it up like this. Jiang Shuyan, what suggestions do you have? What did you say to Wu San just now? Chu Ning ignored his latter question, sat across the desk, and looked at him. We have a very crazy idea here. What? We need to develop new weapons. Say. Chu Ning immediately said the idea discussed with the mobile team, which was probably that ordinary artillery shells bombarded the zombie group, which was efficient and wide, but they lost a lot of corpse crystals. Compared with the current investment cost, the benefits were not great, so they had to study new targeted big guys. Zombies have low body heat, but that doesn't mean they have no heat at all. At the same time, the corpse crystals on their bodies can already be detected. Under this premise, we plan to develop a weapon that can accurately strike zombies and accurately avoid corpse crystals. In this way, when we fire a shot, the zombies disappear, but the corpse crystals remain. Isn't this efficient and safe? And can also increase the recovery rate of corpse crystals. Jiang Shuyan leaned back in his chair, crossed his hands, and thought quietly. After a while, he nodded, then shook his head. I've thought about this question. It's reliable, but the development cost is too high. And the crazy bird tide is coming soon, and we can't develop it in time. This kind of weapon requires special materials. We don't have much inventory here, so we may have time to repurchase it. Chu Ning nodded. We thought about this too. So we didn't want to get it now. You want to develop it during the crazy bird tide, and then use it next time? Yeah, but there are not enough raw materials. Didn't I say that just now? Chu Ning, but what if we cooperate with the higher-ups? Although we are not in harmony with the higher-ups, they need us now, and dare not go against us. If we propose to develop new weapons, and let them prepare the raw materials directly, I think they can transfer a lot of good things from their large warehouses. In addition to the huge material supply chain of the group itself, the supply of weapons materials of the Jiang group also has many other non-transparent channels, even covering a large area abroad. But that kind of supply chain will take a long time to complete. They can do it in normal times. But now the zombie tide is coming, and the bird tide is coming. Not to mention whether the transportation time is enough. They cannot eliminate the risks on the way. If there is a slight accident in the middle, all these materials will have to be left on the road. This is not only a cost issue, but also many invisible disadvantages, which can easily make the current situation more difficult. However, if they cooperate with the General Administration, the weapons of the General Administration may not be as advanced as their group, but they will definitely not lack materials. They don't need too much for the first R&D experiment. As long as they can produce a dozen useful experimental products, they can be used temporarily after the second bird rush. It is undoubtedly a good way to improve efficiency. But when it comes to the General Administration, Jiang Shuyan is obviously not very willing. The aura is cold. The relationship between the General Administration and Jiang Shuyan and others is completely different from the relationship between Wu Yandong and Jiang Xuyan. The former has a real big hatred, while the latter is just because Wu Yandong accepts his fate in the general administration and is a member of the general administration. So Jiang Xuyan and others don't get along with him. But if you really want to talk about the real hatred, Wu Yandong and Jiang Xuyan don't have it. But the general administration is different. Want him to cooperate with the general administration? His face was immediately full of reluctance. Chu Ning knew what he was thinking, and she herself didn't want to either. But her background is not like Jiang Xuyan's. The grievances between her and the general administration are not serious. So at this time, she can jump out of this grievance and consider it from a more objective perspective. Jiang Xuyan closed his eyes and rubbed his nose. Let me think about it. Chu Ning said, I can talk to them for you. If you go, they will offer different conditions. Chu Ning pursed her lips again, and saw the empty photo frame on Jiang Xuyan's desk from the corner of her eyes, and suddenly dared, or ask uncle. Jiang Xuyan's eyes suddenly became cold. Chu Ning was startled and immediately changed his words. It's impossible. After thinking about it, she had no choice but to say, then go by yourself. For the compound, for weapons, for corpse crystals, and for... She suddenly had an idea and added meaningfully, for little Fong Qing. Jiang Xuyan was stunned when he heard it. What does it have to do with Fong Qing? I heard about his crazy light bulb explosion. Hey, tell me the truth. Do you really not know why? Jiang Xuyan had a look on his face that said, how do I know? How would I not tell you if I know? After thinking about it, he felt that Chu Ning was not right. He leaned forward and rested his elbow on the table. You know? Chu Ning said, hey, guess? Naughty? Oh, you really don't know? It's so obvious. Can't you see it? Obviously? Jiang Xuyan looked like he saw a ghost and said, what are you talking about? Obviously? He himself doesn't know. Those involved are confused. But those who are watching can see clearly. Just tell me whether you will tell it or not. Chu Ning snorted, looked at his straight face, sighed, and gave up. Forget it then. What the hell? One more question. Do you like Xiaowu-san? Jiang Xuyan finally couldn't help it and stood up. Were you bitten by a zombie? Come on. I'll take you to the laboratory to have a look. He was about to pull her out. Chu Ning struggled with her hands and feet, and after finally breaking free, she asked with a stiff face, answer me. I'm straight. Straight to the point. Yes. You are very straight. Chu Ning stood up, and with Jiang Xuyan's strong low pressure, her scalp tingled, and she said seriously, I know how to solve Xiao Fangqing's problem, and I may also know how to teach him to master his superpowers. If his superpowers are so strong, I have another idea. Maybe we can go through him. Jiang Xuyan, just tell me how to solve it. Chu Ning, leave it to me. I asked you how to solve it. Chu Ning raised a finger and said mysteriously, don't ask. I know my limits. Boss Jiang, you can take a rest. Jiang Xuyan was so angry that she wanted to explode. But she endured it and forced herself to suppress her anger. You won't tell me. Right? It's about Xiao Fangqing's privacy. You know his privacy? You idiots can't see it. Which means I'm stupid too. Don't worry. Boss Jiang, Mr. Jiang, Brother Jiang, Qingqing's happiness is on me. But you? She glanced at him up and down, shook her hair and walked away. You may have to fight for it yourself. Walked away. Jiang Xuyan. Fuck. Just when she was about to go over and lock the door, Chu Ning suddenly came back to her senses and reminded her, by the way, the zombie city on the 3rd will be basically cleared tomorrow. If you have a plan, you can go there tomorrow. Jiang Xuyan snorted, fought back and didn't answer, and slammed the door in front of her. Chu Ning was almost hit on the nose by the door, and was so angry that she raised a finger at the door. But she immediately retracted her finger, fearing that Jiang Xuyan would see it from the surveillance. And she slid down the stairs from the upstairs to the 1st floor and ran away. The next day, Jiang Xuyan led Chu Ning and others, and a whole team of people out early in the morning. He went to the zombie city to deal with some follow-up matters, and check the suspicious people there. Fong Qing had insomnia in his room all night, and still couldn't sleep the next day. So he returned to the laboratory and asked Jiang Xuyan, only to find out that he had gone out to do business. Fong Qing breathed a sigh of relief, because Jiang Xuyan was not there for the first time. He cooperated with the researchers and continued to do various experiments, and practiced with warehouse by the way. who knew that while he was practicing, the alarm suddenly rang in the courtyard. He suddenly felt uneasy, threw down the wooden warehouse and ran out. What's wrong? What's wrong? Some people in the courtyard were still confused. Some were asking about the reason. And some were ready to go in the car, ready to go for emergency tasks at any time. Chu-Ning drove the car he drove when he went out, and rushed back, shouting in the courtyard with a loudspeaker. Something happened in Zombie City. President Jiang lost contact again. The mobile team reinforcements. The medical team reinforcements. Come quickly. Fong Qing heard. What's going on? Finding Chu-Ning, he opened his hand to stop her. What's wrong? Sister Chu-Ning? Jiang Shuyan is missing again. Fuck? Fong Qing grabbed the car window. What's going on? Chu-Ning's face was very pale, and his voice was a little trembling. Let's go to the north. The zombie city was being cleaned up, and a high-level zombie was found on the way. So the team followed it. As a result, our team did not find any zombies. So we gathered first according to the order. But after waiting for a long time at the gathering point, everyone came back. But there was still no news from Boss Zhang's team. Fong Qing ignored all manners and got in the car automatically, urging her, let's go. I'll find it. Chu-Ning glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Let me say something first. You must stay calm. Chapter 67. Actually, Chu-Ning did not lie to Fong Qing. Jiang Shuyan did encounter big troubles at the beginning. Or rather, their entire team encountered big troubles. The place that had been confirmed to be empty, not long after Jiang Shuyan arrived, suddenly appeared a few advanced zombies. This time the zombies looked like 7 or 8-year-old children, much more flexible than the last little zombies. Jiang Shuyan and others drove to chase them separately, and when they needed to contact, all their communication devices were down. Fortunately, this group of people who had experienced together tacit understanding and discipline were online throughout the whole process. Even if there was no gain, they did not act rashly, and went back to gather at the agreed time and place. Before Jiang Shuyan's team arrived, everyone did not panic. After waiting for another 15 minutes, no one was seen. So each team sent one person to form a new team and move towards the direction of Jiang Shuyan's team. Only halfway, the two teams met. I just found out that Jiang Shuyan and his team had captured some zombies and were cleaning up the scene. Now they sent someone back to notify everyone to gather at the scene. After that, things went smoothly again. There were still only 2 alive zombies tied up in the residential house upstairs, and the rest were all eliminated. But the whereabouts of the few zombies that escaped were unknown, and the hidden dangers were still there. Their communication equipment was not working. So Chu-Ning was asked to go back in person to find reinforcements and bring a medical team with him. When Chu-Ning brought Fong Qing along, he exaggerated the situation all the way, talking about how urgent the situation was, how chaotic the scene was, and how Jiang Shuyan was stubborn and disobedient. Hearing Fong Qing's pale face and trembling body in the back seat, Chu-Ning couldn't help but continue while worrying whether the car would explode. Seeing Fong Qing's anxious expression, Chu-Ning felt deeply guilty. I'm sorry, little Fong Qing. But if I don't let you figure this out yourself, your superpowers may blow up our entire compound. Chu-Ning took him to the zombie city and parked the car directly downstairs of the residential building where Jiang Shuyan was. It seems that someone has been found. Upstairs? Otherwise you. Fong Qing had already gotten out of the car and rushed upstairs. Upstairs, Jiang Shuyan was discussing today's events with the leader of a team. Boss Jiang? The other party's intention is very clear. Coming for you. Jiang Shuyan looked at the zombies silently, and spoke after a while. Do you think that the little zombies we encountered before have grown up? Or are there really children of this age, who were bitten by zombies and evolved? The person in charge was silent, thinking for a while, and calmed down. The latter coincidence is too high. Right? And don't you think these zombies have similar faces? Jiang Shuyan nodded. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. I'm afraid these high-level zombies are not evolved by themselves, but raised by someone. If so, recalling the almost identical faces of these zombies, and thinking about the same swift speed and the ability to affect regional communications, could these zombies also be a kind of superpower? A superpower for zombies to give birth to zombies? Various speculations appeared in his mind, and he looked at these zombies, feeling a little irritated. However, at this moment, the half-open door of the house was banged by someone. With a kick, Jiang Xuyan and others looked over and saw Fang Qing standing at the door with a pale face. Seeing Jiang Xuyan, Fang Qing's eyes regained a little light. But seeing the scratch on Jiang Xuyan's arm, and looking at the zombies lying next to him, there were 2 alive ones further away. His pupil shrank, and a raging rage suddenly arose. At the same time, a burst of monstrous strange power was born in his brain. Tearing and pulling, the heads of the 2 zombies on the opposite side exploded. Fang Qing didn't stop yet, and saw that the zombies were still moving. He looked down, and saw the corpse crystal hidden deep in the heart. He narrowed his eyes. Bang! The heart also exploded. The corpse crystal fell out, and the zombies died. He didn't even blink, and walked straight to Jiang Xuyan. There was only the hideous scratch in his eyes. The bleeding hadn't stopped yet, and there were traces of blood seeping through the gaps in the blood scabs that had just coagulated. The flesh and blood turned from the inside out, staining the half-sleeve shirt, which was extremely dazzling. He recalled Chu Ning's words. He's injured. He's disobedient. He's messing around. Fang Qing took a deep breath, his heart in turmoil, and a sound of collapse came from his mind, which impacted his reason and made him almost suffocated by the pain. He grabbed Jiang Xuyan's arm. Jiang Xuyan was still wondering why he suddenly came and blew up the zombie sample they caught. Suddenly, a sharp pain came, and Jiang Xuyan groaned, feeling the flesh and blood of the wound being stirred by an invisible force. When he saw Fang Qing's eyes changed, how could he not know what he wanted to do? He was so scared that he immediately grabbed Fang Qing. Wait a minute. You? Fang Qing shook off his hand. Let go. How many times have I told you not to act without authorization? Not to act without authorization. Why didn't you listen? I told you to deal with the injury immediately. Why didn't you do it? Can catching zombies be more important than your life? Jiang Xuyan knew he had misunderstood. It was during the fight, and he was scratched by the exposed wooden boards and iron nails on the roadside. He didn't want to have a piece of meat dug out just because of this. So he grabbed Fang Qing's arm. No. Listen. I don't want to listen. What's the explanation? What else is there to explain? Either you call the medical team up now to dig out this piece of meat, or I will do it for you. But that's... Shut up. Fang Qing. That's Boss Jiang. Shut up. Fang Qing's mind was now full of Chu Ning's accusations against Jiang Xuyan, so he decided not to give him a chance to refute and argue, and just do it. Jiang Xuyan's arm hurt again, and he collapsed. Seeing Fang Qing was a little out of control, he was also a little impatient. Just when he wanted his men to help drag the man away, his men's communication equipment suddenly worked, and they received a message from Chu Ning. They didn't know why they hurried downstairs. Jiang Xuyan? Soon there were only 2 of them in the room. Jiang Xuyan had no choice but to restrain Fang Qing himself. Calm down. Fang Qing struggled. Let go. Mei Xian was infected within an hour of cutting the flesh. It took me an hour to get here. Can you survive if you don't deal with it? That wasn't caught by the zombies. I don't believe you. Will you let go? If you don't let go, I'll force it. Jiang Xuyan was so tired. Why is this kid so disobedient at this time? He used both hands to hold him tightly in his arms. Calm down. Fang Qing struggled, but couldn't get away. He didn't realize how ambiguous their current posture was. When he thought that Jiang Xuyan might become a zombie in the future, his eyes turned red. He didn't dare to use his mental power, for fear of blowing Jiang Xuyan's entire arm off. But now, he was being held and couldn't use his hands, so he was anxious that his eyes were red. His head was buzzing, and a strange feeling came to his heart. His tears began to fall. Jiang Xuyan felt his arm wet and looked down. Wipe? Why are you crying again? Really crying? He was not good at this kind of scene, and was a little confused for a while. But seeing Fang Qing's white face full of tears, delicate and frail, he unconsciously turned his head to wipe his tears. No. I really wasn't caught by a zombie. Fang Qing's mind was a little fuzzy, and his words were a little vague. You lied. Chu Ning said you were disobedient. Jiang Xuyan heard, Chu Ning? And then call her up and ask her how she got hurt. Fang Qing, if you find someone else, it will take longer. Right? You can't just dig a piece of my flesh for no reason. Fang Qing was finally stunned. Dig for nothing? Will it be for nothing? Wait. That's really not possible. He raised his head and asked with a strong doubt. Really not? Really not? Oh my God. But Chu Ning, you believe her words? Hey. Fong Qing. Wake up and think about it. Okay? Fong Qing was silent again, recalling what Chuning said. He suddenly muttered again, then why don't you listen? What did I disobey? Jiang Xuyan felt so tired. Fong Qing muttered, she said you acted on your own? We clearly planned before we acted. So? She said you acted recklessly? Ask her who wanted to rush forward when she saw the zombies. She said you acted arbitrarily? Okay. No need to say anything. I'll go down and deal with him later. Fong Qing pursed his lips, suddenly realizing how big a mistake he had made. And he suddenly wilted. Ah. Did I misunderstand again? Jiang Xuyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. While thinking about how simple this person is, he was helpless. Okay. It's okay. He held her hand and didn't realize that he had to let go. Fong Qing's waist was very soft, as if he had no bones. His waist was also very thin, but because he didn't exercise much, there was a little flesh. Very soft. And it felt like jelly when held in the palm of his hand. Jiang Xuyan held his waist with one hand and his hands with the other. Seeing that the man was quiet, he raised his hand that was holding his hand and wiped it on Fong Qing's face to wipe away his tears. Perhaps it was because he had never seen such a clingy person in his life. He was really a bit overwhelmed and helpless. Don't cry. Okay? A grown man. What's the point of crying? It sounded like a condemnation. But in fact there was no condemnation at all. And the tone was even a bit indulgent that he himself didn't realize. Fong Qing lowered his head embarrassedly, and then finally realized that the two were very close. But this time, he unexpectedly didn't jump away, because the emotions that had been bothering him before appeared again. This time he didn't feel sour or painful. He just felt his heartbeat was a little fast. And he was a little too happy. Fong Qing was startled, and his eyes blinked in confusion, recalling all the strange things that happened recently. His face suddenly turned pale, and his mind was shocked. What the hell? Wait. No way. He raised his head again, but just bumped into Jiang Xuyan's questioning eyes. The narrow eyes were very deep, with beautiful contours and perfect lines. The dark pupils were as deep as the abyss. Always indifferent. But at this time, there was no longer the sharpness and ruthlessness of the past. And the eyebrows and eyes looked at him gently. In those eyes that always had a fierce look, only his figure was reflected quietly. Fong Qing looked at it, and his heart beat again, and he felt crazy joy for this short-lived uniqueness. Then, he suddenly realized that with such a mood, it seemed that the eyebrow pencil might fell. Chapter 68. Finally, the two of them went downstairs together. Fong Qing was a little lost, and followed Jiang Xuyan with her head down. When Chuning saw the two of them coming, she ignored Jiang Xuyan and walked directly to Fong Qing. How is it? Little Fong Qing? You two have been upstairs for so long. What are you doing? Fong Qing's face turned red, and before she could say anything, Jiang Xuyan's low and cold voice sounded behind her. Chuning. It seems that you have a lot of opinions about me? Chuning was startled, and a sense of uneasiness arose spontaneously. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? Don't do that. Don't do that. I know I'm wrong. Jiang Xuyan dragged her directly to the corner. No one could see what he was doing, but they could hear her howling. When she came out again, Chuning had a look of despair on her face, as cowardly as a quail. Walking in front of Fong Qing, Chuning said, I'm sorry, little Fong Qing. I was impulsive. I was the one who messed around. And I was also the one who was disobedient. Woohoo! Jiang Xuyan snorted coldly from behind. Why are you aggrieved? Do you have the right to be aggrieved? Chuning glanced back at him, then retracted his gaze, and leaned close to Fong Qing's ear and gritted his teeth. You will be happy in the future. You must treat me to a big meal. Fong Qing came back to his senses when he heard the word happy, and asked blankly, Why? Chuning was about to speak, and Jiang Xuyan's gloomy voice came again. Are you still trying to scare him? Chuning's head shrank, and he walked away and dared not speak. Someone asked Jiang Xuyan, Mr. Jiang, what should we do now? Should we withdraw the team and go back? Jiang Xuyan pondered for a moment, looking at the cleared urban area, his face solemn. We haven't caught all the people yet. The capture he mentioned refers to the two high-level zombies that escaped. So the man said naturally, then continue to search. Before he finished speaking, Fong Qing came back to his senses and stared. Still going? Jiang Shuyan was startled by him. He turned his head to see his angry face. His eyes almost popped out. And he was helpless. What should I do? We can't just leave it alone. Right? Fang Qing didn't want Jiang Shuyan to be in danger again. But the latter's helpless expression also gradually made him sober. Yes, this is indeed a big hidden danger. If it is not handled in time and allowed to escape, it is very likely that the whole city will fall. Fang Qing bit his lip and suddenly decided, then I will do it. Jiang Shuyan? He frowned when he realized that someone was going to use superpowers. Forget it. Last time he used it in the old city. The subsequent reaction was so great that it scared people to death. This place is bigger than the old city. It's a business district. If you want Fang Qing to sense it, he will be exhausted when he returns. And he just blew up 2 zombies. He already used a lot of strength. And now he has to do these. Fang Qing can see his concerns. And he stands up firmly. I can do it. Trust me. Jiang Shuyan wanted to say something. Fang Qing looked at him pleadingly. That pitiful look. Like a puppy opening the door to beg for food in the morning. Jiang Shuyan. Forget it. Then you try. Don't force it. Fang Qing happily agreed. And just as he was about to use his strength, Jiang Shuyan pulled him to the side of the car. This place may be monitored by the enemy. Don't be too exposed. Try it in the car. He then called everyone. Get in the car and stand by. Fang Qing and Jiang Shuyan sat in the back seat of the car. And Chu Ning got on the driver's seat, ready to drive at any time. Fang Qing held his breath and concentrated his thoughts, and began to sense carefully. Soon he began to have a headache again. After all, Jiang Shuyan was right. He had used a lot of strength when he destroyed the zombies before. He soon broke out in cold sweat, and his head was throbbing with pain. But he didn't want to give up and insisted. When the pain was really severe, he unconsciously touched Jiang Shuyan's hand, trying to find some support. Jiang Shuyan saw this and didn't think much about it, and stretched out his hand for him to grab. As soon as he felt the scorching temperature, Fang Qing's heart calmed down. His thinking became more active, and his mental power expanded outward by an unknown amount. Gradually, he seemed to feel a rustling movement in a commercial building in the southeast direction. He suddenly opened his eyes and pointed over there. There. 2 of them are running out quickly. Chu Ning immediately started the car and went straight to the direction Fang Qing pointed. Fang Qing did not withdraw his perception, and unexpectedly found that he could control this power with his eyes open. So he continued to guide. Hurry up. They are too fast. If you slow down, they will run away. Jiang Shuyan asked, Can you see the appearance clearly? Is it the one you saw just now? Fang Qing frowned. It's not very clear. The distance is too far. I'm not that strong yet. But if it's the appearance of the young boy just now, my intuition feels like this. Jiang Shuyan thought that this intuition was really mysterious. But after seeing his intuition several times, Jiang Shuyan felt that this intuition was actually his unmaterialized supernatural power. So he chose to believe it. The convoy ran all the way on the road, gradually catching up with the 2 zombies. Fang Qing suddenly pointed in another direction. There is another one over there. There are 3 in total. Jiang Shuyan nodded. They let go of exactly 3 zombies. Chu Ning opened the car window, stretched out her hand, and made a set of gestures to the car behind. The 2 cars behind immediately turned to the position of the other zombie according to her instructions. At this time, Chu Ning was puzzled. The zombies are still there. How come our communication equipment has returned to normal? Jiang Shuyan tried. It was normal. But why is this? He couldn't help but look at Fang Qing on the side. After Fang Qing realized that he might have had too much thoughts about others, he didn't dare to look directly into their eyes. Seeing this, his face turned red. He lowered his head and whispered, It's not me. I didn't have similar thoughts at that time. It shouldn't have this effect. Jiang Shuyan was very confused. What are you blushing about? Is this guy particularly prone to blushing recently? He looked at him several times and guessed randomly. Will there be a 3rd superpower? Fang Qing suddenly looked up. Wow. You think too highly of me. He bumped into his eyes and quickly moved away. At this moment, he suddenly saw his hand in someone else's palm. Fang Qing immediately pulled his hand back and whispered, I'm sorry. Jiang Shuyan's palm was empty, and cool air poured in. He was a little confused. What, sorry? Chu Ning saw the little interaction between the 2 clearly through the rearview mirror in front. Seeing this, she looked at Jiang Shuyan unhappily and shook her head helplessly. Immediately, She took out the medical kit from the storage box in the front of the car and handed it to the back. Ching. Treat his wound when you have time. Fong Qing immediately remembered that Jiang Xuyan's injury had not been treated yet, and hurriedly poured him alcohol to disinfect it. Jiang Xuyan pressed his hand. No. Wait, what are you waiting for? Jiang Xuyan choked and said nothing. He took his hand back obediently and did not stop him. Chuning was about to laugh like crazy and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom to vent his ecstasy. Soon, the position Fong Qing pointed to arrived, and the two zombies ran forward again. But Chuning didn't need Fong Qing to sense it again, and her sharp eyes saw the zombies running wildly. I see it. Sit tight. She turned the steering wheel quickly, and while catching up with the zombie, she used the swinging force of the rear of the car to hit it. The zombie was pulled out more than 10 meters away by her. Just as it was about to get up and continue running, Chuning opened the wooden box and first broke its legs. The car behind her drove around her and drove towards the zombie, crushing it. Immediately, the people in the car swarmed down and shot at the zombies, and both zombies lost their ability to move. Fong Qing had previously lost their research samples due to a misunderstanding, and this time they wanted to get them back, so they didn't kill them. After the zombies here were dealt with, news came from the other side that the zombies there were also dealt with. Chuning and others breathed a sigh of relief, tied up the living zombie samples, and prepared to take them back to the compound. At this moment, Fong Qing suddenly hissed and covered his head. Jiang Xuyan asked him what happened, and he raised his hand and pointed in another direction. There seems to be someone there. Jiang Xuyan heard, people? Where? But Fong Qing used too much strength. A little too much, and he couldn't muster the strength to sense it a second time. He covered his head and said, I can't sense it clearly, but I just feel vaguely. It seems that there is someone. Jiang Xuyan then asked Chuning to drive over. Chuning greeted the team dealing with the zombies, told them to be careful, and then took the two idle teams and continued to rush forward. After finally arriving at the approximate location, Fong Qing broke out in a cold sweat and could no longer use his supernatural powers. Jiang Xuyan was worried that the previous incident would happen again, so he didn't let him continue. He left two people in the car to take care of him, and he and Chuning led people to search separately. When Fong Qing saw that he was about to leave, he grabbed his hand. Don't. Jiang Xuyan shook his hand back, and his voice was rare and gentle. It's okay. You have a good rest. Fong Qing didn't want to let go, but Jiang Xuyan's men were already stopping him. He was indeed getting weaker and weaker. There was no choice but to gradually let go. Jiang Xuyan and Chuning led people, one person in each building, and carefully searched the upper floors with a micro-unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. After searching 6 buildings, no human traces were found. Seeing this, Chuning wanted to have the team withdraw first. At this moment, she suddenly received a message from her subordinates. The other party deliberately lowered his voice and said to her in a heavy tone, Sister Chu, you'd better come over. It's on the 16th floor. 1607. Chuning asked him what was wrong, but he seemed to be unable to explain clearly for some reason. Only through the intercom. The voice was heavy. Mr. Jiang, there is a problem. Chuning was about to ask in detail, but the other party cut off the communication. Chuning's heart tightened, and she hurriedly gathered the team and evacuated from this building. This is a joint building with sky bridges connecting each other. Every 10 floors of the building, there is a glass bridge connecting to the opposite building. Chuning and Jiang Xuyan happened to search one building each. After receiving the message, Chuning immediately ran over from the nearest sky bridge and came to the location given by his subordinates. 1607 is a huge office area with half of the floor connected. There was already someone waiting at the door. When he saw Chuning, he immediately went over and said, First of all, I would like to remind you that Mr. Jiang may be a little unstable. Chuning asked anxiously why, and the man took her to a large office inside. The door of the office was open, and all the subordinates brought by Jiang Xuyan stood against the wall at the door, looking at Jiang Xuyan in the room with helplessness and horror. Things were scattered all over the floor in the room. I don't know if it was like this, or if it was searched by Jiang Xuyan and others. Chuning walked over and looked at the scattered documents on the ground. As she looked, her expression gradually became terrified. When she came to Jiang Xuyan, she almost didn't dare to speak. She looked over his shoulder and looked at the card-like thing he was holding tightly in his hand. At a glance, Chuning recognized the person she didn't want to see again in her life from the arrogant handwriting and content. Yen Shu. And on the card, the cool and arrogant handwriting clearly read, I'm back. Jiang. Chapter 69. The air was cold. After knowing who the other party was, no one dared to speak, and no one dared to disturb Jiang Shuyan. Chuning herself did not dare to do so. But when she saw the card, she was inexplicably angry. After thinking about it, she still plucked up the courage to snatch the card and tore it into pieces. Don't look at it. He has nothing to do with us anymore. It's none of our business whether he comes back or not. Jiang Shuyan's hand was empty, but he did not put it down. There was a cold light in his eyes, and a hint of subtle gloom. Chuning was a little anxious and pushed him. Hey, don't do this. Jiang Shuyan glanced over, and in an instant, there was a hint of fierceness in his eyes. Chuning's back was cold, and he almost took a step back. At this time, Jiang Shuyan recovered, lowered his head, and glanced at the fragments in her hand. Without saying a word, walked to the office chair opposite the desk and sat down. The chair was cold, without temperature, and the person had left long ago. He sat in this position and looked at the entire office. Behind the desk was a huge panoramic floor-to-ceiling window. But through the floor-to-ceiling window, no scene related to their team could be seen. There was nothing in the office that could be connected to them. He moved his eyes, and his gaze fell on the turned-off display screen on the desk. He stretched out his long hand and turned on the display screen. Sure enough, he saw a series of surveillance pictures, which were enough to capture all the actions of these people. Jiang Shuyan leaned back in his chair, looked at the surveillance, and remained silent. His face was so ugly that Chuning couldn't help but walk over to take a look. Just one look, and said, Hack? Bastard. He is really a bastard. She wanted to ask Jiang Shuyan if this meant that the zombie incident was related to the pup. But seeing Jiang Shuyan's face, she knew without thinking that he, a master of calculation, could not have thought of this question. Perhaps it was because of this that his face looked even uglier. Everyone waited for him to look for a long time. And finally someone asked, Mr. Jiang, do you want to search? Jiang Shuyan withdrew his gaze from the display screen, stood up, and his cold voice made people tremble unconsciously. If he wanted to show up, he would have shown up long ago. He dared to leave only a message, proving that he had the ability to leave without a trace. Everyone was silent again. Someone else asked, Then, do you want to check the surveillance? If it moves, it will be destroyed, and it may be counter-implanted. At that time, we will be the first to be served. Everyone was speechless again. Chuning glanced at the display screen and remembered the various anti-reconnaissance techniques that Jiang Shuyan had taught him before. This kid, an ungrateful person is an ungrateful person, but he learns the fastest and most skillfully among all people. And Jiang Shuyan happened to know him best. She closed her eyes and tugged at Jiang Shuyan's clothes. Let's go. If we can't find out, why are we still here? You won't be reluctant, will you? Jiang Shuyan glanced at her from the side, and there was coldness, fierceness, and an ambiguous emotion in his eyes that Chuning couldn't understand. Chuning had stepped on several of his landmines in half an hour, and now he was a little unhappy. Let go of his hand, rolled his eyes at him, and walked out angrily. I'll go down to see Xiao Fangqing. If you don't come down, I'll put him up and come to you. Jiang Shuyan. Finally, the group went downstairs and returned to the place where the car was parked. Fangqing, who had a splitting headache, could no longer wait and leaned against the car door, half asleep and half awake, until suddenly, he heard someone get off the car and someone else get on. He raised his heavy eyelids and saw that the person sitting next to him was not Jiang Shuyan, but one of his men. Fangqing was stunned for a moment, looking at Chuning who was sitting in the driver's seat. He asked in confusion, Where is he? Chuning looked back at him with a slightly apologetic expression. He had something to do, so he went to drive another car. Fangqing opened his sleepy eyes, and then said oh with some disappointment. The apology in Chuning's eyes became stronger. After thinking for a while, he looked at the men who had just got on the car. You go and squeeze in with Lao Si and the others. I have something to say to Fangqing. The other party didn't know what she was going to say so mysteriously, but still obeyed the command and got off the car and changed to another car. Fangqing was a little confused. What's wrong? Sister Chuning? Chuning put her hands on the steering wheel, looking at the windshield in front of her. and it was a little difficult to speak for a while. But she still said, actually, Wu San and Boss Jiang don't have the kind of relationship you think. Fang Qing was stunned. What, do you mean? Chu Ning said, Wu San is a child we picked up and raised in the compound. At that time, I was also young. Boss Jiang was also young. But Wu San was even younger. We, a group of people, raised him together. So Wu San is very close to us. And Boss Jiang treats him well. To put it more exaggeratedly, he can be regarded as a godson. Fang Qing still didn't understand. But this news made his originally gloomy heart suddenly brighter. So well, it's not that kind of relationship. Wu San just fell in love with a girl. Oh, but, Chu Ning hesitated for a moment and then spoke again. But there is always someone in Boss Jiang's heart. Fang Qing's heart skipped a beat. And when he looked at Chu Ning, there was a hint of surprise and panic in his eyes, he himself did not notice how disappointed his expression was. Chu Ning looked at him in the rearview mirror and sighed inwardly. But she continued, it's not the kind of relationship you think. This person. She paused. He's a traitor. Traitor? Yeah. He used to be Mr. Jiang's favorite student. He was the smartest, most obedient, and the best learner among all the people Mr. Jiang had ever taught. Fang Qing's heart suddenly soured. And she pursed her lips and asked, then what happened? Then, Mr. Jiang thought he had great potential and a bright future. So he taught him everything he knew in his life. Fang Qing felt the subsequent development of the story. And her voice trembled a little. Then, was that person? Yes. That stinky bastard. The ungrateful, heartless and stinky man. He cheated Mr. Jiang and ran away. That's not all. He as she spoke, she gripped the steering wheel tightly, her eyes red with anger, and her hands almost broke the steering wheel. Fang Qing was shocked by her emotions. Chu Ning had a strong aura, but she usually smiled heartlessly. He had never seen her so angry. What happened to him? He asked cautiously. Chu Ning slapped the steering wheel. He almost killed Boss Jiang. Fang Qing's pupils dilated. Chu Ning's knuckles cracked, and her voice trembled with anger. She pointed to her heart and gritted her teeth. Here. That bastard stabbed Boss Jiang here, and almost killed him on the spot. We spent countless time and money to barely rescue him. Then the bastard disappeared from the face of the earth, and could not be found. He took Boss Jiang and all the kindness we had shown him, and the sensitive secrets of our compound with him. He disappeared from the face of the earth. Completely and thoroughly. It's as if we wasted 10 years getting along with an invisible person. As if we wasted 10 years being deceived by him. Chu Ning was so angry that she trembled all over. And her voice trembled. Obviously, she was also seriously injured. Fang Qing couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. But seeing Chu Ning's appearance, he reached out, walked around the back of the chair and patted her shoulder. Sister Chu Ning, calm down. Chu Ning took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. Fang Qing still didn't understand why she told him this. He waited until she was calmer and continued to ask, so, you told me this because? Chu Ning, because that bastard is back again. Fang Qing was startled and thought of something, and asked anxiously, could it be the person I sensed? I don't know. But he left a note. As she said this, she handed the half-hidden card to Fang Qing. Fang Qing happened to see the last name Jiang, and his heart skipped a beat again, and a burst of extremely uncomfortable sourness twisted his heart. He bit his lip and said in a low voice, then what? Nothing happened afterwards. But from what I know about him, I think he must be thinking of something to get back with Boss Jiang. Fang Qing's eyes trembled again, and his voice became even lower. Will Boss Jiang agree? Chu Ning glanced at him in the rearview mirror. Although she couldn't bear it, she still said it directly. Jiang Shuyan has an obsession with this person. Fang Qing lowered his head again. Chu Ning, a man, especially a successful and perfect man like Boss Jiang, can never tolerate any betrayal or setbacks. Do you understand what I mean? Fang Qing nodded very lightly. Well, besides, Boss Jiang once trusted him the most, and the relationship between the two of them was also very good. So, do you understand what I mean? Fang Qing finally raised his head with a complicated expression. I don't understand. Chu Ning took a deep breath, sighed again, and changed his words. Anyway, the reason I told you this is that I know you are different from us. Fang Qing was at a loss. What's the difference? First, you are not from the compound, and have not lived with us for too long. You are good to Boss Jiang. I. Second. You are here with Boss Jiang. Forget it. Let's put it this way. We are too familiar with him. Too familiar with him. If we can persuade him, we can persuade him successfully. If we can't, it means we can't. So I think that maybe changing someone else may have a different result. Fang Qing was puzzled. Are you sure that he will come back and will be accepted by Boss Jiang again? But what is his basis? Jiang Shuyan is not stupid enough to easily forgive the person who stabbed him and betrayed him. Right? Chuning sneered, with a little self-mockery in his voice. If there is no trick, do you think we and Boss Jiang will be deceived by him for a whole 10 years? Fang Qing was startled and vaguely understood something. Chuning took another deep breath, gripped the steering wheel, turned back and looked at Fang Qing solemnly. So, Fang Qing, if possible, I hope that when that day really comes, you can pull him back. Chapter 70. Chuning didn't say anything more after that, because Fang Qing still didn't understand how he could pull Jiang Shuyan back with the friendship he had just known for a short time. The whole team left together after the other team dealt with the zombies. Before Chuning started the car, Jiang Shuyan drove alone and drove straight past them. Fang Qing looked through the window and just saw Jiang Shuyan's profile without raising the window. The gloomy look and the cold eyes were indeed something Fang Qing had never seen before. Fang Qing couldn't help scratching his hand on his leg. He retracted his gaze, lowered his head, and said to Chuning in a muffled voice, "Let's go, Sister Chuning." Chuning glanced back at him, but still didn't say anything, and started the car back to the compound. Jiang Shuyan had just gotten off the car in the compound when the head of the research room rushed over, panting but full of excitement, and said to him, "Boss Jiang, there is a discovery." Jiang Shuyan was in a very low mood, but he was surprised when he heard it, and asked coldly, "What?" His tone and expression made the originally excited head stunned, and he asked unconsciously, "What's wrong, Boss Jiang? Did something happen when you went out?" Jiang Shuyan just shook his head, said nothing, and gestured for him to lead the way. The head looked at him suspiciously again, walked in front, and led the way. After walking a few steps, he saw Chuning's car stopped and Fang Qing got off the car. The head immediately waved to Fang Qing. "Fang Qing, Fang Qing, Xiao Fang Qing. Come here." Fang Qing looked over blankly, but first saw Jiang Shuyan next to the head, and he paused. But the latter was obviously in a bad mood, and he didn't even raise his eyelids. He just stared at the ground and didn't know what he was thinking. Fang Qing then retracted his gaze, stroked his palm back and forth with his fingertips twice, and then looked up and smiled at the person in charge. "What's the matter?" He walked away. The person in charge happily put his arm around his shoulder and led him to the laboratory. "Thanks to you, little Fang Qing, we have a major discovery." Fang Qing was embarrassed to break free, so he had to stagger and follow him. At this moment, Jiang Shuyan suddenly raised his eyes and glanced at the person in charge's hand on Fang Qing's shoulder. But he didn't say anything, and followed quietly behind. In the largest laboratory in the compound, most of the researchers came over and were sitting at the conference table discussing something fiercely. When they saw Jiang Shuyan and others coming, they all cheered. In such an atmosphere, even if Jiang Shuyan was worried, his thoughts were pulled back. Wu Liang, the head of the laboratory, handed the test report to Jiang Shuyan. "After careful comparison and experiments over this period of time, we finally discovered the genetic laws of the two phenomena of corpses turning into zombies and corpse crystals changing the human body." Jiang Shuyan took the report and looked at it, slightly surprised. "Gene tampering?" "Yes. And it is fine-tuning, because we only had pure zombie samples, or pure human samples before. We couldn't make a detailed judgment on this. But after we had Xiao Fangqing, we found that Xiao Fangqing's genes were undergoing subtle changes through a three-way genetic comparison before and after taking corpse crystals. And after taking corpse crystals multiple times," Wu Liang said, turning around and pointing out Fang Qing's three major groups of gene images on the large light screen behind him. At first glance, these three sets of genes don't look very different. But when Wu Liang magnified the details to the maximum extent, it was not difficult for everyone to see that in the first set of gene images, there was a slight break between Fang Qing's gene chains. This is the genome collected through blood samples when Fang Qing was in a severe coma for the first time. It is not difficult to find that his gene chain was gradually breaking at that time. And it was not a single break, but all of it. Such a process caused his body to react violently instinctively. After that, Mr. Jiang asked us to feed the corpse crystal. After we fed it, we collected data several times, and the changes in the gene chain shown in it are as follows. He clicked on the middle set of gene images, and several sets of gene images that looked the same when viewed alone, but subtly different when viewed closely, popped up on the light screen instantly. He pointed at these images. Look. It is not difficult to see from the picture that from this time on, Fang Qing's gene chain began to reconnect. And he magnified the image to the details of the corresponding part and compared it with the first set of gene images before. His gene chain has twisted. Fang Qing and Jiang Xuyan were both silent. Wu Liang finished the foreshadowing and jumped directly to the last set of genes. This is Fang Qing's latest gene sample. Its details are obviously different from the original ones. We guess that if his ability can evolve to an infinite degree, then one day, his gene chain will undergo earth-shaking changes. Jiang Xuyan listened and glanced at Fang Qing silently. Fang Qing was caught off guard and met his gaze. His ears felt hot, and he turned his head quickly. At this time, he saw that everyone's eyes were on him. He was a little restrained. So he whispered, then, what next? Discovering this phenomenon, can it prove something? Or can it be helpful to the zombies? He was very happy that he could help. But if this help had no practical effect and was just a major discovery, he would have made no contribution. He didn't want to make no contribution. At this time, he heard Jiang Xuyan's voice coming from the side. Corpse crystal can change human genes, and it must be able to change zombie genes. Or you have discovered how it absorbs zombie viruses and changes them. This is what you call a major breakthrough. Right? The researchers all nodded in admiration. Fang Qing looked and turned his head. Wow. So amazing? Jiang Xuyan received his gaze and looked at him sideways. Fang Qing was stunned again. For some reason, he felt particularly guilty today. So he turned back immediately and looked at the researcher eagerly, pretending to wait seriously. Jiang Xuyan. But he didn't think much about it and motioned Wu Liang to continue. Wu Liang. We have discovered that corpse flowers do absorb zombie viruses by testing corpse crystals and monitoring the growth of corpse flowers on zombies 24 hours a day. The gene chains of the absorbed zombie viruses are gradually changed during the crystallization of corpse flowers. That is, the formation of corpse crystals. When the corpse crystals are fully formed, the zombie viruses contained in the corpse crystals become completely harmless. And these harmless viruses enter the human body and react with the human body, causing a second gene modification phenomenon. That is, the phenomenon of genome breaking, twisting and reshaping mentioned above. Jiang Xuyan. So once you master the law of this phenomenon and develop methods and technologies for artificial gene transformation, we can achieve artificial elimination of zombie viruses. And even, he glanced at Wu Liang, can the gene chain be reversed? Wu Liang had a you hit the point expression on his face. Although this project is very complicated, we plan to give it a try. These are the only two directions at present. Next, we plan to extract the corpse crystal elements, analyze what the main elements of the purification virus are, and try to extract elements or even synthesize such elements artificially. On the other hand, we will start to try to reverse the gene chain. But this project is very large and complicated, and it is difficult to achieve results in a short period of time. We want to apply for increased funding. Jiang Xuyan didn't blink, approved. The researchers breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the head of the laboratory responsible for monitoring Machine suddenly spoke. Mr. Jiang. Yes. After the corpse crystal is formed on the zombie, all the zombie's activity energy is provided by the corpse crystal. So once the corpse crystal leaves the body, the zombie will completely lose its ability to move. Then, this means that we can't use the elements in the corpse crystal to help Machine. But if we master the technology of zombie gene modification, we may be able to try to modify and reshape her genome. If this technology succeeds, he looked at Jiang Xuyan and said solemnly, we should be able to save Machine. Jiang Xuyan looked up at the laboratory and thought of Machine, who was still lying in another laboratory. With Machine's mood has been very stable, so she has not changed further now. But her condition seems to be frozen at the current stage, and there is no sign of improvement. Jiang Xuyan heard this and said, have you told Mei Wei about this? The person in charge shook his head. I haven't told her yet, because I'm afraid that the greater her hope, the greater her disappointment. Well done. Don't tell her yet. Wait until you have made substantial progress. Then slowly discuss it with her. Okay. We know. Jiang Xuyan didn't say anything more, and glanced at everyone in the meeting room. Anything else to say? They intuitively felt that Jiang Xuyan was in a very low mood today. He didn't seem to have any happy reaction after hearing such a big news. Boss Jiang was obviously not like this before. But they didn't dare to ask. And there was no need to ask. So they said report completed and said they could adjourn the meeting. Jiang Xuyan was about to leave. Wu Liang, hey. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Xuyan turned around. Wu Liang, I think we should hold a thank you party to thank Fang Qing. Fang Qing, ah? I don't need to. Jiang Xuyan glanced at him, and suddenly remembered that he had used a lot of supernatural powers before. Raised his hand and rubbed his soft hair. Does your head still hurt? Fang Qing was suddenly stunned, and his mind was full of the warm big hand on his head. His face began to get hot again, and he wanted to ask, what does it mean to rub your hair for no reason? What does it mean to ask so gently for no reason? You obviously have someone else in your heart. Oh no. You obviously have someone else in your heart. Why? Why? His mood, which was unconsciously rising just now, soon slid down again, and he lowered his head to slightly avoid his hand. Well, much better. Jiang Xuyan's hands were empty, and his eyes were full of doubts. But he didn't mean to ask. He looked up at Wu Liang and others and said, you guys make the arrangements. He then said to Fang Qing, if you feel uncomfortable, go find them. After that, he turned around and left. Fang Qing realized that the seat next to him was empty. It's hard to tell what he felt, but he didn't show it on his face. He looked up and smiled at the researchers, and then said to Wu Liang, it's not necessary. I didn't really contribute anything. The situation is urgent now. Since there is a breakthrough, everyone should concentrate on research. As for the thank you meeting, he smiled again, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, but it seemed a little stiff. Not from the heart. I'll wait for the day when the world is peaceful, and then we'll do it together. If there's nothing else, I go out for a few laps. Bye. Chapter 71. Jiang Xuyan returned to the big villa where he lived. As soon as he entered the door, the old housekeeper was already waiting at the door with a hot towel. As soon as he saw Jiang Xuyan's gloomy face, the housekeeper asked with concern, are you okay, young master? Jiang Xuyan took the hot towel and wiped it on his face. Finally, he walked over to the sofa and sat down with a relaxed look. The housekeeper looked at his arm. There was an injury. He frowned and walked over and said, young master, your injury. Jiang Xuyan was stunned for a moment, followed his gaze and looked at his arm, then reacted, oh, it's been treated. But this wound, it's better to sew it. No, it's okay, young master. Luo. The housekeeper Luo stopped talking. Jiang Xuyan was very upset. His thoughts were very confused. His head leaned on the back of the sofa, and his eyes looked at the ceiling. His eyes gradually lost focus. Yen Shu. Bastard. How dare you come back? He closed his eyes. But as soon as he closed his eyes, all the past memories came back to him. There were times of laughter and joy, and there were also times of misunderstandings and disputes. There were times of fighting side by side, and there were times of life and death. There were all kinds of times. But no matter what, nothing could compare to that fatal knife. A knife that destroyed everything. Jiang Xuyan pulled away from his memory, feeling the scar on his heart aching again. He took a deep breath, tugged at his collar irritably, got up and went upstairs to take a cold shower, pouring himself from head to toe. Finally calmed down a lot. When he came out, the mirror in the room just reflected the hideous scar on his body. He stood in front of the mirror for a while, and then he felt an indescribable sense of frustration. So he punched the mirror and broke it. Lao Luo came over. Master. What's wrong? Jiang Xuyan replied calmly, it's okay. The mirror is broken. I'll clean it for you. No. Let's talk about it tomorrow. There was silence outside the door for a while, and then Lao Luo sighed. The latter didn't say a word, and went downstairs silently, and returned to his place. Jiang Xuyan swept the floor randomly, and then he didn't care and fell on the bed. But after a while, the smart robot on his desk suddenly said beep. Beep. Boss. Mr. 111. The director of the General Administration. Called. Jiang Xuyan frowned. Wan Wingguan? He hadn't found them yet. But they came to the door first. He put on a shirt, walked over and sat down. Answer it. A square face was reflected on the screen. Mr. Jiang. The man spoke in a deep voice. Jiang Xuyan raised his eyelids and glanced at him, not caring about his address, and asked in a light tone, "What's the matter?" Because of Chu Ning's previous words, he rarely gave him a cold face, and his reaction was relatively mild. Wan Wingguan's face did not show any blood feud, and the attitudes of both of them were just right. Polite, but not familiar. In this situation, won't Mr. Jiang and Mr. Su come back? Wan Wingguan asked again. Jiang Xuyan leaned against the backrest, with his fingers crossed on his crossed legs. If you care about them, can't you just go find them yourself? Call me. Do you expect me to find them for you? Wan Wingguan lowered his eyes and smiled lightly, but there was still no meaning in his voice. He knew that the relationship between their family members was unusual, so he didn't ask any more questions and changed the subject. I heard that you had been helping the Blue Island branch deal with the zombie tide recently. Jiang Xuyan, what? Is there something wrong? Wan Wingguan simply nodded directly. We are also seriously short of police force here. I know that your compound is distributed in various places. So, he glanced at Jiang Xuyan across the light screen. Cooperation? Jiang Xuyan could more or less predict the purpose of his call, and was not surprised to hear it. He circled the key point. Cooperation? Wan Wingguan nodded. Just like the cooperation between you and Wu Yandong. How about it? You are the General Bureau, and you are the director. It is too shabby to give such cooperation conditions. Wan Wingguan had expected it, and asked relatively. Dang Xuankuai, what do you want to add? Tell me. Jiang Xuyan, materials. Materials and talents. We are now preparing to develop special weapons to fight zombies. But ordinary materials cannot be used for this kind of things. Now the bird tide is coming, and we don't have time to purchase and transport more. So before the second bird tide, I hope you can help us out. As for talents, I know you can't give things for free. And I think you are busy dealing with zombies and upgrading mechanical curtains now. So you don't have much time to study other things. Right? You can arrange people to come over and tell you the core technology. I will give you a profit in this game. Wan Wingguan frowned when he heard it, staring at Jiang Xuyan's expression, as if he wanted to see some clues on his face. After a while, he also leaned back in his chair and said with a thoughtful look, It's not a common thing to let Mr. Jiang give a profit. Jiang Xuyan, if you don't want it, I won't force it on you. What other conditions do you have? Sorry. Although I don't take advantage of you. Jiang Xuyan, I dare not take advantage of you casually. What other conditions do you have? Jiang Xuyan's eyes darkened, and his sinister eyes made people feel cold. Indeed, there is one. Tell me about it. Are you in contact with Yan Shu? Wan Wingguan was stunned, as if he had never expected him to ask this question, and his eyes changed slightly. Yan Shu? Jiang Xuyan's eyes were full of thorns, staring at all the expressions of Wan Wingguan. That kind of eyes seemed to dissect the body and mind of a person, and to pull out all the dark and wet secrets and little thoughts, and spread them out under the scorching sun. Wan Wingguan was suddenly cold under his gaze, and hesitated. What do you want to ask? Just asking if you are in contact with him, or cooperating with him. Wan Wingguan frowned. Well, if you don't answer, the concession will be gone, and I will not accept the cooperation we talked about before. Wan Wingguan's face sank. Is he worth you to exchange with us at such a high price? Jiang Xuyan, answer me. Wan Wingguan took a deep breath, saw his resolute expression, and after weighing the situation, he chose to answer, Yes. Yes. Tell me more. This time it has nothing to do with you. You also want to listen? Yes. Wan Wingguan was silent for a while, and suddenly whispered, We originally wanted him to check the zombie tide for us. Wu Yandong reported that this zombie tide was unusual, as if someone was maliciously pushing it. And this matter was the result of your discussion with him. You should know it very well. Then, we just made such a request. But his attitude was very vague. It was not a matter of agreeing or not. He just said that if there was any news, he would tell us. So based on your understanding of him, what do you think he is planning? Jiang Xuyan, I don't know. Wan Wingguan choked. But he was not unaware of the grudge between the two, so he didn't comment on anything. Seeing Jiang Xuyan lowering his eyes and thinking about something, 111 waited quietly for a long time before speaking. Don't you have anything else to ask? Jiang Shuyan raised his head and said in a very light tone, Are you sure what you said just now is true? I hope you are honest. 111 sneered. It is undeniable that Yin Shu is a rare talent. If you are unwilling to join us, your personal disciple will be your best substitute. But, no matter how important he is, no matter how important you and we are all, I can't compare to this country and the people who are suffering outside. On the premise that you are willing to help, I don't think I need to ignore this country for Yin Shu alone. Of course, I miss you, but I won't be so cold-blooded as to go back on my word and run away after getting my information. Right? Jiang Shuyan also laughed and raised his hand to hang up the call. Then I wish you a happy cooperation. 111 also had a foxy expression on his face and said, I will come to Blue Island to find you in 2 days. And we will talk then. The two cut off the call at the same time. As he leaned back in his chair, Jiang Shuyan raised his hand to rub his forehead, recalling what 111 said. Vague and ambiguous attitude. Gradually, he seemed to think of something. His eyes dimmed again, and there were waves in his eyes. He stood up with his collar loosened. When he went out, Lao Luo was still waiting downstairs. Young master, are you going out? Open 2 bottles of wine. Young master, open. Lao Luo had no choice but to go to the big wine cabinet in Jiang Shuyan's study, take out 2 bottles of treasured whiskey, and open them for him. Do you need to chill? No. I'll prepare some hangover medicine for you. 2 bottles? No need. Lao Luo opened his mouth. But when he saw Jiang Shuyan directly pick up the bottle and pour it into his mouth, he was stunned and swallowed the words that were on his lips. He finished the 2 bottles in the blink of an eye, put down the bottle, and said, Open another bottle. Lao Luo pursed his lips. But this time he didn't say a word more, and went to open another bottle for him. This time, Lao Luo opened the wine, holding the glass and trying to persuade Jiang Shuyan to drink slowly. But the latter had already stood up with the bottle and left the villa. Go out for a walk. Lao Luo paused in the air, holding the glass, took it back, looked at the shiny glass, and said to the old nani waiting at the entrance of the corridor, A Xiao. Here, Luo Guan. Go check what happened to the young master outside today. Okay. Luo Guan. It was late at night, and the night wind was cold. Except for the patrol team, there was basically no activity in the courtyard at night, and the huge villa complex was quiet. Jiang Shuyan walked with a lot of thoughts, drinking while walking, and he didn't know where he was after walking for a long time. He looked up at the distance and saw a bench for rest on the street. He raised his legs and walked there. After a few steps, he saw a man coming out of the villa on the side, staggering to the bench, sitting down, and covering his face with his head. Jiang Shuyan squinted his eyes, and in a daze, he seemed to see that person was Fang Qing, looking at the house number beside him. He was stunned. How did I get here? Chapter 72. Fang Qing tossed and turned all night and couldn't sleep. He went downstairs to run a few laps and took a hot bath. He still couldn't sleep, so he went downstairs to the door to get some fresh air. He happened to see a bench on the sidewalk. He walked over without thinking and sat down. When he thought about what he had experienced in the past 2 days, he raised his head in annoyance and buried his face in his palms. After a while, he heard footsteps coming from the side. There were patrols here from time to time, so he didn't think much about it. He put down his hand and was about to turn around and say hello. Boss Jiang? Jiang Shuyan walked to sit next to him and glanced at him. What are you doing? Fang Qing immediately sat up straight. I couldn't sleep, so I came out to get some fresh air. Smelling the alcohol on him, Fang Qing frowned again. Did you drink? Jiang Shuyan raised his hand, and Fang Qing saw that he was holding a bottle of wine in his hand. Fang Qing was stunned. You how? Jiang Shuyan gradually got a little drunk, and he relied on the cold wind to stay slightly sober. Hearing this, he looked at Fang Qing sideways, and the narrow tail of his eyes was very beautiful, and a little bit charming under the warm street lights at night. What? He handed the bottle over. Drink? Fang Qing smelled the strong smell of alcohol coming from the bottle mouth, which was very fragrant, but it was obviously not low in alcohol. He took another look at the bottle, which was whiskey, and wrinkled his nose and shrank back. No. Is this thing suitable for drinking in one's hand? Jiang Shuyan took the bottle back and took a sip. You don't drink? Fong Qing, well, I don't drink much. I can't drink much. Then do you smoke? I haven't smoked before. Choke. Jiang Xuyan laughed softly, took a sip of wine, and his voice was a little hoarse and seductive under the stimulation of the strong wine. So good. Fong Qing's ears were itchy, and he immediately looked over with a little opinion. But he first saw Jiang Xuyan tilting his neck to drink, and the protruding Adam's apple in his throat slid up and down with the swallowing action, which was graceful and sexy for no reason. Fong Qing's heart suddenly beat fast, and he quickly retracted his gaze, and the hand hanging by his side tightly grasped the edge of his pants, twisting it into a ball. You, drink less. Jiang Xuyan put the bottle on the ground. Drink it. Fong Qing. The two of them fell into silence for a moment. I don't know how long it took. The night wind blew a little hard. Fong Qing shivered, and hurriedly asked Jiang Xuyan, "Are you cold?" But he saw the latter looking ahead with a dazed look, under the influence of alcohol. His face, which was always too white, was slightly red, and the cloth on his face made his face look pink. Under the light of the roadside, his usually sharp profile was much quieter and gentler. The gaze looking into the distance was inexplicably silent, which made people feel a little distressed. Fong Qing's heart was clenched, but suddenly he remembered that he might have drunk so much, and his mood plummeted again. He suddenly felt a little sulky, stood up, grabbed Jiang Xuyan's arm and muttered, "I think you've drunk enough. Let's go. I'll take you home to sleep." But he didn't expect that Jiang Xuyan suddenly retracted his arm when he grabbed it unintentionally, frowned and looked at him with a painful expression. Fong Qing took a look and suddenly remembered, "Yes. You still have a wound on your hand. Have you gotten a tetanus shot since you came back?" Jiang Xuyan didn't say anything, as if he didn't know what he was asking. Fong Qing narrowed his eyes and put his hands on his waist. Tell me the truth. Jiang Xuyan. I'll give you 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. No. I forgot. Fong Qing's mouth twitched, and he got angry immediately. Didn't I tell you to get a tetanus shot after you came back? What scratched you? Tell me again? Steel nails. Is the steel nail rusty? Yes. If it's rusty, you won't get a shot. Don't you want to live a long life and die of tetanus? Jiang Xuyan turned his head away and didn't say anything. Fong Qing was so angry that he changed his hand and pulled him away. Let's go get a shot. Jiang Xuyan didn't want to go. No. I'll get it tomorrow. The sooner you fight this thing, the safer it will be. It's okay to wait a day or two. Jiang Xuyan. Jiang Xuyan raised his eyelids and glanced at him, curling his lips. Fong Qing suddenly felt that he was a little cute after drinking, but still didn't let go. Hurry up. If you don't go, I'll let Sister Chu Ning and Brother Fu Wen bring people to take you away. Jiang Xuyan obviously didn't take the two people seriously, and still didn't move. Fong Qing was so angry that he wanted to die. Or do you want me to carry you? It would have been better if he didn't say it. Once he said it, Jiang Xuyan raised his eyebrows, leaned back, and stretched out his long legs. Come on. Fong Qing, a man with a height of more than 1.9 meters, almost occupied the entire bench, and his long legs stretched out and curled out, which added a touch of inniness and romance for no reason. Fong Qing was in no mood to appreciate it at this time. His temples were throbbing with pain. Why aren't you in a bad mood? Why aren't you drunk? It turns out that the drunk boss Jiang is as scoundrel as a 3-year-old child. No. 3 years old is a compliment to him. 1.5 years old is a little scoundrel of only 1.5 years old. No more. Fong Qing was angry and helpless, so he had to bend down to help him. As a result, he put his arm on his shoulder, and when he exerted force, the other party didn't move. Fong Qing's heart skipped a beat. He didn't believe it, so he tried again. The other party was as steady as a clock. Fong Qing. Jiang Xuyan watched him hold his breath and accumulate strength from a close distance. He tried for a long time, but was helpless. His originally gloomy mood suddenly became a little better, like a breeze blowing away the clouds on a cloudy day. Seeing Fong Qing trying for a long time, he still couldn't shake him at all. When Fong Qing howled and wanted to stand up and give up, Jiang Xuyan exerted force with his arm and pressed his shoulder to push him back. People who have been training and fighting for many years have a huge gap in physical strength compared to a young man like Fong Qing who stays at home. Fong Qing was caught off guard and was about to struggle. But his foot twisted again, and he tilted his body sideways and fell on Jiang Shuyan's legs. Both of them were stunned. Jiang Shuyan felt a fresh soap scent coming over him, and lowered his eyes to look at the person in his arms. Seeing that this guy's face was red and his delicate skin was about to drip blood, he blinked his eyes and looked down, seeing his tight pink lips and chin, his white neck, his thin and clear collarbone, and then below the collarbone, the faint white hidden under the t-shirt. Jiang Shuyan's eyes suddenly dimmed, and he felt a little dry in his body, but he thought it was the heat brought by alcohol. So he retracted his gaze and looked at the little Fang Qing, who wanted to shrink into his arms and hide, and smiled with a curled lip. "You are really weak." He also didn't realize how dark and hoarse his voice was at this moment. Fang Qing was about to be cooked, and wanted to cry, but had no tears. "You. What are you doing?" "Jiang Shuyan, you." "Fang Qing." "Jiang Shuyan, you are weak and you blame me?" Fang Qing was so angry. "Can you stop panting when you speak?" "Did I? Are we going to debate whether or not it is true?" Jiang Shuyan raised his eyebrows. "What else?" Fang Qing was about to cry. "Straight man. Big straight man. The ultimate steel straight man with no awareness. You." "Let me go!" "Jiang Shuyan, I didn't tie you up." Fang Qing realized it later, and immediately got up by himself. During this time, his body rubbed against Jiang Shuyan's legs, and the latter gradually felt a little strange, and his eyes darkened again. Before Fang Qing left him, he almost lost control and pulled him back. This strangeness made Jiang Shuyan silent for a while, staring at Fang Qing, who was as flustered as a rabbit, with confusion in his eyes. Fang Qing didn't notice the change in his eyes. He was teased mercilessly. Fang Qing was very angry and glared at Jiang Shuyan. "Get up. Get up quickly. Otherwise, I will find a medical team." Jiang Shuyan was teased by him, and his previous confusion disappeared again. However, seeing that this guy was blushing and about to catch fire, Jiang Shuyan also knew what to do and stopped teasing him. He stood up, put his hand on his shoulder, and half led him forward. Yes. Okay. Can I go?" Fang Qing roared at his heart. "Why do you want to hold me?" But feeling Jiang Shuyan's staggering steps, he finally realized, "Oh, you are drunk. Looking for someone to support you. Drink. Let you drink. When you sober up, I will definitely laugh you to death." So he didn't push Jiang Shuyan away, but raised his hand to hold his hand, and with the other hand, he supported his waist and helped him to the medical room. When the doctor in the medical room saw the two of them, she was so angry that she crossed her arms and legs. "You are so drunk. And you come to me for injections?" Fang Qing realized that he had made a common-sense mistake and didn't dare to say anything. Jiang Shuyan put his long hand on the back of the chair and looked at Fang Qing casually. "Did you hear me? Fang Qing, did I ask you to drink? You asked me to come. I asked you to get an injection as soon as you came back. Then I don't care." Fang Qing took a deep breath and looked at the doctor. "What should I do? I didn't expect him to be injured and didn't come." And he drank by himself. The doctor looked at Jiang Shuyan and shook his head helplessly. "Come on. Where is the injury? Take off your clothes and I will treat you again. Come back tomorrow when you sober up. There is still time." Jiang Shuyan frowned. "No." Fang Qing, "Hurry up." Jiang Shuyan, "No." "Then I'll do it." Jiang Shuyan leaned back in his chair, showing his gangster style. "Come on." Fang Qing. Jiang Shuyan looked at the doctor. He didn't move. "It has nothing to do with me, doctor." Fang Qing took 10 deep breaths, walked over and unbuttoned his clothes impatiently. "Doctor, is he always so childish when he drinks too much?" The doctor was in a very subtle mood and rubbed his nose. "To be honest, Mr. Jiang usually doesn't run outside when he drinks too much. He may have been possessed by evil spirits today." Fang Qing thought about what evil spirits he had been possessed by, and snorted in his heart, and his movements became more violent. After unbuttoning his clothes and about to take off his clothes, he suddenly raised his hand and gently pressed on the left chest to prevent Fang Qing from taking off his clothes on this side. Fang Qing was startled and looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Shuyan didn't say anything, but shook his head with a determined look. Fang Qing saw this, although he was puzzled, but he didn't think too much. Just pulled down his right clothes, revealing the hideous wound on his right arm. The doctor took a look, hissed, picked up tweezers, alcohol and cotton balls, and sat next to him. This wound is a bit deep. Fong Qing was very angry. Really? Look. You still said it was okay. Tell the doctor that the wound was only simply treated with alcohol by himself. Jiang Shuyan was already conscious at this time, and didn't say a word. The doctor saw this, and didn't explain to him, but said to Fong Qing, "It needs to be treated deeply. I will tear off his blood scab, and clean it again later. It hurts. You take care of him next to him." Fong Qing immediately sat down on the other side of him, tearing open the wound that had already formed a blood scab. The pain was so severe that even Jiang Shuyan, who was used to being injured, couldn't help frowning and breathing a little heavy. Fong Qing felt very distressed when he saw this. Seeing him tilting his head and clenching his fists to endure, he couldn't bear it. So he reached out, pried open his hands, and held them with his own hands for him to grasp. When Jiang Shuyan looked over, Fong Qing felt a little embarrassed, but he knew that this method could make people relax a little. So he lowered his head and didn't stop. After Jiang Shuyan drank, his body temperature gradually rose. At this time, he only felt that Fong Qing's hands were soft, then and cold. He didn't know what was wrong, and a sense of comfort and peace of mind rose in his heart. As soon as his consciousness relaxed, Jiang Shuyan's fingers unconsciously closed up, and he grabbed the cold little hand that was holding his own in the opposite direction, and closed it tightly. Chapter 73. After the doctor in the medical room treated Jiang Shuyan's wound, he looked up and thought that it was okay. But he saw that Jiang Shuyan had fallen asleep, looking at his posture again, lying on his side, with his head tilted. This height just rested on Fong Qing's head, the uninjured hand tightly holding someone's hand. That look. The doctor pinched the hand holding the tweezers, and the small tweezers made a click sound in the air. "I always feel. Is there something wrong?" She packed up her things and stood up. It's okay. You guys." Fong Qing was already ripe, shrinking in the chair and not daring to move. His mind was full of Jiang Shuyan's hand, Jiang Shuyan's body temperature, Jiang Shuyan's fragrance and alcohol. He blinked his eyes and looked up, with a pitiful request for help. What should I do?" The doctor thought to himself. How do I know? She had never seen Boss Jiang drunk like this. Of course, she had never seen Boss Jiang who was drunk and still holding someone's hand. She thought for a moment, and made an intercom call on the console. "I'll have someone take you there." "Fong Qing, you live in a house nearby, right?" Fong Qing nodded, then immediately shook his head. "I'm fine. Just take Boss Jiang home. I'll take a walk as exercise. He lives very close to this medical room." "Doctor, oh, that's not what I meant. I meant to say, let Boss Jiang sleep at your place tonight. Do you have any vacant rooms?" Fong Qing was stunned, and asked with his face up, "Why?" "Boss Jiang has some physical problems. He was actually allergic to alcohol before, but later he exercised more. His physical condition became stronger, and the allergic symptoms gradually disappeared. But when he drank too much, he still had some reactions." Fong Qing was shocked. "Huh? You should have said it earlier. He would have drunk so much." The doctor saw him startled like a little rabbit, smiled, and turned back to organize the medical supplies on the table. "It's not too serious, but the fever may continue, because his body temperature is high, and after drinking, the body will have a fever. He has a slight allergy. In the process of the human body responding to the allergic reaction, his body temperature will continue to rise, probably a little higher than that of ordinary people. A little hotter, a bit like a normal person's fever." "Fong Qing, what should I do? Will antipyretics help?" "Oh, he can't take anything after drinking." "Then, what about anti-allergic drugs?" The doctor said again. "I said it's not a big problem. It won't endanger his life." It means he has a fever like an ordinary person. But he doesn't actually have a fever, just a high body temperature. But I see he drank more today than usual. Just in case, I'll bring you some emergency medicine and let him stay at your place. This way, if there is any accident, we can rush over in time. His place is too far from our medical room. If we arrange for his medical staff to go there, they don't know the situation better than me, so it's too troublesome to communicate." Fong Qing nodded immediately. Okay, let's go to my place. Is there anything else to pay attention to?" "Turn on the air conditioner for him, and set the temperature to the lowest. Mr. Jiang is cold resistant, but not heat resistant." He can't be frozen by cold. But he is prone to heat cold. Ah? Oh. Then I'll turn it on now. He called up the corresponding program on the Palm chip to control the air conditioning in the room and adjusted the temperature. But then he thought, this is for his room? It doesn't work for other rooms. But after taking a look at Jiang Shuyan, who was sleeping soundly, he gritted his teeth and said, forget it. Let him sleep in the room for one night. And I will stay next to him. Anyway, I can make up for the sleep the next day. And I can't let Boss Jiang get into trouble at night. The doctor gave a few more instructions and handed the medicine to Fang Qing, which clearly stated what medicine to use according to Jiang Shuyan's reaction. Fang Qing was very serious and took the medicine with both hands. The men who came to pick him up came down, and they were about to take Jiang Shuyan away. But they found that he was holding Fang Qing's hand and refused to let go. The two looked at each other as if they had seen a ghost, and were at a loss. Fang Qing felt a little embarrassed, and stood up timidly. I will help this side. Together with his men, they helped Jiang Shuyan into the car. When they arrived at Fang Qing's small villa, the two sent Jiang Shuyan to Fang Qing's house, and immediately closed the door and left. Fang Qing took great pains to adjust Jiang Shuyan to a more comfortable position, took off his shoes, checked the room temperature, and measured his temperature several times with the electronic thermometer he brought back from the medical room. After confirming that it was not at the dangerous level mentioned by the doctor, he felt relieved, pulled a small stool over and sat by the bed, leaning on the edge of the bed, quietly looking at the face of the person on the bed. It was so beautiful. The sleeping Boss Jiang's face was much softer, and his face, stimulated by alcohol, was not as sharp as before. His slightly rosy face made his outline look soft. Boss Jiang's appearance was so amazing that Fang Qing wanted to ask, what kind of person is he? What kind of virtue did he accumulate in his previous life to grow such a good appearance that was unacceptable to heaven? Fang Qing, a grown man, was a little jealous, and a little obsessed, looking at the face that always made his heart beat hard. He sighed, it's so nice. It's so nice to be able to look at him like this. It's a pity that he is a straight man. Even if he is not a straight man, there is someone else in his heart. Fang Qing felt a pang of bitterness in his heart when he thought of Yan Shu. As he felt bitterness, his heart began to feel blocked. He was so angry that he couldn't help but raise his hand and hit Jiang Shuyan. Of course, the movement was not big, and the force was very light. When his fist landed on his shoulder, he seemed to have lost control of his hand and slightly tilted it to the side. Finally, his fingertips fell on Jiang Shuyan's forehead and gently stroked his forehead. Big idiot. The body temperature is really high. Fang Qing retracted his hand again. The air conditioning in the room made him shiver a little because he was not cold resistant. But he didn't seem to feel it at all. He put his arms on the edge of the bed, rested his chin on the back of his hand, and looked at Jiang Shuyan without blinking. Alas, it would be great if you were not a straight man. He couldn't help but mutter. As soon as he made a sound, he immediately covered his mouth in shock, looking at the person on the bed in panic. After seeing that the other party had no intention of waking up, he breathed a sigh of relief and lay back on the bed. He was much more cautious afterwards, and only dared to mutter in his heart, it would be great if you liked me. It would be great if I were a girl. It would be great if I could protect you. If there was no such thing, how great it would be. Fang Qing's eyes suddenly stung, and he felt a little more warmth in his eyes. He was so scared that he wiped his eyes quickly, and after wiping, he regretted it. Oh, Fang Qing, what on earth are you thinking about? The person opposite is the most powerful Boss Jiang in the universe. Such a strong and powerful person is still suitable for a strong person of the same height as him. He took a deep breath and decided not to talk nonsense. He got up and put the emergency medicine in the most convenient place closest to him, then turned off the lights in the room, and thought about turning off the warm light on the bedside lamp. When he was about to sit down again, he saw the handsome face sleeping peacefully from a high angle. In the night, this face had a different hazy beauty, but no matter which kind of beauty, it made Fang Qing sink like crazy. Even 10,000 ships could not pull him back from the deep sea where he was drowning. Fang Qing paused, and suddenly a very absurd idea came to his mind. Just touch it for a while. It's okay, right? As soon as he finished thinking, he cursed himself for being a little pervert. But he couldn't control himself a little, and he leaned down unconsciously, close to the face that made him crazy and obsessed in a short period of time. When he got close, he smelled the familiar cold fragrance and faint smell of alcohol, and his heartbeat was already crazy. He glanced at the thin lips slightly closed in front of him. He was not very brave and felt it was wrong. So he moved his eyes up again, over the high-nosed bridge, over the narrow and long eyelashes and curled eyes, and finally fell on the smooth forehead. Just once. Just once. You don't know? Fong Qing's brain was hot, and before he could think clearly, his body leaned down uncontrollably and gently kissed Jiang Xuyan on the forehead. His heartbeat suddenly became chaotic, like a drum beating in thunder. But he felt that it was not enough. Far from enough. His eyes were hot, and he closed his eyes regardless, lowered his head again, and kissed him heavily on the forehead again. I don't know how much time has passed. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were wet, and a drop of warm tears dripped down and dripped on Jiang Xuyan's side face. Thinking that the two of them were impossible, he couldn't stop crying. He hurriedly wiped the tears that accidentally fell on Jiang Xuyan's face, sobbing and whispering, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There won't be a next time. I promise. As he said that, he felt a little relieved when he saw that Jiang Xuyan had no reaction and didn't seem to wake up at all. Fortunately, he didn't know. Fong Qing raised his hand to wipe the tears from his face, stopped crying, sat back, and quietly leaned on the edge of the bed. As he leaned on the bed, he felt more and more sleepy. But he was afraid that Jiang Xuyan would fall asleep and something would happen. So he plucked up the courage to reach out and hold Jiang Xuyan's hand, feeling the warmth of his palm with his palm. After that, he didn't dare to face Jiang Xuyan directly. So he changed direction, turned his head away from him, gently closed his eyes, and calmed his chaotic, anxious and painful heart. The room in the dark was very quiet and cool. Fong Qing lay on the edge of the bed, closed his eyes, and didn't move. So he didn't notice at all that Jiang Xuyan, who should have been fast asleep on the bed, had opened his eyes at some point, looking at the completely unfamiliar incandescent light above him. His eyes, dark. Chapter 74. Jiang Xuyan drank too much and felt a little dizzy. His head was full of the coldness he had just felt and Fong Qing's words. After staring at the ceiling for a while, he shifted his gaze and looked at Fong Qing, who was lying on the bed. The familiar, slightly thin back, the soft and slightly cold hands, and the fresh soapy scent that only Fong Qing could smell in the room. All signs showed that what he had just felt was not a dream or an auditory hallucination. Fong Qing was indeed right. Jiang Xuyan suddenly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his hands trembled slightly. An unprecedented complex mood that he couldn't explain climbed to the top of his heart, making him know that he should withdraw his hands and leave here. But he actually did not move. Until suddenly, Fong Qing, who was lying on the bed, coughed softly, as if his sleeping position was a little uncomfortable, and moved his head to adjust his position. Jiang Xuyan lowered his eyes to look at him, and saw that he was still wearing such cool clothes. But the temperature in the room was obviously set to the lowest. This temperature is suitable for myself, who has a fever after drinking. But for Fong Qing, who is already weak and cold. Jiang Xuyan's hand, which he held, moved slowly. It is hard to tell what he was feeling. He hesitated for a while, pulled his hand away, and stood up on the bed. Fong Qing had not slept all night. Just now, holding Jiang Xuyan's hand, he felt at ease and fell asleep. Jiang Xuyan pulled his hand away. He was a little uncomfortable. After grabbing in the air and failing to grab anything, he clenched his fist tightly, as if unconsciously retaining something. Jiang Xuyan was silent for a while, staring at his reaction without moving, until Fong Qing shivered with cold and held the collar of his clothes with his hand. Jiang Xuyan came back to his senses. He didn't know what he was thinking about, and got off the bed lightly. The drunkenness made him feel dizzy. He couldn't stand steadily, so he half crouched down as soon as his feet touched the ground, and stopped right beside Fong Qing. Fong Qing. He looked at Fong Qing's sleeping face, looked at the thick and curled eyelashes like crow feathers, and spoke in a low voice with a little hesitation. Fong Qing was confused by the cold at this time, and didn't respond, nor did he wake up, and his body was trembling. Seeing this, Jiang Xuyan pursed his lips. Even though he knew that his reaction was unreasonable, he still stood up, bent over, supported Fong Qing's back with one hand, and put his other hand around his legs, and gently picked him up. The person with an incredibly light weight was like cotton wool across his arms. Fong Qing's body was in the air, and he subconsciously shrank into Jiang Xuyan's arms. The sleepy person muttered something in a low voice. Jiang Xuyan didn't hear it clearly. Or maybe he didn't want to hear it clearly. He was calling Boss Jiang. Jiang Xuyan was in an extremely complicated mood. His thoughts were about to become a mess. His head was buzzing. After putting Fong Qing on the bed, he pulled the quilt over and wrapped Fong Qing carefully from head to toe. After that, he turned around and saw Fong Qing's slightly frowned eyebrows and thick eyelashes like crow feathers from a close distance. He was stunned for a moment, and his hands on the side of the bed slowly closed at a speed that he himself was not aware of. Jiang Xuyan, what are you doing? He felt a little strange. It was too strange, knowing that a grown man had such thoughts about him. He didn't even feel angry, nor did he want to escape. His heartbeat gradually accelerated, and a feeling that made him uneasy surged up. He was about to leave. Fong Qing subconsciously raised his hand and grabbed his arm, and the cold body temperature instantly passed into Jiang Xuyan's skin, through the unnatural heat caused by the wine, and froze all the way to his heart. Jiang Xuyan frowned and was about to turn up the indoor temperature for him. This time Fong Qing called out very clearly, "Boss Jiang," followed by a vague, pleading, "Don't go." Jiang Xuyan. Fuck. Confirming that Fong Qing was not awake, but talking in his sleep. He clenched his fists and looked at Fong Qing, who was still shivering in the quilt. He hesitated for a long time and whispered, "Cold?" The voice was very deep and faint, with a little helplessness and pampering. He didn't realize it, and didn't want to realize it. Fong Qing nodded almost imperceptibly in the quilt, and subconsciously rubbed the only source of heat in his hand, Jiang Xuyan's arm. When his forehead was against his hand, the equally cold body temperature made Jiang Xuyan's heart beat rapidly. I really drank too much. He felt his body getting hotter and hotter, out of an inexplicable feeling that was probably soft-hearted. He slowly raised his other hand, hesitated in the air for a moment, and lifted the quilt. When he realized that he was lying on the bed, his heart was beating like crazy, and his mind was full of questions like, "Jiang Xuyan, what are you doing?" But his body was already lying on the bed, lying on his side, facing Fong Qing, who was curled up in a ball. Fong Qing had actually caught a cold from the cold, and was no longer sleeping soundly, but was confused. He had no idea what was going on, but he was sensitive to the fact that there was a hot source of heat in front of him. He rubbed over without thinking and got in, trying to absorb the heat to the maximum extent to make up for the lost body temperature. Jiang Xuyan let him get into his arms, his head buried in the crook of his neck, motionless. After a long while, he felt that the person in his arms had not warmed up yet, and he frowned, and an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. His hand froze at his side, but he couldn't help it. He gently reached over, bypassed Fong Qing, paused at the position of his back, and tremblingly pressed up to his chest, and his pupils suddenly dilated. Fuck. Jiang Xuyan, you really drank too much. Drunk crazy. The next day, when Fong Qing woke up, he felt that his body was warm. He opened his eyes in a daze. He looked up and found himself in bed. When he looked up again, Jiang Xuyan was standing in front of the bedside table in front of the bed, facing the mirror, buttoning his shirt one by one. Sensing the movement on the bed, Jiang Xuyan turned his head to look, and paused for a moment. His eyes darkened. Fong Qing had no idea how he got on the bed. He was shocked and his face turned red. What happened to me? You? Jiang Xuyan stared at him for a while with an unclear emotion, then looked away and continued to button his clothes. Don't sleep in such a cold place in the future. Are you afraid of getting sick? Fong Qing hesitated. I didn't want to sleep. Still concerned about this matter, he asked softly, "It can't be me. I didn't disturb you." Jiang Xuyan glanced at him again, looked away, and said vaguely, "Is it important?" Fong Qing pursed his lips. Feeling the awkward atmosphere, he quickly changed the subject. Are you feeling better?" Jiang Xuyan was always a little slow to answer today. He was silent for a long time before he said to the mirror, "You don't have a headache. Are you hungover?" "Not bad. I'll give it to you." Fong Qing. Fong Qing looked up suddenly and felt that Jiang Xuyan's tone was a little strange, And the way he looked at himself was also a little strange. Jiang Shuyan opened his mouth to him, but the words were on the tip of his tongue. But he couldn't say them. He was also stunned for a moment. And after realizing this, he closed his fingers and pinched the shirt button between two fingers. After hesitating for a long time, he finally changed the sentence. Can you get up? Fong Qing didn't respond, and said, Jiang Shuyan, aren't you going to get a tetanus shot with me? Fong Qing opened his eyes and immediately remembered something important, and got up from the bed. Yes, I have to go. The doctor said I have to go as soon as possible. Jiang Shuyan didn't say anything, and the buttons were buttoned. He had no place to put his hands, so he adjusted his collar and cuffs. Fong Qing ran to the bathroom and tossed for a long time before coming out to change clothes again. Jiang Shuyan couldn't wait any longer, probably because he was feeling a little bit miserable now. So he stood at the door of the bathroom and told Fong Qing, I'll go back. Fong Qing was stunned. Why? Wow. You don't want to run again? Jiang Shuyan looked at him with a deep look and unclear meaning. He didn't answer directly, but said, change clothes? Fong Qing, you can change after the fight. It smells like alcohol. I don't like it. In fact, I tried to warm Fong Qing up for a long time last night, but didn't warm him up enough. So I was irritable. So I turned up the air conditioner temperature. The result was that Fong Qing was warm, but he was hot all night. When he got up in the morning, his clothes were a little wet. He was very uncomfortable and wanted to change. Fong Qing said, no longer doubted, and nodded, then you go. Don't run. Jiang Shuyan still nodded without any expression. When he turned to leave, he paused again, turned his head halfway, and said in a low voice, I'll call you when I'm done. With that, he left. Fong Qing stood in front of the sink, feeling that Jiang Shuyan's mood was not right. He didn't know why, and pondered over it. As he thought about it, his hand suddenly trembled. His eyes widened, and the ceramic cup in his hand loosened, fell to the ground and shattered. He covered his mouth. Terrified, could it be? Last night, Boss Jiang actually heard what he said. Jiang Shuyan returned to his villa and just entered the door. Lao Luo asked with concern, young master, where did you go last night? Jiang Shuyan, I slept somewhere else. It's okay. I'll go change my clothes. Lao Luo didn't ask any more questions. Seeing that he looked bad, Lao Luo, who had already found out the problem, looked at him meaningfully. When he passed by him, Lao Luo said, young master. In the morning, Director 1 called the internal line in your room, but no one answered. So he called the villa and asked us to tell you that he will come to the Blue Island branch in the afternoon and invite you to discuss the cooperation business mentioned last night. Jiang Shuyan did not stop and said without hesitation, okay. Lao Luo paused and whispered. He also asked a question. What? Lao Luo raised his head slightly and looked at Jiang Shuyan, who was going upstairs, with pity and helplessness in his eyes. He said that Mr. Yen Shu contacted him this morning. So he asked you whether you want to bring Mr. Yen with you? Jiang Shuyan paused, and his pupils shrank rapidly in the shadows of the corridor. The atmosphere in the villa suddenly condensed, and Jiang Shuyan stared at the steps in front of him, with a scarlet murderous aura in his eyes. After a while, he clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and said coldly, bring him? Of course I will. Tell him to bring the man alive to me, and I can give him more benefits and guarantee that he will have smooth sailing in the future. Chapter 75. Jiang Shuyan took a shower, changed his clothes, and thought of his appointment. So he went to find Fong Qing. The latter didn't know why, but in the blink of an eye, he became a little dazed and absent-minded. Jiang Shuyan just walked over, and he looked at Jiang Shuyan nervously, blinking like a frightened rabbit. Jiang. Boss Jiang. Jiang Shuyan put one hand in his pocket and put the other hand outside. Hearing this, he stopped and unconsciously bit his hand in his pocket. What? Fong Qing's mind was full of thoughts such as, did he hear it last night? His attitude is really different from before. His eyes were a little wet, and he felt like he had buried his feelings with his own hands. It's nothing. Let's go. Jiang Shuyan tilted his head and looked at him inexplicably. But his thoughts were also very confused. So he didn't say much and turned to the medical room. The distance between the two people along the way was 2 people wide, and the atmosphere was weird. Arriving at the medical room, The doctor, who had been waiting for Jiang Xuyan, looked at him curiously. Hey, are you sober? Jiang Xuyan glanced at her. What's the problem? The doctor couldn't help laughing when she thought of how he looked yesterday. She turned back and secretly laughed while preparing the injection for him. It's been a while since you've been here, so I'll give you a higher dose. As usual. If you feel anything unusual, remember to come to me. Jiang Xuyan, yeah. When the doctor was about to give him the injection, he jokingly glanced at Fang Qing and asked, Do you want to hold hands? Jiang Xuyan? Fang Qing. She quickly winked at the doctor and said, No. No. Don't tell him. The doctor nodded with a suppressed smile. Jiang Xuyan narrowed his eyes and glanced at the two of them. There is a problem. But he thought about it, said nothing, and was about to leave after the injection. At this time, someone called him and said that the upgraded version of the mechanical curtain had been developed and could enter the final test procedure. Jiang Xuyan said he would be there soon. When he passed by Fang Qing, he paused, thought about it, and asked, Are you going? Fang Qing's mind was still, does he know? Is he angry? Is he saving face for me? As he thought about it, he suddenly felt that what was the point of being so persistent? He was clearly a straight man, and there were people he cared about. He couldn't turn him into a gay. Could he? And I clearly promised him last night that there would be no next time. No next time. No next time. No next time. Fang Qing took a deep breath, scratched the side of his index finger with his thumbnail, and replied, Forget it. It's useless for me to go. I'll go practice the wooden barracks. Jiang Xuyan blinked, a trace of confusion in his eyes. But he was silent for a long time, turned around and left. Okay. Fang Qing lowered his eyes, and his heart suddenly felt a little lost and bitter. He sighed again. Alas, forget it. It's time to cut losses. The doctor looked at him and at Jiang Xuyan, who was leaving, very confused. Did you two quarrel? Fang Qing immediately turned around. What? This? Are you kidding? How could I quarrel with Boss Jiang? How dare I? The doctor pointed at his eyes. Your eyes are red. Fang Qing immediately wiped his eyes. Fortunately, there were no tears. He hurriedly said, I didn't sleep well last night. Well, I should go. Thank you, doctor. See you next time. The doctor watched him flee. See you next time? Who would say see you next time to a doctor? Alas, this little guy is really weird. Jiang Xuyan came to the R&D factory and followed the person in charge of the factory. The upgraded new mechanical curtain used the technology of the Cicada Emperor wing, because Jiang Xuyan had asked his men in the hospital to find the Cicada Emperor wing a long time ago. But after a few searches, he found that there were indeed not many Cicada Emperors in this period, and it was very difficult to find. They often spent at least half a day to find it once. And sometimes, there was no Cicada Emperor in the mountains. This was too time-consuming and laborious. So the group of people discussed and simply put the Cicada Emperor wings they found at the moment to the R&D factory. Find scientific researchers to study the composition, and the hospital synthesized similar materials by itself. This idea was quickly responded to. And after that, everyone saw that the progress was smooth. So they didn't go out to fight the Cicada Emperor again. When they came to the underground factory, the person in charge took Jiang Xuyan to show a sample of the mechanical curtain. This mechanical curtain is thinner and more transparent than the original mechanical curtain, but its toughness and ductility are 100 times stronger than the original mechanical curtain. This is modified according to the characteristics of the Cicada Emperor's wings, and the new mechanical curtain retains the mechanical curtain's own ability to resist impact. As a result, this thin piece of mechanical curtain can withstand attacks with a force hundreds of times that of the original mechanical curtain, and can continuously deform and adapt with the intensity of the attack, just like a pile of sand on the beach. After the person in charge introduced a series of characteristics to Jiang Xuyan, he took the mechanical curtain into the test area and conducted a comprehensive test on the mechanical curtain from the perspectives of water, fire, artillery, high-temperature electric welding, etc. After a whole set of processes, the mechanical curtain was intact, and Jiang Xuyan nodded with satisfaction. Okay. Do a few more concentrated tests, and increase the index values until the limit point is found. In addition, it is said that there will be extremely cold weather in the future, and it will last for a long time. Test the changes in their characteristics under the continuous low temperature environment to avoid accidents as much as possible. The person in charge nodded. We will add a few more large-scale complex environment tests in the future. When the time comes, the experimental results and detailed data will be sent to your terminal? Jiang Xuyan nodded in agreement and went to see the final splicing test of the mechanical curtain. When he saw that there was no problem, he turned around and left. The person in charge sent him out and talked about some things about the Chanwan along the way. But as he was talking, he found that Jiang Xuyan seemed a little absent-minded. He called Jiang Xuyan a few words. Mr. Jiang? Mr. Jiang? Mr. Jiang. Jiang Xuyan came back to his senses and looked at him with a blank face. What's wrong? The person in charge. Are you okay? Jiang Xuyan. What can I do? I see you are a little distracted. Are you worried about something? Or are you not resting enough? When Jiang Xuyan heard something is bothering you, he thought of last night. He paused, frowned, and his mood was as complicated as muddy water. The person in charge was frightened and hurriedly asked him what was wrong. He was distracted for a long time before he came back to his senses. He rubbed his nose and waved his hand to let the person in charge go back. It's okay. You go back. No need to send me off. The person in charge watched him leave alone. And his back looked a little lonely? The person in charge felt like he had seen a ghost and muttered to himself as he went back to the factory. In the afternoon, it was almost time to meet with Wan Wingwan. Jiang Xuyan did not notify anyone except Lao Luo. He drove out alone, came to the Lanao branch, and came to Wu Yandong's office. The police officer leading the way told Jiang Xuyan that Wan Wingwan and Wu Yandong were already waiting in the office. Jiang Xuyan had no expression and did not respond. Since he approached the office, his face has gradually become cold and his face is like Shura. After the police officer opened the door, he paused at the door for a moment before stepping in. As soon as he crossed the door, he saw a person sitting on the desk opposite him. The man opposite was wearing a silver-gray suit, and the well-fitting outfit made him look tall, long-legged, and elegant. In addition to his handsome face, he also had a hint of mystery and abstinence. The slightly upturned phoenix eyes on his face are very recognizable, and the enchanting eyes are so eye-catching no matter where he goes. Jiang Xuyan saw him, paused, narrowed his eyes, and a fierce aura emerged in his eyes. The person in the room was sitting on the desk with his long legs crossed, leaning sideways to talk to Wan Wingguan behind the desk. There was a sound of footsteps outside the door, and he turned his head and saw Jiang Xuyan, who was dressed in a dark suit, standing at the door with one hand in his pocket and the other hand clenched into a fist, with a dark fire in his eyes. Yanshu paused while speaking. His eyes quickly brightened, then gradually darkened. Deep, heavy, and extremely invasive. He stood up silently, with a faint smile that never fell, and left the desk. He walked step by step to Jiang Xuyan. First took a deep look at the tightly pursed lips, then moved his eyes up to the eyes as deep as a cold pond, and saw his figure reflected there, and the corners of his lips continued to rise, and his smile deepened. Are you here? Ah, Jiang. Jiang Xuyan didn't say anything. He raised his hand and covered Jiang Xuyan's face. The familiar touch and temperature immediately passed through the palm of his hand and reached his heart. The handsome outline that had not changed at all, and the still delicate and strong skin. Yanshu looked at the man in front of him, who he hadn't seen for many years. His eyes gradually deepened, and his voice gradually became hoarse. Long time no see. Did you miss me? Jiang Xuyan's eyes were very deep, and his side had never left this man's face since just now. Hearing this, he sneered, and when Yanshu was almost face to face with him, he raised his hand and directly strangled Yanshu's throat. With another force, he pushed Yanshu to the desk in front. With the other hand, he almost roughly pulled off his collar tie, pushed him to the desk, and with a force, he pressed Yanshu to the desk in front of everyone in the office. Do you miss me? His eyes were like snakes, and his voice was like Sanluo. Of course I do. The veins on his back showed his rage. Even in such a large office, he couldn't bear his strong murderous aura. The whole office was suddenly filled with ice and fire. Jiang Xuyan pulled off his tie, and before Yanshu could react, he turned Yanshu over and pressed his face against the table. The tie went around his neck and tightened. Yanshu hummed softly, and his head tilted back unconsciously with the tie. Jiang Xuyan pressed the back of his head with one hand and pressed it back on the table. His broad hand seemed to crush the head of the man in front of him, and his eyes were so sharp and angry that they seemed to have a physical body. I want to die. You dare to appear in front of me. It seems that you have made some progress in the past few years. Yanshu was subdued by absolute power. He was stunned for a moment. And then a low and happy laugh came out of his mouth. Seeing that Jiang Shuyan hadn't used all his strength yet, he raised his hand and tapped the table lightly. And a hoarse and vague voice came out so gentle. How is it like you? Use force. Today, I will give you a life. How about it? Chapter 76. Jiang Shuyan immediately exerted force upon hearing the sound. And the tie was wrapped around his hand several times. And he pulled it back. And the soft strap clearly left a blood mark on Yanshu's neck. Yanshu was already out of breath. And his eyes were a little out of focus. But he didn't look scared at all. And he put one hand on the top of the tie, feeling the delicate lines and the familiar light cold fragrance. And his eyes gradually blurred. Jiang. Suddenly, he felt the force on his neck loosen, and a burst of free air poured into his nose, causing him to cough violently several times. He was immediately pulled to a chair beside him. Jiang Shuyan straightened his suit jacket, lowered his eyes, and looked at him coldly. You want me to kill someone in the police station? You are very smart. Yanshu was stunned for a moment, and then laughed softly. He wiped the blood on his neck, and took the paper on the table to wipe it clean. You are so rational. I am still a little unhappy. Jiang Shuyan looked down at him. What do you want to do? You? Give me a chance? Jiang Shuyan raised his long legs and stepped on his chest. And the chair was stuck between the desk and him. He said in a cold voice, Chance? Do you deserve it? Yanshu smiled, but I came back this time to explain. Explanation? Yanshu threw the bloody paper ball back without even looking behind. But he could accurately throw the paper ball into the trash can behind. He leaned against the back of the chair. And he didn't look humiliated at all when he was stepped on his chest. The corners of his lips were hooked. I have done a lot in the past few years, and solved all the small tales left before. Jiang Shuyan frowned. What did you do? Yanshu pointed at the two big police officers behind him, and tilted his head, although it's not a big deal. It's not against the law or discipline. But, he raised the corner of his lips. Are you sure you want to say it here? Wan and Wu Yandong behind him. Where else are you going to say it? Are you two going to talk about such a big topic openly in the bureau? The two people's hands were already wet when they secretly touched Musang. And their mood was still immersed in the fear that Jiang Shuyan wanted to kill someone in front of their chief. Now that they saw that the two were no longer so crazy. And Jiang Shuyan's eyes looked much calmer. They took away their hands holding Musang with a long sigh of relief. Wan clapped his hands and walked over. Enough. I asked you to come here to talk about things. If you two want to love and hate each other, don't do it here. Jiang Shuyan looked at him with a deep gaze. What are you talking about? Wan choked, looked at his swallowing face, and honestly changed his words. Hate and kill each other. Okay. Yanshu. Don't provoke him. Boss Jiang? Come and sit down. Xiao Shu. What did you say just now about making a big deal? Come. Sit down. Let's talk about it. When he said the last part, he was already gritting his teeth, and his eyes were fierce. Yanshu raised his eyebrows and looked at Jiang Shuyan. His expression was as cute and playful as before they had not broken up for a long time. Jiang Shuyan frowned again and kicked him irritably. The roller office chair slid to the side for a distance, and the chair rubbed against the edge of the table, leaving a long, glaring white scratch. Wu Yandong glanced at his expensive desk and felt a pain in his heart. He also came over, stood between the two of them, and pulled them to sit down in a friendly manner. Come and sit. Jiang Shuyan shook his hand off. His fierce eyes were still full of murderous intent. He grabbed Wu Yandong's waist and took off the handcuffs on his waist. Sorry. I'm not in the mood to talk. He looked at Yanshu. Do you want to go back to the compound with me? Yanshu, wherever you go, I go. What do you want to explain? I had no choice but to do that knife. Jiang Shuyan's eyes darkened. And for a moment, it was hard to tell what emotion he had on his face. After a while, when the office was almost frozen by his aura again, he said, Okay. Yanshu tilted his head, and Jiang Shuyan walked over and handcuffed his hands himself. On the other side, in order to prevent him from returning to the compound and acting on his own, Jiang Shuyan handcuffed his wrist directly. Sorry. Change the time. I'll come to see Director Wan after I finish this matter. Wan heard. No way. Change the time? Doesn't this director have to go to work? But Jiang Xuyan had already dragged people away, and there was no room for negotiation. Wang Wingguan looked at the empty office and felt hopeless. Wu Yanong looked at his scattered documents and his desk that was rubbed terribly, and felt hopeless. After a while, he saw Wang Wingguan still gritting his teeth at the door. So he walked over, gave him a cigar, and lit it for him. I told you a long time ago that if you brought Yanshu here, this cooperation would not be possible. You didn't believe it. You actually want to use Yanshu to exchange conditions with Jiang Xuyan. Director Wan. Director Wan. You are too naive this time. Wan Wingguan heard that, and the cigar in his mouth cracked and was crushed by him. Damn! Mistake. Jiang Xuyan drove Yanshu back to the compound. Several batches of supplies were delivered this afternoon, so the compound was very lively. Everyone was a little surprised to see that Jiang Xuyan's car had just left and returned, but they didn't think much about it and consciously made way. Fang Qing was also in the crowd. Now he was familiar with the inventory work, and Fu Wen also felt that he was careful and reliable, so he always took him to be responsible for the material issues. Chu Ning was also free, so she came to join in the fun. Seeing Jiang Xuyan's car stop, she was a little happy and was about to go over to say hello. As a result, Jiang Xuyan parked the car on the side of the interrogation room. After getting out of the car, his passenger door also opened. Chu Ning and others were a little surprised. Jiang Xuyan rarely had people sitting in the passenger seat. It was not a special complex, but he was not used to people getting too close to him when he was driving, because many times his passenger seat was in a high-incidence area of fighting, and he was not used to having a normal person sitting next to him. Seeing someone in the passenger seat, Chu Ning stopped in confusion. Soon he saw Jiang Xuyan walking around the front of the car, coming to the passenger seat, bending down and doing something inside, and then pulling out a man who was also too tall. When that man appeared, Chu Ning, Fu Wen and all the men in the compound were stunned. The next second, everyone immediately pulled out the wood warehouse and said to the man in unison, "Why are you here? Boss Jiang? Get out of the way. All departments are closed and on guard." Jiang Xuyan glanced at them, and with a cold face, he pressed his hand, "Put it down." Chu Ning's eyes widened. "What are you doing? Fu Wen, why did you bring him back? Yanshu, you disappeared for a few years. Why are you back again?" Fang Qing immediately came back to his senses from his shock, blinked, and looked at Yanshu. He was almost as tall as Jiang Xuyan, with a slender figure like a bamboo, and a beautiful face that was almost demonic. This man stole the limelight just by standing there. He had never taken his eyes off Jiang Xuyan since he got off the car. Even though he was being confronted by the whole compound, he remained indifferent. He just looked at Jiang Xuyan's profile quietly, with a faint smile on his lips and eyes. He was confident, elegant, and calm, as if he had known for a long time that Jiang Xuyan was there, and no one could move him at all. This kind of firmness, determination, and confidence in everything. Fang Qing shifted his gaze again, and saw the handcuffed hands of the two after they left the car. He blinked again, and his heart suddenly began to throb again. It took him a long time to force himself to look away, but when he raised his eyes, he bumped into Jiang Xuyan's eyes. Jiang Xuyan persuaded Chu Ning and the others to put down the wooden warehouse. When he turned his head, he saw Fang Qing holding a stack of paper lists and standing in an inconspicuous place in the crowd. His face was inexplicably pale today, unlike usual. Jiang Xuyan unconsciously wondered if he was sick. Then, he saw Fang Qing's eyes move down, as if he saw something, and suddenly he was startled, and then his eyes were dim. Jiang Xuyan frowned unconsciously, followed Fang Qing's gaze, and found that he was staring at his handcuff with Yanshu. Jiang Xuyan was also startled, realizing that he was a little too close to Yanshu. Fang Qing's eyes appeared in his mind, and he suddenly paused, silently took the small key, and untied the handcuffs that had just been handcuffed. Get lost? He put the handcuffs between his fingers and pushed Yanshu. Yanshu didn't understand his actions. Why did he put on and then unbutton them? He casually swept his eyes around the crowd, and suddenly, he fixed on Fang Qing. Huh? Newcomer? Fang Qing was startled, and when he met Yanshu's eyes, he felt a chill on his back, which made him unconsciously step back. Jiang Xuyan took a look and became inexplicably irritable. He turned Yanshu's head and said in a low voice, "Don't look blindly." You have nothing to do with this compound. Yan Shu's attention finally returned to Jiang Shuyan. He raised his eyelids slightly and looked at Jiang Shuyan. His voice was obviously different from before. Maybe there will be another one later. Jiang Shuyan ignored him and pushed him into the interrogation room. Fong Qing's heartbeat had not yet calmed down, for some reason. When he saw Yan Shu just now, he always had a very strange and ominous feeling impacting his mind. He was about to talk to Chuning about this. But Chuning, with a gloomy face, followed Jiang Shuyan and the others without saying a word. Entered the interrogation room and walked to the monitoring room next door. Fong Qing was alone next to him, and he didn't say what he wanted to say. At this time, he calmed down and reflected on himself. Is it that unconscious hostility? He subconsciously believed that Jiang Shuyan was unlikely to bring a dangerous person back without confirming that it was safe. So the other party should be safe. At least Boss Jiang trusted that person. So Fong Qing attributed his intuition just now to his own problem, when he thought that the person was Yan Shu. Sure enough, he was very good-looking and looked strong. Such a person would be a good match for Boss Jiang. I'm back in the compound. So, He took a deep breath, endured the severe pain in his heart, and turned to ask Fu Wen if he wanted to continue counting. An absurd idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Otherwise, let's go after this time. Don't stay here any longer. Fu Wen didn't notice Fong Qing's strange expression. He was also uneasy when he saw Yan Shu. But since Jiang Shuyan and Chuning were there was no need for him to intervene. It would be better to put his mind back on the current work. Fong Qing, remember that person just now. Be careful of him. And don't get close to him. He didn't forget to remind Fong Qing. Fong Qing was about to ask why. But after thinking about it, it seemed unnecessary. He was following Boss Jiang, a member of the compound. I just came here to take shelter and help. In this entire compound, I was actually the only outsider. So what qualifications did he have to be careful of who to get close to or not? Just, let's go. Chapter 77. Jiang Shuyan took Yan Shu to the interrogation room and handcuffed him to a chair. He went around to the other side and sat down, crossing his long legs. Go ahead. Yan Shu looked around the interrogation room and smiled faintly. Still the same. If you don't want to talk, just leave. Yan Shu tilted his head and stared at him for a while. That look, persistent, hot, crazy, and decadent. He chuckled and asked back, where do you want to start? From the beginning. Which beginning? First. Yan Shu smiled again, fumbled in his trouser pocket for a while, and threw out a microchip. Here you go. Jiang Shuyan frowned. What is it? After reading it, you will probably understand. Jiang Shuyan stared at him quietly for a long time, probably confirmed the truth of his words. Then he gestured to the one-way mirror behind him. Chuning kicked the door open in a rage, threw the brand new laptop on the table, glared at Yan Shu, and then glared at Jiang Shuyan, before stepping out heavily in high heels. Yan Shu watched her close the door, and the bang echoed in the interrogation room for a long time before gradually subsiding. You really hate me. He laughed softly. Jiang Shuyan turned on the computer, raised his eyelids and glanced at him, and said coldly, sarcastic? Yan Shu immediately acted obedient, turned his eyes back to him, and kept silent. Jiang Shuyan used a brand new computer that had never been used for any office work, to ensure that there was no sensitive data in it, and it was not connected to the internet, so it could be destroyed after use. He connected the chip to the computer, and saw that there was only one folder in it. When he clicked on it, there was an audio file and several files. He frowned and opened the file first, and found that it was a detailed attack plan against the compound many years ago, as well as an investigation report on a weapon of great lethality developed by the compound, a stealing plan, and a detailed plan circulating on the market. Jiang Shuyan's face sank, and after seeing the file, he clicked on the audio. It was an English conversation between two people. One was asking, and the other was answering. And during the conversation, some confidential issues of the compound were discussed, which made Jiang Shuyan frown deeper and deeper. Finally, he heard the voice that was not Yan Shu say in English, either you kill him yourself and bring their files, or we kill him ourselves and take over their compound, give you 2 days to choose. The audio stopped abruptly. Jiang Shuyan was silent for a moment and checked the time of the audio. It was very long ago, about half a year before Yan Shu's rebellion. At that time, Jiang Xuyan remembered very clearly that their compound had developed a batch of new weapons with advanced technology, among which there was also a hardcore weapon with explosive lethality, almost reaching the world's top. This weapon was developed in collaboration with the General Administration. After 6 months of rigorous experiments and debugging, Yin Shu betrayed them when they were about to be officially released. He seriously injured half of the people in the compound, stabbed Jiang Xuyan several times, especially in the heart, and then disappeared from this world with all the finished products and core technology documents of the weapon. Later, the reputation of the compound was hit to the bottom overnight because of the loss of such critical samples and core technologies. The relationship between them and the General Administration, which had finally eased, deteriorated to the freezing point again. The General Administration naturally attributed all the losses to the compound, and the loss of such a hardcore weapon could easily cause chaos. In those years, the compound spent nearly 100 billion to compensate the General Administration for its losses. In order to retrieve the lost documents and samples, more than half of the manpower was spent searching all over the world. Later, it was discovered that this weapon appeared in the southeast region and was used in the war at that time. Jiang Xuyan led his men to kill directly into other people's battle circles and snatch the weapon back. The core file was found the following year. In order to prevent the technology from being leaked again, Jiang Xuyan also annihilated all the illegal legions holding this file. These two wars caused Jiang Xuyan to lose many capable subordinates. Later, Jiang Xuyan and others followed the clues and found that some of the people in this legion were undercovers who had infiltrated the General Administration. And there were also people in the bureau who were directly pulled over by the undercover to rebel. It is equivalent to that behind this incident. There is actually a big fault of the General Administration. The General Administration suddenly lost its position, so it did not embarrass the compound with this matter, but chose to keep quiet. They also issued a death order, no longer allowing any national agency or force to develop this weapon for the second time, in an attempt to suppress this matter. But Jiang Xuyan led the compound to fight desperately and suffered heavy losses. But in the end, he was suppressed by the General Administration in such a frivolous way. Not long after, he also found that the General Administration was in contact with Yin Shu. How could this be tolerated? Afterwards, Jiang Xuyan had many conflicts with the General Administration in order to let Yin Shu be handed over. It was later discovered that Yin Shu only contacted the General Administration as a trustee, occasionally taking on special tasks from the General Administration. And other than that, he did not have much friendship with the General Administration. Jiang Xuyan then went through the General Administration to investigate Yin Shu, but found that Yin Shu's anti-reconnaissance methods had indeed been learned. If he did not take the initiative to show up, no one could find him. Jiang Xuyan finally gave up and did not hold the General Administration. But the relationship between the two sides has always remained at a position where there is only transaction but no friendship, and it has never changed. Later, as time went by, the compound had spent enough energy. Jiang Xuyan knew that there was definitely someone behind Yin Shu. In order to prevent the compound from being immersed in hatred all day, he quietly buried this matter in his heart and never mentioned it again. After that, he rarely appeared in the compound, as if he wanted to hide himself. With such grudges and hatred, how could Jiang Xuyan not remember Yin Shu for the rest of his life? When he saw this person, how could he not want to kill him? Hearing this passage in the audio, it was difficult to see emotions on his face, and his eyes were cold and silent. After listening and checking, he looked up at Yin Shu. That's it? Yin Shu smiled and leaned on the chair. I know it's hard for you to accept, but the large army on the opposite side was the most powerful at the time and would do anything to achieve it. No one can stop them from getting what they want. Our compound was also very powerful back then, and the uncle and aunt outside threatened their existence. So they hated you to the core and wanted to kill you. I promised to kill you for them, and you might survive. If I don't kill you, and they do it, you and this compound will have no chance of survival. Jiang Xuyan said coldly, if they have to kill me, and later find out that you didn't kill me, how could they let it go? Yin Shu's eyes deepened, and he suddenly leaned over, his voice like a demon. Do you really want to know? Jiang Xuyan kicked him across the table. Speak. Yin Shu raised the hand that was not locked, stared at Jiang Xuyan, and unbuttoned his shirt one by one. After untying the clothes, he pulled down the right side of his shirt, revealing a body covered with scars from knives, bullets and burns. Jiang Shuyan was startled, with astonishment in his eyes. Yanshu paused his hand in the air, and then pulled the clothes on the other side. When the silky shirt fell off his shoulders, Jiang Shuyan saw that on his left chest, there was a hideous scar that was almost the same as the one on his chest, running across his heart. This knife is my way of making up for you. Don't say it. It hurts so much. I'm sorry for you. Jiang Shuyan suddenly fell silent, staring at the scar. No emotion could be seen for a long time. The face that looked like an ice sculpture was full of haze, and it was terrifying and difficult to distinguish under the dim light of the interrogation room. His eyes were calm, like dead water, like an abyss, and some monstrous tide was brewing in the depths. Even Chu Ning couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw this scene through the one-way mirror. Looking at the scar on Yanshu's heart, she squeezed out a sentence from between her teeth. Fuck. It's really cruel. Yanshu saw that Jiang Shuyan didn't respond for a long time, and he seemed to know that it was impossible for people to accept and forgive him in a short time. So he slowly put on his clothes and tied them up. Jiang Shuyan was silent for a long time again. Finally, he came to his senses and gestured to the side. Call Wu San. Wu San arrived in 15 minutes. When he saw Yanshu, his face turned pale, and his eyes were angry. Jiang Shuyan gave him the computer and asked him to verify the file time and the authenticity of the audio on the spot. Wu San took the USB flash drive with the analysis software that he had specially backed up separately, inserted it into the notebook, and began to crack it on the spot. Jiang Shuyan looked at Yanshu. Have you explained it? Yanshu, it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not, but I have said what I want to say. Do you think that your injuries can make up for the losses I suffered in those years? Of course not. But? Yanshu leaned over and looked at him deeply. Whether outside or in the compound, whether before or now, I, Yanshu, only care about your life. Jiang Shuyan. He laughed self-deprecatingly and leaned back. Unfortunately, you care about many people. Jiang Shuyan narrowed his eyes. At this time, Wu San leaned close to his ear and whispered, Boss. Really? There is no trace of tampering. It is the original file. Jiang Shuyan glanced at the screen. Without responding, he waved his hand and asked Wu San to go out first. Wu San left the computer and left. Jiang Shuyan looked at Yanshu, then explained again. What is the zombie city? As soon as he asked, Yanshu paused and tapping the armrest of the chair. He looked up at Jiang Shuyan. You mean, a few days ago? Jiang Shuyan, it seems that you have been there more than once? Yanshu nodded. Without disguising, yes. Jiang Shuyan's eyes fell. Why? What for? Yanshu, the topic just now is over? Aren't you going to give me an answer? It's too early to think about it. Answer me. Apart from that, you have no right to ask questions. Yanshu snorted. I didn't mind, and answered neatly. It was Director Wan who asked me to go. Jiang Shuyan raised his eyebrows. Director Wan? Well, he wanted me to check the zombie tide for him. I think you already knew this news when you communicated with Director Wan? Jiang Shuyan snorted coldly. So when you investigated, you found it in Blue Island City and us? You really investigated it. But you didn't do anything else. You said you care about my life? But I was fighting zombies downstairs. And you were watching the surveillance upstairs. And you seemed indifferent? Jiang Shuyan rested his elbows on the table and leaned towards him. The cold eyes were full of teasing. And his tone was cold. This is what you look like when you care. Huh? Chapter 78. Yanshu didn't speak for a while. He rested his hand on the armrest, stroking it gently and slowly, until he saw the impatience on Jiang Shuyan's face. He whispered, I want to see if you have become stronger in the past few years. Jiang Shuyan narrowed his eyes. Have you become stronger? Or have you exceeded your ability to deal with it? Yanshu frowned, and his sharp eyes pierced into Jiang Shuyan's eyes. What do you mean? I don't understand. Jiang Shuyan said coldly. You just said that. In other words, you accepted the other party's task to kill me, but failed to kill me, and was retaliated by the other party, and finally got injured. This time you came back. You may have accepted a new task and wanted to come back to destroy my compound. Before you sat back and did nothing. You wanted to reap the benefits of being a fisherman. And then you disappeared. You went to replan. Do you think my explanation is reasonable enough? Yanshu stared, with an incredible look on his face. In your eyes. Am I that kind of person? Jiang Shuyan sneered. Otherwise, what kind of person do you think he would be? Yan Shu was silent. After a long silence, he turned his head away, and after a while, he laughed in a low and self-deprecating way. "Oh," he slowly said, "so you really won't forgive me? Jiang Xuyan, you have no reason for me to forgive you. Even if I say that the phrase 'I did a big job' that I said in the bureau means that I killed all the remnants of the army for you alone?" Jiang Xuyan narrowed his eyes. "Remnants?" Yan Shu sneered. "You don't really think that there are only a few people in such a force, do you? You were just trying to recover the losses, so you didn't do much. But do you know how much they want to avenge you after you destroyed their branch? It was me who tried my best to stop them for your sake, and even signed a 10-year indenture for you. Do you know what an indenture is? Over the years, I couldn't say no to anything they asked me to do. I had to kill the people they asked me to kill. I had to go to the organizations they wanted me to capture. Even if they wanted me to use this face to seduce those powerful old women and men, I had to go." He patted himself. His face gradually became hideous and painful. "I have been through this for the past few years. No matter how dirty, tiring or dangerous the task is, I will take it all unconditionally. Because I want to get into their inner circle as soon as possible, quickly grasp all their information, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. I want to avenge you, although I also hurt you. But they destroyed our relationship. I will make them pay with their lives. They put you in danger. I will make them bear that pain twice as much." Yan Shu leaned closer to Jiang Xuyan. His narrow and long phoenix eyes were full of madness and insanity. The eyes that were dyed red by excitement just stared at Jiang Xuyan without blinking or moving. It seemed that he wanted to penetrate his eyes and drill into his heart, stirring it into a bloody mess. Horrible. And let him suffer with himself. Jiang Xuyan was silent. Seeing his state, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. "You?" At this moment, Yan Shu seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and immediately suppressed the ferocity on his face, and said very seriously, "Of course, I didn't touch anyone, nor was I touched by anyone. My hands are not clean, but my body is still very clean." Jiang Xuyan. Just when Yan Shu was waiting for his reaction, Jiang Xuyan thought about Yan Shu's words, about the past few days, and the past few days. Suddenly he opened his mouth, as if he wanted to ask something. But when the words came to his lips, he suddenly paused and looked at Yan Shu with complicated eyes. Finally, he stood up and looked down at Yan Shu. "If I find out what you said just now, it's definitely not false." Yan Shu. Jiang Xuyan didn't say anything else, looked at him deeply again, and turned away. "Yan Shu, have you finished asking?" Jiang Xuyan. "It's over for now." "Then, if you find out that it's true, you..." Yan Shu's eyes were full of expectation. "Will you forgive me?" Jiang Xuyan paused, and the moment he turned back, his eyes were as cold as an ice cave. But when he fixed his eyes on Yan Shu, the coldness was gone, and there seemed to be only consideration and hesitation. After a long while, he asked again, "When did you start?" Do you mean, kill them all?" "Yes," Yan Shu recalled, raised a finger, and smiled. "About a week ago." He smiled as if he didn't kill people, but a few ants on the roadside. Jiang Xuyan looked at him deeply again, and finally said nothing. Just said, "We'll talk about it when the time comes." He walked away. Yan Shu. When? How long do you want me to wait?" When Jiang Xuyan walked into the monitoring room next door, Chu Ning's face was indescribably gloomy. Seeing Jiang Xuyan, she pursed her lips and muttered, "Do you believe him?" Jiang Xuyan walked to her side, stood side by side with her, and looked at Yan Shu across the mirror. His expression was unclear, but his eyes were so deep that people couldn't fathom it. "Do you believe it?" Chu Ning turned his face away from Jiang Xuyan. Not looking at him or Yan Shu, he just didn't look like he was lying. "And if it was for you?" Chu Ning pursed her lips. He might really do such a thing. Jiang Xuyan frowned, turned his head and looked at her. "I just ask if you believe it or not." Chu Ning turned his head and rolled his eyes at him, his tone a little hollow. "I believed it before. But later, you know? So do you believe it?" "I don't dare to believe it." Jiang Xuyan retracted his gaze and took a deep breath. Chu Ning was inexplicably irritable and grabbed the shirt fabric on his arm, then threw him out and cut off contact. Jiang Xuyan, "No." "Why?" He hid for several years without making any noise. Now he dares to come back openly. "Do you think?" He looked at Chu Ning. "Do you think it's normal?" Chu Ning opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Jiang Xuyan lowered his eyes and thought quietly. After a long while, he retracted his gaze. Don't get involved in this matter. Chu Ning, what do you mean? Damn. What do you want to do? Don't bother. Don't get close to him. This matter was my fault from the beginning. I will clean it up myself. Chu Ning grabbed his collar. We are a team. You told me to work alone? And what are you hesitating about? If you don't believe him, just kill him. I can do this, bad guy. I can do it for you. Even if I can't, everyone in this compound can do it for you. Jiang Xuyan, that's not the question. Why not? Chu Ning stared, and suddenly took a step back. You wouldn't. Her body trembled a little. Even if you don't believe him, you won't be reluctant to kill him? Jiang Xuyan frowned and was about to refute. But when he saw Chu Ning like this, he suddenly gritted his teeth. Don't worry about it. Answer me. This is my business. Fuck. Chu Ning rushed up and wanted to hit him, but he was easily subdued by him. Jiang Xuyan pressed her to a chair beside her, handcuffed her with the spare handcuffs in the monitoring room, and threw the key on the table at a certain distance from her. Open it yourself, and go back after opening it. This is an order. Chu Ning was so angry that her eyes turned red. Jiang Xuyan? When Jiang Xuyan turned around, there was still a trace of pity in his eyes. But he turned his head to look at Yan Shu opposite him, and saw that the once very familiar face was no longer the same as it was back then. He thought that their compound would be harmonious and strong forever. But because of this person, many things have changed. Many things, no matter how powerful Jiang Xuyan is, can't be saved. Especially this person seems. Jiang Xuyan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was a hint of determination in his eyes. He ignored Chu Ning, who was furious behind him, and went out of the room directly, moving Yan Shu to a place that no one knew and no one could find. After that, he returned to his villa, collapsed on the sofa as soon as he entered the door, and said nothing. Seeing this, Lao Luo came over and asked with concern, Young master, what's wrong? Jiang Xuyan covered his face tiredly. Do you think I look like a fool? Lao Luo already knew what he had been through recently, and he asked softly, is it because of Mr. Yin? Jiang Xuyan put down his hand and glanced at him. Did you check the young master's recent condition? Lao Luo can't ignore it. But if it's about Mr. Yin, I wonder if Lao Luo can share some of the worries for the young master. Jiang Xuyan looked at Lao Luo, who was gray-haired but still straight-backed, and thought about it. And suddenly an idea really came to his mind. Luo, what else did you do with them before? Lao Luo knew who the they he was talking about were, and smiled gently. As long as the young master needs it, we can do anything. Do you have someone like Wu San? Yes, young master. Do you need us to reinforce your manpower? Jiang Xuyan thought about it again, and the veins on his clenched fist bulged. No need to come. Help me check all the news of those international legions a week ago. Big and small. Okay. Also, he paused, gritted his teeth. There are also several zombie cities recently. I will send you the location and information later. You can check a few things for me. But be careful. Understood? Young master. Jiang Xuyan felt that there was no good arrangement for the time being. So he stood up, just about to go upstairs. He suddenly remembered something and stopped. By the way, this matter, except for a few people in this room, no one knows. You? Lao Luo. Young master needs to ask Lao Luo to do something, which has proved the special nature of the matter. Lao Luo just wants to ask one question. He looked up at Jiang Xuyan. Why don't you tell Miss Chu Ning and others? Jiang Xuyan lowered his eyes, and the guilt in his eyes could not be hidden. Don't hurt them again. What happened back then had nothing to do with the young master. You are also a victim. How can you take all the responsibility on yourself? But I am the decision maker. I let them get hurt, so I have the responsibility. Young master, it's not this. Luo. Lao Luo then shut up. But seeing Jiang Xuyan's expression, he still couldn't help but persuade him again. If you decide to act alone, Lao Luo begs you to protect yourself. Jiang Xuyan's eyes trembled, and there was another silence. After a while, he turned around and went upstairs and said, this time, Luo, if I am wrong again, you kill me and Yan Shu together. Lao Luo's eyes widened, and he was about to dissuade him. Jiang Xuyan, don't hesitate. Lao Luo was speechless for some reason, looking at Jiang Xuyan's back, and sighed in his heart. Finally, he only said Lao Luo doesn't want the day to come and stopped talking. Jiang Shuyan walked into the room and was about to turn on the air conditioner to calm down. But when his hand touched the switch, he suddenly thought of Fang Qing. Then he inexplicably recalled Fang Qing's slightly pale face that he saw today. Jiang Shuyan paused. In fact, he was upset and didn't want to do anything. But for some reason, when he thought of that face, he couldn't help but go out again. Lao Luo was about to ask him where he was going, but Jiang Shuyan had already disappeared with a loose coat. In Fang Qing's room, Fang Qing finally came back to rest after finishing his work. But after sitting in the room for a while, he couldn't help but stand up again and pace back and forth in the room. As he walked, he recalled what he had heard along the way today. The comments and evaluations of Jiang Shuyan and Yin Shu by the people in the courtyard. Especially those sentences like Boss Jiang. You must be reluctant to let go. Yin Shu must be coming back. They are going to get together again. And his heart ached. So much so that he wanted to throw things. So he gritted his teeth and packed his luggage. I can't bear it. Can't I hide? Some of these things were brought from his previous apartment. And some were bought by Jiang Shuyan, who sent people to buy a little today and a little tomorrow, and then slowly added and piled them up. He thought about the things Jiang Shuyan brought him, and resisted moving. He seemed to have a fever today, and his head was a little dizzy. But it didn't prevent him from picking things up in one go, sorting them on the bed, and then cleaning up the materials in the space, preparing to move them in together. Just then, someone knocked on his door. Fang Qing was very confused about who had come at this time. So he raised his voice and asked, Who? Then Jiang Shuyan's deep voice came, Me. Fang Qing. He had never expected this result. He glanced at the luggage all over the bed. And for some reason, he suddenly felt guilty. He didn't want Boss Jiang to see it now. So he hurriedly pulled the quilt over and covered it before running to open the door. Jiang? As soon as Jiang Shuyan saw him open the door, he directly covered his forehead with his hand, and unconsciously pushed him into the room. Fang Qing staggered a few steps and almost lost his balance, and was supported by Jiang Shuyan. After the latter felt his hot body temperature, he closed the door with a gloomy face and looked down at him. Sure enough. You have a fever. Why don't you go to the medical room? Fang Qing was completely confused. His eyes were innocent and blurred. What? Why are you here? Jiang Shuyan saw his pale face and felt inexplicably unhappy. Much more unhappy than when he was interrogating Yin Shu. He raised his hand and put the electronic thermometer he took out from somewhere on Fang Qing's forehead. After taking a look at the temperature, he put the cooling patch on his forehead and immediately stretched out his hand to him. Hand. Fang Qing was still confused. What's wrong? Seeing that he didn't move, Jiang Shuyan didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. So he took his hand and pulled him to the table, forced him to sit down, and sat down opposite him. He then took out an unopened injection and several bottles of disinfectant from his coat pocket, pulled Fang Qing over, and lifted his sleeves. Fang Qing was stunned. What are you doing? What are you doing? Jiang Shuyan raised his head and was about to tell him to give him a fever-reducing injection. But when he raised his eyes, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the heaving bed behind him. He was startled, and he stepped down. He looked around the room consciously. Then he found that many of Fang Qing's items that he usually put in various places were gone. And what was left were all the various things he had sent people to buy for him. And on the bedside table, there was a thick stack of cash pressed down by a cup. Jiang Shuyan paused, and his hand trembled inexplicably. An absurd idea rose in his mind. He slowly retracted his gaze and looked at Fang Qing. He didn't realize that his voice was a little trembling when he spoke. What are you going to do? Pack up. What are you going to do? Chapter 79. Fang Qingwan didn't expect Jiang Shuyan to be able to see it. He panicked instantly. What to do? Can I say this? He immediately shook his head like a rattle. No. No. I don't know what you are talking about. Jiang Shuyan's mouth twitched and pointed to his empty table. Do you think I'm a fool? Can't you see it? Fang Qing took a look and lowered his head without saying anything. Although he was sad in his heart. No matter how sad he was, no matter how much inner drama he had, Boss Jiang didn't know. And he was not gay. If he was going to make trouble here and cause trouble to others based on his various inner dramas, wouldn't it be too artificial and hypocritical? Boss Jiang looked quite cold and nice. But after getting along with him for such a long time, he knew very well how good Boss Jiang was to the people around him. So even if he was just a newcomer who had just come here for a short time, if Boss Jiang knew that he was leaving, he would definitely come over to ask a few questions. But they are so busy. So Fang Qing didn't want to tell Jiang Shuyan specifically. His own plan was to keep some of the necessary supplies for survival in the space after packing his luggage, and leave the rest of the supplies and his remaining savings in the room. Then, when he left, he would tell the servants who were left in the villa by Jiang Shuyan, leave a letter of explanation for Boss Jiang, and then he could go back to Qingnan City. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Jiang Shuyan frowned, and the strange and inexplicably uncomfortable feeling in his heart came up again. Why? His tone was heavy. Did someone bully you? Fang Qing. Is it bad to live here? Is the food bad, or the things not useful? Is it because you are too busy and you can't adapt? Fang Qing. Although he knew what kind of person Boss Jiang was, he couldn't help but hold his forehead. Boss Jiang was really so straight. So straight. So straight. He sighed deeply. Jiang Shuyan? What happened? Fang Qing suddenly wanted to ask. If I answer you, you are bullying me. What will you do? You abuse me in my heart, and you hook up with me and don't take responsibility. It's too much. Of course, he actually knew that she didn't hook up at all. She is good-looking and capable. So she is a popular person wherever she goes? Even the captain of the Special J team and the captain of the Doomsday base are so fascinated by him. So this matter is completely stupid and jumped into the pit. But after jumping, he still blames others for being unkind, which is really a bit unkind. Fang Qing sighed again, and his tone became lighter. No. I just feel. He thought about it and decided to just make it clear. Since they had all been discovered, he pursed his light pink lips. I feel like I'm useless here. Jiang Shuyan, how can I be useless? Fang Qing, it's just useless. You handle the big things. And if you don't handle them, Sister Chu Ning will handle them. If Sister Chu Ning doesn't have time, Brother Fu Wen will take over. If Brother Fu Wen doesn't have time, there are thousands of people from the compound who will take over. He spread his hands. I'm not from the compound, and I don't have any extraordinary skills. Although I've been working hard to practice my supernatural powers and basic sports recently. But, he thought about it, and thought of Yan Shu. Then he thought that he was leaving anyway. So, he mustered up the courage to say, hasn't that powerful brother Yan Shu come back? So you don't need me. I'm eating and living here for free. How can I have the face to do that? Jiang Shuyan blurted out, I am happy with it. Fang Qing was stunned and looked at him in shock. Jiang Shuyan realized that something was wrong, pursed his lips, and changed his words. Anyway, you are not one more. Fang Qing. Can you repeat the 3 words I am happy with it? He retracted this rampant ambition, and tried his best to remain calm on his face. Muttering, I said, he is a worker, and the relationship is equal. If you keep raising me, I will become your canary. Jiang Shuyan almost blurted out, I am happy with it again. After reacting, his face changed, staring at Fang Qing's face as tender as egg white, and his hands began to tremble slightly. Fang Qing saw that he didn't react, and thought that this topic was indeed a thunder point for Boss Jiang. So I'll go back. No. Fang Qing didn't seem to hear clearly. What? I said. Jiang Shuyan paused for a moment, then gritted his teeth. I said, no. Fang Qing was a little confused. Why? No reason. But I really don't have any meaning to exist, whether there is or not. You have the final say? Huh? Fang Qing hushed. If I don't have the final say, do you? Jiang Shuyan raised his eyebrows. This is my compound. I'm the boss. You are all my people, whether your existence has meaning or not. Isn't it me who has the final say? Fang Qing was speechless by what he said. Oh, it really does make some sense? But, then what's the meaning of my existence? He asked naturally. Jiang Shuyan was stunned. Some crazy thoughts popped up in his mind, which really scared him. He was silent for a long time. Fang Qing looked at it and felt a little hopeful. But then he fell, see? You? Just when he was about to say that you couldn't say it yourself. Jiang Shuyan, you have superpowers. Huh? Fang Qing, superpowers? Isn't it? Oh, do you still want to continue research? But recently they said that my values are very stable. No. if I don't do research? I can't use it. Jiang Shuyan interrupted him. Fang Qing was puzzled. What's the use? For a moment, Jiang Shuyan felt a little impatient and a little disappointed. Again and again, he felt a little aggrieved. If I lose contact again one day, then you... He pursed his lips, frowned, and for the first time ever, he looked like a child with a temper. Aren't you going to look for me? Fang Qing. Fuck. Boss Jiang? What's your tone? Fang Qing panicked and was in a hurry. No. No. I don't mean that. Thinking about it, that's right. Boss Jiang has been going in and out of the zombie area recently. And those zombies can always block human signals. If he is not there, although it is a bit narcissistic to say this, but if he is not there, who will look for Boss Jiang? Fang Qing hesitated for a moment, it seems. When Jiang Shuyan saw that his expression was relaxed, he knew there was a play, and took advantage of the victory to pursue. It makes sense. Right? Fang Qing was a little embarrassed. It sounds like I'm trying to find you to show my presence. Jiang Shuyan thought that you already have a strong presence. He was stunned for a moment after saying that. But he didn't want to guess at that thought anymore. He reached out his hand again. Not leaving? Then come get the injection. Hurry up. Fang Qing scratched the back of his neck. Jiang Shuyan's eyes changed again immediately. What else do you want to do? There was an impatience in his tone that he himself couldn't detect. Fang Qing immediately shook his head. No more. No more. I can't bear to see Boss Jiang in a bad mood. Nor can I bear to see Boss Jiang have any accidents. When Jiang Shuyan was applying alcohol to disinfect himself, he quietly chose the former between keeping good care of Boss Jiang and not feeling sad for him anymore. Jiang Shuyan quickly disinfected him and was about to give him an injection. Fang Qing frowned again. Are you really going to give me an injection? How come you know everything? Jiang Shuyan, what's so difficult about giving me an injection? You're so thin. I can find the blood vessels without having to find them. Come on. Don't move your hands. Fang Qing felt a little dizzy from the injection. I feel dizzy. Jiang Shuyan raised his eyebrows and glanced at him, his mouth twitching. Is this why you don't go to the medical room? Fang Qing suddenly remembered this incident when he heard it. His eyes lit up, and he wanted to pull his hand back. Yes. Yes. I've been there. I took the medicine. I don't need an injection. Jiang Shuyan sneered. Why do you think I didn't go to the medical room to ask before I came? Qing. Not only did I ask, I got the medicine from them. This is the antipyretic medicine that the doctor personally prescribed for you. What do you think? Do you have any excuses? Tell me all? Fang Qing. Fang Qing gave up resistance and stretched out his hand. Give me the injection. I won't watch it. Turned his head and closed his eyes. From Jiang Shuyan's perspective, he could see that his curled eyelashes were trembling slightly, and his fair and tender face was almost blue with fear. He watched and smiled silently. As he smiled, his heart suddenly jumped again, and he felt that something was really getting wrong. He immediately lowered his head, gently held Fang Qing's hand, and quickly stabbed and pushed the blood vessels in his arm with his other hand. And the mild cooling agent was slowly pushed in. As he watched the agent flow into the blue blood vessels, he thought silently in his heart, Jiang Shuyan, you may be finished. After finishing, he was very puzzled and took out a few more packets of medicine from his coat pocket and put them on the table. Take it on time according to the instructions. And take the first packet after half an hour. Fang Qing frowned. It's not necessary. Who told you to be weak and catch a cold after freezing all night? That's not necessary. Okay. Boss Jiang? I obey you. Boss Jiang? Jiang Shuyan let him go, but was about to leave, thinking that this stinky little thing might not obey. So he sat back in the chair, crossed his legs, and looked at Fang Qing's bed. I'll wait until you finish taking the medicine before leaving. During this time, you should honestly put all the things hidden under the quilt back to me. Fang Qing heard. I just packed it up. I don't care. Then can't I pack it up tomorrow? Then where will you sleep tonight? Fang Qing wanted to slap himself. Why put the things on the bed? Seeing Jiang Shuyan staring at him fiercely, he was scared and had no choice but to get up and put the luggage back. Jiang Shuyan saw him walking. He was so sick that he was staggering. He frowned again, stood up, took a big step, pulled Fang Qing back to the chair and sat him down. Then walked to his bed and lifted the quilt. Let me do it. You can put it wherever you want. Fong Qing almost didn't sit still, and after finally stabilizing himself, he looked at Jiang Shuyan's tall back and was at a loss. Boss Jiang. Today? What happened? Chapter 80. It took Jiang Shuyan half an hour to put all the things on Fong Qing's bed in order. After putting them in place, Jiang Shuyan was completely confused. This guy usually looks simple and tidy in his room. How did he put away so many small things? He put the last ceramic ornament that he couldn't see any use for back to its original place, and looked at Fong Qing with mixed feelings. Anything else? Fong Qing didn't move the whole time, just watching Boss Jiang busy, which made him embarrassed. No more. No more. Thank you, Boss Jiang. Jiang Shuyan glanced at him and suddenly asked, where is the space? What space? You won't hide a bunch of things in the space, and then find a time to run away, right? Fong Qing. What's the point of thinking about this? And you actually care whether I run away or not? Boss Jiang? It's not that I can't stay here. There's no need to go to great lengths to run away. Jiang Shuyan thought to himself. Who knows you? It feels more difficult than managing a compound. Seeing that Fong Qing didn't seem to be lying, he stopped asking. At this time, he remembered that Fong Qing's space hadn't had new supplies for a long time. Right? He asked, did I tell you that I would take you to buy supplies for your space? Fong Qing recalled after hearing this. I think so? Then did I take you there? Boss Jiang? Don't you know how busy you are recently? Jiang Shuyan choked. Then thought, that's true. I've been away from home all day long recently. So he calculated the time for the next day. Well, I'm still very busy. But then I thought, it seems that it is not impossible to squeeze in time? Then let's go tomorrow afternoon. He waved his hand and made a decision. Fong Qing, huh? Why so suddenly? But I have an appointment with Brother Fu Wen tomorrow. Jiang Shuyan's eyes changed immediately, and his eyes sank. Who? Fong Qing was startled and shrank back subconsciously. Fu. Brother Fu Wen. What's wrong with you? Why did you ask him out? To practice with storage. Didn't you want to run away just now? If I really run away, I can just call him and tell him. Right? Jiang Shuyan walked in front of Fong Qing, looked down at him, his face a little ugly. Oh? So are you going to turn down his appointment? Or my appointment? Fong Qing muttered subconsciously, then he first. As soon as he saw Jiang Shuyan's face sank in an instant. Fong Qing, Boss Jiang took time out of his busy schedule. So of course I'll go on Boss Jiang's schedule. I don't think Brother Fu Wen will mind. I'll call him later. Jiang Shuyan, why are you fighting in the middle of the night? Brother, it's only 8 o'clock. Fong Qing always felt that Jiang Shuyan was inexplicably strong today, as if he had eaten out. But why did he come to vent his anger at me after eating out? And when he thought of it, Fong Qing remembered what happened in the afternoon, thinking of him pulling Yan Shu down from the passenger seat, and then thinking of the handcuffs they had put together. His heart suddenly felt stuffy again, and a resentment that wanted to destroy the world arose again. He immediately changed his face, as if he was changing his face, and it was all black in the blink of an eye. He glanced at Jiang Shuyan and whispered, Boss Jiang. Tomorrow, are we going alone? What else? Fong Qing pursed her lips. With a little resentment, you are going to take Mr. Yan with you? Jiang Shuyan heard, Yan Shu? What does it have to do with him? Fong Qing raised her chin and looked at him. Her voice muffled, didn't you bring him back? So what? Aren't you on good terms with him? Who said? Aren't you on good terms with him? Then it's normal for you to take him everywhere. Right? Or are you actually going to take him out? And then take me with you? Thinking of this, Fong Qing suddenly realized, Boss Jiang is so busy. How could he suddenly take time out to take me out to buy things? Oh, it turns out it's Yan Shu. Then everything makes sense. Maybe he's going to help Yan Shu buy new things tomorrow, and then take me with him to fill up the space. Or, it is very likely that because I have a large space, and it is convenient, I want to be a free big backpack for others. Just like when I was in the apartment. I put all the supplies in the space, and it was not difficult to carry them. I am not afraid of moving or having no place to put them. So I don't have to worry about buying things. In addition, Boss Jiang is generous and rich. He took me to the mall for a long time. The two of them were shopping in front, and I followed behind, acting as a mobile bag carrier, watching the two of them show their love. It turns out that I am a tool. Fong Qing was so angry when he understood it, and immediately turned his head away and snorted, not wanting to go. Jiang Xuyan took a look. What's going on? Why did he suddenly change his expression? What is this person doing? What's wrong with you? Fang Qing, I'm fine. Then you. Shut up. I won't listen. I won't go. I don't want to see you guys showing off your affection. Jiang Xuyan, showing off your affection? Suddenly realized this word, this tone, this reaction. It seems to feel a little sour. Jiang Xuyan immediately couldn't help laughing. Oh, so you care about him. Thinking again, you want to leave. Isn't it because of him? Here, he is not bothered by Yan Shu's affairs at all. He himself doesn't know the reason. But he doesn't care. When Yan Shu is mentioned, his expression rarely changes. Fang Qing's heart was hit again. Him. Wow. Such an intimate and familiar he. I'm so angry. Fang Qing turned his head away, lowered his eyelids, and didn't even look at Jiang Xuyan. I'm not. I didn't. Why should I care? Jiang Xuyan, he didn't go. I didn't think of taking him. Fang Qing, why not? You're back. Why not? Why not accompany him? You haven't seen each other for a long time. Right? Then you should accompany him. Right? People in the compound say that you have a good relationship. It's not appropriate for you to take others out without him? Jiang Xuyan, I didn't bring him back to play. Fang Qing, then why did you bring him back? Or should you be more sour in your tone? Fang Qing, what are you sour about? After saying that, he was suddenly stunned. Then, he was stunned and shuddered. What did I just say? Jiang Xuyan crossed his arms and looked at his reaction. His expression was intriguing. Keep talking? Fang Qing finally realized that he had lost his temper just now. He had never thought that he would dare to lose his temper in front of Jiang Xuyan. He thought to himself, Fang Qing, have you been itching for trouble recently? Have you become bold? Have you grown wings? He immediately became weak. He had been a little strong before because of his resentment. But now, he was like a shrunken little man, leaning against the table behind him at a loss. He observed Jiang Xuyan's expression and stared at every detail of his expression. I don't mean that. What do you mean? I'm not jealous. No. Fang Qing immediately stood up to explain. Of course not. But because his movements were too fast and the amplitude was too large, he directly hit Jiang Xuyan's chin. Jiang Xuyan. But before he could say anything, Fang Qing apologized to him in a fluster, rubbed his chin, and hurriedly explained solemnly, I'm not jealous. Really? I'm not. I don't like you. Why would I be jealous of him? Right. Jiang Xuyan was caught off guard by his chin being pinched, and the fresh soap set on his hand immediately hit his nose. His tender fingers, which were obviously not used to heavy work, rubbed back and forth on his chin, feeling cool and itchy. It was obviously a very ordinary and normal action. But for some reason, he felt that this guy's fingers seemed to be on fire, burning from his chin all the way down, like a prairie fire. Unstoppable. He suddenly remembered the night before, when he hugged Fang Qing and felt his thin and soft waist. When he recalled the many times he hugged this guy, he always felt that he had no bones. The lightweight, soft figure, and the coolness on his body that always made him, who had a high body temperature, feel very comfortable. Jiang Xuyan's head buzzed. His body seemed to have some abnormal reaction that he couldn't control. His alarm bells immediately rang. He glanced at Fang Qing, blocked his hand, and stepped back. Shit! I'm going to get it! Fang Qing was frightened by him. His hand stopped in the air, and he suddenly felt indescribably embarrassed. Thinking of what he had just done, he froze. A chill ran straight from his spine to the back of his head, and he had a strong feeling that he was going to mess up again. Jiang Xuyan felt that he was a little out of control. Really. Unable to control. He took 2 steps back again. I'm going to die. Fang Qing was so nervous that her hands were shaking. Seeing his expression, she thought he was disgusted, and her eyes suddenly became wet. No. Boss Jiang. Jiang Xuyan suddenly said in a deep voice, I'm leaving first. Fang Qing. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. I'll pick you up. It's just the 2 of us. Do you have anything else to do? Fang Qing was at a loss. Seeing that Jiang Xuyan's face was green, he hurriedly said, No. If you don't want to go, you can. Jiang Shuyan had already turned and left. At that speed, as if running for his life, he left the room and slammed the door shut. Fang Qing's legs were weak. Standing in the room, he felt a little unsteady when he thought that Boss Jiang might hate him again in the future. He thought about it, and was hesitating whether to chase him out to explain. At this moment, Jiang Shuyan turned back for some reason, opened the door, and stood at the door. Well, about Yan Shu. He frowned and stared at Fang Qing. No matter where you heard it from, or what you saw yourself, don't think too much. I don't have that kind of relationship with him. Whether he comes back to the compound or not is because we have personal grudges that have not been resolved. It has nothing to do with feelings. We only have hatred, he said, pulled the door, and was about to leave. But he thought again. Stopped, turned back and added, and I really don't like him. I swear. No more. Good night. Then left. Walk. Fang Qing. I can't believe what I just heard. Boss Jiang. He is swearing to yourself. Chapter 81. Jiang Shuyan walked back to his villa after being blown by the cold wind. As soon as he entered the door, Lao Luo came over and said, Young master, we have found some clues about what you ordered. Do you want to see the report now? Jiang Shuyan paused and glanced at the tablet in Lao Luo's hand. After thinking about it, he shook his head and went upstairs. Wait for me to take a shower. Lao Luo. It's still early. Why take a shower? Jiang Shuyan took a cold shower, changed into cooler clothes, and then went downstairs to read the report about the news of the International Legion, including some mafia. There are detailed results here. Some of the news was originally closed news. We used some connections to learn about it. It seems that their causes of death are not unusual. After Lao Luo finished his statement, he looked at Jiang Shuyan with a very meaningful look. When Jiang Shuyan heard the cause of death, he knew that Yan Shu was not lying. At least it was true that the Legion was destroyed. He frowned and looked through the report carefully. He found that all the relevant people, even the relatives of some Legion members, were marked with the conclusion of unknown cause of death. This is the official autopsy report. The cause of death is unknown? He flipped through the autopsy photos of everyone and found that everyone died in a bloody mess. It was barely possible to see that there were bite marks on their bodies. But the autopsy report said that the object of the bite could not be determined. In other words, it was unknown what bit them. Jiang Shuyan leaned against the sofa and began to figure out these things. Half a month ago, there were no large-scale zombies in China. The same is true abroad. Now half a month later, due to some unknown reasons, there are more and more zombies in China. But there seems to be no big news internationally. Is it possible that these people were bitten by zombies? Judging from the number of zombies abroad half a month ago, large-scale research has not yet begun. So it is reasonable that no bite targets can be found during the autopsy. And if it is really bitten by zombies, then Yan Shu. Jiang Shuyan put the reports back on the table and said to Lao Luo, find a way to make a bite mark model and compare it with the zombie bite marks. After thinking about it, he came up with a bolder idea. Compare it with the bite marks of those high-level zombies. Lao Luo glared. Master, do you think dash? Jiang Shuyan's eyes were deep. Since you doubt it, just doubt it to the end. Right? Lao Luo was silent for a while, and then nodded slowly. Jiang Shuyan asked him, only this? Lao Luo said, from the feedback, the matter of Zombie City is not easy to investigate. Oh! All traces have been wiped out and cannot be traced. In fact, the autopsy report also used a lot of means. Even, he glanced at Jiang Shuyan, and then carefully opened his mouth. Even some of the connections of the old friends of the master and the lady abroad were used. Jiang Shuyan glanced at Lao Luo silently. But in fact, he also thought it would be like this. And it can even be said that he deliberately borrowed their relationship this time. Since Jiang Shuyan took over the compound in China, his main focus has been on China. Under his control, the compound grew exponentially stronger. But his influence abroad was still not as strong as his parents, who mainly developed there. At least, some overly confidential documents could be checked faster by the compound there than by him. So he didn't say anything. Just said, then check the problem of zombie tide abroad. Lao Luo asked tentatively, yes, continue to borrow the master and the lady. No matter what means you use. At most, I will repay them in the future. Lao Luo immediately said, Why would the master and the lady ask the young master to repay the favor? Jiang Xuyan snorted. Not only do they want me to repay the favor, they also want me to give money. You don't have to speak for them. It's not a bad thing to be able to distinguish them. Lao Luo pursed his lips and said nothing. Jiang Xuyan changed the topic at the right time and asked a few questions about the zombie city. Judging from the problems encountered by the other party in the investigation, he already had a vague idea in his mind. You can check from these directions. He pointed out a few directions to Lao Luo. Lao Luo wrote down everything and took the tablet back to communicate. Jiang Xuyan leaned on the sofa, feeling a little annoyed by these things. After a while, Lao Luo came over again and asked him, Master, Director 1 called to ask about the next meeting. Do you have time tomorrow afternoon? Jiang Xuyan frowned when he heard it. Tomorrow afternoon? Yes. Lao Luo asked about your schedule for tomorrow. Your original schedule for tomorrow afternoon should be postponed. I wonder what your wish is. Jiang Xuyan, no time. I have an appointment. Lao Luo couldn't help but ask, what appointment? Jiang Xuyan raised his eyes and glanced at him. And he suddenly realized and lowered his head and said, Lao Luo is too nosy. I understand. Lao Luo will tell Director 1 about your intention. At this time, Jiang Xuyan thought again, if he is not busy, I can go there later. Ask him if it's okay. If it's okay, give me a message and I will contact him then. Lao Luo, okay. Jiang Xuyan went upstairs to rest. Lao Luo replied to Wan Wenguan, who said, what is he busy with? Can't he change his position? My matter is urgent. Lao Luo replied in an official manner. Since the young master has made arrangements, he must have known what was going on. I hope Director 1 will understand. Wan Wenguan. So he said that he would have time to come after he finishes his work in the afternoon. Is that what you mean? Yes. But if Mr. 1 has time. Okay. I'll accommodate him once. Tell him to contact me immediately when he has time. Lao Luo paused and thanked him immediately. Okay. Thank you Mr. 1 for your understanding. I will convey your meaning to the young master. Wan Wenguan sighed helplessly on the other side and hung up the phone. Lao Luo conveyed Wan Wenguan's meaning to Jiang Xuyan, who said I know across the door and began to review the documents to be reviewed tomorrow overnight. The next day, Fu Wen came to report the results of yesterday's resource inventory. Jiang Xuyan listened and read the inventory report he and Fang Qing made. As he read, he threw Fu Wen's report in front of Fu Wen and put Fang Qing's report next to it. Do you think Fang Qing's report is more detailed than yours? Fu Wen choked, lowered his eyes and took a look, then had to admit yes. It is true. Jiang Xuyan, what's wrong with you? Fu Wen, haven't I always reported in this way? But now you have a competitor. Fu Wen, he is better than you. Should you change? Fu Wen, yes. Jiang Xuyan then retracted his gaze, looked at the next report, and continued to ask, have you been practicing wooden warehouse recently? Fu Wen, what? I said. Are you teaching Fang Qing to practice wooden warehouse? Fang Qing asked me to teach. He? How is the practice going? Me or him? Jiang Xuyan glanced at him again. Don't I know what level you are? Fu Wen. Xiao Fang Qing is still talented. Xiao Fang Qing? Jiang Xuyan suddenly frowned. Why do you keep calling him Xiao Fang Qing? Fu Wen. Finally couldn't help it, mister. Jiang. Are you in a bad mood today? Jiang Xuyan. Why am I in a bad mood? Your words are full of gunpowder. Jiang Xuyan. Really? Fu Wen's mouth twitched. Don't you have any idea of AC in your heart? Jiang Xuyan continued to ask. Answer me. Fu Wen. Answer truthfully, because he is very well behaved. Very cute. Very cute. Jiang Xuyan's attention immediately focused on the word cute, and his eyes gradually became sharp. Cute? Fu Wen's back gradually became cold. No. Isn't it? Jiang Xuyan, cute? Not cute? Is it normal for a grown man like you to think he is cute? Is it abnormal? Jiang Xuyan narrowed his eyes. Fu Wen, not normal. I know. I will never say he is cute again. Don't say it? Fu Wen. Damn it. I don't think so. Jiang Xuyan snorted and waved his hand. Go out. Fu Wen felt that he was sick today. Oh no. Something was wrong. Although he was ordered to be expelled, he couldn't help asking, then should I practice mood song with him in the future? Jiang Xuyan thought about it seriously. I really don't know if I have time. Thinking about Fu Wen's mood song technique again. Let Chu Ning come. Fu Wen. Aren't you afraid that they will have a spark of love? Jiang Xuyan raised his eyebrows. Does Fang Qing like girls? Fu Wen. Does he like boys? Jiang Xuyan immediately realized that he had let the cat out of the bag and changed his mouth. Don't think too much. You have been working in the compound for so long. When did you become someone who only wants to have love every day? Fu Wen was speechless again, looking at Jiang Xuyan with suspicion. Strange. It was really strange. But he didn't dare to ask anymore, and didn't dare to challenge Mr. Zhang's authority anymore. He put away the report on the table, said goodbye very nicely, and left. Jiang Xuyan looked at his back and snorted, and then looked at the time. It was only morning. It was still a long way from the afternoon, but he had almost finished his work. He worked hard and spent another half an hour to finish the last little tale of the day. Then he looked at the time again. Noon. Time passed so slowly. But after thinking about it, it was noon anyway. So he drove to Fang Qing's villa, thinking of taking him to have a meal first, and then go out to buy things. But Fang Qing was not there. I don't know where he went. He frowned and asked the bodyguards and servants of the villa, and learned that he went to practice with storage. And Fu Wen. Jiang Xuyan rushed to the top of his head in one breath. Wasn't it for the afternoon? Didn't you turn it down? Didn't you let Fu Wen replace Chu Ning to teach? Did you make a sneaky appointment? His face turned black, and he turned around and got into the car without saying a word. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed to Musang Pavilion. The bodyguards behind him looked at him and said, "Fuck. Mr. Jiang looks like he is going to blow up Musang Pavilion." Right? Chapter 82. Jiang Xuyan had just arrived at the wooden warehouse hall, and before he entered the door, he heard lively laughter coming from inside. It was obvious that there were more than just Fang Qing and Fu Wen inside. There were also other men from the compound who should not have any missions. A group of people were laughing inside, and occasionally there were bangs on the wooden warehouse. Jiang Xuyan suddenly heard Fang Qing laughing and shouting inside, "Brother Fu Wen, can you show mercy?" Jiang Xuyan's heart was suddenly blocked. Blocked to death. Blocked to panic. He took a deep breath and strode in. The people inside didn't notice him at first, until they heard footsteps coming from behind, and turned around to see Jiang Xuyan with a gloomy face. Everyone was startled and subconsciously stood up. "Boss Jiang." Jiang Xuyan glanced at them. His eyes seemed to be able to kill. "You look quite free?" Everyone was stunned and a little confused. Jiang Xuyan is usually very nice to his subordinates, although they don't often talk and laugh. He won't lose his temper easily, especially when he meets employees who have nothing to do. He will let them arrange it as they please. He has never been asked "looks like you have nothing to do." Everyone looked at each other, a little scared, and didn't know how to respond. Jiang Xuyan had already walked behind Fang Qing and Fu Wen. The two wore noise-proof earmuffs and didn't know he was coming. Jiang Xuyan narrowed his eyes, first glanced at Fu Wen, then looked at Fang Qing. The latter is now more familiar with the wooden cannon method, with mental power as a support. The accuracy is good. He also practiced the wooden cannon posture and skills that Jiang Xuyan taught before, and now he can play well with his eyes open. He was obviously very happy now, playing a practice match with Fu Wen. Judging from the results on the electronic screen, he was still behind Fu Wen, but he didn't seem to really care. He tried hard, just wanting to make up for every point difference. He laughed occasionally, his face flushed because of his high concentration. Jiang Xuyan looked at the pink peach face, and his eyes darkened. Laugh, 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 laugh. I haven't seen you laugh so happily before. He glanced at Fu Wen again, and his knuckles were crackling. After a while, the game was over. Fang Qing naturally lost again, looking at the extra score gap on the screen. He took off his earmuffs in annoyance. "Wow, Brother Fu Wen, how come you are still so strong?" Jiang Xuyan's faint voice suddenly came out. "Strong?" Fang Qing was shocked and turned around. It was Jiang Xuyan. "Fuck? Boss Jiang?" Fu Wen was also shocked and took off his earmuffs. "Boss Jiang?" Immediately, his heart jumped. I don't know why. When he looked at Jiang Xuyan now, he always felt that there seemed to be a dark fog of the devil behind him, baring his teeth and claws, wanting to eat people. Thinking of what Jiang Xuyan said in the morning, that he wanted Chu Ning to teach Fang Qing. And now he was caught by him at noon and taught by himself. Fu had always felt that Boss Jiang wouldn't be angry because of this. Jiang Xuyan glanced at the two of them, and finally fell back on Fang Qing. with a very strange tone. Didn't you say to turn it down? Fong Qing intuitively felt that Jiang Shuyan was in a bad mood. But he didn't know why. He pursed his lips. Then I saw that Brother Fu Wen has time at noon. So I thought about changing it to noon. And it doesn't conflict with your time. Jiang Shuyan, why are you so anxious to practice with him? Fong Qing thought to himself. If I don't practice, how can I catch up with you? Although it's impossible to really catch up. At least I can catch up a little bit. At least one day, maybe one day. I can hear you praise me as much stronger instead of still so weak. He curled his lips, unwilling to tell the truth, and just said, then I want to practice. In Jiang Shuyan's mind, he automatically understood it as I just want to practice with Brother Fu Wen. He was so angry. A mouthful of resentment blocked his chest, unable to get out or down, making him feel stuffy and painful. And he had never felt so uncomfortable before. Then you will practice with him in the future? His voice was muffled. Fong Qing always felt that he was very strange. What on earth are you busy with? You are so busy that you are like this. Your mind is not clear. Fong Qing suddenly felt sorry for him. As for his problem, Fong Qing muttered quietly, then no one can teach me. He was not familiar with the other people, and his skills were not as good as Brother Fu Wen. Fong Qing himself did not care. But if he was trying to improve, he shamelessly wanted to find a strong leader from the beginning. When Jiang Shuyan heard this, he thought of Chuning again. But thinking about it, he suddenly changed his words when the words came to his lips. What about me? Fong Qing. What? Jiang Shuyan gritted his teeth. I said, I lead. Am I qualified? Am I better than your Brother Fu Wen? Fong Qing's mouth was wide open. He was terrified, at a loss, and dared not imagine. You? Jiang Shuyan was very dissatisfied with his reaction. No. Fong Qing. Fu Wen. Everyone. Fong Qing's voice was a little anxious. Aren't you busy? And why do you suddenly want to take me with you? Jiang Shuyan. I can't spare the time because I'm busy? But why? Why do you care about me? Fong Qing was confused and a little scared, afraid that Jiang Shuyan would burn his brain. So he looked at Fu Wen helplessly, looking for help. Jiang Shuyan's eyes changed again immediately. Fu Wen. You too. Don't mess with me. So scared. What happened? I was suddenly targeted. What do you mean by am I worthy of it? Is he better than your Brother Fu Wen? Boss Jiang? You are the big boss Jiang. You are comparing yourself with your little brother like this. Are you mocking me? Fu Wen began to retreat. 1 step. 2 steps. Quietly, trying not to attract Jiang Shuyan's attention, and not to let Fong Qing think that he has a problem with him. Well, otherwise, since you two have something to talk about, I will go first. Jiang Shuyan, get lost. Fong Qing, don't go. Jiang Shuyan, fuck. You are still reluctant? Fong Qing. I was so angry that I wanted to die from him. What are you thinking about? I couldn't help it. What happened to you today? Why are you so angry? If something is not going well, how about I will talk to you? Jiang Shuyan, okay. Talk. Fu Wen had already run to the corner and called Chu Ning, and whispered to the chip, Chu Ning, come and save me. Mr. Jiang is sick today. Chu Ning heard, what the hell? Fu Wen described what happened just now. Chu Ning, huh? Something happened. She immediately said, 2 minutes. Wait for me. I will be there soon. I'm next door. Hang up the phone. Fu Wen had already hidden in the corner, not daring to move. Even the men in the wood warehouse didn't dare to move. They all huddled in a small corner, trembling as they looked at Jiang Shuyan, who had a big devil behind him. The latter stood in front of Fong Qing like a wall. His aura was cold and low pressure, surging and brutal, and his narrow eyes were like an eagle, staring at the small prey in front of him motionlessly. Fong Qing stood in front of him, slightly tilting his head, and surprisingly, he was not afraid of his aura. He was just very confused about what was wrong with this man, and why his attitude was so strange. Of course, he would not think of some emotional problems. He was sure that Boss Jiang would never like him in this life. So he carefully guessed. Could it be that he had a quarrel with Brother Fu Wen? The two of them had a conflict. So the boss was angry and came to suppress him in disguise? Wow. Boss Jiang was really unkind. He actually bullied others by taking advantage of his power. But Fong Qing thought this was quite rare, cute, and adorable. Perhaps it was because a lover sees beauty in everything. He felt that he could accept Jiang Xuyan's bad habits. He felt that he could accept everything Jiang Xuyan did, no matter how bad it was. So he glanced at Fu Wen, tiptoed carefully, and whispered in Jiang Xuyan's ear, "Did you quarrel with brother Fu Wen?" Jiang Xuyan. Fang Qing, did you two have a conflict? Did brother Fu Wen not do his job well? Then I think you can communicate with him well. I don't mean to say that you did a bad job, but I just think that if you do this, will it damage the image of the boss? There is no need. Being angry can easily make you sick. Can you not be angry? He spoke in a very soft and gentle voice, with a completely persuasive tone. He was sunny and easygoing. His smiling face and soft voice, like the spring breeze, could give people an invisible spiritual comfort. At this time, he said it gently and warmly, and the following sentence, "Is it okay?" was like a cool feather flying above the clouds in spring, caressing Jiang Xuyan's irritable heart, and suddenly extinguished the clusters of flames magically. Jiang Xuyan's mind was calm, and the whole person seemed to be washed by clear water. All the anxiety, uneasiness, boredom, and resentment disappeared. He blinked his eyes, lowered his eyes, and looked at Fang Qing's white porcelain-like profile. He was very calm, very light, and even a little obediently responded. "Oh!" Fang Qing didn't expect him to calm down so quickly. He was stunned for a while. He had no place to say the pile of words he had prepared in his heart. He turned his head and glanced at Jiang Xuyan. Jiang Xuyan was also looking at him. The two looked at each other and were both stunned. An atmosphere that made their hearts beat faster suddenly filled the air. The two looked at each other, and almost at the same moment, they felt their hearts beat harder and faster. Fang Qing actually read a trace of obsession and concentration in Jiang Xuyan's eyes. He was startled and thought he was having an illusion. He immediately put down his heels in a panic and returned to his original position, pulling away from the distance that made him sink into insanity. Jiang Xuyan felt the fresh fragrance and slightly cool temperature around him disappear, and his heart was deeply empty for a moment. He felt the strong reluctance. He completely understood. At this time, Fang Qing felt that the two of them had been silent for too long, and it was too awkward. So he grabbed the hem of his lower clothes and asked nervously, "Then, it's all right. Are you okay?" Jiang Xuyan. "There is one more thing." "What? Are you going to practice with me or not?" Fang Qing had never thought that he would not be angry anymore, and would still insist on taking him to practice the wooden barracks. He was a little confused, and at the same time, he began to get excited. "Really? Is it really possible?" "Yeah. Aren't you busy?" "I can be busy." Fang Qing immediately became excited. His eyes brightened countless times, like the stars in the night sky. His face was even redder than when he practiced the wooden barracks just now, and the word ecstasy was written on his face. "Then I want it. I want it. I want to practice with you." Jiang Xuyan saw that the fear and uneasiness of "isn't this kid infatuated with someone else?" disappeared instantly. He felt like a flower blossoming in his heart, sweet and beautiful. He looked at Fang Qing's expression, which was only for him, and was very satisfied. He also smiled, raised his hand, and gently rubbed Fang Qing's soft little head, and said in an unspeakably soft voice, "Okay." Chapter 83. This scene happened to be seen by Chu Ning, who came to gossip. At one glance, her bubble-pink heart that had been dormant for many years was aroused by them. "Oh my! It's over. These two people. None of them can escape. Little Fang Qing is really fast." She secretly took a photo. The click sound of the shooting attracted the attention of the two people, and they all looked at her. Chu Ning immediately hid the photo and walked over as if nothing had happened. "Hey, what are you two doing?" Jiang Xuyan lowered his eyes to look at her hand, and then raised his eyes. "What are you doing here?" Chu Ning still remembered the grudge in the interrogation room before, ignored him, raised his hand, and pinched Fang Qing's face. "Okay. Little Fang Qing." "Fang Qing?" Jiang Xuyan. "Where are you touching?" Chu Ning didn't expect the scene here to be so harmonious. He originally planned to come over to mediate and assist Qing Qing by the way, but he didn't expect. "It's a bit interesting." She didn't say anything more, lest it backfire. She glanced at Jiang Xuyan, who was staring at her and touching Fang Qing's face with an unhappy look on his face, and laughed secretly in her heart, but appeared very cold on the surface. "What are you doing? What are you looking at?" Jiang Xuyan snorted when he heard her tone. "Are you still angry? Is it not okay?" "Whatever you want." She snorted again, Fong Qing saw this. What are you angry about? What's wrong with you? Chu Ning didn't shy away and pointed at Jiang Xuyan. This guy handcuffed me in the interrogation room yesterday. Do you think I should be angry? Fong Qing was surprised and looked at Jiang Xuyan. Why? Jiang Xuyan. He didn't want to mention Yan Shu in front of Fong Qing. He knew she would mind. Chu Ning. This thick-skinned guy. He looked at Chu Ning again. TSK. He really looked very angry. After thinking about it, since he didn't really want Chu Ning to be angry about Yan Shu's incident yesterday, he didn't put on airs and answered Fong Qing first. My hands were naughty. He looked at Chu Ning. It's my fault. Don't be angry. Okay. Fong Qing. Chu Ning? Damn. Is this still Mr. Jiang? Has he learned to apologize in public? I don't really want him to apologize. Chu Ning looked at Fong Qing with admiration. Awesome. Direct influence. She patted Fong Qing on the shoulder. From now on, you will be my boss. Fong Qing? What does it have to do with me? Jiang Xuyan was not happy and gave her a warning of don't talk nonsense. And then asked Fong Qing, have you completed your task today? Fong Qing's daily practice schedule is to come here to practice and warm up by himself first, and then learn the basics with Fu Wen. Half an hour later, there will be another concentrated practice. And then the two will have a small competition to consolidate today's practice and complete the day's task. Fong Qing came here before noon to practice the part he should practice first. And when Fu Wen came, he could let Fu Wen teach him directly. Although it was only noon now, he had already completed today's task. So he nodded, finished. Jiang Xuyan, are you hungry? Well, a little bit. Then let's go to eat. Let's go. Fong Qing? Are you going with me? Jiang Xuyan paused. A little helpless. Do you think I asked anyone? Others. Chu Ning. Fu Wen and his subordinates, thank you. Fong Qing was a little flattered. And he felt that Boss Jiang was weird today. But he did not refuse the invitation. And followed happily. Okay. Okay. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Jiang Xuyan. Use the little money you have left? Fong Qing. That's at least tens of thousands. It's a lot. You look down on me. Jiang Xuyan smiled and deliberately lowered his voice. So you don't know that I don't charge for eating in the compound. Fong Qing. Not only do I eat for free, but generally speaking, as long as I don't want to pay, I don't charge for anything. Fong Qing. So taking you out for dinner doesn't cost money either. Fong Qing. Jiang Xuyan wanted to say something. Fong Qing, enough. Shut up. You are so powerful. Otherwise you can just support me. He was just joking for a while. After all, he was very angry that Jiang Xuyan blatantly showed off his status as a big boss. As a result, Jiang Xuyan looked at him silently. And after thinking seriously for a while, he answered seriously, okay. Fong Qing. Chu Ning watched from behind. And at first, she was also satisfied. But as she watched, her smile gradually disappeared. And she stared at Fong Qing's back with a serious face. Wait. Although she is a little happy to see these two people. But, what about Yan Shu who you hid in the compound? What should you do? Jiang Xuyan took Fong Qing to dinner. And the two drove directly to the city, and found a few shopping malls with less traffic, and went shopping for a long time. After the news of the end of the world was released, coupled with the recent zombie tide, the citizens in the city have entered a state of madness. Crazy hoarding, or crazy negative attitude. Most of the shopping malls in the city are already in short supply. Although the two people hoarded goods, they still went to many places to barely fill up the space that Fong Qing had expanded. When they were about to go back, Fong Qing, who had been alone with Jiang Xuyan for so long for the first time, was shamefully reluctant to leave. He stared at Jiang Xuyan all the way, just staring, as if he wanted to deeply outline the other person, including every detail, through his eyes, put it in his heart, and remember this precious and rare day forever. This is almost equivalent to having Boss Jiang alone on this day. Jiang Xuyan didn't notice his action at first. But later, as he walked, he could not notice it. When the two walked to a corner of the mall, Jiang Xuyan suddenly stopped, gave way to the crowded pedestrians, and dragged Fong Qing to the corner of the corner. Have you seen enough? Jiang Xuyan asked Fong Qing with a bit of joking. Fong Qing was stunned. And after realizing that his pervert behavior was discovered, he immediately panicked. What am I looking at? Jiang Xuyan, Playing dumb? I'm not. Jiang Shuyan's mouth twitched, thinking what a fool. The action was so obvious. How dare he lie so blatantly? He was a little helpless, looking at this guy who was shrouded in his own shadow. His bright and big eyes were unusually bright in the dark, looking at him with a little admiration. A little admiration, an undisguised love, and an equally undisguised panic dodge. Jiang Shuyan never knew that a person's eyes could really express so many things. I never knew that when a boy becomes cute, he can really be like a harmless little white rabbit. He suddenly felt something in his heart, and he wanted to kiss those beautiful and lively eyes. As soon as the thought came out, he was shocked by himself. But soon, he felt that it was not impossible. After all, if you accept a fact, you can accept more and more facts. Right? Jiangda is a straight man. But he is not stubborn. This kind of thing doesn't seem to be so difficult to accept. If it was Fang Qing. Jiang Shuyan took a deep breath, and his eyes became extremely gentle. But there was a little regret. Not now. He still remembered that he had a very important thing that he had not solved. Yan Shu. This evil he raised and brought up with his own hands must be completely solved. Before that, this feeling, don't tell Fang Qing. After all, if he fails outside one day and can't come back. His eyes darkened. Regretfully, he raised his hand and gently stroked Fang Qing's forehead, the place where he had kissed her. He opened his thin lips and said 2 words silently. 2 words that Fang Qing could not hear or see clearly. Fang Qing, what did you say? Jiang Shuyan put down his hand, retracted his gaze, and smiled faintly at the corners of his lips. Guess? Fang Qing? He felt that the 2 words just now were very important. Very, very, very important. Because Boss John's eyes and expression were not right. His movements were not right. And all his performances were very wrong. Fang Qing's heart skipped a beat, and he grabbed Jiang Shuyan's collar directly. What did you say? I want to hear it. Jiang Shuyan didn't agree with him, still wearing that faint smile. Put down his hand and took a step back to distance himself. I won't. Fang Qing was so angry that he wanted to die. Are you kidding at this time? Jiang Shuyan, when is this time? Fang Qing. This. He was speechless. How should I say this? How should I say this? How should I say I really suspect that you just confessed to me? Fang Qing felt like crying, and his eyes were red with anxiety. Can you tell me? Jiang Shuyan's eyes darkened again. Stupid. Are you so wrong that you want to cry for such a small thing? When he thought about the future, his thoughts became more determined. No. Let's go. Fang Qing was so anxious. Really not going to tell me? Jiang Shuyan, nothing. Why don't I believe it? Then what do you think it is? Fang Qing. He finally came back to his senses from the dreamlike feeling just now, and thought secretly, yes. What else would Boss Jiang say? Will he really confess his love? Nonsense. Fang Qing. What are you thinking? He felt empty and lost at his heart instantly. But after realizing that Jiang Shuyan was unlikely to be gay, he immediately forced himself to return to that proper position. Alas, forget it. Just like this. Just look at him quietly like this. Fang Qing's eyes dimmed visibly. Jiang Shuyan looked at him and felt a pang in his heart. He secretly clenched his fists, looking at the chaotic crowd in front of him. Looking at this increasingly chaotic and dark world. He took a deep breath and silently said, wait for me. Wait until I figure this out. Wait until I solve this chaos that shouldn't exist. Wait for me. Jiang Shuyan asked Fang Qing to follow him. And Fang Qing followed him in a depressed mood. After walking a few steps, Jiang Shuyan's palm chip felt hot. He raised his hand and saw that it was a call from Wan Wingwen. Jiang Shuyan glanced at Fang Qing and walked aside to answer the call. Wan Wingwen was helpless on the other side. It's almost 7 o'clock. Big brother. Are you coming or not? Jiang Shuyan didn't notice that time passed so quickly. He glanced at the open-air ceiling of the mall inside. Push. Hurry. Hurry. Can't I relax for a while? Wan Wingwen. When did you know to relax? The workaholic is not you. Jiang Shuyan rolled his eyes and said, I'll be there soon. But I need to bring someone with me. Wan Wingwen. Who? Xiao Shu. Jiang Shuyan frowned. Don't mention him. It's not him. Wan Wingwen. Who then? Jiang Shuyan glanced sideways at Fang Qing, who was waiting quietly beside him with his head down and a depressed look on his face. He cursed at his heart, feeling sad, as if someone was pinching him tightly and pinching him to death. He whispered boyfriend in a voice that Wan Wingwan couldn't hear at all. He hung up the phone and went to pull Fong Qing. Fong Qing raised her eyelids to look at him and whispered, "Where are we going?" Jiang Xuyan just said follow me and didn't say anything else. He didn't let go and pulled Fong Qing forward in the crowded and noisy crowd. Chapter 84. When Wan Wingwan saw the two people coming in, he was a little surprised. Who is this? He looked at Fong Qing and felt completely unfamiliar. Jiang Xuyan calmly took Fong Qing to sit opposite him and introduced him calmly. One of us. Wan Wingwan. Fong Qing. After waiting for a long time, the person still didn't tell his name. Wan Wingwan's mouth twitched. He knew that the person who was brought by Jiang Xuyan to discuss things must not be an ordinary person. So he asked Fong Qing, "May I ask your name?" Fong Qing was about to answer. Jiang Xuyan, no need to ask. Wan Wingwan. Jiang Xuyan, he is not here to do business. Nor is he a subordinate. You don't need to check him. Wan Wingwan. If he doesn't do business, nor is he a subordinate, then why did you bring him here? If he doesn't do business, nor is he a subordinate, then who else can he be? He looked at Jiang Xuyan strangely. However, since Jiang Xuyan said so, Wan Wingwan did not want to offend him during the cooperation. He casually said, "I thought you would bring Xiaoshu here." Fong Qing's eyes dodged for a moment, and he turned his head away without saying anything. Jiang Xuyan glanced at him, then turned back. "Why bring him here?" Wan Wingwan, didn't you reach an agreement? What did you reach an agreement on? Well, he didn't explain to you? Jiang Xuyan's eyes gradually became colder. "I will listen if you explain." After thinking for a while, he stared at Wan Wingwan. "So you have been in contact with him because you trust him, right?" Wan Wingwan actually felt guilty about that incident. But at that time, he was not the director of the general administration, and that matter was not a decision made by him. And he did not even have the right to participate at that time. Being asked by Jiang Xuyan, he felt a little guilty. However, he had no choice. We checked it. The 10-year treaty did exist, and he really wanted to destroy the entire legion. You should also know what kind of reputation and deeds this legion has in the world. They have affected more than a little bit in the country. And we, as the general administration, can't miss this opportunity. Jiang Xuyan sneered. "So you not only ignored the grievances between us and contacted him privately, but also, tell me, how much did you help him?" Wan Wingwan was silent for a moment. Then he said, "It's just some technical assistance." "Including helping him hide from us?" Wan Wingwan, "We didn't do that. Although I don't want to admit it. Your compound is better than us in this regard. During that period, as long as he didn't show up, we had no way to find him." Jiang Xuyan's face was gloomy. "So you didn't help him hide his whereabouts. And he didn't rely on our compound." His eyes were gloomy. "Are you really not afraid that he will come back this time for other purposes?" Wan Wingwan frowned. And he had heard what he was hinting at. He thought for a while, and said in a deep voice, "For the Legion? We are not without concerns about his previous betrayal. But we can only weigh the pros and cons, and choose the one with greater benefits. But for his return this time." He suddenly looked puzzled, leaned forward, and looked at Jiang Xuyan with his elbows on the desk. "I always thought that you would let him go after bringing him back to the compound and listening to his explanation. Didn't you?" Jiang Xuyan, "Why should I let him go?" "No. In your eyes, how brainless, kind, and unprincipled am I?" Wan Wingwan, "He is your disciple. Is this the only disciple I have?" "He is the disciple you admire the most and teach with the most care. The person I admire the most and teach with the most care stabbed me and my forces in the back in the blink of an eye. Can I let him go easily?" Wan Wingwan was puzzled, looking at his expression. The questions in his heart were almost piled up. Strange. Then why were you so persistent before? How could I not be persistent if I couldn't find it? How could I not be persistent if I didn't take revenge? Wan Wingwan. Is that all? Jiang Xuyan. Convinced. How could it be otherwise? In your eyes, what do I think of him? No matter how good the disciple is, no matter how good the relationship is, it is impossible to forgive easily after being betrayed? The people I taught and raised ended up destroying so much of my compound. How can I not feel guilty or sad? Forget it and forgive it? As a master, shouldn't I be responsible? Shouldn't I avenge them? Shouldn't I seek justice for the compound? Jiang Shuyan was completely confused. How come in your eyes? My persistence is actually because of Yan Shu? Wan Wingguan was silent for a while. And Jiang Shuyan was also speechless. He didn't understand how things turned out like this. In the past, he kept silent because of guilt and hatred, and wanted to make amends. He didn't want to talk about Yan Shu because he brought him up as the person in charge of the compound. Everyone in the compound has complete faith in him, and they even love everyone in the compound as well. As long as he brings someone back, as long as he trusts someone, the compound will believe in him unconditionally. So he believed Yan Shu, and everyone in the compound believed in his judgment. But he was fooled in the end, and the damage caused was strictly speaking his personal responsibility in his eyes. There was no need to put his personal responsibility in the compound, so that they would be sad and obsessed with him. Everyone in the compound hated Yan Shu, and that was enough. They just had to keep their thoughts and attitudes towards this person. He took on the rest and digested it himself, until he couldn't find anyone later. He hated himself and didn't want to stay in the compound anymore. So he moved directly to the apartment. No longer asked too many things in the compound, and no longer accepted disciples and led people, because he didn't want to bring up another Yan Shu. As a result, in the eyes of others, is he obsessed because he missed Yan Shu? Fuck. He got goosebumps all over his body. Wan Wingguan really saw his surprise and confusion from his expression. It turned out that there was such a big misunderstanding before. Damn. He also thought that Jiang Shuyan had special feelings for this little disciple and could use it. He also taught Wu Yandong whether to use Yan Shu as a bargaining chip to stimulate this arrogant man. Isn't that the case? Does he really want to kill Yan Shu? It was fortunate that Jiang Shuyan brought people to demolish the restaurant and ask for people, and they didn't think of asking Yan Shu to come out to negotiate. Otherwise, Yan Shu would be finished. Then the subsequent army plan would also be ruined. Fuck. You are thinking wrong? Wan Wingguan asked again. Then why do you feel sad every time you hear his name? Jiang Shuyan, did I? Fong Qing suddenly interrupted. Yes. For him. You, a person who is allergic to alcohol, drank several bottles of wine. Jiang Shuyan, looking at Fong Qing, agreed. I spent 10 years to teach such a person. In the end, I didn't teach him well. 10 years of youth and hard work were wasted. And I also harmed so many compatriots and lost so much money. His name means my failure and my lack of ability to me. It's over. I haven't avenged my revenge yet. And he's still jumping around. What's wrong with me drowning my sorrows in alcohol? What's wrong with me being sad? Fong Qing shrank his neck, terrified. She looked at him. So, is that the case? Are you really not reluctant to part with him? Of course, I am reluctant to part with him. I am reluctant to part with him. 10 years. 10 years of getting along. 10 years of memories. It has nothing to do with him as a person. It's about that period of time. He glanced at Fong Qing, Wan Wingguan, and finally his face was full of incredulity. In your eyes, am I born cold-blooded and unworthy of any true feelings? Wan Wingguan, Fong Qing. The two of them unconsciously lowered their eyes and avoided his sight. Besides feeling guilty, they actually felt that he was wronged. Jiang Shuyan thought about it again, and finally looked at Fong Qing. So do you understand? You don't still think I have any special feelings for him? Fong Qing shrank back in his chair and said cautiously, well, then you swore. I can't not believe you. Wan Wingguan instantly smelled a hint of something unusual. Swear? What swear? Jiang Shuyan. You actually swear to someone. Jiang Shuyan rolled his eyes at him. Don't mind your business. He looked at Fong Qing again. Really? Fong Qing nodded honestly. Jiang Shuyan then snorted in annoyance and retracted his gaze. I'm so angry. Fong Qing and Wan Wingguan immediately thought, that can't be blamed on us. Who told you not to say it? Who told you to hold it in? Who told you to be a straight man? So straight that if you have a little paranoid reaction, then it's easy for people to misunderstand. Fong Qing reached out and rubbed his shoulder in a very flattering way. Oh, don't be angry anymore. Don't be angry anymore. We won't say nonsense and won't misunderstand anymore in the future. Jiang Shuyan snorted again. But the words were said by Fong Qing, so he was easy to coax. So he quickly put out the fire himself. Wan Wingguan looked at Fong Qing's little movements. No. Wake up. Wan Wingguan. Don't misunderstand me again. He clenched his fist to cover his mouth and coughed lightly. Then, let's get back to the point. What happened just now? Just pretend it didn't happen. Jiang Xuyan, then I'll be frank. There's something wrong with Yen Shu. What's the matter? So this is why you took him back to the compound and didn't deal with him? Yes. You asked him to investigate the zombie city before. So how much information about the zombie city did you reveal to him? 111 said. He didn't agree openly. So he naturally wouldn't give it all. I took the initiative to give part of the information of a city. And he himself. He asked for Blue Island. The map of the zombie city in this city. I thought he might be coming for you and wanted to take the opportunity to explain to you. So I gave it to you. Jiang Xuyan, he did come for me. He still wants your forgiveness. That's not necessarily true. What? Jiang Xuyan, he is very confident that I will take him back. Why do you think that is? Wanwen thought for a while. Because he also misunderstood? Jiang Xuyan. No. What he holds is not a bargaining chip that I will listen to his explanation. It is me who doubts him. He knows that I doubt him. And he deliberately makes me doubt him. Do you think it is so easy for him to ask for my forgiveness? This kid is provoking me. Chapter 85. Wanwen narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiang Xuyan with great scrutiny. So what do you think? What do you suspect him of? Jiang Xuyan thought for a while and asked, You know he appeared in Zombie City first. Right? Wanwen, yes. Then do you know how he appeared? Why? Left a note. If he really wanted to find me, would he need to do this? If he had no other thoughts, would he leave a note and run away? 111, could it be that he wanted to prepare you mentally, so that you would not be too excited and directly kill him? Then normal people would not prepare themselves mentally in a place like Zombie City. Right? And on that day, we encountered high-level zombies, and he was in Zombie City, neither interested in zombies nor coming forward to help. If a person really wants to admit his mistakes, I think his first reaction would be to behave well, rather than stand by and watch. Right? Wanwen was silent for a moment, unable to find any words to deny what he said. Indeed, this attitude is too vague, and it does not look like a sincere apology. But why is this so? If he doesn't want to apologize, he can just not show up. If he has something to hide, he shouldn't show up in such a blatant and suspicious way. Isn't this a case of trying to cover up something? Jiang Xuyan, it's a case of trying to cover up something. I said. He is provoking. What does he want to do? I don't know. Does he want to take the opportunity to go back to the compound with you and make trouble again? It doesn't seem necessary to go to such great lengths. This? Wanwen didn't understand, leaning back in his chair, looking puzzled. Why is that? You know him better. So just tell me. I really can't figure out the minds of you young people. Jiang Xuyan looked up at him. And for a while, he didn't say anything. After a long time, he suddenly said, When you were dealing with the zombie city, did you encounter high-level zombies? Wanwen heard. After thinking for a while, he shook his head slowly. To be honest, I have only heard of advanced zombies from Wu Yandong's report so far. And that time, it happened to be. Jiang Xuyan, it happened to be the time when I called the police for you. Yes. You never saw it again after that? No. Jiang Xuyan chuckled. So I am the only one who encountered advanced zombies twice in a row? Fong Qing suddenly said, and the second time. The people in the compound had already searched once and confirmed that all the zombies were cleared. But when you went there, the advanced zombies appeared. Jiang Xuyan nodded. If you exclude natural coincidences and exclude the fact that the advanced zombies deliberately hid before to avoid being discovered. Isn't this phenomenon very intriguing? And if the advanced zombie hid the first time, why did it appear the second time? Why did he hide from you and my men in the compound, but didn't hide when I appeared? Wanwen tapped the table with his fingers, full of contemplation, and it just so happens that Yen Shu is where the advanced zombies are. He's coming for you. And so are the zombies. He suddenly hissed. He can't control high-level zombies. Right? He also has superpowers? He won't be reborn? Fong Qing shuddered when he heard this, and recalled the first time he met Yen Shu. Shit! Jiang Xuyan and Wanwen looked over at the same time. Fong Qing grabbed Jiang Xuyan's hand and said in a hurry, I remember the day you took him back. When I saw him, I had a very strange feeling. I felt that he had evil spirits. I originally thought it was my own problem, that I felt wrong. But now that I hear this, he grabbed Jiang Xuyan's hand. Could this be Jiang Xuyan suddenly held him back and pinched him hard. Fong Qing felt pain and hissed. He didn't have time to finish the rest of the words. He wondered, why? Jiang Shuyan signaled him with his eyes not to say anything more, and then reminded him from an angle that only Fong Qing could see clearly that there was another Wan Wingguan next to him. Fong Qing quickly realized that he was asking him not to reveal his superpowers. Wan Wingguan asked curiously, "What's wrong? What is it? Why do you feel that there is an evil spirit in him? Could it be that you?" Jiang Shuyan answered calmly for Fong Qing. He has a good intuition and can judge people accurately. If there is an evil spirit, there must be something wrong. Fong Qing knew that Jiang Shuyan did not believe Wan Wingguan completely, so he did not say much and nodded in cooperation. Wan Wingguan looked at the two of them suspiciously, and then saw their hands holding together. He was startled and thought, was it too tight? Would a straight man like Jiang Shuyan also shake hands with boys? And he shook hands for so long. Are you not going to let go tonight? There is something wrong with these two people. Oh no. Stop being suspicious. Stop wrongly accusing Boss Jiang. Wan Wingguan. He forced himself to look away, not to pay attention to the two hands clasped together. At this time, Fong Qing also found that Jiang Shuyan did not let go of him. He thought that Boss Jiang had forgotten. So he hurriedly pulled his hand away, and then held the hand that still carried the other's body temperature tightly, covered it with the other hand, and carefully placed it between his knees to be happy alone. Jiang Shuyan's palm was empty, and he slightly tilted his head to look at him, seeing his expression and small movements. I was speechless in my heart, idiot. You pretended not to notice, and I pretended not to notice, so we can hold hands for a long time. Why are you so self-conscious? Big idiot. He withdrew his gaze unhappily, and continued to talk business with Wan Wingguan. Ever since Wan Wingguan suspected that Yan Shu had a connection with the zombies, his mood was like a mess. Now he finally understood why Jiang Shuyan was so irritable when he mentioned Yan Shu. Thinking about how he had tolerated this person, and even used and assisted this person, he felt like he was helping the tyrant. He even felt like he had harmed the whole world. Damn. No wonder Jiang Shuyan had endured such a big grudge. No wonder he hasn't taken action yet. Then I'll say it directly. Assuming that Yan Shu is really related to those high-level zombies, what do you think he will do? What will he do? You haven't touched him yet. Do you want to find evidence, or are you still worried about something? Do you think he planned the whole thing by himself? If he has an accomplice, he is really hard to investigate. Just as hard to investigate as you. Since you are his master, please provide some clear ideas. Don't let us waste time groping in the dark. Jiang Shuyan said, I killed no less than 10 high-level zombies in those 2 times. If they are all controlled by Yan Shu, then it is very likely that he has more zombies that he can control. If Yan Shu is the one who created the zombies, I can't guarantee that killing Yan Shu will completely eliminate these zombies. And I don't know how many zombies he controls. After killing him, how to find the zombies, and how to deal with them are all problems. It is no less risky than keeping Yan Shu temporarily. And if there is someone behind Yan Shu, you are a person working in the general administration. I don't need to say more about the dangers. Right? Catch the thief first, before the forces behind him are uncovered. We should first erase the only clue. This behavior is tantamount to blocking our own way. Wan Wingguan heard the end and said, perhaps these concerns are just the bargaining chips of Yan Shu. Yes. He knows that I can think of it, and that I have concerns. So his explanation and forgiveness are all bullshit. What he really has confidence in is the series of mysteries he has released now. Wan Wingguan cursed secretly. He never thought that the guy's ambition would be so big. At this time, Fong Qing couldn't figure it out. He has such ability. So why? He looked at Jiang Shuyan, and his tone gradually became wrong. Why did he come back to find you? If he has ambitions, can't he just do it directly? If he has helpers or messengers, wouldn't it be better to do it together? Even if he wants to provoke you, challenge you, isn't it normal to do it directly? Why did he come back to find you? Why did he ask you to forgive him? Why did he ask you to forgive him? What did you explain? What kind of explanation can make someone like Wan Ju feel that Jiang Shuyan can easily forgive him after he has done so many things? Even if Wan Ju thinks that the two have feelings for each other, Boss Zhang's reaction at that time does not seem like he will calm down after listening to an ordinary explanation. He couldn't help but look at Jiang Shuyan. What did he explain? Wan Wingguan answered casually. He stabbed himself in the same place as the scar on your Jiang Zong's left chest, saying that he was making amends. Fong Qing? Wan Wingguan, I heard that he hurt your Jiang Zong because he wanted to protect him from the enemy. Oh! He also said that in order to help Jiang Zong avenge and make amends, he signed a 10-year contract to sell himself to the enemy, just to get into the inner circle. Wan Wingwan. Stop talking. Jiang Shuyan's deep voice came. Wan Wingwan was startled, and was about to ask why he couldn't say it. Aren't you one of us? As a result, he turned around and saw the very beautiful and well-behaved young man staring at Jiang Shuyan without blinking. His expression, which was filled with inexplicable resentment, anger, and sourness, made Wan Wingwan feel that a small gray ball was emerging from behind him. A sour little devil. Fang Qing looked at Jiang Shuyan. Wow. Stabbing himself in the chest. Jiang Shuyan. Selling himself and sacrificing himself for you. Jiang Shuyan. What else? What else did he do? Jiang Shuyan. Fang Qing felt choked up, although it was not something Jiang Shuyan did for others. As he was blocking her, he suddenly snorted. His tone was faint. In fact, have you ever thought that you were not interested in her, but she may be interested in you? Jiang Shuyan, don't talk nonsense. Fang Qing, I'm not talking nonsense. Have you ever heard a sentence that I think can explain his behavior? What? Fang Qing snorted again. His tone was low and cold, and he was angry and unhappy. Either get it or destroy it. Does he look like a paranoid person? Chapter 86. The office froze for a moment. One reason was that Fang Qing, who had always been silent and well-behaved, suddenly became a little bit sharp to the point of being scary. And the other reason was that what he said was also a little bit appropriate to the point of being scary. Jiang Shuyan's face changed. Don't talk nonsense. Fang Qing, how could I? He even understood everything in an instant. If he treats you with this mentality, then he came back to ask for your forgiveness first, just to see if you would forgive him. If you forgive him, he can continue to stay by your side and live in peace. If you don't forgive him, he will completely destroy you. If you are between forgiveness and not forgiveness, then he can use the pile of mysteries he left behind to drag you, get close to you, and slowly influence you. Fang Qing gritted his teeth and stared at Jiang Shuyan with eyes that could swallow people. Then let me ask you again. When he explained his difficulties to you, was he sincere and excited? Jiang Shuyan. If he heard that you didn't believe him, would he be impulsive and crazy? Jiang Shuyan. Did he confirm with you again and again? Will you forgive him? Did he even say something like I only care about you in this life, or I can die for you? Jiang Shuyan. Speechless, not daring to tell the truth. However, Fang Qing had seen the answer from his guilty expression. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he was mad. You idiot! You are being targeted again. You know? This is another Qing Gu. They are here just for you. You are still worried about others. Huh? What are you worried about? Why don't you worry about yourself? Jiang Shuyan was startled by him, and his eyes revealed a hint of helplessness. Seeing that Fang Qing was really angry, he carefully reached out his hand and poked the back of his hand. You. Don't be angry first. Fang Qing, can I not be angry? How can I be angry? When I thought of Qing Gu, I was beaten again and again. One was destroyed by the courtyard, and Jiang Shuyan was directly taken away. Now thinking back, it's really hack damn. I just want to kill Qing Gu too. What a weird piece of shit. Fang Qing was so jealous that he lost his mind. Suddenly, his mental power went out of control. And bang! The desk lamp on the desk exploded. Wan Wingwan, who was watching the show, was shocked. He turned around and saw, what the hell? He immediately looked at Fang Qing, who was so angry that he exploded. You. When Fang Qing was angry, he didn't care about people or things. He glared at him and said, don't talk. Seeing that the light bulb exploded again, Wan Wingwan seemed to doubt himself. He subconsciously remembered all of Jiang Shuyan's instructions, all taboos, and all the habits and tempers. So he almost thought without thinking, your light bulb is of poor quality. It exploded casually. Take it away, and don't interfere with my speech. Wan Wingwan. Fuck. Blame me? Jiang Shuyan. It's over. He started to vent his anger. Both of them didn't know how to calm this angry guy down. Seeing Fang Qing on the verge of going berserk, Jiang Shuyan thought for a moment and gave Wan Wingwan a look that said get out first, and let me do it. Wan Wingwan. I don't care whether you, Jiang Shuyan, feel wronged or not. I just suspect that there is something wrong with you too. He ran out of the house like he was escaping. and even deliberately took a detour when passing by Fang Qing. When he walked out of the office, he quickly closed the office door and shouted to the corridor outside, "Wu Yandong, come out!" Wu Yandong, what for? He hurriedly ran out of the office next door to pick someone up. When he heard Wan Wingguan's rapid description of this evil thing, he was extremely curious and wanted to go over. Wan Wingguan grabbed his collar and pulled him back, put his arm on his shoulder, and forcibly took him away. Don't look. Even Jiang Xuyan dared not talk back. When Wu Yandong heard this, he immediately shuddered. Well, forget it. He was no longer curious and followed Wan Wingguan to another office for shelter. Fang Qing was still angry inside. He paced back and forth in front of Jiang Xuyan. And as he paced, he wondered what else Yan Shu would do. Jiang Xuyan watched him vent his anger without saying a word at first. But then, he was a little afraid that he would lose control of his mental power and hurt himself. So he reached out again and pulled Fang Qing's hand. Okay. Fang Qing, what's good about that? If you get angry again, everything here will explode. If you want to explode, I can afford it. Jiang Xuyan, it's not that kind of problem. What kind of problem is that? Then, what if I feel uncomfortable watching you do this? Fang Qing paused, frowned and said in a rough voice, Huh? He was totally unaware of what he said. Jiang Xuyan saw it and thought to himself, I understand. Fang Qing looked well-behaved and docile, but in his bones, he was a super irritable little devil. He whispered again, I said I felt bad? Fang Qing's expression changed visibly. What's the bad feeling? Where is it? What's wrong? Jiang Xuyan, I felt bad in my heart. Why do you feel bad? Don't worry about it. Is it my mental power that made you feel bad? No. Fang Qing frowned, stood in front of him with her hands on her hips, and said angrily, Tell the truth. Jiang Xuyan thought, This is also angry. It's really difficult. He had no choice but to tell the truth. I mean, seeing you angry, I feel bad and unhappy. Okay? Fang Qing's momentum condensed. His expression was a little confused, and he felt something strange in his heart. You? What do you mean by this? Jiang Xuyan cursed him as a fool in his heart again. After cursing, he patted the chair. I just don't want to see you angry or unhappy. Sit down. We can talk slowly if we have something to say. Fang Qing's anger gradually subsided. He kept turning over and over in his mind, and only the sentence, I just don't want to see you angry or unhappy remained. Damn. 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 Yes. This sentence sounds a bit good. He started to talk nonsense and fool people again. Fang Qing immediately sat down opposite Jiang Xuyan, and his lips, which turned slightly red due to excitement, were tightly pursed into a line. Oh. Sorry. I didn't mean to lose my temper. Jiang Xuyan, I understand. Fang Qing was afraid that he would think too much, so he added, I don't mean anything else. I I can't stand others bullying you. After all, you are very good to me. Jiang Xuyan. Just like that? Fang Qing, of course it must be like that. Jiang Xuyan laughed and didn't intend to expose him. Then I know. It's okay. Just calm down. Fang Qing suddenly thought of the business and asked again, but what's the use of me being calm? What about you? What are you going to do? If the inferences that Jiang Xuyan and Director once said before were all true, it means that Yan Shu had already made 2 preparations and was determined to win. Fang Qing naturally didn't want Jiang Xuyan to take risks. He even thought a little selfishly that even if he betrayed the whole world, he didn't want to put Boss Jiang next to that kind of person. But he knew what kind of temper Jiang Xuyan had, and he knew that he couldn't ignore this matter, otherwise he wouldn't care from the beginning and just take revenge directly. So with Fang Qing's self-proclaimed status and ability, Fang Qing himself couldn't stop Jiang Xuyan. Unable to stop, and unable to change the outcome, he soon became anxious again. Fuck. Otherwise. Or else. Go back and knock on the corpse crystal. Force your mental power to the limit. And see if you can fight? If he can fight a little bit, he can deal with Yan Shu by himself. Jiang Xuyan watched Fang Qing bit his lower lip and pinched his hands. His dark eyes kept rolling. He knew what Fang was up to. He pulled Fang Qing's hand unhappily, forced his clenched fist open, and said softly, Don't think about it. Don't have any bad ideas. I can handle it. Fang Qing looked up. How do you handle it? Jiang Xuyan had already made a decision in his heart, But he couldn't tell Fang Qing about this decision. He only said, "Just wait and don't worry." "Why do you have to wait? Can you stop picking on my words?" Fang Qing had a bad feeling and frowned. "You don't want to sacrifice yourself, do you? What are you thinking?" Jiang Shuyan patted his head. "Am I that kind of person?" "Then you." Jiang Shuyan was determined not to say anything and was vague. Fang Qing was easy to fool, and was the easiest to be fooled by Jiang Shuyan. The latter said a few words, half threatening and half coaxing, and soon coaxed Fang Qing into a daze. And he didn't seem to realize that there was anything wrong. Finally, Jiang Shuyan asked him with a sense of relief, "Do you believe me? Are you okay?" Fang Qing was a little embarrassed, and pinched the fingertips of his other hand with his nails. "Well, I believe it." Jiang Shuyan nodded. "That's good. Don't be angry anymore." Seeing Fang Qing still pinching his hand, he pulled it away again in a bad mood. "Don't pinch it. Doesn't it hurt? It will bleed later." His voice was very light and soft, and there was a bit of pampering that even Fang Qing couldn't ignore. Fang Qing was stunned and stared at him straight. The strange feeling that had been appearing in the past few days appeared again. "Wait a minute. Boss Jiang has been really strange recently." "Then he wouldn't?" "Wait." Fang Qing shook his head suddenly. No. Don't misunderstand. Don't let Boss Jiang suffer that kind of grievance that he can't explain. And he actually misunderstood me. Fang Qing. You shameless stinky man. He sighed imperceptibly, feeling regretful, and at the same time satisfied. Jiang Shuyan looked at him from the side and said, "Brat, what are you thinking about again?" But at this time, it might be better to let him think about it again. After the matter of Yan Shu is resolved, I will solemnly express my feelings. Jiang Shuyan dares to love and admits it. He doesn't care how others see him in the past, nor how he defines himself in the past. If he is gay, he is gay. He comforted Fang Qing and took Fang Qing out of the office. Wan Wenguan and Wu Yandong looked at the time, only half an hour. It shouldn't be enough to do something in there. Boss Jiang's endurance. It should be. It won't be. That or something. Wan Wenguan, you two are done. Ah. You two are done talking? Fang Qing buried her head deeply beside Jiang Shuyan. I'm sorry. I lost my temper and offended Director Wan just now. I hope Director Wan. Jiang Shuyan, I'll give you a wooden barge later. You can choose it yourself, and don't blame him anymore. Wan Wenguan, I haven't said anything yet. Wu Yandong looked here and there, and whispered, then I heard that I have a broken desk lamp. Jiang Shuyan, repair it yourself and buy a new one. I will reimburse you later. Wu Yandong, okay. Mr. Jiang. Thank you. Mr. Jiang. Wan Wenguan. Learn it, and use it to please your wife when you get married. After Jiang Shuyan finished speaking, he was about to take Fang Qing away. Wan Wenguan looked at him and said, leaving? Then what about that matter? Jiang Shuyan, I know. As for the zombie tide in other cities, I will let Chu Ning come to connect with you. I guess I can't take care of that side. Wan Wenguan had no choice but to say, okay then. Alas, I will come to you next time. It's really too difficult to wait for you to come. Jiang Shuyan, it's up to you. Seeing that someone was leaving, Wu Yandong asked, do you want to see me off? Wan Wenguan slapped him on the back of his head and whispered in his ear, you are blind. Wu Yandong was about to ask angrily, what's wrong with you? When he turned his head and looked over, he saw Jiang Shuyan and Fang Qing walking downstairs, shoulder to shoulder, hand to hand, talking and laughing. The strong atmosphere that no one could get in. Wu Yandong was stunned for a moment. And then he was surprised, confused, and said, I'm sorry. I was blind. Back at the compound, Jiang Shuyan personally sent Fang Qing to the door, and chatted for a long time at the door, and then left reluctantly. Watching Fang Qing's villa door close in the car, his face suddenly turned cold, and he drove to the place where Yan Shu was imprisoned. It was a basement, a place with heavy security and security. Jiang Shuyan walked through 8 super thick bulletproof and blast-proof doors before he came to the detention room. As soon as he opened the last door, he saw Yan Shu leaning on the single bed inside. Bored. There are people delivering meals here at 3 meal times. And there are beds, daily necessities, and places to wash, ensuring the normal daily needs of the people inside. Yan Shu wore high-voltage induction bracelets on his hands and feet, and there was a physical anti-escape self-destruction device outside. He did not have much range of activities, So most of the time, apart from eating and drinking, he could only spend time doing nothing indoors. When he saw Jiang Xuyan coming, he, who had no expression at first, suddenly had bright eyes. Jiang. When Jiang Xuyan thought of Fang Qing's words, he could no longer face his affectionate name, which he once thought was just a simple willful act of coquetry. Jiang Xuyan's face was gloomy. Stop yelling. Yin Shu tilted his head and looked at his face with surprise. You've been yelling for so long. Is this yelling nonsense? Jiang Xuyan walked over with mixed feelings and looked down at him. I used to be your master. Right? Yes. Which apprentice would call you master like you do? Me? Jiang Xuyan's eyes were gloomy. I think you don't understand the relationship between us. Before, we were master and apprentice, boss and subordinate, and at most, we were friends. Now, we are not master and apprentice, nor boss and subordinate, and even less friends. We have no relationship now. So stop yelling nonsense. Yen Shu's face, which was originally happy, suddenly sank when he heard it. He looked at Jiang Xuyan. His cold and beautiful phoenix eyes were permeated with a little cold light. Don't tell me that you have been thinking about it outside for so many days. And you think about this result. Chapter 87. Yen Shu's tone obviously became gloomy and sinister. His expression also changed from full of expectation to as if he had entered an ice cave. Plummeting. Jiang Xuyan looked at this change, and his heart sank again and again. Fang Qing's words were ringing in his ears, and he really couldn't believe it. Why? Why Yen Shu also? He almost blurted out, are you also reborn? It was because of the overall situation that he didn't really ask. Yen Shu's heart was about to break when he heard the words, we have no relationship now. He approached Jiang Xuyan step by step. Why don't you talk? Huh? Answer me. Jiang Xuyan frowned and retreated. He retreated to the wall and raised his hand to stop him. Yen Shu raised his hand and trapped him in this small corner. The two of them were deadlocked in this small corner. Speak. Yen Shu's eyes were bloodshot, and his tone was filled with a subtle pleading and an undisguised crying tone. Jiang Xuyan frowned even more deeply and said in a deep voice, isn't this within your expectations? Yen Shu was stunned for a moment, then laughed a little tragically, his face grim. Yes. Yes. But I don't really want to hear it. How about you change it? Jiang Xuyan, no. Yen Shu, don't you want me anymore? No. Just because of the compound? Not enough? I'm trying to save you. Do you think I need to save you in this way? Yen Shu suddenly became excited. No. Why not? If they really did it at that time. If we really couldn't beat them. What if you really died? Jiang Xuyan, from the day you entered the compound, I told you that everyone in our compound could die at any time. You know, I can accept myself and everyone in the compound being killed by the enemy, killed by natural disasters, and killed by various other reasons. But you? He grabbed Yen Shu's collar, his face like Shura. I can't accept any of us being killed by our own people, and I can't accept you the people I brought up killing them. Yen Shu, I don't care. You don't care? Yen Shu, I can accept my own death, their death, and all of you hating me and killing me. But you, only you. His voice trembled, only you. I can't accept your death. I can't accept any risk of you dying. Not only can I not accept your death, I can't accept you not wanting me. He also grabbed Jiang Xuyan's collar, his voice trembling, his face grim. I'll give you another chance. Change your words. Don't force me. Jiang Xuyan sneered with a deep look. Force you? If I don't agree, you're going to kill me. Right? If you can't get it, you're going to destroy me. Right? Yen Shu suddenly came back to his senses, and when he heard that sentence, his eyes were obviously flustered for a moment. What are you talking about? Jiang Xuyan's heart sank when he saw this, and he gritted his teeth and asked, what do you think of me? Yen Shu's eyes suddenly became more panicked. His eyes flickered, and he retracted his hand. What do you think of me? What are you talking about? Jiang Xuyan narrowed his eyes, and his mood was as chaotic as a raging tide. He pressed forward. Do you think your relationship is just a normal one between a teacher and a student? Is it a normal brotherly relationship? Is it a normal friendship? Jiang Xuyan's voice was trembling, and his tone was full of disappointment. Have I ever told you that I can't accept some abnormal feelings for me? Have I ever told you that I can't accept that the people I bring up have other ideas about me than a teacher and a student or a friend? Have I? Yen Shu? So what's wrong with you? I have emphasized these rules and minefields to you more than once. Right? As a result, you stepped on them not only once, but also again. Right? I have brought you up for 10 years. And this is how you repay me. Right? Yanshu? Yanshu's legs softened, and he held onto the wall beside him, shaking all over. He saw the disappointment and despair in Jiang Shuyan's eyes. He saw the hatred and disgust in his eyes. He had never seen such a look even when he stabbed him that year. At that time, Jiang Shuyan was mostly confused, shocked and sad. That look made Yanshu feel exactly how important he was in his heart. But now, those confusions and sadness are gone. There is only complete disappointment and abandonment, like looking at a stranger who always steps on his minefield. Yanshu's heart skipped a beat, and he shook his head in a hurry. I didn't. No. No. I'm not. I don't have that kind of thought. Really? Yanshu nodded without hesitation, with a look of panic and pleading in his eyes. I didn't. Really? I didn't have that kind of thought. I don't like you. He hesitated to say these words. He was a little scared. That was Jiang Shuyan's bottom line. That was absolutely non-negotiable. But he couldn't say it. Jiang Shuyan only sneered in his heart. No. Huh. He had seen this look in Fang Qing's eyes. Fuck you. No. He was really disappointed. More disappointed than when Yanshu stabbed him. He turned around and wanted to leave. Yanshu immediately said, I don't. Hurry up and followed. I don't have any extra thoughts about you. I'm not that kind of person. Don't misunderstand. Jiang Shuyan paused for a moment and remembered something. He suddenly turned his head and asked, Do you dare to swear? Yanshu was stunned again. Swear. Swear is what Jiang Shuyan values most. He will never easily promise something he can't do. Even if he promises, he won't swear. Absolutely not. He and the people in this compound will only swear on facts that are 100% certain. Or swear on things that they will get back even if they have to sacrifice their lives. Yanshu's eyes trembled. Jiang Shuyan said calmly, Don't dare? Then go. Yanshu suddenly raised his eyes and asked in a low voice, If I swear, will you forgive me? Keep me? Jiang Shuyan sneered. That depends on whether your oath is true or not. Yanshu was silent again. After a long while, he raised his hand tremblingly, his voice shaking unnaturally. I swear. I don't have any other thoughts about you that I can't have. Say it clearly. I swear I don't dislike you. Really? I don't like. Jiang Shuyan looked back at him and saw that his eyes were red even though he had never cried since he was a child. Jiang Shuyan took a deep breath and curled his hands at his side. His voice was as cold as ice. You know I will take your oath very seriously. Right? I know. If you lie to me again, I won't give you another chance. I understand. Jiang Shuyan finally snorted coldly, said okay, and was about to leave again. Yanshu asked from behind, What about me? Jiang Shuyan, can you really do anything to stay here? Yes. As long as I can follow you. Jiang Shuyan, okay. When one asked you to investigate the zombies. Right? Yes. What a coincidence. He also found me. I'll give you 3 days to get your mood and state in order. I'll come to pick you up in 3 days. Yanshu's eyes lit up. Where to? Of course. The zombie city. Go for what? Jiang Shuyan turned around and looked at him with a smile. Of course. To fight zombies. You saw the advanced zombies last time. Right? Every time I appear, they will also appear. Do you think this is a coincidence? Yanshu was stunned, and the hand hanging by his side secretly tightened a little. Jiang Shuyan pretended not to see it and continued, I suspect there is someone behind these zombies. This time, I was going to go there by myself. Stay there, and see if they will appear again. Now will you come with me? When Yanshu heard the word with me, his rationality was gone, and he looked up at Jiang Shuyan very firmly. Okay. Jiang Shuyan's eyes were full of dazzling cold light, staring at him straight. I will not stop until those zombies are dead. Yanshu clenched his fist again and gritted his teeth. Okay. I'll accompany you. Jiang Shuyan sneered, and his eyes, which had always been very familiar, were full of emotions that Yanshu could not see through. Then you'd better accompany me. After that, Jiang Shuyan did not stay any longer and left the detention room directly. Yanshu stared at his back in the room. When he could no longer see his figure, he retracted his gaze, slowly lowered his eyes, stared at the cold steel floor, and smiled coldly. The last time. The last chance. If you don't accept it, you will be my zombie for the rest of your life. Jiang Xuyan left the basement and returned to the car. He sat in the driver's seat and lit a cigarette for the first time. The smoke slowly dissipated from the window. He looked at the wisps of white smoke in the air. Still unsatisfied, he threw away the cigarette butt and drove to the villa complex behind the compound. The bodyguard at the door saw him turn back again and asked curiously, "Is there anything wrong, Mr. Jiang?" Jiang Xuyan asked, "Is he asleep?" Bodyguard, "I don't know. But it's still early. Mr. Fang Qing usually waits for Mei Wei to return safely before going to bed." Jiang Xuyan nodded and used his ID card to open the door and go in. There was no one on the first floor, and the lights were off. In the darkness, you can see the light pouring in from the crack of Fang Qing's room upstairs. Jiang Xuyan walked up and knocked on the door. Fang Qing was obviously taking a bath just now, and it was a hot bath. When he opened the door, he put a towel on his head and wiped it hurriedly, and the hot water on his body was still steaming out. He probably heard someone knocking on the door, so he hurriedly put on his clothes and came out of the bathroom. At this time, all the buttons on his body were buttoned casually, and there were still 3 buttons on the collar that had not been buttoned in time. From the casually opened collar, Jiang Xuyan could see his fair and delicate upper body, all the way to the waist, and the faint mermaid line. Jiang Xuyan originally just wanted to talk to him and relax, but after seeing him, he suddenly became even more relaxed. Fang Qing saw that it was Jiang Xuyan and asked softly, "What's wrong?" When Jiang Xuyan heard it, his hand unconsciously pushed him into the room and slammed the door shut. Chapter 88. Fang Qing was suddenly pushed into the room, and was startled when he heard the door slammed shut. "What's wrong? Boss Jiang? Don't tell me there's a bad guy outside." Jiang Xuyan lowered his eyes and looked at him. He could clearly see his collarbone from this angle. The white, deep, slender collarbone came into his eyes, like jade quenched with poison, which made Jiang Xuyan a little confused. He narrowed his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Do you usually open the door for Mei Wei like this?" Fang Qing was stunned, and after realizing that Jiang Xuyan was staring at her slightly exposed clothes, she immediately covered her hands in a hurry. "No! I just took a shower and didn't have time to put on my clothes, and Mei Wei won't be back at this time." Jiang Xuyan saw him covering his collar with his hands, and felt a little unhappy for some reason. His eyes narrowed again. Fang Qing was busy tidying up his clothes, and didn't see the change in his eyes. He still didn't understand why Jiang Xuyan came over suddenly. So he asked while buttoning his shirt, "What's the matter, Boss Jiang?" It was the first time he was dressed like this to face Jiang Xuyan, and he was a little overwhelmed. His heart was beating fast. Jiang Xuyan blurted out, "Can't I come to see you if I have nothing to do?" Fang Qing was stunned and looked up at him. Seeing his deep eyes, it was a look he had never seen before. Fang Qing blinked, feeling that he didn't understand, but also felt that this look was very aggressive. He was flustered for a while, and lowered his head again. "Yes, it's not impossible," he answered in a low voice, and his face turned red all of a sudden. Jiang Xuyan smiled when he saw it, blushing again. Blushing again. "What's the matter? So cute." All the gloom, irritability and violence in his heart disappeared in an instant. He immediately found that Fang Qing was a person who could easily make people feel at ease. He was gentle and well-behaved, and never put pressure on others. At critical moments, he could stand up in his own unique way and give people decisive inspiration and help. He recalled, since when did Fang Qing become weak? But he was still the same as always, without any edges and corners, and was strong in protecting others in his own gentle way. Jiang Xuyan couldn't tell what he was feeling, but he knew that at this moment, he was more relaxed than ever. His eyebrows softened a lot, and he took another step closer to Fang Qing and looked down at him. Fang Qing. Fang Qing panicked again. This close distance made his heart beat wildly. He was at a loss, wanting to hide but not wanting to. His voice was filled with anxiety. You, what are you doing?" He was so flustered, like a little white rabbit stepping on a hot stone. Jiang Xuyan saw him. His head buzzed, and he couldn't help but reach out to grab his waist and pull him in front of him. "What are you flustered about?" Fang Qing. The whole person was stunned. His eyes were as big as copper bells. "You?" He couldn't speak. Jiang Xuyan opened his mouth and gradually became a little confused. He originally just wanted to tease him, but when he touched that soft and slender waist, he felt that he was on fire. His whole body was hot, and there was a raging fire burning in his hands, brain, and the parts of the two people that were close to each other, as well as somewhere in his lower body. He was also a little confused and wanted to let go, but unexpectedly. But he didn't want to let go, so he quietly tightened his hand, and the two of them were very close. He spoke in a low and hoarse voice. 3 days later. Do you have time? Fang Qingxin said, what 3 days? What time? You don't plan to let go and just chat like this? He was so panicked that his voice was trembling. What 3 days? Jiang Xuyan, it's 3 days. Answer me. 3 days later. Do you have time? Fang Qing, yes, yes. That is, Boss Jiang. Otherwise you let me go first. Jiang Xuyan thought to himself that I won't let go, and pretended not to hear it, and said casually, when the time comes, Chu Ning and Fu Wen will have a mission to perform. I want you to go with them. Okay, Fang Qingxin said. Is this how you arrange the mission? Do you have to hold someone to arrange it? His legs were already weak, and he couldn't stand at all. He felt like his bones were pulled out, and he leaned on Jiang Xuyan weakly, and his hands tremblingly grabbed his clothes. I. Jiang Xuyan's hoarse and magnetic voice came again. Is it okay? Fang Qing's brain got hot. His rational mind collapsed, and his whole body was drained of strength. Whatever you say is fine. Jiang Xuyan's lips curled slightly, and he saw all his reactions, and he felt very happy. He finally let go of Fang Qing. After all, the latter could not muster any strength. Even if he let go, he had to lean on him, burying his head in his shoulder, and his face. You can imagine how red it would be. It took Fang Qing a long time to regain his soul and strength. When he left Jiang Xuyan, his face was about to burn. No. Sorry. I suddenly felt a little dizzy just now. Jiang Xuyan smiled at his nonsense and nodded seriously. Well, then you should take care of yourself. What if you can't stand the tossing in the future? Fang Qing muttered that he couldn't stand your tossing. Thinking about it, this sentence seemed ambiguous, and he lowered his head again, trying to hide his hot face. Jiang Xuyan looked at him quietly for a while, and finally let him go. Then, it's okay. I'm leaving? Fang Qing was reluctant at all, but compared to being reluctant, he was more afraid that Boss Jiang would do something that a straight man didn't know was inappropriate. So he nodded happily. Okay. Then, Boss Jiang, take care. Jiang Xuyan smiled faintly, couldn't help but rubbed his head again, and then left his room. Fang Qing was confused again, and began to have a seemingly unrealistic and absurd idea. Boss Jiang, is he teasing me? In the next 3 days, Jiang Xuyan behaved as usual, in addition to being busy with his own affairs. He also took time to teach Fang Qing to practice the wooden warehouse as agreed. In addition to practicing the wooden warehouse, he also tailored several very practical and fierce offensive and defensive techniques for Fang Qing. After he finished teaching, Fang Qing, a newbie with a weak foundation, was able to successfully protect himself under the double attack of Fu Wen and Chu Ning. On the 3rd day, Jiang Xuyan arranged the tasks of the zombie city for Chu Ning and Fu Wen in detail. He asked them to install surveillance in the zombie city that had been cleared long ago, saying that they wanted to monitor everything there in real time. Chu Ning asked him again how Yan Shu arranged it, and he replied indifferently, I haven't thought about it yet. Chu Ning was very angry about this. As soon as the meeting was over, she grabbed his collar without any hesitation. What's wrong with you? What do you mean? How long do you want to keep Yan Shu? Jiang Xuyan lowered his eyes to look at her. His eyes were actually gentle and indulgent, but Chu Ning was so angry that he didn't notice it at all. Jiang Xuyan said in a low voice, I said, I haven't thought about it yet. Chu Ning, what haven't you thought about yet? Have you thought about how to deal with him? Or how to keep him in the compound openly? I thought that no matter how obsessed you were with him, it shouldn't hinder your judgment. I thought we could pull you out of the frustration and obsession you had before. Jiang Xuyan still said the same thing. I haven't thought about it yet. It seemed that he didn't listen to Chu Ning at all. Chu Ning got angry on the spot and grabbed his neck. So you are hesitating now. Are you delaying? Maybe. So you really can't bear to part with him. Huh? You really can't bear to part with that bastard who has hurt our compound and our compatriots? Jiang Xuyan didn't say anything. Chu Ning's eyes dimmed instantly, and he let go of his collar with a dead heart. Oh, so you are this kind of person. I thought you were soft-hearted and sad. But at the final moment of decision, you would still make the right choice. I thought you could do it. I was afraid that you would feel too uncomfortable afterwards. So I asked Fang Qing to comfort you, soothe you, and pull you back. And you are not. You are not Fang Qing. I thought you were to him? Jiang Xuyan was not annoyed at all after listening to her scolding, and nodded secretly to her words. I thought you were to him. Then he said calmly, when you go out this time, take good care of Fang Qing for me. Okay? For me. Chu Ning was almost furious. So you are still ignoring my words? And you do have that intention towards Fang Qing, right? But you neither admit it nor take responsibility. And you even want to take Yanshu with you? Jiang Xuyan, I don't mean that. Then what do you mean? I said. Don't worry about it. You just need to lead them to complete the mission tomorrow, and come back quickly before the crazy bird tide. Then when the crazy bird tide comes, if I can't come back from the Wand Bureau, you will take my place. Take care of this compound. And take good care of Fang Qing. Don't let everyone worry about me. Chu Ning, no one should worry about you. Jiang Xuyan's eyes darkened. But when he saw Chu Ning's face, that was so angry that she was about to cry, he laughed again. Then you'd better do what you say. Chu Ning was really about to cry. Damn it. Why did this guy talk without any logic today? And he kept making excuses. Does he really have such feelings for Yanshu? She didn't want to talk to him anymore. So she pushed him. Get out. Jiang Xuyan looked at her quietly, put his hands in his pockets, and turned around and walked away obediently. But he stopped after walking 2 steps, turned back and said, please don't tell him that I like Fang Qing. He paused. I want to wait until I come back and tell him in person. If you can't tell him in person, you and I will bury this in our hearts and never tell him. Chu Ning sneered. Don't tell him even if you come back. Understand? Before you solve Yanshu, I won't allow you to tell him about this. Fang Qing is a good kid. He deserves a better person. And you, a stinking scumbag like you who is indecisive, should stay single for the rest of your life. Jiang Xuyan was about to be amused by her willful angry words. Thinking about her words, he nodded, okay. Then please abide by your principles, and don't let him suffer. Chu Ning was so angry that her heart hurt. When he left the office, she threw a chair against the wall. Not feeling relieved after the fall, she ran to the boxing gym to practice boxing. From beginning to end, she didn't realize how inappropriate Jiang Xuyan's words were. Chapter 89. After Jiang Xuyan arranged the tasks for Chu Ning and Fu Wen, he went to the research room. How is it? Have you made any progress recently? The research room is currently extracting elements from corpse crystals to conduct experiments on evolving zombie viruses. Seeing Jiang Xuyan coming, the general manager Wu Liang told him happily, it is indeed possible to extract the effective ingredients. Putting them on mice can also extract the zombie virus to a certain extent. But there is a problem. The environmental conditions inside the corpse crystal are not quite the same as our real environmental conditions. The ingredients extracted from the corpse crystal are inactivated very quickly, which greatly reduces its effectiveness. Are there any strategies to deal with it? Yes. We are now planning to accurately detect the internal environmental conditions of the corpse crystal, and then make a simulation warehouse to store the extracted corpse crystal elements. Yes. In addition, we are also simulating the composition of the corpse crystal elements and trying to synthesize artificial purification factors. But this project is a bit difficult at present, because we are now mainly extracting corpse crystal elements, and we are seriously short of manpower. The technology and materials required for artificial synthesis are also far beyond the ordinary level. I think we have to postpone this project until at least after the crazy bird tide. Only then can there be substantial progress. Jiang Xuyan pondered for a moment. Wu Liang. You are quite familiar with the director of scientific research over there, right? Over there? Wu Liang was stunned. You mean, the general administration? Well, we are familiar with each other. We were brothers before. But later. Can you two still cooperate? What? I will ask Wan Wingguan to bring him and his research team over tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. You can have a talk. If you can cooperate, your departments can cooperate on these 2 projects. Wu Liang thought he had heard wrongly. Mr. Jiang, What are you talking about? Are you asking us to cooperate with the General Administration? Why? What's so rare about us cooperating with the General Administration? Wu Liang thought to himself that cooperation in weapons was not rare. But in scientific research, this is the first time. Jiang Xuyan said, now that the disaster is imminent. Personal grudges are not important. The Research Institute has a lot of materials and talents. And most importantly, they also have some inventory of corpse crystals. With their assistance on the other side, our progress will at least be faster. So Wu Liang, let go of the past grudges and cooperate once. Wu Liang was stunned for a long time again, thinking that it was not me who had the biggest grudge. It was you, Mr. Jiang. Are you going to let it go? He thought for a long time before saying, we can do it. As long as Mr. Jiang trusts them, we will cooperate unconditionally. Jiang Xuyan, it's not you who cooperate unconditionally. The compound is the leader. You must always remember this. I understand. I mean we cooperate with Mr. Jiang. You are the general manager here, the most professional and authoritative person in this area. So you must also remember that it is not you who cooperate with me, but everyone who cooperates with you. Wu Liang. It's you, not me. You should take responsibility. Wu Liang was stunned. Seeing Jiang Xuyan saying this seriously, he suddenly felt uneasy. Boss Jiang. What's wrong with you? Jiang Xuyan looked over calmly. What's wrong? You usually, if you're fine, you usually won't say this kind of thing. Jiang Xuyan. Something's wrong. I'm going out for 2 days. This is not the point. The point is that we're going to cooperate with others this time. You know? Wu Liang didn't believe it at first. Is it because of this? Jiang Xuyan smiled. What else is there? Where are you going for 2 days? To Wanwingwen. I was joking when I said I had something to do. How come you don't understand this? Wu Liang's inner uneasiness was even stronger. Mr. Jiang was joking. But after asking around for a long time, the other person's answers were flawless, and there was no problem at all. Wu Liang finally gave up and solemnly promised to leave the laboratory to complete these projects. Jiang Xuyan took a look at the advanced zombies, and learned that these zombies could evolve by eating ordinary zombies. And their appearance would change subtly with the different zombies they ingested. Just like gradually changing their appearance with the appearance of the person who provided the zombies with energy. When Jiang Xuyan heard this discovery, his back was chilled. What you eat will make you what you become. Fuck. He decisively didn't look at it anymore and turned to go to another place. It was the research room where Mei Xin and Mei Wei were staying. This time he didn't go in. After quietly watching Mei Wei talking to Mei Xin for a while at the door, he told the people in the research room to take good care of him. And then he left. After that, he went to the underground factory and the weapons research and development site alone. Learned everything he needed to know. Gave instructions. And finally returned to the private office in the villa. He thought for a long time inside. And finally found Wanwingwen. After discussing some things, he asked for a person's phone number. Qinggu. Before calling, he took several deep breaths and prepared himself mentally before dialing the other party's number. The other party answered the phone quickly. He hadn't seen him for a long time, and he was not in a good state. His chin was covered with stubble, and he seemed to be lying on the bed. Jiang Xuyan called with a process number. Qinggu didn't know who it was at first, so when he saw Jiang Xuyan's face on the electronic light screen, he was stunned for a long time and didn't react. Jiang Xuyan? After recognizing the person, he was so surprised that he jumped up from the bed immediately. Jiang Xuyan folded his hands on his legs and looked at the electronic screen. Excuse me. A question for you. Qinggu was overjoyed and moved closer to the screen. What are you asking? Are you going to accept my advice and follow me? Jiang Xuyan. You're overthinking. I want to ask. In your last life, you stayed in the compound for so long. Have you ever seen Yinshu? Or heard of this name? Qingji's face changed immediately after hearing this. Yinshu? Damn. Do you miss him so much in this life? Jiang Xuyan took another deep breath and suppressed his temper. Have you ever seen him? No. Didn't he betray you? In that life, everyone in your compound was very secretive about his name. And you went crazy when you mentioned him. How come you can mention him again now? Jiang Xuyan frowned. So he didn't return to the compound? Qinggu, I haven't seen him anyway. This person never showed up until you left the compound? No. Jiang Xuyan's eyes were deep. Qin frowned when he saw this, and asked in a sour tone, "Why? He won't come back in this life, right?" Jiang Xuyan looked up at him, and saw his extremely sharp eyes, and a very manly face. People who look like this and have such eyes are actually very ambitious. Jiang Xuyan suddenly approached the light screen and said in a low voice, "Are you thinking of doing something big?" Qin, what? This should be your idea, right? You look very ambitious. And you also want to keep me at home as a canary, right? Qin heartbeat became faster when he heard his words, and his eyes revealed excitement and desire. Yes. Are you willing? Jiang Xuyan, no. But I can show you a way. Just as a help. What? Jiang Xuyan leaned back in his office chair, swiped his hand on the electronic light screen a few times, and sent a few files to Qin. Here, there is some information about other reborn people. Since you have the ambition to do great things, investigate your opponents in advance and get rid of them in advance. Then you can become the world's hegemon. Right? After that, he hung up the phone and transferred Qin's number to the internal line downstairs, so that when he called again, Lao Luo would deal with him on his behalf. Qin did call back, but was dealt with by Lao Luo in a short while. Jiang Xuyan worked peacefully in the office until late at night, when he came out and went to the first floor to find Lao Luo. Lao Luo was on standby downstairs as usual. When he saw Jiang Xuyan coming down, his eyes were bloodshot. He knew that Jiang Xuyan must have been working in the office for a long time, so he immediately made a pot of tea for Jiang Xuyan. Young master, what's the matter that has you been busy so late? Go to bed early. He also explained to Jiang Xuyan about Qin's phone bombardment just now. Jiang Xuyan didn't react much. He sat on the sofa with several documents and a long black box with a password lock in his hand. He handed the documents to Lao Luo first. These are the plans I have drawn up for comprehensive cooperation with the general administration in the past few days. When Wan Wingwen brings people here in 2 days, you will hand over the plans to the heads of various cooperating departments. And you will also give a copy to the Wan Bureau. Lao Luo took the documents and was slightly surprised. Young master. Why? Jiang Xuyan handed over the black box again. The password is the usual password. If I don't come back after the bird tide, you can act according to the instructions inside. Lao Luo was even more surprised. He put down the documents, took the box, entered the password, opened the lid and took a look. Bang. He closed the box again. Young master. Who are you? Will? Jiang Xuyan was shocked. Color light, don't be surprised. It's just a formality. What are you going to do? I'm going to take Yanshu away tomorrow. What? Jiang Xuyan thought for a while, then rubbed his nose and said, I will tell you all the following inferences, so that if I really can't beat Yanshu and die outside, you can convey my inferences and let Wan Wingwan or anyone else take over the investigation. And don't let those people run away. Lao Luo, master. Then you can tell Wan Ju now and ask him to help. Jiang Xuyan, that's just a last resort. Now the zombie tide is so serious. Do you think Wan Wingwan really has the time and energy to investigate these things? And Yanshu is a breakthrough. I think if I really die, I can also convey some news to you before I die, so that you won't be too tired. Master, Jiang Xuyan has already started talking to himself. First of all, there are too many zombie tide events that happened in advance during this period, and the locations are too wide. This is definitely not something that Yanshu can do alone. There must be a force behind him. As for who is behind him, I suspect it is also related to the Reborn. After all, the zombie tide is developing too fast, and the development model seems to be tailor-made for the zombie tide. This kind of thinking is obviously the thinking of people who have been reborn from the previous life. I just found Qin the man who made crazy calls to the insider. He is a reborn who has been in the compound. In his previous life, he stayed in the compound for a long time, but he never saw Yanshu in the compound, nor did he hear that Yanshu had come back. In this life, Yanshu suddenly came back. In addition, before, many civilians pretended to be reborn and came to the compound to make trouble, asking us to take them in. That's what a reborn would do. The method of using civilians to deal with the compound seems to be a method that Yanshu would come up with. But Wu Sen has checked the various channels for civilians to gather, and those anti-reconnaissance methods are not Yanshu's methods. In addition, there was a jackdaw chick that always appeared near the compound at that time. Yanshu came back a few days ago, and the jackdaw chick appeared more frequently. even when there were no civilians. So I suspect that this jackdaw is not only monitoring the compound's reaction to civilians, but also monitoring the relationship between Yin Shu and the compound. So, in summary, I suspect that the contract that Yin Shu mentioned was not interrupted at all, and the so-called Legion was not really exterminated. Or, he may have other shackles, and is still working for other forces, some reborn forces. Chapter 90. After Jiang Xuyan finished speaking, he looked at Lao Luo. So do you understand why I went alone? Lao Luo was still in shock, and responded to Jiang Xuyan, are you worried about alerting the enemy? Jiang Xuyan nodded. The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. We have exposed too much. If we continue to make it public, we will be wiped out by the other side. Yin Shu is my responsibility, and I must deal with it myself. After dealing with him, if I am not good enough, you can let Chu Ning intervene in this matter. Lao Luo suddenly thought of the will again, thinking about the name of the transferor written on it. He whispered, you want to hand over the compound to Miss Chu Ning? Jiang Xuyan raised his eyes. Why? Do you have any objections? Lao Luo didn't mean that. It's just that I heard that the young master had a dispute with Miss Chu Ning over Yin Shu. If you do this now, she may find out the truth. She can accept it. Her sense of responsibility is no less than anyone else in the compound. When she has to take over, she will naturally grow up. Lao Luo pursed his lips. He looked at Jiang Xuyan with reluctance. Jiang Xuyan explained a few more things, and when he felt that it was about done, he took a sip of tea and stood up. Let's do this for now. Don't tell anyone about these things before the dust settles, especially Chu Ning and Fu Wen. When the will is to be executed, no matter what objections you have, you must strictly execute it. Understand? Especially the transfer of property. Just follow the instructions I wrote on how much to transfer and to whom. And no one is allowed to stop me. Lao Luo nodded. Lao Luo will do it. Master. Jiang Xuyan, I will leave tomorrow. You need to transfer 2 teams from him to follow me. No one from the compound is needed. Okay. How much does it cost to transfer people? Just transfer it from my account. Don't give me a penny less. This? Give it to me. Yes. Jiang Xuyan said nothing more, and went upstairs to rest. Lao Luo looked at the black box in his hand, and then looked at Ashio and other servants in the room, who looked reluctant. After thinking about it, he took a deep breath and decided to go out and make a phone call. As soon as the other side answered, a calm and experienced voice came. Hello? Lao Luo took another deep breath and said in a trembling voice, Master. Early the next morning, Jiang Xuyan got up and went to see Chu Ning and Fang Qing off, because it was a large workload to install surveillance. Half of the compound was mobilized, and the cars were parked in several rows at the door, which was very spectacular. Fu Wen saw Jiang Xuyan coming over and said, Boss Jiang, it's just a surveillance camera. You don't need to empty the whole compound. Right? There was no such a scene before. Jiang Xuyan just smiled faintly. With more people, they move faster. Otherwise, do they have to wait for the bird tide to come back? Fu Wen shrugged and said nothing. Jiang Xuyan looked for Fang Qing in the crowd. After searching for a long time, he saw someone standing alone at the door. He walked over and asked curiously, Why are you standing here? What are you looking at? Fang Qing was looking up at the sky. His clear eyes kept blinking. Hearing this, he turned around and saw that it was Jiang Xuyan. But his face still looked a little gloomy. It's cloudy today, he murmured. Jiang Xuyan didn't understand. What's wrong with cloudy days? Isn't it often cloudy recently? Fang Qing raised his hand, scratched his chest, and muttered, But I always feel uneasy today. Jiang Xuyan? Fang Qing took a deep breath. Do you think I didn't sleep well last night? I woke up early today, and I felt so nervous. Will there be any problems? Jiang Xuyan's heart skipped a beat. No way. Glancing at the people behind him, he tried to ask, Do you feel that there will be problems with you? Fang Qing, that's not the case. I think our action is good. But I feel that there is something wrong. Jiang Xuyan, just thinking about how to answer. Fang Qing suddenly looked up and squinted at Jiang Xuyan. By the way, could it be you? Jiang Xuyan's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said, What is me? How could it be me? Fang Qing frowned. He raised his head and said in a very serious tone, Tell me the truth. Where are you going? Why don't you go with us? Jiang Xuyan, to see Director 1. What do you want to see Director 1 for? To discuss something. What? How many days? You used to go and come back the same day. Why are you staying out this time? And didn't Director 1 come the day before yesterday? Didn't you agree on it? What else do you want to discuss? And why did you arrange so many people to go out? Didn't you always pursue fewer, but better people in the past? Don't you think that this compound is so empty that it's easy for people to feel that you are trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Are you going to do something big secretly? Jiang Shuyan was asked by him, and he got to the point. For the first time, he felt guilty. To discuss cooperation, new cooperation. What kind of cooperation? Why do you ask so clearly? Checking up? Fong Qing was startled and scratched his head in a panic. That's not what I meant. But he thought, no, it's really uneasy. The more he talked, the more uneasy he became. He pushed Jiang Shuyan, no matter what. Check up? I'm really uneasy. You must explain it to me clearly. Jiang Shuyan. Fuck. So fierce. You dare to push people. He had no choice but to tell Fong Qing about the plan to let the research room, Weapons Research and Development Department, and the General Administration cooperate yesterday. Fong Qing listened. Really? Is it this matter? Yes. Is it related to Yan Shu? Not this time. Right? Fong Qing frowned again and looked at Jiang Shuyan with a scrutiny. You rarely speak in such an uncertain tone. Jiang Shuyan. What's wrong with this guy? Is he so sharp? He was speechless for a moment. Fong Qing's eyes quickly locked on him, with a look of I think you are indeed problematic. Jiang Shuyan had no choice but to think about it, and grit his teeth and take a different approach. Okay. It's related to Yan Shu. But I'm afraid that if I tell the truth, you will get angry and go crazy again. Fong Qing, realizing that he was actually considering him, he panicked. I don't have it either. Jiang Shuyan raised his eyebrows and thought to himself that it was indeed true. So he took the opportunity to say, I want to discuss his affairs with Director 1. And of course, cooperation matters. The main thing is that Director 1 may be going back in the next 2 days. And it's a waste of time to go back and forth. So just stay there and come back after the discussion is clear. After that, he asked, are you satisfied? Is there no problem? Are you relieved? Fong Qing was a little embarrassed by his previous words. And he was a little scared after hearing this. Oh really? Yeah. He had no choice but to stop asking, even though the uneasiness in his heart didn't seem to disappear. At this time, Chu Ning arranged everything and came over. Seeing that Fong Qing was not there, he found him and shouted, Ching Ching. Let's go! Fong Qing immediately replied, oh, coming right away. Seeing that Jiang Shuyan still said the same thing after a long time, he carefully tried to believe him. You said it. Don't lie to me. Okay. Jiang Shuyan sent him over. Fong Qing said along the way, then you should report safety every day when you are outside. I don't mean anything else. It's just that everyone is going out. So it's good to tell each other that everything is fine. Right? Okay. I didn't ask you to report to me. That's not what I meant. You can tell Sister Chu Ning, Brother Fu Wen, or anyone else. As long as we know you are safe. It's fine. Okay. Where do you live? Can you tell me us? After you settle down? Okay. Then remember it. Be careful when you go out. If anything goes wrong, remember to find us, and we will help. Okay. Don't say it. Idiot. You're making me scared. Fong Qing immediately stopped and looked back seriously. If you are scared, don't leave. Jiang Shuyan was suddenly stunned, looking at Fong Qing's extremely sincere face. His heart was in turmoil. For the first time, he really didn't want to leave. Don't want to leave. Finally, Chu Ning came over and broke the deadlock. Xiao Fong Qing. What are you doing? Seeing Jiang Shuyan, she paused. Her eyes obviously dodged for a moment, but she still walked over. Are you here to see Fong Qing off? Jiang Shuyan, yes. And you too. Chu Ning snorted, told Fong Qing to go first. And after Fong Qing left, she twisted her hands and walked up to him hesitantly. Well, yesterday. She took a deep breath and exhaled. I was impulsive. I'm sorry. Jiang Shuyan smiled. No. Chu Ning sighed again. I thought about it last night. And I think I still have to believe you. But if you have any ideas, any doubts or any concerns, I hope you can also believe us and communicate with us. Don't keep it to yourself and say nothing. Jiang Shuyan said again, okay. Chu Ning raised her eyes and glanced at him. For some reason, she felt that Jiang Shuyan's expression today was so sad. Her eyes suddenly turned red, and she rubbed them for no apparent reason. Why am I crying? Jiang Shuyan laughed again and wiped her eyes. It's embarrassing. In public. Go and lead your team. Chu Ning didn't know what was wrong. And suddenly, she felt uncomfortable. She was crying, and she wiped her tears in a panic. What the hell? What the hell? I won't talk to you anymore. You're being toxic today. I'm leaving. Jiang Shuyan, take care of the compound. Do you want me to tell you? Lead the team. Got it. Take care of Fang Qing. Okay. Okay. And take care of yourself. Chu Ning paused, turned around, and looked straight. Why are you? Jiang Shuyan's expression was indifferent. So indifferent that no problem could be seen. He kicked Chu Ning's ankle lightly and urged, hurry up and get in the car. Stop wasting time. Chu Ning looked back blankly, and as she walked, she was full of doubts. After getting in the car, Fang Qing, who was waiting for her in the passenger seat, looked at her and said, Why are you crying? Chu Ning wiped her face, looked at the tears on her hand, and suddenly murmured, Fang Qing. Why do I suddenly feel so uneasy? Fang Qing was startled, and saw Jiang Shuyan standing alone in the back through the rearview mirror. And her voice began to tremble. What a coincidence. Me too. Chapter 91. In the end, Chu Ning and the others left. After all, it was a mission, and they couldn't delay it. It was even more impossible for them to act out of temper in front of so many subordinates and not do it. Jiang Shuyan watched them leave at the door, and only slowly withdrew his gaze after the whole team disappeared from his sight. Seeing that the courtyard was suddenly empty and deserted, he stood at the door and looked at the courtyard for a long time before leaving. Before going to find Yan Shu, he went back to the villa again. Has anyone arrived? He asked Lao Luo. Lao Luo, it's almost time. Where do you need them to wait? At the intersection. Don't come to the compound. It's conspicuous. Okay. Jiang Shuyan gave him a bunch of keys. This is the key to my private armory. After I leave, especially if I mess up, the other side will definitely attack the compound. At that time, it will be up to you to guard the compound. Lao Luo didn't want to see him explain everything clearly. He held the keys with a gloomy face. Master, don't worry. I will try my best to stay alive. Jiang Shuyan went out. Lao Luo asked again from behind, where are you staying? Can you at least tell Lao Luo? Jiang Shuyan said, I don't know either. The itinerary will be adjusted at any time. Don't ask. I will contact you if I need it. Lao Luo. Then, Master, take care. Jiang Shuyan waved his hand without looking back and left. Basement. When Yan Shu saw Jiang Shuyan coming, his eyes were all curved. Are you here to pick me up? Jiang Shuyan, get up. Let's go. Yan Shu, where are you going? Jiang Shuyan thought for a moment and said calmly, you're home. Yan Shu? My home? Why? You've been back for so long. You can't just stay in a hotel. Right? Yan Shu thought for a moment and said with a smile, you want to test me? Jiang Shuyan didn't shy away. Won't let me. Let me. Jiang Shuyan, then lead the way. But, Yan Shu didn't move. Which home are you going to? Jiang Shuyan clicked on the map, choose one. Don't forget our mission. Investigate zombies. So it's best to be close to a place like a zombie city. Okay. Yan Shu glanced at the map and clicked on one. Then let's go here. I know you like the top floor. This place? The 55th floor. Isn't it great? Jiang Shuyan. When Jiang Shuyan took Yan Shu away, he let him sit in the back seat, so that when he went out, no one would notice that there was another person in his car. Arriving at the gate of the compound, he got off a car and whispered to the person in charge of the gate, the mechanical protection net of the compound has been installed. When I go out later, you will start the mechanical curtain and enter the first level alert state. Don't let anyone outside the compound enter the compound. Do you understand? The gatekeeper was surprised when he heard it. Why are you suddenly on alert? Is there something wrong? Mr. Jiang? Jiang Shuyan glanced at the gray sky and didn't tell the truth. I just received intelligence that someone may come to the compound to cause trouble recently. So you should be on alert in advance. Guard, oh. Okay. Then we understand. Guard well. Without my order? You can't lift the alert even if Chu Ning and others come back. Yes. And the crazy bird tide may also arrive early. Be careful. Pay attention to the jackdaws. And don't patrol outside the compound if there is nothing to do. Yes. Jiang Xuyan got in the car again and took Yin Shu away. In the car, Yin Shu asked him, "What are you whispering to the guard? Why did you get off the car to talk?" Jiang Xuyan, you are very nosy. Yin Shu smiled and didn't ask any more questions. He sat in the back seat of the car and looked at Jiang Xuyan's profile quietly. The car sped away, and it looked normal along the way. But when Jiang Xuyan's car was a distance away from the compound, he saw from the rearview mirror that many jackdaw chicks that were impossible to appear in the past appeared around the compound, jumping around on the hidden branches. He looked at Yin Shu again and found that the latter was also staring at the chicks. But there was no pride or calculation in his eyes, nor was there surprise or panic. He just lowered his eyes slightly, thinking, and seemed to be a little hesitant. Jiang Xuyan. It took a day and a half to take Yin Shu across 2 provinces. Jiang Xuyan and others settled down at the destination, the large commercial district, which had already entered the state of early blockade. Suddenly broadcast a news bulletin, now insert an urgent news, according to predictions. A new round of bird swarms will arrive in the city ahead of schedule around 1800 hours today. Citizens are requested to leave the public area as soon as possible. Jiang Xuyan paused and looked at Yin Shu with cold eyes. Yin Shu also squinted his eyes while staring at the advertising screen. But when he received Jiang Xuyan's gaze, he immediately retracted his gaze and said to Jiang Xuyan with a smile, "It's really unlucky. But it doesn't matter. We are here. Just protect ourselves." Jiang Xuyan's eyes sank and stared at him for a long time. Finally, he retracted his gaze and walked forward. While walking, he sent a retreat message to Chu Ning and others, and the several teams that followed were arranged to the nearby hotel area. Yin Shu followed quietly, and from his expression, it was hard to tell what he meant. Arriving at the towering building and going up to the top floor, he took Jiang Xuyan to his apartment. The minimalist decoration in cool colors was exactly what Jiang Xuyan liked. "Yin Shu, where do you live?" Jiang Xuyan's eyes began to scan every corner of the room. "Whatever you want." Yin Shu smiled. "Looking for surveillance? Are there none? Look for it." "Who knows?" Jiang Xuyan was used to this kind of ambiguous answer. After choosing a room and putting away the luggage, he used the surveillance detection bug and signal jammer without hesitation, instantly erasing the several micro-surveillance monitors in the 4 corners and nooks of the room. Sure enough. But I don't know if this was installed by Yin Shu in advance, or, as soon as he landed, the chip in his palm felt hot. He raised his hand and saw Fong Qing's message. "The bird tide has arrived in advance. Where are you?" Jiang Xuyan saw a bunch of exclamation marks at the end, and he couldn't help but think of Fong Qing's anxious face. He smiled and replied, "I can't make it back." "Fong Qing?" "Jiang Xuyan, I've settled down outside the province. No need to wait. Take care of yourselves." "Fong Qing? Call me right away." Jiang Xuyan glanced at the door and felt it was not safe yet, so he didn't answer. After manually hanging up, he sent a message, "Meeting. Be good. Fong Qing." "I don't believe it." Jiang Xuyan changed the subject. "Have you gone back? Is the compound blocked? Is anyone injured?" Fong Qing waited for a long time before replying this time, and the content of the reply made Jiang Xuyan raise his eyebrows. "Wu San said that you blocked your chip signal positioning and couldn't track your location. Tell me the truth. What are you doing? Did you take Yin Shu away?" Jiang Xuyan found that he was getting harder and harder to fool recently, especially at this time. His mind was so sharp. Jiang Xuyan had to reply again, "No. He is locked up. Deputy Dong and I are out of the province. If you don't believe me, go and ask. Fong Qing, did I really go? Whatever you want." So Fong Qing didn't reply again. Jiang Xuyan thought that Fong Qing and Yin Shu were not familiar with each other. With his current sensitivity, he should not be able to find Yin Shu. He should not know whether the latter was in the underground detention room. As for Chu Ning, he didn't know the location of the basement, so it should be no problem to keep her stable in a short time. He waited for a while, and when Fong Qing didn't reply, he carefully deleted all the communication records with him, and then left the room. Yin Shu was making coffee in the living room, looking at the busy appearance in the living room. It didn't look like he had never lived here before. It was familiar. Jiang Shuyan walked to the window. The panoramic large floor-to-ceiling window had a great view. After observing the surroundings, he asked, "Where are the mechanical curtains?" Yanshu pointed to the control console. "Open it. The password is always the same. Your birthday." Jiang Shuyan. He went over to the control console and operated it. And the mechanical curtains really came down. Jiang Shuyan observed quietly. His compound also produces and researches mechanical curtains, and he is very familiar with this thing. At first glance, these mechanical curtains are not much different from the previous ones. But Jiang Shuyan looked more carefully, and could clearly see that the mechanical curtains here are thinner than ordinary mechanical curtains. The material is softer, and even the light transmittance is better than the general curtains. Obviously, they are not the same thing. It is similar to the mechanical curtain improved by the wings of the cicada emperor. Jiang Shuyan observed silently, and then retracted his gaze silently after observation, as if he had not discovered anything. Just as he turned around, Yanshu came over with coffee. "It's ready. You don't like sweet, so I didn't put sugar." Jiang Shuyan glanced at the cup of black coffee. "Are the coffee beans still fresh?" Yanshu knew what he was testing. He always knew. He smiled indifferently again. "Don't worry. I lived here for a while before I found you. Are the supplies ready? Are you sure you don't need to buy more?" "Okay. I still have this awareness. Don't worry. It's no problem to support you for a year." Jiang Shuyan suddenly narrowed his eyes. His eyes flashed coldly. Yanshu was stunned and then laughed. "Don't be so sensitive. Can't you stand others saying they support you?" Jiang Shuyan thought seriously for the first time. "It's not that I can't. It depends on the person." Yanshu paused, stared at him. His face changed quickly. "What do you mean?" Jiang Shuyan said, "Literally. But you can't do it anyway." Yanshu, following him with his eyes. "Do you have someone who can? Do you have a partner?" "No." "Do you have a lover?" "No." "Do you dare to swear to the sky? Are you worthy of me swearing to you?" Yanshu, his eyes turned cold and heavy, and he raised his legs and followed Jiang Shuyan to the sofa and walked down, and brought the coffee to him. "Then I hope you don't have any. After all, if you have worries in your heart, it will be very troublesome to do things in the future." "Right?" Jiang Shuyan sneered, pretending not to hear his threat. The chip on the palm was turned on, and several files popped up. He enlarged the files in the air for easy browsing. "Get to work. You've been investigating for so long. Let's hear your results." Yanshu looked at him a few more times, then shifted his gaze to the light screen. As a result, when he turned his head, he saw the photo facing him, which was the face of the little zombie in Zombie City who died tragically. "Jiang Shuyan, let's talk about it first." "Yanshu." Jiang Shuyan was talking to Yanshu about zombies here, and Fang Qing found Chu Ning in the compound over there, and told him about today's conversation. Chu Ning was arranging the whole compound to check the mechanical curtain protection of the compound. Hearing this, he paused and frowned. "So mysterious?" Fang Qing, "Yes. I think he might not be able to." Chu Ning pondered. When he went out, he ordered the compound to be on emergency alert to open the mechanical curtain. Now, in just a few days, the bird tide has indeed come ahead of schedule. Fang Qing, he planned everything. The two looked at each other. The previous feeling of uneasiness became more and more real. "I'll go ask where Yanshu is imprisoned." "You don't know? He has some private cells that are not open to the public. And many, many little secrets. I don't know everything." Chapter 92. As a result, Chu Ning and Fang Qing searched for a long time, but they really couldn't find Jiang Shuyan's special detention room. Fang Qing was indeed as Jiang Shuyan expected, not familiar with Yanshu, so there was no way to use his supernatural power to find out his whereabouts. The two of them had no direction. Wu Sen searched for a long time, but still couldn't find out Jiang Shuyan's whereabouts, and even couldn't find out his driving route. It was obvious that he had deliberately hidden everything. Several people gradually became anxious, and Fang Qing stood in the middle of the courtyard with a gloomy face. Seeing this, Chu Ning suppressed his mood and walked over to pat him on the shoulder. "Don't worry too much. He probably has his plan." Fang Qing stood in the wide field, his eyes a little out of focus. "It's because of the plan." He clenched his fists. "It's because of the plan. It's more dangerous, isn't it?" Chu Ning was silent. She felt uncomfortable when she thought that Jiang Shuyan might be doing something dangerous alone outside. But she suddenly asked, Use your superpower. Fong Qing, I have used it. I can't feel it. He said he is not in the province. So, Chu Ning pinched his shoulder again to calm him down. Then let's think of a solution. Don't be too anxious. Otherwise, I'm afraid your superpower will get out of control again. If it doesn't recover well, I won't be able to explain to him. Fong Qing looked at Chu Ning with doubts. Chu Ning was stunned. Thinking back to Jiang Xuyan's explanation, she pursed her lips and didn't tell the truth. You are also a part of our compound after all. Fong Qing's eyes darkened. Suddenly, he thought that if Jiang Xuyan was not there, he didn't want to be a part of any place. He clenched his fists again, raised his head and smiled. I know. Sister Chu Ning. Don't worry. I will control myself. Chu Ning understood his mood and nodded. Go and rest for a while. Okay. As he spoke, the huge mechanical shield on the top of the compound began to bang. The two looked up and saw that the mechanical curtain that imitated the flexibility of the cicada emperor's wings was deforming to varying degrees with the intensity of the attack. At this time, someone ran over. Sister Chu. The crazy bird tide is coming. Chu Ning's heart tightened when he heard it. Fong Qing's mood, which had just been suppressed a little, was tightened again. He trembled, lowered his eyes, whispered I'll go back for a while, and left on his own. Fong Qing? Fong Qing. Seeing that he couldn't call him back, Chu Ning was anxious to tell the person who came to report, you. Take a few people to follow Fong Qing. Watch him, and don't let him get into trouble. The man immediately took the order. Okay. After the man left, Chu Ning stood there and rubbed his eyebrows. Damn it. Jiang Xuyan. What are you doing? What are you going to do? What do you want to do? After thinking about it, she turned on the intercom and gave an order. Everyone. In the next few days, even if you have to dig up this compound, you must find Yin Shu. Do you hear me? The crazy bird tide is coming. There was a noisy sound outside the apartment. Jiang Xuyan and Yin Shu paused in their discussion and looked out the window. There was nothing to see. The visibility of the mechanical curtain was very low, but the movement was confirmed to be crazy birds. Jiang Xuyan stared at the mechanical curtain for a long time, and suddenly retracted his gaze, looking at the electronic light screen in front of him. Strange. The zombie tide appeared early, and even the crazy bird tide came early. The zombie tide can be artificially created. Then, what about the bird tide? He looked up at Yin Shu, who was sitting opposite. Yin Shu was looking at him at this time, and received his gaze, and was slightly stunned. After an unknown period of time, he smiled and crossed his long legs. Do you suspect that someone can even control the bird tide? Who knows? That's a very good guess. You sound as if you have never doubted this. Yes. If you didn't say it, I really wouldn't have thought about it. Jiang Xuyan smiled indifferently, leaned back in the chair, and crossed his arms. With your sensitivity, you don't doubt it. Is it normal? Yin Shu. Yin Shu's eyes changed, staring at Jiang Xuyan. The latter was smiling, but his eyes were cold. That insightful look made Yin Shu feel that he had nowhere to hide at any time. It took Yin Shu a long time to get out of that look, and he lowered his eyelids. After a long while, he raised his head again, with a faint smile on his lips. You rely on your understanding of me to talk nonsense. Do you want to make me happy or to scare me? Jiang Xuyan glanced at the corner of the living room, suddenly stood up, pulled Yin Shu's collar across the table, and pulled him in front of him. The thin lips almost touched his ears, and the low and magnetic voice sounded like a spell. Guess? Yin Shu was startled again. The voice that made him think about day and night. Just a short sentence made his whole body lose control. Hot. Noisy. He didn't know why he suddenly got so close. His voice was a little trembling. What do you mean? Jiang Xuyan took a closer look at his earlobe. There was nothing on it. He was not wearing any jewelry. It was very clean. After a while, the monitoring device on his body did not respond. He roughly understood it. He curled his thin lips and laughed a little evilly at this distance. He sidelong his eyes and stared at Yin Shu like a snake. Do you think someone will suspect you? Yin Shu was startled and immediately realized what he was doing. You? He subconsciously walked back to hide. Jiang Xuyan grabbed him with force and stopped him from moving. Don't hide. Are you feeling guilty so soon? Yin Shu. What am I feeling guilty about? You dared to come out with me and bring me here. I thought you were ready for everything. I don't understand what you are saying. Jiang Xuyan sneered and moved closer. From this distance, Yin Shu could even feel that his body temperature was naturally hotter than others. Really don't understand. Yin Shu's heartbeat became more chaotic. One because of him, and the other because of his words. But at this moment, he couldn't panic. He almost glared at Jiang Shuyan with a complaint, and said in a hoarse voice, "Let me go. Now you want me to let go? Let me go!" Jiang Shuyan glanced at him, and suddenly raised his fingers to the side of his neck. There is a large artery on each side there. If you pinch it and squeeze it tightly, you will gradually feel suffocated. He pinched it accurately and tightened it. I brought you out to solve this matter as soon as possible before the crazy bird tide. Now it's good. Even the crazy bird tide is here. As soon as we landed, the crazy bird tide came. Do you think this is really a coincidence? Or did you do it on purpose? Yin Shu couldn't stand this distance. He even suspected that Jiang Shuyan was approaching him for this purpose. He said in a hoarse voice, "You are still so suspicious. After all, it was because I was not suspicious that I brought you back to the compound. And all these things happened today. If I could choose, I would be as suspicious as I am today from the first day I met you." Yin Shu's pupil shrank, and an indescribable pain pierced his heart, almost suffocating him. "Do you still hate me? What do you think?" He lowered his eyes and squeezed out a strange laugh. "You said you would give me a chance before. Giving you a chance and hating you don't conflict, right?" Yin Shu's eyes suddenly darkened. After a long while, he turned his head and said in a cold voice, "To be honest, you brought me out. Don't you want to die with me? You said you were giving me a chance. But it was just an excuse. You just investigated a zombie. But you took the trouble to bring me to such a far place. And even ran to my house." He narrowed his eyes and said in a very cold voice, "Are you afraid that I will be forced into a corner by you? Which will be bad for your compound?" Jiang Shuyan's gesture paused. This very subtle change made Yin Shu understand everything. He laughed again, and his voice had changed. "Sure enough, the compound is still your weak point. But you have so many compounds. How many can you protect? If I am really what you guessed, no matter how far you run." He also moved closer to Jiang Shuyan and whispered in his ear, "What can you control?" Jiang Shuyan narrowed his eyes, exerted force with his hand, and scratched Yin Shu's neck with his nails. And blood flowed out. He pinched the flesh inside, and when Yin Shu couldn't help but groan, he let go, wiped the blood on his hands with a tissue, and stood up. He didn't say a word, standing across the table, inexplicably showing a relieved smile. He immediately raised his hand and rubbed Yin Shu's hair. That gentle and satisfied smile was like the sun that suddenly rose at night, as if saying, "Really good?" In short, no matter what. It seemed that they had just reached an agreement. It took Yin Shu a while to come back to his senses from his beautiful smile. And then he thought about it carefully. Fuck. Jiang Shuyan turned off the electronic light screen, raised the coffee cup to sip the coffee, then put it back on the table and walked to the room. "Let's talk later." Yin Shu followed his eyes, his mind still immersed in the emotion of being tricked just now. Jiang Shuyan returned to the room, locked the door, and immediately took out a smaller chip from his suitcase and implanted it into the extremely secret subcutaneous chip slot behind the ear. After that, he opened the chip program and began to input Yin Shu's body function data into the chip. He had just deliberately led Yin Shu to stimulate himself, and then used an excuse to pinch Yin Shu's neck and bury the microdetection bug hidden in his fingertips into Yin Shu's body through the wound. The detection bug quickly collected data, and at the same time, the monitoring bug buried by Jiang Shuyan from the other side of the wound also began to work. Jiang Shuyan quietly monitored Yin Shu's every move through the chip behind his ear. In about 15 minutes, Yin Shu's basic data collection was completed. Jiang Shuyan copied a copy of the program and inserted the chip into a mechanical board as thin as a piece of paper. In order to prevent deformation due to climate change and to ensure air circulation, the mechanical curtain will leave a tiny gap between certain distances that cannot be destroyed by crazy birds. Jiang Shuyan used this gap to hide the mechanical board inside, fixed it, and left a private code in the room that only Chu Ning and Lao Luo could understand. After that, he encrypted and uploaded another copy of the program through the palm chip. Finally, he studied Yin Shu's data for a while, turned off the program, took the signal blocker and medical kit, and walked out. Yin Shu was wiping the blood on his neck in the living room. When he saw him come out, he was about to speak. Jiang Shuyan sat next to him without saying a word. opened the signal blocker in front of him, then picked up the alcohol ball with tweezers, turned his face over to reveal the shallow scar on his neck. I was impulsive just now. Sorry. I'll help you. Yen Shu was surprised by his behavior, but when he looked sideways, he saw that his blocker was flashing a different light than before. He was startled, and then looked back to see Jiang Shuyan's gentle smile. His heart twitched. Shit! Playing so cruelly? Chapter 93. Jiang Shuyan's movements seemed very gentle. Only Yen Shu knew how much effort he had put into making himself more painful. After treating the wounds on both sides, Jiang Shuyan put away his things. Okay. The surveillance and monitoring here are no longer usable. You can rest assured. Yen Shu. Bullshit. Gnashing teeth, you. Jiang Shuyan raised his eyes. And at that moment, the coldness in his eyes could almost kill people. What? Unsatisfied? Yen Shu clenched his hands hanging by his side. You are asking for trouble. You know? Jiang Shuyan, it doesn't matter. I want to save you. Are you really that cruel? What? Don't believe it? It's strange. You insisted that I forgive you before. Yen Shu. Seeing that he insisted on doing this, after thinking for a long time, he finally smiled with relief and whispered, in this case, you have to be nicer to me. Jiang Shuyan said, it depends on you. The two of them confronted each other silently for a while, until Jiang Shuyan's palms became hot again. He almost immediately took his hand back, with his palm facing himself, and looked at his palm in a defensive posture. It was still Fang Qing. Sent a text message. Very concise content. 1. Jiang Shuyan. For some reason, he could see deep anger in this simple period. Jiang Shuyan immediately stood up and said, reply a message. He ran into the house. Yen Shu was stunned on the sofa for a long time before he came to his senses. He had never seen Jiang Shuyan like this. He looked like he was working. But Yen Shu saw the panic in his eyes. What's going on? Who? Chu Ning? Would he do this to Chu Ning? He narrowed his eyes. Jiang Shuyan went back to his room and locked the door, and his guard was lowered a little. Looking at the period, he had a headache. It was the first time he didn't know how to reply, and he didn't dare to reply. He grabbed his hair and replied tremblingly. Fang Qing quickly replied. Jiang Shuyan was confused again. He couldn't understand. Fortunately, Fang Qing immediately added, where? Jiang Shuyan thought about it, and was about to say that he was still in a meeting. Fang Qing, I don't believe it. Jiang Shuyan. Fang Qing, you will definitely say that you are in a meeting. I don't believe it. You asked me to ask Deputy Dong. He said you are here? But I don't believe it either. Unless you open the video now. Jiang. Fang Qing typed very quickly, and sent another message. If you don't tell the truth, I will go out to find you. Jiang Shuyan was anxious. Don't. Fang Qing, is it with Yen Shu? Jiang Shuyan didn't reply. Fang Qing, what did the two of you want to do when you went out? Jiang Shuyan didn't reply. Fang Qing continued, I know it must be him. You don't have to hide it. You hid him so well. Not even Sister Chu Ning. And sent us away before leaving. And put the compound on level 1 alert. Sister Chu Ning and the others don't know that you suspect him. I know. You not only suspect him, you also suspect that there are other forces behind him. Right? So the level 1 alert is to prevent that force from attacking the compound while you are away. Right? You refuse to tell me where you are, because you are afraid that Sister Chu Ning will intervene and implicate her. Right? That doesn't matter. I can help. Right? Although I can't do anything else, I can still use my special powers. Right? As long as Yen Shu doesn't know I have special abilities, I can always catch him by surprise. Right? Even if I can't beat him. It's better than taking risks alone. Right? Tell me where it is. I'll go there by myself. And promise not to tell Sister Chu Ning. Okay? Jiang Shuyan looked at this string of words, and was silent for a long time with mixed feelings. What should I say? I'm afraid of getting you into trouble. He was thinking about how to reply. And Fang Qing suddenly sent another message. This time it was a voice message. I'm worried about you. After a while, another message. My head hurts so much. Can you stop asking me to use my powers to find you? I've been looking for you for 2 days. My head hurts so much. What a waste. I can help you. I really can. I've been secretly practicing for a long time recently, and I can control this power very well. And the lethality is also very large. Although I'm not as good as Sister Chu Ning and Brother Fu Wan, I can help more or less. I really can. Can you not take everything on yourself? Can you trust us once? Trust me once. Even if in the end, I really can't help. At least I. He stopped here. And didn't know why. Jiang Shuyan was a little anxious. Worried that he would get into trouble. And was about to reply. Fong Qing's second half of the sentence came over. If I were to choose a way to die in this life, I would choose to die fighting for you, rather than living in disgrace. Jiang Shuyan's heart trembled. And his hand stopped. The words die fighting for you were like thunder and storm, stirring up huge waves in his heart. Fong Qing's voice was a little tearful, almost pleading. The worry and pleading in that voice were almost tangible, and every word hurt Jiang Shuyan's heart. He was stunned for a long time, unable to give an answer. While he was hesitating, the door was knocked. Yin Shu was outside the door. His voice was a little cold. Have you finished replying? So long? Jiang Shuyan immediately put his hands together and hid the communication interface. After thinking for a while, he deleted the message and asked, What? Yin Shu, it seems that we haven't finished talking about the previous topic. Besides, it's late. What do you want to eat? Jiang Shuyan quickly deleted all the previous text messages and deleted the last sentence of Fong Qing here. He was a little reluctant to delete it. In the short moment of hesitation, Yin Shu asked again. So eager. He must be doubting. Jiang Shuyan gritted his teeth and deleted the voice message. Finally, he replied to Fong Qing, Wait for me. Then erased the message and walked out the door. Yin Shu's eyes were full of consideration. So slow. Chu Ning? Jiang Shuyan, you asked too many questions. Really? Yes. Why? Asking where you are? Do I need to think about it? Yin Shu snorted, not quite believing it, and stared at Jiang Shuyan until he returned to the living room and sat down. Seeing that he was a little absent-minded, Yin Shu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. It's better not to be someone who shouldn't be there. Over there. Fong Qing received Jiang Shuyan's reply, and it was like being poured with a basin of cold water. Although he didn't expect anything, he mustered up the courage to reveal so many thoughts, digging out his most real and vulnerable side. But he didn't expect. Is it just these two simple words that he waited for? Are you still unwilling to believe yourself? He gritted his teeth, shifted his gaze, and looked at the 3 small boxes of corpse crystals on the table. That was the corpse crystal he had secretly hidden when he was on a mission and cleaning up zombies. He felt something was wrong at that time. In order to maximize his freedom of movement, he gritted his teeth and hid some of the corpse crystals without telling Chu Ning. Now, he put the corpse crystals he had hidden into the water to melt them. The dark blue liquid was like the eyes of a poisonous snake, staring at him faintly on the table. Fong Qing still remembered the extreme pain of being tortured by the power of corpse crystals when he awakened his superpowers. That feeling still scares him to this day. But when he thought of Jiang Shuyan running outside to fight that dangerous man during this crazy bird tide, and he didn't know when he would fight, the heartache caused by the uncertain worry and fear was much more painful than the pain of being tortured by corpse crystals. So he picked up the syringe brought from the medical room, trembling with his hands, and drew a full tube of corpse crystal water, aiming it at the blood vessels in his arm. I heard from the laboratory that if the corpse crystal water is injected directly into the body, the human body can absorb the power of corpse crystals the fastest and to the greatest extent. But at the same time, this kind of force has the most violent impact on the human body. The laboratory does not recommend people to do this directly. But at this moment, Fong Qing is anxious and can't care so much. If it is possible, maybe I can help after the pain. If I can't bear it, then, anyway, Jiang Shuyan doesn't believe in me and doesn't want me to help. I am just a life of no value. Fong Qing found his blood vessels, endured the dizziness of the needle, and inserted a needle. After that, he didn't look at it again, closed his eyes and pushed the piston, pushing a whole tube of corpse crystal water in. As expected, the reaction to injecting corpse crystals was much greater than swallowing them. As soon as the corpse crystal water entered his body, Fong Qing felt his entire arm go numb. After barely pushing the entire tube of corpse crystal water in, he immediately emptied the needle and threw it aside. He could no longer bear the severe pain and fell on the bed. The power of corpse crystals quickly spread throughout his body. Fong Qing calculated the amount of corpse crystals used last time, and combined with his recent physical changes, He injected 3 corpse crystals at a time. The overly brute force made him feel like his muscles were being pulled out. He curled up in bed with a quilt, and his consciousness quickly began to blur. No. Don't die. As long as you don't die. It's fine. Just bear it. It will pass. Fong Qing. Bear it a little longer. The severe pain made Fong Qing's vision begin to dim. He seemed to feel his life leaving. And he seemed to feel that his body was constantly splitting, merging, disassembling, and rebuilding. He bit his lips, exerting a strength he had never tried in his 2 lifetimes, to endure the torture brought to him by this inhuman force. The white bed sheet was soon stained with a layer of blood, which was the blood that oozed out of the corpse crystal power impacting his flesh and blood. He curled up in a pool of blood, relying on the little remaining thoughts to hold on. Waiting. Jiang Shuyan. You fucking. Wait for me. Jiang Shuyan was called out by Yin Shu, and his face was not very good. But for the sake of playing a full role, he did not blame anything. Yin Shu's previous reaction was almost equivalent to admitting that there was a force controlling him behind the scenes. But Yin Shu did not cover up this matter too much. Nor did he hint that he wanted Jiang Shuyan to be rescued. Jiang Shuyan was still unsure of what he wanted to do. To be on the safe side, he did not force him. At the same time, he also understood that the forces behind Yin Shu would not hold back for much longer. After all, even the crazy bird tide had come ahead of time, and it was obvious that they wanted to trap him by force, while cutting off the support route of the compound. It also added a difficulty that was as difficult as climbing to the sky. If the other party had no intention of taking action, there was no need to do so. Since there was a plan, it was impossible to wait too long. After listening to Yin Shu's nonsense, Jiang Shuyan glanced at the mechanical curtain outside the window. Do you have surveillance here? Surveillance outside. Yin Shu followed his gaze, and was silent for a while before saying, yes. There is. But? It may be damaged by the crazy bird. Jiang Shuyan simply stopped asking, took a box of monitoring mechanical bugs, and released the bugs directly through the gap in the mechanical curtain. The extremely tiny mechanical bugs quickly crawled in all directions, providing Jiang Shuyan with a wide field of vision. He did not shy away from Yin Shu, and placed mechanical bugs in all directions of the house, and soon pieced together the various views outside the building into a panoramic view. After that, he transmitted the panoramic image to his chip, controlled it in real time, and then went to rest. Yin Shu did not let him go, saying that he had not competed for a long time, and wanted to compete in the wood warehouse method. Jiang Shuyan was still thinking about giving Fong Qing a reply, but seeing Yin Shu's insistence, he did not show too much, and still agreed. Yin Shu's habits were learned from Jiang Shuyan. The top floor was where he lived, and the downstairs was the weapons warehouse, and a small wood warehouse room with soundproofing. After a few games, Jiang Shuyan found that Yin Shu had indeed made a lot of progress, and many of his previous bad habits had been corrected. In 5 competitions, Yin Shu's score was higher than his own 3 times. Jiang Shuyan suddenly became interested and competed with him seriously for a few more games, gradually widening the gap. They played chess all night, and Yin Shu rubbed his eyes and admitted defeat at dawn the next day. Jiang Shuyan was about to leave when Chu Ning called. After a few rings, he hung up and a text message came quickly. Do you want to kill Fong Qing? Look for yourself what he did to find you. Jiang Shuyan glanced at the message and wanted to go back to the room to take a closer look. Unexpectedly, he saw the photos sent by Chu Ning. All the glass and bottles in Fong Qing's room were broken and in a mess. Fong Qing fell on the bed covered in blood, surrounded by medical staff and researchers. Jiang Shuyan glanced and saw Fong Qing holding a syringe in his hand, and there was still a half tube of corpse crystal water in the syringe. Jiang Shuyan paused and his head buzzed. At the same time, the chip in his palm suddenly hissed and released a small amount of current. Chapter 94. As soon as the current came out of the chip in Jiang Shuyan's palm, the chip cracked twice and suddenly exploded. The damage caused by the burning of the small chip was not great, and it did not hurt Jiang Shuyan. But he had a splitting headache since just now. Some strange power was surging in his brain, and it was about to tear his head in half. His breath stagnated, and he fell to his knees. Yin Shu was still shocked by the photos sent by Chu Ning, and he could not care about anything else when he saw this. He hurried over and said, "What's wrong?" Jiang Shuyan raised an arm to stop him. "Don't come over." Before he finished speaking, a burst of invisible power rushed out of his body, and the wooden storage equipment in the training room suddenly banged several times and shattered. Yan Shu was shocked, seeing the wooden storage equipment that was blown to pieces. He was shocked. This can't be superpower? Jiang Shuyan's head was about to split, and he supported his head with one hand on the ground and the other hand, and cold sweat kept pouring down. This feeling. Isn't it Fang Qing's superpower? Why? Just then, he seemed to feel the chip was hot again. Looking down, there was nothing, but he inexplicably remembered the photo of Fang Qing lying in a pool of blood. Fang Qing. He felt a pain in his head again, and fell to the ground with a plop. Yan Shu. Jiang? As his consciousness was hazy, he saw a wisp of invisible power extending to an unknown front. Jiang Shuyan had a splitting headache, and his consciousness unconsciously followed that direction. As he walked, he heard a faint sobbing sound in front of him. Jiang Shuyan paused, listened carefully, and gradually regained consciousness. Fang Qing? A low voice sounded, and the sobbing suddenly stopped. And then a familiar figure slowly appeared in front of him. Fang Qing's eyes were red, and he looked at Jiang Shuyan with tears on his face, and his peach blossom eyes were full of astonishment. Jiang? Boss Jiang? His voice was still trembling, thin and soft, and a little hoarse, sounding like he hadn't woken up yet. After confirming again that he saw Jiang Shuyan, he looked around in panic, and his voice trembled even more. Am I really dead? Am I hallucinating? Jiang Shuyan was also a little stunned. So he died too? Died before he even started? But for some reason, for a moment, he felt a little relieved and relaxed, feeling that the various burdens that had been weighing on him for all these years could finally be unloaded. He walked towards Fang Qing step by step, raised his head, and wiped away his tears. What's wrong with you? Did you knock on the corpse crystal? He hoped that this was a dream, not real. He didn't want to see Fang Qing's soul appear in front of him. If he had to die, he would die alone. As soon as he touched Fang Qing, the familiar body temperature made Fang Qing burst into tears again. And hot tears fell. It's all because of you. It's all because of you. I can't find you. I can't find you. I can only advance by consuming corpse crystals. If I don't advance, how can I find you? How can I help you? Woo, you bastard. Why don't you tell me anything? Jiang Shuyan panicked and wiped his tears in a hurry. Don't cry. How could Fang Qing not cry? Even if he died, his body still hurt so much, and his heart hurt so much. This death was too cruel. It was said that the dead would not feel pain. And how can Boss Jiang be so gentle? Why won't he let him go even if he dies? If you don't trust me, why are you still so nice to me? Get out of here. You don't trust me. You just look down on me and think I'm weak. You never tell me when there's something wrong. So why are you so nice to me? Jiang Shuyan was pushed by him and was stunned for a moment. Hearing what Fang Qing said, he hurriedly said, How could I think you were weak? How could I look down on you? Fang Qing, no. Why don't you tell me the truth? You and Sister Chuning didn't tell the truth because you were worried about her, which is excusable. What about me? What about me? Why don't you even tell me? Do you not believe that I can keep a secret for you, or do you not believe that I can help you? But no matter which point, you just don't believe me. You bastard. You don't believe me. Why don't you say it directly? And you still look like you care about me. You care about a fart. You didn't even react when I threatened to go out to find you. You care about a fart. You care about a fart. Jiang Shuyan hurriedly comforted him. I asked you to wait for my reply. I just happened to be busy. Bullshit. Really? I don't believe you. Listen to your nonsense. Jiang Shuyan was helpless, holding his hand to comfort him, and the other hand unconsciously climbed his waist, hugging him to prevent him from moving. Fang Qing quickly felt his extremely high body temperature, and his mind suddenly buzzed, and he felt a little confused. But when he thought about what he had been through, and how gentle and indulgent Boss Jiang was now, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. He was really dead, and it was the stage of dreaming after death. But what else can I do? Blame myself for not being good enough. Blame myself for not being able to hold on, and finally dying from the power of the corpse crystal. Then say goodbye to the Boss Jiang in the dream? After complaining, he suddenly said, Boss Jiang? Jiang Shuyan found that he was a little emotionally unstable. and was very worried, and said anxiously, "What's wrong?" Fong Qing thought about it and whispered, "I think I must be dreaming now." "Right?" Jiang Shuyan was not very sure, so he didn't say anything. Fong Qing took it as his acquiescence and laughed softly. "Okay. Then I'm done venting and complaining. I have one last thing to say." "What?" "Don't talk nonsense." Fong Qing suddenly looked up and looked at the person he had been thinking about day and night, looking at this face that had probably made him sink from the beginning. "Boss Jiang," he said with an unusually firm tone. "Jiang Shuyan." Jiang Shuyan felt inexplicably flustered and clenched his hand. "What are you doing?" "I like you." Fong Qing was a little scared and nervous at first, but when he gritted his teeth and told the truth, he suddenly became as light as a swallow, without any burden. He suddenly felt a little happy, even if it was just an unrealistic dream. He felt that he could finally tell the secret in his heart. "Sorry. I lied to you. In fact, I am probably the same as Qin Ge and Yen Shu. I like you. I liked you a long time ago. I also kissed your forehead secretly one night. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. But I really couldn't help it. But I'm dead now anyway. If one day you know about this, I hope you don't mind it. I got the punishment I deserved. And I'm dead. Don't mind it. Just think of it as a mosquito bite." As he said, a relieved smile bloomed on his face, like the sun after a rainy summer day. "Okay. I can finally tell you the truth. I'm so happy. In the days to come, I probably won't be able to accompany you. And I probably really can't save you. It seems that you are right not to believe me. And you are also right not to tell me the truth. But it doesn't matter. I don't really blame you. I just hope you." He glanced at Jiang Shuyan, and once again mustered up the courage to tiptoe and pecked him on the lips. He immediately retracted, panicked, sweet, happy, and satisfied with the whole person grinning. "Haha. I hope you will definitely be able to solve this matter satisfactorily. Then come back safe and sound, and meet someone you like who also likes you, and live together until old age, with many children and grandchildren, and live happily for the rest of your life." After saying that, he was satisfied, and said goodbye to Jiang Shuyan solemnly, then closed his eyes and began to wait to disappear. After all, it's written in the books that after a person dies, after fulfilling his wishes and leaving his last words, his soul can leave the world and enter the next reincarnation, or disappear forever. He also didn't know what his next life would be like, whether he would be reborn again like in the last life, or meet Boss Jiang again. But it doesn't matter. In any case, he is satisfied with his life, free from worries, and can accept any form of death peacefully. He closed his eyes and waited quietly. Who knows that 1 second passed, 3 seconds passed, half a minute passed. He didn't seem to have any feeling of disappearing. Wait for another half a minute, another minute, and a few minutes. He seemed to be still there. He was about to open his eyes to see what was going on, and Jiang Shuyan laughed in front of him. He looked over in shock and saw that Boss Jiang had not left. He was still in front of him. He was laughing with a teasing and tender smile. He was laughing at himself. Fong Qing was stunned for a moment, looking around, looking at Jiang Shuyan. How can this? Jiang Shuyan stepped in front of him, got close to him, raised his long hand, and lifted his chin. "Ching ching." He smiled maliciously, staring at Fong Qing, who looked confused. His voice was as low as a spell. "Has anyone ever told you that you are really stupid sometimes?" Fong Qing. "Jiang Shuyan, have you ever thought that this is not a dream at all? What you think is a dream? What illusion? It's all fake." Fong Qing's head buzzed. "No. It's not a dream. What is it?" Jiang Shuyan glanced around, although I thought it was fake at first. But now it seems, you seem to have your own consciousness. And I also have my own consciousness. So, he chuckled, pinched Fong Qing's chin, leaned over slightly, and got very close. "It seems that you and I are real." Fong Qing panicked, and hurriedly pushed Jiang Shuyan away. What? How can this be?" Jiang Shuyan tightened his grip and clamped him in front of him. His eyes darkened. "Say what you said just now again." Fong Qing. "Say. What? No. I didn't say anything just now." Jiang Shuyan. "I want to hear it." "I didn't say it. I didn't say anything to you." Jiang Shuyan tightened his grip again and directly clamped Fong Qing in his arms, not letting him move. He still remembered the feeling of Fong Qing kissing him just now. And he also remembered the cool and soft touch of her pink lips. Now Fong Qing was in his arms. The soft touch that was so real that it couldn't be fake. The familiar cool body temperature. And the faint fragrance that always made him feel at ease. This couldn't be fake. He couldn't help it. Fong Qing was stubborn and didn't want to repeat what he said just now. The fear that he would be rejected and abandoned by him if he said it was all written on his face. Jiang Xuyan had no patience. So he didn't wait or coax her. No matter whether it was a dream, an illusion, or some inexplicable situation. He clamped Fong Qing's chin with his hand, lifted his head, and pressed his lips down heavily, blocking Fong Qing's hesitant and unclear explanation. Chapter 95. It was very quiet in the strange space. The two did not separate. Jiang Xuyan originally wanted to taste it briefly, but he never thought that once he got close, he could not leave. The lips of the person in front of him were so soft, cool and sweet, like jelly. After a long time, this guy still couldn't react. His mouth was slightly open because of surprise, and his eyes were wide open after crying, full of surprise. This look was like tempting people to go deeper. Jiang Xuyan only left for a moment, and seeing this look, he couldn't help it again, holding his head tightly, demanding every inch. Fong Qing was confused, and his eyes were gradually covered with a layer of fog due to lack of oxygen. Even though it was the second time, he still couldn't believe it. It was Boss Jiang. This is Boss Jiang. He is kissing himself now? Jiang Xuyan. Are you crazy? Fong Qing's struggling voice pulled Jiang Xuyan back to his senses a little, and he braked at the last moment. When he left the soft lips, he was still reluctant, looking down and seeing that it was already red and swollen. He laughed softly, rubbed his lips, and said hoarsely, "Is it so delicate? I haven't used force yet." Fong Qing's face turned red and purple, and he pushed Jiang Xuyan away. You, who are you?" Jiang Xuyan tilted his head. "Unbelievable, who am I?" "Fong Qing, you must not be Boss Jiang. It's impossible. How could he would?" Jiang Xuyan smiled playfully and approached him. "What? Yes. Say it. Yes." Jiang Xuyan was amused by him, and grabbed his waist and pulled him back to him. "The Boss Jiang in your heart is a straight man. He can't kiss you. Right?" Even though Fong Qing couldn't stand the word kiss, he still nodded honestly. "Yes. Yes. Yes." Jiang Xuyan's eyes darkened, and for a moment, he couldn't do anything about him. "You?" His voice was full of helplessness. Although he had emphasized to Chuning before that he shouldn't tell Fong Qing about this fact before he went back. But now, they have kissed. If he doesn't let this guy know the truth, he might blame himself for a long time. He tightened his arms again, letting Fong Qing stick to him, so tightly that they could hear each other's heartbeats. "I am Jiang Xuyan. It's the Boss Jiang, you know." "That's right." His voice was light, low and doting. "Although I used to be a straight man, and I am still a straight man to others. But you?" He raised his hand, pinched Fong Qing's red and tender face, and smiled slightly. "Not to you." Fong Qing's eyes were still full of mist, staring at Jiang Xuyan in disbelief. "What are you talking about?" "Jiang Xuyan, I am so angry that I want to vomit blood." In desperation, even though he couldn't say such words, he still opened his mouth. "I said I like." Before he finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang in the space. "Jiang Xuyan, wake up!" Immediately afterwards, Jiang Xuyan's brain nerves hurt, and the entire space where he and Fong Qing were together began to tear apart. Before he could finish his words, his consciousness was pulled out, and he suddenly opened his eyes in an unknown place. Yin Shu saw that, and finally let go of his worry. His face was not good, but he still suppressed his mood and reached out to pat Jiang Xuyan. "Awake?" When Jiang Xuyan saw that it was him, nameless anger rose and clamped his neck with one hand. "What are you doing?" Yin Shu narrowed his eyes, and his face became worse. Looking at Jiang Xuyan's pale face, he gritted his teeth. "What are you doing?" "What? Did I disturb your sweet dream while saving you?" Jiang Xuyan's pupil shrank, and he immediately withdrew his hand, saying in a low voice, "What's wrong with me?" Yin Shu snorted coldly, staring at him with a snake-like look. "You suddenly fainted. What happened before? Do you remember?" Jiang Xuyan recalled that before he fainted, it was the severe pain that almost tore his head apart that made him lose consciousness. And he had indeed seen such a rapid and fierce reaction before. When Fang Qing awakened his supernatural power, he was a little unbelievable. But Yin Shu was there, so he did not act rashly. At this time, he felt his whole body burning, especially his right arm, which was numb and weak. He looked down and saw a needle hole on his arm, and Yin Shu had a small needle in his hand. He narrowed his eyes and asked Yin Shu, "Did you inject me with corpse crystal water?" Yin Shu was not shy. "Yes. The way you were just now was not a normal reaction." "Right. Did you awaken your superpowers?" Jiang Xuyan reacted quickly. "You seem to be very familiar with superpowers? How do you know it's a superpower?" Yin Shu pursed his lips. Although he knew that both parties basically knew it, he still chose to cover it up. "I guessed it. Since the corpse crystal water can save you, I think it has something to do with supernatural powers." He pretended to be stupid, and Jiang Xuyan had no reason not to play along with him. "Is that so? It's a pity that I don't seem to feel anything. I'll tell you when I find something new." He then took a look at the surrounding environment, frowned and asked, "Where is this?" "Yin Shu, in my room." Jiang Xuyan then took a closer look, but didn't see anything worth noting. He lowered his head and looked at the chip on his palm again. Sure enough, it was broken. He struggled to get out of bed. "I'll go back and rest for a while, and change the chip by the way." When Yin Shu heard this, he whispered, "You can rest here and change it here." "Jiang Xuyan, it's just opposite. There's no need to squeeze into a room." "Right." Yin Shu had no choice but to watch him leave. When he was about to leave, Yin Shu suddenly spoke again, "Ah Jiang." Jiang Xuyan paused and looked at him sideways. Yin Shu stared at the syringe in his hand and asked coldly, "You said you don't like men, right?" Jiang Xuyan frowned and said impatiently, "Why? Yin Shu, do you dislike all men? Or, it depends on who the other person is?" Jiang Xuyan's eyes sank, and he became alert. "Don't like any of them." "Why?" Yin Shu was silent for a long time, and the syringe in his hand was heated by him. When Jiang Xuyan became more impatient, he raised his head and smiled at Jiang Xuyan, as if nothing had happened. "It's okay. I just asked. You go to rest." Jiang Xuyan looked at his expression and narrowed his eyes. But he didn't ask more questions. He left the room, closed the door, and went to the next door. Yin Shu looked at the room and found that he was the only one left in the room. And Jiang Xuyan's footsteps gradually disappeared behind the door opposite. Yin Shu's hand was so strong that the needle in his hand was crushed by him. When the fragments fell to the ground, he looked at the residue on the ground with a cold and poisonous look in his eyes. "I don't like men. I don't like men." "Then what is that Fang Qing?" Jiang Xuyan disappeared before he finished speaking. And Fang Qing was so anxious that he opened his eyes on the bed. When he saw the familiar ceiling again, he was still confused. When he heard someone calling him anxiously, he came back to his senses a little, turned his head, and saw Chu Ning with red eyes. "Sister Chu Ning?" Chu Ning was so excited when she saw Fang Qing really woke up that she opened her arms and hugged him tightly. Okay. That's great. You're awake. Don't be so impulsive next time." Fang Qing immediately thought of what happened just now from impulsiveness, and quickly pushed Chu Ning away, her eyes roaming around the room. "Where is Boss Jiang? Is Boss Jiang here?" Chu Ning was stunned for a moment, and immediately touched his head. Calm down. Calm down. The doctor and the researcher said you can't be too excited." Then she lowered her voice with pity. "Boss Jiang. Ching. Don't be obsessed with looking for him anymore. Okay. Boss Jiang didn't come back. But since he doesn't want to tell the truth and doesn't want to believe us, then we don't care about him. At least don't take risks for him anymore. He's not worth it. You know?" Fang Qing was very anxious. No. I just now. I believe Chu Ning and the others were not there just now. And there was no other voice. So that place, that thing, should only be known by him and Boss Jiang? Does Boss Jiang really know? Isn't that really a dream? Fang Qing gritted her teeth, snapped her hands, and slapped herself. "Chu Ning? What are you doing? Oh my god. Hurry up. Come and see if this child has not recovered yet. Has the fever burned his brain?" Fang Qing found that her face was very painful, and grabbed Chu Ning's hands. "Sister Chu Ning, I am not dreaming." Chu Ning was a little afraid that he was mentally ill, so she comforted him. No, really not. Don't move. Let everyone check you. Fong Qing, I'm really not dreaming. I'm really not dead? No. Qing, you are really still alive. Fong Qing stood up immediately, but didn't stand firmly, and fell back again, and was supported by Chu Ning. Then just now, did I have any unusual behavior? For example, shouting Boss Zhang's name, talking in your sleep? Did you give me any address? Or did you find that I was talking to someone you couldn't see? Chu Ning's hair stood up. What are you talking about? Oh my god. Qing, please don't scare me. Where is there someone we can't see? Fong Qing just wanted to prove that he was not dreaming just now. Boss Jiang really hugged him and kissed him. He also said that he was not a straight man and that he was different to him. At the last moment, he said something, although he didn't finish. Any fool could guess that what he wanted to say was I like you. Ah! Boss Jiang said he liked me. Fong Qing stood up again and turned around in the room anxiously. Not to mention any adverse reactions on his body. Even the pain disappeared. Don't come over. Don't stop me. Let me stroke it. Let me stroke it. Why did the two meet just now? He thought he was hallucinating before he died. But Boss Jiang said it was neither hallucination nor dream. So why? Why did they meet each other? If it really happened in reality, how can they meet again? And when Boss Jiang appeared and left, there seemed to be a familiar force between the two and caused an impact. What is it? What is it? What is that familiar force? Fong Qing held his head and turned around in the room, so anxious that no one dared to talk to him. After a long time of anxiety, Chu Ning was too worried and wanted to go over and hold him. Fong, don't come over. Fong Qing glanced over, and the sharp warning in his eyes was something Chu Ning and others had never seen before. Never seen such a fierce and cold Fong Qing. Chu Ning was startled, and was just surprised. Fong Qing's eyes suddenly changed, and he murmured, Yan Shu. That was Yan Shu's voice. The voice that came before Jiang Shuyan disappeared was definitely Yan Shu's voice. Does that mean that Boss Jiang is in danger? Yan Shu asked Boss Jiang to wake up. At this time, Fong Qing was startled again, and suddenly realized that the familiar power brought by Jiang Shuyan before and after his appearance seemed to be his own ability. To be precise, it is the same ability as his own, but with a different aura. That is, mental power. Is this Boss Jiang's ability? Does Boss Jiang also have a mental ability? At this moment, Fong Qing was startled again, and a strange feeling arose in his mind. Just as he was thinking frantically about Jiang Shuyan's affairs and thinking frantically about Jiang Shuyan in his mind, he could vaguely capture a trace of power that did not belong to him from the space he had just left. It was Jiang Shuyan's power. He paused, turned to Chu Ning, and clamped his shoulders. Sister Chu Ning, I seem to have found it. Just as Chu Ning was about to ask, Fong Qing laughed, with a glimmer of almost crazy paranoia in his eyes. I found it. The little tail left by Boss Jiang. He chuckled again. His eyes were sharp, although I seem to understand why he didn't tell me his whereabouts. And I also understand that he still doesn't want me to find him. But, he sneered. His eyes were cold. How could I listen to him? This dog man. If you kiss someone, you must be responsible. Even if it is really a dream. Even if it is really an illusion. But, dog man, I will make you finish what you haven't said before I die. And kill Yan Shu. The spoiler. Chapter 96. Fong Qing recovered inexplicably. Got excited inexplicably. And said inexplicably that he had found Jiang Shuyan, which made the medical staff and researchers in the room sweat for him. Maybe his brain was really burned. But after a long time, they found that there seemed to be nothing wrong with his body, and they were not sure whether his reaction had any physiological problems. Finally, Chu Ning asked several times to confirm that he was rational, so he had to let him take a shower first, wash off the blood on his body, and then come out to find someone to bandage his wounds. When Fong Qing came out of the bathroom again, he seemed to feel different. I don't know if it's because the power of the corpse crystal is too strong. His hair grew a lot overnight. He became a little thinner, and even his height seemed to be taller. When he came out in a shirt, Chu Ning almost couldn't react. While brushing his hair, Chu Ning stared at his shoulder-length hair and asked in surprise, Your hair has grown longer, right? Fong Qing grabbed a handful of her hair and realized belatedly, Ah, it seems so. Looking in the mirror again, it has grown a lot. He was a little confused. What should I do? Should I tie my hair? But I don't know how to do it. Chu Ning smiled. I'll find someone to help you cut it later. Before she finished speaking, Fong Qing had already found a pair of scissors from somewhere and cut off her hair with 2 clicks. It takes too much time to find someone. There's no need. Just leave it like that. Chu Ning was stunned. And she always felt that Fong Qing became so straightforward. She glanced at Fong Qing's body and said with concern, Are you okay? Tell me if it hurts. Fong Qing, it doesn't hurt. No need to apply medicine. Give me a map. I want to see where Boss Jiang is. Chu Ning frowned. Did you really find him? Your mental power is so strong? Fong Qing, it seems that it's not just me. Sister Chu Ning. Boss Jiang seems. Why? It seems that he has also activated his superpowers. Fong Qing told Chu Ning what he had sensed before. Of course, he didn't say that he had confided in Jiang Shuyan. Chu Ning heard. Does he have the same superpower as you? Fong Qing, it's not clear yet. But I should be able to track him down by following the power he left behind. And if he suddenly activated his superpowers, it could be that the time is up. Or it could be that he is in extreme danger. So I am a little worried about Boss Jiang. I want to find him as soon as possible. So Chu Ning didn't ask him any more about his physical condition. Took him to Wu San's place. And asked Wu San to open the electronic map and follow his instructions to find the specific location. Fong Qing just had a feeling before. But it was very vague. Seeing the map now, he murmured, it should be in a very high place. Living very high. Higher than ordinary buildings. And it is really far away from us. At least across a province. Maybe a little further. But I don't think it will be more than 3 provinces. Wu San marked the range he mentioned. Fong Qing stared at the map for a while. And pondered for a while. I feel it is in the southeast direction. Probably in this area. Wu San followed to select the location. Fong Qing continued, I remember that Boss Jiang wanted to take Yin Shu out. And the main purpose was to verify whether Yin Shu had any relationship with the zombies. So he can't live far away from the zombie city. From the development pattern of the zombie tide, he speculated before. The zombie tide usually develops from remote and sparsely populated places first. In this area, which urban areas have experienced zombie tides? After Wu San marked the location, he immediately said, according to this rule, Boss Jiang is either in the zombie city or nearby. But I don't think these zombie cities seem to have particularly high places. Wu San, can you help mark the height of these buildings? After Wu San's operation, all the high-rise buildings that exceeded the height mentioned by Fong Qing were marked. But after all, it is a modern city. And there are really many high-rise buildings. Fong Qing and others looked at this area. And it was difficult to accurately determine the location for a while. Fong Qing bit the tip of his nails and thought deeply. Chu Ning thought, according to a Zhang style, he won't let us find him easily. So the place where he lives must not be a place we can find out. Fong Qing, so it must not be any property under his name. Wu San said while typing, this area includes employee properties within the compound. A total of only 13. And the scope that meets the conditions after screening is still very wide. Fong Qing suddenly asked, can't you find Yin Shu's house? I can be sure that he must be with Yin Shu. Even if Boss Jiang doesn't live in his own place. It's unlikely that he will live directly in a hotel. Right? Yin Shu or Wanju. Deputy Dong's house. Do you have any way to find it? Wu Sen searched for a while and shook his head. Yin Shu's house is there. But it's not in the area you mentioned. And it's in the city, he said, and made a red mark somewhere in the city. Fong Qing looked at it and said, that's not right. Chu Ning, it can't be there. It's too close. If something happens, the compound will be in trouble at any time. Jiang left to protect the compound. It's impossible for him to be in that place. Fong Qing, no. It's not just wrong. Chu Ning, why? Fong Qing said. Didn't you bring Yin Shu out? Is his location so easy to find? You didn't find this person before. But now you can easily find his residence. This is impossible. There is something fishy here. Chu Ning was shocked. Even she didn't think of this level at the first time. Just as he was about to say something, Fong Qing said, maybe that was a cover-up. Yin Shu may have other properties. Or maybe, he glanced at the map he had selected before. And suddenly a thought came to his mind. Or maybe we were wrong. Chu Ning, what's going on? Fong Qing suddenly seemed to have opened up his mind. Pointing at the map and speaking quickly, We were wrong. It must be. Think about it. Boss Jiang went to so much trouble. Could he only target Yen Shu? He also suspected that Yen Shu had helped behind him. Then according to Boss Jiang's temper, he wouldn't do something that's thankless. Right? He always likes to do the biggest thing at once. Right? So he's not just targeting Yen Shu. Or maybe not Yen Shu at all. He will definitely go after the other party's forces. If the location in this city that Wu San can find now is indeed a property under Yen Shu's name, I guess Boss Jiang must have looked for it. And he knows it well. Then when he and Yen Shu decided where to stay on the road, they would definitely consider this and deliberately exclude it. Oh, I made it too complicated. To put it simply, according to the enemy's thinking, what kind of place would the enemy choose to control the zombie tide? According to Boss Jiang's thinking, knowing that it was the enemy's lair, what place would he choose? Two-phase selection and matching. The enemy must have a base within the controllable range of the zombie city. And Boss Jiang will definitely go directly to the largest and most conspicuous base. Fong Qing enlarged the light screen map to both sides and searched within the marked range. Finally, his sight fell on a huge business district in a certain province. It is located in the center of several large zombie cities. And in the center of the business district, there is a very, very tall, iconic building. There, Fong Qing pointed to that place with a firm look. Chu Ning looked at the 55-story building. Why did you choose this place? Fong Qing laughed and stared at the building with a burning gaze. It's tall, in the center of Zombie City, and it's a landmark building. So wild, so wild, so blatant. Don't you think this is Boss Jiang's style? Chapter 97. Fong Qing confirmed the location, and the compound began to plan how to go to support. Fong Qing originally didn't want Chu Ning to take the people from the compound. After all, that was Boss Jiang's wish. But since he heard someone report that Jiang Shuyan's phone was not connected, he immediately changed his mind and kept a close eye on the compound's actions. Jiang Shuyan wanted to change the chip over there, but found that even the card slot was broken, which was a bit troublesome to deal with. He was rummaging through the suitcase, and suddenly remembered the new superpower he had just activated. He was sure that his brain was now frantically receiving external signals, exactly the same as the signs Fong Qing described at the time. Fortunately, he was used to high-intensity thinking. Although the superpower also gave him a splitting headache, it was not so unbearable that he couldn't bear it. Thinking of this superpower, and looking at a piece of clothing he just picked up, he suddenly had an idea. Then the clothes in his hand disappeared. It seemed that there was something more in his mind. When he thought again, the clothes appeared in his hand again. Space. He also has spatial abilities. These are all Fong Qing's abilities. He suddenly panicked, tried several times, and confirmed that it was indeed spatial abilities. He sped up the repair of the slot. But halfway through the repair, he suddenly thought that if the compound wanted to find him, the most reliable way was Fong Qing's mental abilities. If he really deprived him of his abilities, then, does it mean that they will be even less able to find him? Then can we at least delay a little time, and not let them take risks? But if he doesn't repair it, he doesn't know Fong Qing's condition. He finally repaired the card slot, replaced the new chip, and set the chip to the state of one-way message reception. Sure enough, the researcher reported the situation in real time after Fong Qing's incident. So when he received a series of data from Fong Qing, he also knew that he had woken up, was safe, and his supernatural power had not disappeared. Jiang Shuyan thought about this problem while collecting things in the space. After collecting, he tried his mental power again, and soon, he was able to control it freely. Just as he was about to detect the situation around this place, he suddenly heard a loud noise outside the door. Jiang Shuyan frowned, immediately gathered his mental power, and went out to check. He saw that the mechanical curtain on the south side of the living room was suffering from the concentrated attack of the mad birds, and Yen Shu was standing in front of the mechanical curtain to check the situation. He frowned and walked over. Yen Shu asked him to call up the previous mechanical insect monitoring with a little anxiety. Jiang Shuyan was alert and called up the monitoring. He found that the crazy birds outside were actually rushing towards his floor quickly, and narrowed his eyes. Are they coming? Looking at Yen Shu, he was about to speak when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. A strong current flowed through his body, and the overly strong pressure made him fall to the ground instantly, unable to move, and almost fainted. Yen Shu held the electric shock gun and stood beside him, looking at him expressionlessly. Sorry, Jiang. He squatted down and looked at Jiang Xuyan, whose eyes were gradually blurred. With a cold face. I didn't want to do this to you. But you? He stretched out his hand to lift the broken hair that blocked Jiang Xuyan's side face. And his narrow eyes were full of regret for the person in front of him and displeasure at the flaws of his beloved things. You seem to be lying. Jiang Xuyan struggled to turn his head, looking at the person who changed his face in an instant with a dazed look. With questioning eyes, Yin Shu felt that the depression in his chest was about to squeeze his heart to explode. He looked at the person in front of him, who he had been thinking about day and night. He pinched Jiang Xuyan's chin and gritted his teeth. Who is Fang Qing? Huh? You said you don't like men? Then who is this person you kept shouting in your coma? Jiang Xuyan's eyes changed, and he was about to break free. But Yin Shu's electric shock barn shocked his waist again. The latter's accumulated strength disappeared again, and he curled up on the ground and couldn't move. Yin Shu laughed strangely, his face grim. Why don't you want me to mention him? Are you so afraid that I will target him? You have been in contact with others these 2 days. Right? But the frequency of your contact time does not match your chip record. Are you so cautious that you have to delete all the records? Or? He grabbed Jiang Xuyan's collar with one hand, pulled him up, and pinched his chin with the other hand. Or? The people you have contacted during this period are all that outsider named Fang Qing. Jiang Xuyan's eyes were scattered, and his hands seemed to be struggling to push him away. Yin Shu sneered, don't struggle. I know you are strong. And the electric shock wood barn you use is not an ordinary one. You have repaired the chip. Right? Come. Let me see if your chip has completely wiped out all the traces of this person. He said, put Jiang Xuyan down, and was about to take his chip. At this moment, Jiang Xuyan's originally scattered eyes changed, and he directly kneed Yin Shu on the side of the forehead. Yin Shu was knocked to the ground immediately. Surprised, he subconsciously raised his hand to block. But he was not as fast as Jiang Xuyan, who had already stood up. The latter grabbed his blocking arm and twisted it in the opposite direction. At the same time, he pressed down on his upper body and pinned him to the ground. Yin Shu saw from his cold, clear and angry eyes that this man just... Jiang Xuyan, can you withstand this kind of voltage now? Are you still a human being? Jiang Xuyan had a cold face, sneered, and his eyes were murderous. It turns out that a name can make you crazy and exposed. All your patience over the years has been in vain. Right? Yin Shu said fiercely. That's different. What's different? What's your relationship with him? Guess? You clearly said before that you don't like men. Are you lying? Are you lying to me? Jiang Xuyan. You dare to lie to me. Jiang Xuyan sneered. Who lied to you? Why can't I lie to you? You used the crazy bird tide to distract my attention. It seems that you can't hold it back. And the people behind you can't hold it back either. In this case, let's show your cards. Yin Shu. I hope that in the hearts of the forces behind you, you are still worthy of their efforts. After that, he raised his hand and punched him in the temple. The originally fragile parts could not withstand such a blow. Yin Shu fainted immediately, without even a chance to react. When Yin Shu woke up again, he was tied up and tied to the bed in his bedroom. Iron chains made of special materials bound his body layer by layer. The restrained posture was also the most difficult posture to exert force. He tried to break free, but there was no way, and the iron chain clanged, attracting the attention of Jiang Xuyan beside him. Jiang Xuyan stood at the desk in Yin Shu's room, flipping through his books one by one. Hearing the noise, he raised his hand to check the time and sneered, half an hour. It took so long to wake up after such a blow. Yin Shu. I take back what I said before. You have not improved, but are much worse than before. Yin Shu snorted coldly and stared at him like a snake. To this extent? Jiang Xuyan. You seem to want to kill me just now. Jiang Xuyan nodded with his back to him. Be more confident. Remove the word seemingly. Oh, is it for Fang Qing? Don't always call his name. Are you familiar with him? Not familiar. But it's not difficult to guess. He was the only newcomer at the gate of the compound that day. Right? Jiang Xuyan. You don't like to recruit people from the compound anymore. I didn't expect this habit to expose you directly. Right? Jiang Xuyan paused, closed the book, and turned his hand back. Throw it at Yin Shu. You talk too much. Yin Shu turned his head to avoid the attack of the book, and laughed. Oh? Angry? I also want to take back my words. You haven't been as strong as you used to be in these years. Instead, your vigilance has declined. Jiang Xuyan tilted his head slightly and glanced at him. Not acting anymore? Yin Shu, you're not acting anymore anyway. Why should I? Then continue to show your cards. You don't need your special ability? What do you want to do with it? Yin Shu sneered. Did I say I didn't use it? Jiang Xuyan, where did you use it? Are you anxious? Why don't you beg me? And I'll consider whether to tell you. Please? Jiang Xuyan turned around and leaned on the table with his arms folded. Either use it here or in the courtyard. I still need you to guess it? But you have to beg me to let some people go. That depends on whether your ability is stronger or my compound is stronger. To draw a conclusion so early is really, you didn't learn well from what I taught you. Yin Shu narrowed his eyes, and his face gradually became gloomy. Jiang Xuyan walked to his bedside, his eyes half covered by his drooping eyelids. Dark and unclear. Are you done? How long are you going to delay? At this time, the mechanical curtain outside had been almost deformed by the impact of the mad bird. Yin Shu looked over, and his eyes gradually revealed an unprecedented determination. Since you have made up your mind, then, I ask you again, who is Fang Qing? Your master's wife. Yin Shu opened his eyes wide, and he didn't expect him to answer so straightforwardly. He trembled all over, and his voice trembled. What did you say? I admit it. Want me to repeat it? Okay. He is you. Shut up. Yin Shu's pupil shrank, and a burst of evil power suddenly erupted. Jiang Xuyan narrowed his eyes and took a step back. He knew that this was Yin Shu's ability, and his vigilance was instantly raised to the highest point. At this moment, a series of rustling sounds came from Yin Shu's huge apartment. Jiang Xuyan looked at the source of the sound, a bunch of baby-sized zombies rushing in from outside the room. At the same time, the mechanical curtain outside automatically rose. The window without protection was fragile. In less than a moment, it was hit by the dense and crazy birds outside, leaving spiderweb cracks. Jiang Xuyan snorted coldly, and the fingers behind his back moved, and the program that transferred the control of the console during Yin Shu's coma was activated by him. The mechanical curtain was lowered again, and most of the crazy birds were blocked out. Jiang Xuyan took out the wooden warehouse from the space, and his mental power spread out. He immediately swept the zombies without turning his head or blinking. All the small zombies that were not moving too fast were swept away by him. Yin Shu found through his supernatural sense that he actually used mental power to accurately hit the corpse crystal parts of the small zombies. He turned his head to look at Jiang Xuyan, and his sinister eyes were cold. Only the first day of activating supernatural powers. You have such a level? You are not pretending to activate supernatural powers, right? Jiang Xuyan changed the wooden warehouse and responded without raising his head. Not this time. What? Accident? Is it so unexpected? As he said, he raised the wooden warehouse and pointed it at Yin Shu's head. Bang! At the same time, outside Jiang Xuyan's courtyard, a group of high-level zombies the size of teenagers crawled in. The zombies were about to follow the mad bird to attack the compound, and the automatic sweeping wooden warehouses and sniper barrels at the gate fired at the same time, bombarding these invaders indiscriminately. In the compound, more than 10 automatic heavy tanks slowly drove out from the underground and came to the ground, facing several important defensive positions in the compound. There were several armored vehicles parked in the back. The elderly Lao Luo and Ashio and others in the car did not show the gentleness they usually had in the villa. Lao Luo, dressed in black, glanced at the electronic light screen projected into the car. In addition to the surveillance at the gate of the compound, there was also a message from Jiang Xuyan. On it, there were only 2 extremely short words said by Jiang Xuyan half an hour ago. Guard well. Chapter 98. A shrill alarm sounded in the compound. The heavy tanks that had been parked underground earlier drove out, making quite a noise. When the alarm was heard again, everyone in the compound knew what had happened and quickly gathered. Chun Ning saw the surveillance at the door from Wu San, frowned and asked, "What's wrong with these tanks? Who is in the armored vehicle? Who issued the order?" "This is a heavy tank supplied to the Bureau. If such a big guy is used without the permission of the Bureau, it will cause trouble." Wu San quickly searched. "I don't know. We haven't received any call application. Wait. I received an encrypted instruction. What the hell? Permission order?" Chun Ning took a look. "What? Where did the permission order come from?" "Wu San, it has an official seal. It is indeed an official permission order. The problem is that we have never issued an application. Could it be the boss? Chun Ning glanced at the permission order. It was incredible. All the official weapons supplied to the compound were allowed to be used freely. And this kind of permission order had never existed before. Chu Ning still had doubts. While arranging his men to go out, he called 111. The latter answered immediately. Okay. Don't ask. I received a message from your boss. Your compound is in trouble. Just do what you should do. Chu Ning, when did he send the message? Did he only notify the bureau? Then what about those heavy tanks? 111 laughed. Stupid. Do we dare to touch your compound's things? It's not that he didn't notify you, but he notified others first. Alas. Anyway, your General Jiang really protected you with his life this time. Although our general administration has a bad relationship with you, I still want to say one thing. Don't think about how to find him. Protect your compound. The rest? He paused and sighed. Anyway, don't let him die in vain. Okay? I will send police to support you. Before he finished speaking, Fong Qing, who had been silent, said, Can you send police to support him first? Also, we will not let him die. Absolutely not. 111 recognized Fong Qing's voice, paused again, and his tone became more regretful. I don't want things to develop like that. But to be honest, I don't know where he is. He didn't say, but we have detected that some of the crazy bird tides are gathering in your compounds at a certain business district in Ontario. And he may be there. Although he certainly doesn't want me to tell you the address. But, I'll send you the location? Fong Qing asked directly. The 55-story Qingshan building in Ontario? 111 was surprised. Do you know? Fong Qing didn't answer. Hummed, turned around and walked out. Chu Ning called him, but didn't call him to stop. So he had to say to 111, then Director 1. We'll be busy first. If possible, please support him. He is also very important to us. Please. Then he hung up the phone. Director 1 sighed on the other side, and fell into deep thought when he saw the dynamic monitoring screen of the crazy birds sent by the Bureau overnight. Jiang Shuyan had indeed informed him, and Wu Yandong before. And he knew what Jiang Shuyan was going to do. But he didn't expect that the person on the other side could even control the crazy bird tide. Then this matter would be very troublesome. He glanced at Qingshan building again, thought about it, and sent a message to Jiang Shuyan. Reply quickly. Give me a definite answer. Even your mortal enemy will come to save you. The outside of the compound was in chaos. Through the surveillance at the gate of the compound, it can be seen that the mad birds outside the gate are advanced mad birds that have never been seen before. And there are a lot of them. The advanced mad birds plus high-level zombies have extraordinary attack power. Soon, several main entrances of the compound were about to collapse, and the automatic heavy tanks began to move, came to the hidden gun port of the compound wall, and fired outward through the gun port. Chu Ning still didn't know who was operating the heavy tank, but she didn't have time to care. Seeing that she was helping anyway, she contacted the weapons factory. Didn't you develop tracking bullets for zombies a while ago? The experimental opportunity has come. Bring it out. Fu Wen quickly pressed forward with the mobile group, supporting the heavy tank from the sniper port reserved between the wall and the mechanical curtain. Chu Ning took a look at the situation outside and said to Fu Wen, Fight the zombies first. They seem to be limited in number. After that, see if we can suppress the mad birds. Fu Wen immediately said, Got it. Soon the zombies were bombarded with concentrated firepower. At first, zombies could be seen appearing and replenishing their consumption. But after a while, the speed of new zombies appearing slowed down. After holding on for a while, the number of zombies decreased rapidly, and they were about to be wiped out. But Chu Ning found that the mad birds did not decrease because of this. There were still a steady stream of mad birds flying over from the horizon. And they were not the same as the mad birds in the last mad bird wave. Fong Qing stood in the courtyard, not relying on surveillance, but using mental power to feel the situation outside. At first, the crazy birds looked ordinary. But in the blink of an eye, advanced crazy birds appeared, and there were more and more of them. Fong Qing had experienced a lifetime, and had seen the appearance of crazy birds during the second crazy bird tide. Although there were many advanced crazy birds at that time, it was definitely impossible to have this density and number. Fong Qing took a deep breath and shifted his attention to the situation of the mechanical curtain. Soon, he told Chu Ning, who was constantly giving orders nearby, the mechanical curtain above Villa number 8 in the south is about to collapse. Chu Ning was startled and immediately contacted the subordinates in charge of the mechanical curtain. Prepare a replacement for the mechanical curtain. Mobile team. The mechanical curtain of plot A8 may not be able to hold up and needs support. Fong Qing continued. The mechanical curtain above Villa number 10 is also seriously deformed. Chu Ning. The mechanical curtain of plot A10 must also be prepared. Number 11. Number 6. Number 9. Fong Qing took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and looked at Chu Ning. No. It's completely unbearable. There are too many advanced mad birds, and they are too powerful. Chu Ning was also confused. Is the compound going to fall like this? Just thinking about it. Plot A8 was indeed broken through by mad birds before the mechanical curtain was successfully replaced. A wave of mad birds surged from the big hole on the top and quickly attacked the mobile team below. As soon as the alarm of the intrusion of the mad bird sounded, Chu Ning said, "Find a shelter. Don't just stand there." At this time, the armored vehicles that were silently entrenched in all directions of the compound suddenly changed direction, and the automatic sweeping mechanism wooden compartment on the roof of the vehicle was activated. Someone in the vehicle leaned out, carrying an old-fashioned small mortar on his shoulder, and fired at the invading mad birds. Chu Ning took a look and found that the people in the car were wearing night vision goggles and hats, and could not see their faces clearly at all. But judging from their professionalism, they were not inferior to the elites in the compound. She frowned, thinking, and took Fong Qing to a safer place under the cover of these people. Fong Qing looked at the second stage redstone mad bird that had fully advanced to the second stage and was dark red all over, and gritted her teeth. Sister Chu Ning, there should be no direct connection between zombies and mad birds. Let's fight the mad birds that are red all over first. Then the mental power was sent out synchronously, and a protective shield was directly laid across the entire compound to isolate the mad birds, replacing the mechanical curtain to block the mad birds. Quick! Fill in the mechanical curtain. I can hold on for a while. Chu Ning couldn't see Fong Qing's mental power with her naked eyes, but she could see that the mad birds that wanted to invade from behind were blocked outside by invisible forces. She immediately gave the order, and asked worriedly, "Is it really possible?" Fong Qing gritted his teeth. "Yes. I won't die before I find Boss Jiang." As he said that, he saw a redstone mad bird flying in the distance, and he also distracted himself to kill the mad bird, and then concentrated again to block the mad bird on the top floor of the compound. Seeing this, Chu Ning silently ordered the research room, "Bring the corpse crystals. All of them. Also send us 2 medical staff and 2 researchers to accompany us." Fong Qing looked at her gratefully, and consciously stepped back to give her the best attack vision. "I'll tell you the direction. You come and fight. I'm afraid that more mad birds will come in if I distract myself again." Okay. The 2 of them led a team and began to cooperate silently. Fong Qing was thinking about how to repel these crazy mad birds while trying to provide them with defense. After a while, he felt a little dizzy. Chu Ning asked the researcher to replenish the corpse crystal for him synchronously. With these experiences, the researcher had a deeper understanding of Fong Qing's physical endurance. This time, the replenishment did not cause the backlash of the corpse crystal, but the wild bird tied outside was still very fierce. After 1 layer of mechanical curtains was replenished, the compound urgently replenished the second layer. At this time, Fong Qing was a little overwhelmed. "Sister Chu Ning, I might..." Before she finished speaking, a huge roar came from outside the compound. In less than a moment, the sound surrounded the compound from all directions and stopped in front of the compound. Chu Ning thought there was an ambush and was about to speak. Boom boom. A few times, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately, there was an endless sound of wood warehouses and artillery bombardments. At the same time, from the surveillance at the gate of the compound, a circle of black mechanical armored vehicles, well-trained people came down. 1 wave of cover and 1 wave of transportation, and quickly placed a circle of mechanical plates in the open space about 30 meters from the compound wall. Immediately, the mechanical board automatically rose up, forming a mechanical defense wall outside the compound. Most of the crazy birds were isolated outside, and the remaining crazy birds between the compound and the mechanical board were bombarded by armored vehicles. Chu Ning looked at these cars and was shocked. "This is..." The guard at the door suddenly contacted her. "Chu. Sister Chu. This seems to be Mr. Jiang's car." Fong Qing looked over immediately after hearing this. "Boss Jiang?" Then opened the door. Chu Ning grabbed him and looked very strange. Speak clearly. Which Mr. Jiang? Guard, not the young Mr. Jiang. Yes. Yes. Oh! It's the master. Fong Qing opened his eyes wide. Very surprised, master. Before he finished speaking, most of the crazy birds that were circled by the mechanical board outside were wiped out. There were not many crazy birds left. And a dark car parked at the front door of the compound suddenly honked. For some reason, the guard was so scared that he pressed the door open switch without even asking Chu Ning. The car drove in steadily, and the subsequent armored vehicles also drove in an orderly manner. When the last car came in, the guard closed the gate of the compound under the order of the leader, and the crazy birds that followed in were wiped out by the armored vehicles blocking the door. As soon as the convoy entered, the compound was very quiet for a moment. On the contrary, the convoy that came in was like nothing happened, and continued to bombard the crazy birds in the compound. A large area of crazy birds were shot down, and those sporadic ones, many people got off the armored vehicles, and continued to charge and kill. The big black car at the head slowly drove over, and the armored vehicles that were originally in the compound suddenly moved closer to the car. Chu Ning led Fong Qing and others to meet them in a hurry. When they came to the front of the car stopped. A man and a woman got out of the front and back seats. They were both old, but they were dressed in tight clothes, holding long wooden guns, tall and straight. The woman was full of charm, with long hair loosely tied behind her head. Her eyebrows and eyes seemed lazy, but they were extremely sharp. The man had a very similar appearance to Jiang Xuyan, and he was handsome even at his age. After getting out of the car, he carried the submachine gun on his shoulder, biting a big cigar in his mouth. He glanced at a few crazy birds on the side of Chu Ning and others. He didn't blink, picked up the submachine gun with one hand, put it on his shoulder, and did in the air. After a wild sweep, all the crazy birds in the air fell. At the same time, he had already scanned the crowd. Not seeing the person he was looking for, he bit his cigar, squinted his eyes, and said in a deep and arrogant voice, "Did the bastard really run away?" At this time, a group of people got off the armored vehicle in the courtyard. The leading man in black took off his hat and night vision goggles, walked in front of the man, clenched his right fist in front of his left chest, and saluted politely, "Welcome back, master, madam." Chu Ning looked at the man. Lao Luo, the old housekeeper that Jiang said only took care of the family affairs? Jiang Yin glanced at Lao Luo and snorted, "Show it to me. This bastard's will." Chu Ning and Fong Qing, will. Chapter 99. In the conference room, Chu Ning, Fong Qing, Jiang Yin, and Wen Riyun sat face to face. The support brought by Jiang Yin and Wen Riyun and the people from the compound continued to guard the compound. They sat in the conference room, and the atmosphere was a bit weird. Fong Qing had never seen Chu Ning sitting so properly. He sat on the chair properly, without crossing his legs or being careless. His hands were placed on his legs. His back was straight. He didn't dare to kick, and there was a thin layer of cold sweat on his forehead. Fong Qing blinked and unconsciously became nervous with her. On the contrary, the opposite side was extremely relaxed, and Jiang Yan's sitting posture was even more arrogant. Fong Qing silently glanced at this man, who looked 70% similar to Jiang Xuyan. Seeing his carefree posture of crossing his legs and leaning against the back of the chair, he vaguely felt that he saw another person, who looked more mature and more arrogant than Boss Jiang. Of course, this is normal. After all, it is said that he is Boss Jiang's father. The couple came back from abroad for their son, and they did not rest for 4 days. Lao Luo brought Jiang Xuyan's will from the villa and handed it to Jiang Yan. Originally, the young master said that this will cannot be taken out until the last moment. But Lao Luo really can't watch the young master take risks alone. So, Jiang Yan took the will and quickly browsed it. When he saw the last contract, he touched the stubble on his chin and looked at Chu Ning, who is Fong Qing. Fong Qing. Chu Ning looked at Fong Qing strangely. Why? Mention him? Jiang Yan followed his gaze, and saw an unusually pretty and well-behaved face. And was stunned boy? When Riyun curiously leaned over and habitually asked in English what was going on. When she saw the contents of the will, she was also surprised and stared at Fong Qing. What is your relationship with our Yin Yin? Fong Qing. Yin Yin? Chu Ning. Difficult. Fong Qing still didn't understand. Jiang Yin slid the will across the table in front of Fang Qing and let him read it himself. So Fang Qing saw that Jiang Shuyan wanted to transfer 30% of the property under his name to Fang Qing. Fang Qing. Chu Ning was also surprised. And Jiang Yin slid another will to Chu Ning. The ownership of the compound was transferred to Chu Ning. Chu Ning. Both of them were stunned. Jiang Yin looked at the will and curled his lips. There is not a single word about me. Lao Luo, yes. The young master wrote it. After the above assets are distributed, the remaining assets will be distributed according to the legal procedures. According to the legal procedures. Aren't you and your wife the heirs? Jiang Yin. So he gave 50% of the property under his name to his mother alone. And the remaining 20%? According to the legal procedures. Let his mother and me share a share. Lao Luo stood respectfully straight with a smile on his face, according to the will. This is what the young master meant. Master. Jiang the bottom master Yin. When Ryun was about to speak when Fang Qing suddenly stood up and pushed the property transfer contract back to Jiang Yin. Sorry. I don't need his property. Even if it comes to me, I will return it to Mr. Jiang. Jiang Yin raised his eyebrows and stared at the handsome strange boy. Don't jump to conclusions too early. There are a lot of them. Fang Qing had a gloomy face. With anger on his face. No. I don't need money. Jiang Yin. People who are not short of money will also feel that a lot of money can make you eat and drink for 3 lifetimes. Fang Qing. No need. Jiang Yin paused and smiled subtly. Chu Ning also stood up at this time. Directly grabbed the contract and tore it up. Threw it on the ground. And patted Fang Qing on the shoulder. Let's go. I want to beat someone up. Fang Qing followed with a snort. And left with Chu Ning. Ignoring the two. Jiang Yin, and when Ryun watched them go out and looked at each other. Jiang Yan's expression became more serious. And he asked Lao Luo, have you found where the person is? Lao Luo, no. But I heard that there is progress on Miss Chu's side. Jiang Yan looked at the various wills on the table again. Shook his head unhappily. And sneered, stinky boy. When Ryun stood up and patted him on the head, cut the crap. Go. Jiang Yan covered his head in pain. Looked at his wife and pouted again. Stood up and walked with her. Luo. Here. It's your turn to guard the compound. Yes. Please be careful. Master and Madam. We also have a will. After Jiang Yan, and when Ryun followed Chu Ning and others. They asked about the currently confirmed location. Jiang Yan, and when Ryun were skeptical about this place. But Chu Ning glanced at Fang Qing, whose face had been off since yesterday, and said to them, don't worry. Qing can't say anything else. But she has never made a mistake in finding Boss Jiang. The two thought that Chu Ning was not an unreliable person. So they believed her, and didn't ask any more questions. After arranging the accompanying team, and the team left behind. The cars to go out were modified overnight. Jiang Yan, and when Ryun's team took the lead and prepared to set off for Ontario. At this time, Fang Qing took the initiative to ask to sit in the front car. Everyone was puzzled. Fang Qing, I have superpowers. I can protect everyone. And I can also sense the position of Boss Jiang. Let me go in front. Jiang Yan and when Ryun happened to be in front. And the two were hesitating. Chu Ning said, then let him get in the car. But Qing, this journey is very long. Are you sure? Fang Qing, sure. This team is not as big as the compound. I won't be as tired as before. Of course. If possible. I still need corpse crystals as a backup. Chu Ning, okay. I'll let the people in the laboratory follow you. After the few people decided, Jiang Yan, and when Ryun took Fang Qing in the car. He and the researcher sat in the back seat, and came to the gate of the compound. Fang Qing suppressed the tension of finally being able to go out. Sensed the situation outside, and took a deep breath. He closed his eyes, released enough mental strength to protect the entire support team, and said firmly, let's go! The support team of the compound set out overnight. On the other side, Jiang Shuyan fired a round of bullets at Yan Shu, but still failed to hurt this man. Yan Shu's little zombies rushed forward to block bullets for him. After one was shot down, another one rushed up. Jiang Shuyan watched these little zombies appear, fall, appear, and fall quietly, and gradually became a little irritable. He used up the bullets in the wooden magazine in his hand, and then used the wooden magazine in his hand to shoot down a few little zombies who wanted to untie Yan Shu, and said in a deep voice, you can't finish it, right? Yin Shu knew that he was testing his limits, and the corners of his lips curled slightly. I advise you to give up. When Jiang Shuyan stopped firing, the little zombies, who didn't need to block the wood warehouse for Yin Shu, started to attack Jiang Shuyan again. The latter responded with mental power, attacking and defending perfectly, which also made Yin Shu very irritated. You, why don't you just surrender? Why do you have to struggle? Jiang Shuyan asked him with a sidelong glance. Why do you want me to surrender? Be my zombie. Disgusting. How about you be my man? Jiang Shuyan narrowed his eyes, and Yin Shu subconsciously dodged his gaze. But when he thought of Fang Qing, he gritted his teeth. Sorry. Since you are not really unable to accept men, I will tell you that I do have different thoughts about you. In order not to make you mind and feel uncomfortable, I worked hard to hide my feelings, and I could endure humiliation and bear heavy burdens for you and disregard life and death. You are so good. As soon as I left, you found me a master's wife? Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Jiang Shuyan, you are so interesting. Yin Shu looked fierce, and thought of Jiang Shuyan. All the little zombies rushed towards him with their bloody mouths wide open. Their fierce and ferocious appearance was completely different from before. Jiang Shuyan exchanged the wooden warehouse from the space and started a new round of shooting. At this time, Yin Shu took advantage of his busyness and called the little zombies to help him untie the chains. The little zombies were not very intelligent and couldn't untie them after a long time. Yin Shu was furious and looked at the mechanical curtain outside. Hey, Jiang, I'll give you another chance. As long as you say that what you said before was to anger me and lie deliberately, I will take you away. How about it? Jiang Shuyan was busy dealing with the little zombies. After a while, he had time to speak. Take me away? Yin Shu, you have figured it out. I am not alone. You see how fierce the crazy birds outside are. You can imagine that there are still people who want your life. Jiang Shuyan, why? Are they the remnants of the previous legion? Yin Shu, yes and no. Speak clearly. A new legion. The Legion of the Reborn. Jiang Shuyan's eyes darkened and he looked over. The Reborn? Yes. Including you? Yes. Jiang Shuyan couldn't help but ask, why are you all reborn? Did something happen in that world? Yin Shu shrugged, not sure. If you die, you will be reborn. So everyone can be reborn. That's not necessarily true. Some people who died before me, as far as I know, didn't. Jiang Shuyan pondered for a moment and continued to ask, then what connected you after your rebirth? That website? Yin Shu, I can't tell you this unless you agree to tell me. Let's go. Why do you want me to go with you? You are strong. Yin Shu snorted. Let's not talk about your status in the last life and the compound. Even now. So far, even the superpowers in the Legion have never been able to deal with my group of high-level zombies without any harm. You are so good. How long has it been now? You don't feel any effort at all. Even if you benefit from superpowers now. You didn't have superpowers last time in the old city. Right? Your ability is very stressful. Jiang Shuyan, so you betrayed me for them? Yin Shu was silent for a while, and retracted his gaze from Jiang Shuyan, looking at the ceiling. A little lonely. I didn't think of betraying you. What are you doing now? I actually want to take you there. This Legion is very powerful. It will definitely be the world's top after it develops. You should be there. The Legion also wants to absorb you. If you really don't want to join, we will get rid of you. Jiang Shuyan killed a small zombie and snorted coldly. Do you want me to join someone else's organization and run errands for others? At this time, Yin Shu smiled mysteriously and said in a very obscure code that only Jiang Shuyan could understand, you are here, and you will be the king sooner or later. Jiang Shuyan ignored him and concentrated on killing a few small zombies. At this time, he finally saw that the frequency and speed of the zombies' attacks had decreased. He guessed that Yin Shu was close to his limit. Just when he was about to make a final move, Yin Shu once again, are you going to follow me or not? Jiang Shuyan, no. I didn't lie to you. Yin Shu didn't react to what the word lie meant at first. He thought for a while before remembering the previous words. He suddenly became angry again and glared at Jiang Shuyan. Are you really so persistent? Don't you understand me? What ability does that person have? How is he better than me? Not necessarily better than you. But I like him. You? Yin Shu's eyes gradually turned red. So you just can't stand my betrayal. No matter how many difficulties I have. No matter how much I do for you. It's not worth mentioning in your eyes. Right? Jiang Xuyan, I don't need you to sacrifice other people's lives for me. And I don't need you to step on the lives of innocent people to pave the way for me. Yen Shu. Even if you have been with me for 10 years. Even if you are someone I value. You don't understand me at all. Don't believe me. And are not really wholeheartedly for me. He looked at Yen Shu. No matter how good you are to me, it is based on your own ambition. It's normal for you to have ambitions. Everyone has ambitions. But your ambitions and my ambitions are different. In this case, when you want to force your ambitions on me, you are wrong. When you are wrong, we will never be able to return to the same path. For two people like this, don't even mention being together. They are two straight lines that briefly intersect. Once separated, they will only go further and further apart in their lives. Yen Shu's voice trembled. Then if I hadn't betrayed you in the compound, would we? You still don't understand. Jiang Xuyan interrupted him. Calmly, you and I are fundamentally different. Our ambitions conflict with each other. And you don't understand me. So even if you didn't betray me at the time, sooner or later, we would go our separate ways. Yen Shu's face was trembling. And the tears that had been held back in the corners of his eyes seemed to be broken. After a long while, he asked again with a trembling voice, So? It's impossible. Jiang Xuyan, yes. Kill me. Either I die in your hands, or you will be my soul. No one in this world can stand above me. Yen Shu snorted, and his eyes gradually changed. Okay then. The little zombies in the room suddenly stopped, changed direction, and started fighting each other. Zombies that devoured their compatriots gradually became bigger and stronger. The big zombies pounced on Jiang Xuyan again, and their offensive was extremely brave. Then I can only turn you into a zombie, so that you will only listen to my command in this life. Jiang Xuyan was alert and ready for battle. At this time, the attack of the crazy bird tide outside was suddenly fierce. Soon, the mechanical curtain in the apartment was broken, and the advanced crazy birds came overwhelmingly, heading straight for Jiang Xuyan. Chapter 100. The dark red redstone mad bird came whistling, followed by countless ordinary mad birds, and instantly surrounded Jiang Xuyan. Fortunately, Jiang Xuyan reacted quickly enough and used his mental power for protection, so he didn't let them succeed. At this time, some redstone mad birds rushed towards Yen Shu, desperately pecking at the iron chain on his body. Jiang Xuyan tried to interrupt them, but he couldn't stand the huge number of mad birds. And finally, Yen Shu broke free from the restraints. Yen Shu got up and rushed towards Jiang Xuyan as soon as possible. A flying kick, with all the hatred for his honesty just now, directly attacked his vital point. Go to hell! Jiang Xuyan snorted coldly, raised his hand to block, and took advantage of the situation to grab his ankle. The same flying kick, the same move but with completely different power and speed, directly knocked Yen Shu to the ground. Too slow. Yen Shu felt pain and gritted his teeth and looked at him. I never expected that after several hours, this man would still have such explosive power. Yen Shu licked the blood from the corner of his lips. His eyes flushed with excitement. Do you dare to be more ruthless? Jiang Xuyan's eyes gradually changed, and his fingers clicked. If you want, I won't let you down. The two fought again, punching each other to the flesh, and each move was fatal. There was an unusual fierceness in their eyes, and the look that seemed to tear each other apart was crazy and terrifying. Jiang Xuyan's mental power and Yen Shu's zombies were also fighting next to him. Crazy birds were rampant in the battlefield of the two. Jiang Xuyan relied on the corpse crystals dug out from the zombies, crushed them directly with his hands, and slowly penetrated into his body from the wounds on his hands, absorbing the power in them. The mental power generated by those forces was all used to tear apart the crazy birds in the sky. The two fought from the bedroom to the living room. At this time, the wall pillars in the apartment had been gnawed by the crazy birds and were in pieces. The entire apartment was almost reduced to a battlefield with only 4 load-bearing pillars left to bear the weight. Yen Shu gradually went crazy with killing. There was no enemy in his eyes. All the crazy birds that blocked the road were also solved by his zombies. Seeing that Jiang Xuyan had not fallen so far, and was getting braver and braver, he squinted his eyes and his blood boiled. What on earth did you do? Huh? Not tired? In fact, Jiang Xuyan's mental power had been overused, and there was not much rationality left at this time. What controlled him now was completely the fighting instinct hidden in his body. The corners of his eyes were bloodshot, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Seeing that Yanshu still had the mind to talk nonsense, he took out a tang sword from the space and wiped his fingers on the blade. The pain caused by the knife wound further stimulated his instinct. Come! When Yanshu saw him like this, his desire to conquer, which had been distorted and out of control, surged all over his body. He casually took out a long knife of almost the same shape from under the table that was split by Jiang Shuyan's mental power. Come! The two fought again, and the knives made of special materials collided in the air with a harsh sound. Wherever the blade went, many crazy birds were chopped to pieces. Gradually, Jiang Shuyan's mental power was restrained, and Yanshu's zombies no longer appeared, just relying on the fight between the two. The crazy birds could not get into their bodies. Both of them had strengthened their bodies with corpse crystals, and both of them had the power of the end of the world. Their physiques were already different from those of ordinary people, so the two fought from late at night to dawn, and no one fell. When the first rays of sunlight shone through the broken window in the morning, Yanshu, covered in blood, stabbed a knife into the ground that was cracked by the mad bird, and stared at Jiang Shuyan, who was also covered in blood but still did not fall down. Damn it! Jiang Shuyan had consumed too much of his mental energy by the mad bird, and even his eyes were scattered at this time. But in the depths of his eyes, there was a touch of crazy obsession that Yanshu had rarely seen, like a spark of fire that could start a prairie fire, like a hissing flame on a fuse, hovering in his eyes, releasing a heavy pressure that made people tremble with fear, and a strong deterrence that made people dare not move. Terror like Shura. Yanshu had seen this look in the few battles where the enemy was strong and we were weak. The compound was almost forced into a dead end, and Jiang Shuyan had this look. He could fight the enemy alone against 100 people, fight against his own limit, and then turn the defeat around and save the compound that was pushed to the limit. Yanshu was crazy about this look, and also crazy about hating this look. It was this look that made him strong and almost godlike. But it was also because of this look that he could never defeat him, let alone capture him. This look was harder to break and soften than Jiang Shuyan, and harder to approach and touch. It was simply a wall that Yanshu could never break in his life. Seeing this look on himself now, Yanshu also had a subtle feeling in his heart. This time, if I defeat you, you will never have such a look again. Right? Yanshu looked into his eyes, chuckled, and raised the knife in his hand again. Jiang Shuyan didn't hear it at all. He had not only knife wounds on his body, but also bite wounds from zombies and the overwhelming mad birds. The pain and excessive blood loss paralyzed all his rationality. When he saw Yanshu's knife move, his body automatically reacted, and he also raised his own knife. Seeing Yanshu rushing over, he automatically swung his knife to block, attack, and defend. All of these were conditioned reflexes developed from years of deadly fighting power. At this time, there was only one thought circling wildly in his mind: to win. Only by winning can you protect what you want to protect. You must win. Yanshu and him fought for countless times, and even the sun outside became dazzling. The surrounding crazy birds were tired and showed signs of slowing down their offensive, but the two were still fighting desperately. I don't know how long it took, but Yanshu was really exhausted. When Jiang Shuyan's offensive was temporarily suspended, he leaned against the only remaining half of the wall in the apartment, gasping for breath. Damn! Damn! Jiang Shuyan. This lunatic. He really couldn't muster up the strength. Now there were only two zombies, and a group of crazy birds attacking Jiang Shuyan. Jiang Shuyan's mental power also began to work and fail, and he was always defeated by zombies and crazy birds. But he didn't seem to feel any pain. He half knelt in front of Yanshu. His breathing was a mess, but his eyes were still like a python coveting its prey, sinister and persistent. Yanshu had begun to have the idea of admitting defeat in his heart. This kind of overly terrifying and crazy pressure made him feel afraid instinctively. He was actually afraid of Jiang Shuyan from the bottom of his heart, because Jiang Shuyan never got ruthless to his companions, so he could hide this fear very well. He always hoped to control this person. Now thinking about it, is it also to control his instinctive fear? Yanshu couldn't tell what his mood was. He stared at Jiang Shuyan. His whole body seemed to be falling apart, and he couldn't muster any strength. Just as he was about to sacrifice his zombie to replenish his strength with corpse crystals, suddenly, a burst of spiritual power, with a completely different aura from Jiang Shuyan surged up from below. In the blink of an eye, it actually shattered the glass of the few remaining broken windows in the apartment. Yen Shu was wondering. And there were a few booms outside the apartment. Several long-range shells attacked the apartment, directly blasting all the crazy birds outside the apartment to pieces. Immediately, several helicopters of the general administration came quickly and bombarded the crazy birds in the apartment. Yen Shu immediately used zombies to cover himself and hid in a bunker to the side. Jiang Xuyan didn't move near the window. Yen Shu was a little nervous and wanted to pull him over. At this moment, a micro-mortar shell was fired at the door of the apartment, directly blowing a big hole in the wall at the door of the apartment. A team of fully protected people rushed in quickly, cleaning up the crazy birds while rushing into the apartment. Yen Shu saw that it was someone from the compound. They actually came to rescue people in the face of the crazy birds? After a while, the strange mental power also appeared. After strangling most of the crazy birds in the apartment at high speed, the mental power surrounded Jiang Xuyan and protected him tightly. Fang Qing knocked the corpse crystals all the way over, and his body was covered in blood again because he couldn't bear the power of the corpse crystals. But he didn't feel any pain at all. After the team in the compound cleared the way, he ran over quickly and saw Jiang Xuyan, who was injured and bloody. From a distance, Jiang, Boss Jiang, Fang Qing was about to rush over, but Chu Ning behind him grabbed him and said, "Wait." Chu Ning first glanced at the embarrassed Yen Shu sitting against the wall, then looked at Jiang Xuyan. Her face suddenly turned pale. "Don't go over there." She saw that look. She was as familiar with this look as Yen Shu. It was a look that didn't distinguish between friend and foe. "Don't go over there. He's crazy about killing." Fang Qing looked at her in disbelief. "Not going?" He shook off her hand and rushed over. Jiang Xuyan. Yen Shu had seen the photo of Fang Qing sent by Chu Ning before. Although he couldn't see her face, he remembered her thin figure that would never be seen in the compound. And he had seen Fang Qing's face once in the compound. It was a completely unfamiliar face that he had never seen before. He also remembered that at that time, Jiang Xuyan untied the handcuffs that were handcuffed to him just because he looked at him. This person. It was Fang Qing. Yen Shu was furious, holding the knife tightly in his hand, and wanted to attack. However, at this time, he saw Jiang Xuyan on the opposite side move. The man who had lost his mind for a long time saw someone running towards him, and silently clenched the knife in his hand. Yen Shu's eyes changed, and a burst of madness surged into his eyes. "Kill him! If you kill this man, Jiang Xuyan, you will regret it for the rest of your life." He paused as he was about to raise his hand, and looked at the two people opposite with expectation. Just as Fang Qing was about to rush over and Jiang Xuyan's knife was about to be raised, he saw the thin man who seemed to be weak and frail, ran in front of Jiang Xuyan. And at the moment when Jiang Xuyan raised his knife, he raised his hand high. "Pa!" Fang Qing slapped him. Jiang Xuyan was stunned on the spot, looking at Fang Qing with scarlet eyes. Fang Qing's anger burned fiercely the moment he saw Jiang Xuyan, seeing the latter's eyes that had lost their mind and were as crazy as a beast. He was even more furious. While slapping him, he grabbed his collar and pulled him in front of him, lowered his head, and bit his lips fiercely. "Fuck you. Wake up!" Jiang Xuyan, who was suddenly kissed and had his lips bitten, said. Chapter 101. Fang Qing grabbed Jiang Xuyan and yelled at him, which was likely to anger Jiang Xuyan again. However, from Yen Shu's side angle, he could clearly see that Jiang Xuyan was stunned for a moment, and then his originally distracted eyes gradually refocused. The madness and bloodlust in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a moment of confusion and surprise at the person in front of him. "Qing?" Yen Shu's heart trembled, and an indescribable shock surged in his heart. This person, Jiang Xuyan state. Was he awakened like this? And it was. A kiss. Yen Shu's pupil shrank, and a murderous intent rose. "How dare you?" As soon as the thought came, the zombie followed his thoughts, and immediately pounced on Fang Qing. The latter had his back to Yen Shu, and seemed to not see the zombies at all. However, when Yen Shu thought he was going to succeed, he slightly tilted his head and glared at him, and the zombies in the air were crushed by his mental power. "Get lost." Yen Shu looked at him and narrowed his eyes. It was also mental power. When Fang Qing saw him, he got angry again. The wooden warehouse in a space appeared in his hand. Fang Qing didn't say a word and raised his hand to open the wooden warehouse. Bang 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 bang. Yen Shu, who had already exhausted his strength, almost didn't block it. When Fang Qing finished a round of bullets, Yan Shu gritted his teeth, very fierce. Fang Qing sneered, and there was a fierce look in his eyes. He had lost his usual gentle and sunny appearance. How can I not be fierce to you? Yan Shu laughed, and his anger rose in his heart. He summoned a small zombie, dug out the corpse crystal and crushed it in his palm. The corpse crystal melted in the blood and entered the body through the wound. Then let's fight. He stood up. Fang Qing was not very calm at this time, facing Yan Shu. His anger burned so much that he just wanted to tear this man apart with his own hands. Okay. Come on. The two fought instantly. Yan Shu has followed Jiang Shuyan since he was a child. Apart from Jiang Shuyan, his skills are the best in the compound. Even if he is exhausted at this time, Fang Qing is not his opponent. However, once Fang Qing concentrates, his mind is particularly flexible. After these days of continuous strengthening of mental power, it is also strong enough. He relies on the defense of mental power to prevent Yan Shu from getting close. The two of them actually tied for a while, which made Chu Ning and others on the side stunned. Not long after, Chu Ning came back to his senses and hurriedly walked towards Jiang Shuyan. Don't be in a daze. I'll take you away first. Jiang Shuyan slowly withdrew his gaze from Fang Qing and looked at Chu Ning. Why are you? If it weren't for the pain from Fang Qing biting his lip, he would never have believed that the man was Fang Qing. The man with his hair tied up in a bun and fighting so ferociously was actually Fang Qing. Chu Ning slapped him on the back of the head and said fiercely, You still ask? You still ask? If you had said something at the beginning, we wouldn't have to spend so much effort to come to support you. Jiang Shuyan frowned. How did you find me? Nonsense? Of course it was Qing. Do you know how much he suffered to find you? If you don't leave, he will definitely beat you next. Jiang Shuyan reacted immediately and pushed Chu Ning away. You go first. I'll go to help him. Before he finished speaking, Fang Qing rolled in front of him while hiding from the zombies. And he saw that he was still there? Fang Qing stood up and grabbed his collar. Why don't you leave? Jiang Shuyan, Who did you say you would help? Huh? With your weak and miserable appearance. Who do you want to help? Who do you look down on? Jiang Shuyan pulled him away and used his mental power to block the pursuit of several crazy birds. While frowning, enough. I know you are angry. But Yan Shu is not an ordinary person. Am I an ordinary person? That's not what I meant. I told you not to run. Don't run. But you insisted on running. So I had to come to you myself. Have they come to help you? You are such a jerk. I thought you would at least know how to take care of yourself when you were outside. What happened? Huh? What happened? There are so many crazy birds and zombies everywhere. Why are you fighting? What are you fighting for here? Do you think you can kill all these crazy birds? Are you trying to drive me crazy? Jiang Shuyan. Fang Qing cursed while using his mental power to crush the zombies and crazy birds around him, and didn't let any threat get close to Jiang Shuyan. Even Jiang Shuyan was shocked by the power. But he knew Fang Qing. Just by looking at his gradually whitening lips and the sweat on his forehead, he knew that he was actually struggling. On the other hand, Yan Shu's attack speed was far slower than Jiang Shuyan's. Even if Yan Shu didn't succeed in fighting Fang Qing, he still got a chance to breathe. In addition, Yan Shu also sacrificed several small zombies and absorbed several corpse crystals. He still looked very weak at this time. But Jiang Shuyan knew that his condition was getting better from the speed of his attack. So Fang Qing couldn't fight him again. Jiang Shuyan pushed Fang Qing towards Chu Ning without saying anything, and stood up with a knife. Wait for me for a while. Fang Qing was furious and grabbed his hand. You dare to move again? Yan Shu's eyes were blazing with anger, and he threw the knife directly. Let him go. Fang Qing and Jiang Shuyan used their mental power at the same time to block Yan Shu's knife. Jiang Shuyan looked at Yan Shu. If you have the guts, come at me. Fang Qing, come at you XXX. Jiang Shuyan, you've been talking nonsense recently. How can you let me be so angry? Shut up. Go away. Just protect yourselves. Boom. Suddenly a cannonball attacked the indoor battle group. And Yan Shu, who was closest to the cannonball, was almost hit. It was the crazy birds that suddenly blocked him in a group. And he was barely protected. The cannonball blasted a big hole in the ceiling of the room, and the broken stones and bricks fell down. Jiang Shuyan immediately held Fang Qing in his arms, and his mental power spread over the heads of the people in the room to form a protective layer, firmly guarding them. Then Jiang Shuyan was furious and looked sideways at the source of the shells. But he saw a tall and strong man stepping out of the shell's smoke, biting a cigar and looking at the people in the room nonchalantly. Why are you talking so much? Are you here to do business or to quarrel? Ah? Can you still do it? Jiang Shuyan saw the face of the person clearly, and his eyes widened. You. Jiang Yin saw him from the sand and dust in the room, and raised his eyebrows. Oh. Okay. You can stand up and protect your wife even if you are injured like this? Jiang Shuyan and Fang Qing were stunned. Old wife? In a blink of an eye, another person came up behind Jiang Yin. He looked at the two people hugging each other in the middle of the mess and rolled his eyes. So disgusting. Then he threw a dart at Yin Shu. Asshole. You dare to covet my son. Yin Shu stared. Damn. Is it okay for another person to covet? He was forced to fight with Wen Riyun. But because she was the elder and Jiang Shuyan's biological mother, he didn't dare to use too much force. Jiang Yin took advantage of this gap to walk in front of Jiang Shuyan and Fang Qing, glanced at Jiang Shuyan's injury, and suddenly bit his cigar into pieces. Damn it! You son of a bitch! A stinky thing. A shameless bastard. Jiang Shuyan was so angry that he lifted his sleeves to beat him. What did you say? Fang Qing pulled him back and said in a low voice. He was scolding Yin Shu. Jiang Shuyan was about to say, You know it again? Jiang Yin picked up the wooden gun thrown aside by Jiang Shuyan, loaded it, and aimed at Yin Shu, and started to shoot wildly. You son of a bitch. You stinky thing. You shameless bastard. Jiang Shuyan. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he felt relaxed when the people from the compound came. After so long, he didn't even have a chance to make a move. All things were taken care of. Even if he fainted, there would probably be some spare people to treat his wounds. He stood in a corner of the apartment, watching this scene, and suddenly felt a little unreal. Fang Qing took a look and pretended to hit him in the chest. What are you looking at? Are you stupid? You can do well in the compound even if you don't work hard. Right? Chuning also snorted beside him. If you don't believe us, I will squeeze you out of the position of General Manager Jiang and lead them to make a lot of money myself. Jiang Shuyan looked at Chuning. You arranged it? Chuning, what else? The people brought by Uncle are downstairs, clearing the way with the people from Wonju. I wanted to send the people from the compound downstairs, but they didn't listen and insisted on coming up to save the boss. So I had to arrange them all to support you. At this time, Fang Qing suddenly looked at Yin Shu, who was beaten up in the distance. Speaking of which, he is the only one here? Jiang Shuyan immediately came back to his senses and looked at Yin Shu. His face became very solemn. It is obvious that the other party wants to treat him as a pawn. Does it mean that no one will come to save him next? No. He has no intention of asking anyone to come to save him. Fang Qing frowned and suddenly looked at Jiang Shuyan. He would rather die at your hands. Right? Jiang Shuyan was thinking about the business and didn't think about it. So he said without thinking, yes. Fang Qing. The knuckles cracked. Jiang Shuyan finally reacted and looked over. I mean... Fang Qing didn't want to bother with him anymore, and snorted coldly, You bastard. He concentrated his mental power and aimed at Yin Shu. Then I will defeat him myself. Before Jiang Shuyan could speak, Fang Qing used up all his mental power, condensed it into a long cone, and adjusted the position with Yin Shu's movements. When he used the method Jiang Shuyan taught him to see Yin Shu's flaws and weaknesses, Fang Qing's eyes became fierce, and his mental power was released. With a whoosh, his mental power passed through the layers of zombies and crazy birds in the air and inserted into the center of Yin Shu's chest. Yin Shu lost his strength and looked over in disbelief. Fang Qing had a cold face and controlled his mental power to pull him up. When he nailed him, when he was on the wall, he narrowed his eyes and said in a calm voice, You are someone that Boss Jiang has valued. I will not kill you, lest he hate me. But you have caused him such a serious injury. He was furious, and his mental power rushed into Yin Shu's body. Yin Shu's muscles and bones were crushed by his mental power, and they cracked. Finally, he could no longer muster any strength and slid to the ground. Chuning's temper was not as good as Fang Qing's. She raised the wooden cannon and aimed at Yin Shu, who had already lost his ability to move. Let's kill him. Just then, Jiang Shuyan suddenly remembered something and raised his hand to stop Chuning. Wait. Chuning was about to ask. You won't be reluctant to kill, right? Jiang Shuyan stared at Yin Shu thoughtfully. Did you know what my special ability was in my previous life? Chapter 102. Yin Shu raised his eyes despite the severe pain. But he didn't quite hear what he said. What? So Jiang Xuyan repeated it again. I asked. What was my supernatural power in my previous life? Is it the same as now? Yin Shu's face changed. He lowered his eyes. And didn't answer. Jiang Xuyan saw through it at a glance. No? Yin Shu saw him coming. And struggled to move back. The people in the compound who were blocking him wanted to stop Jiang Xuyan. But the latter waved their hands and asked them to step back. Mr. Jiang. It's okay. Fang Qing rubbed his forehead unhappily. And didn't say anything to stop him. And directly used his mental power to protect him. Jiang Xuyan, it's okay. Let go. Fang Qing opened his mouth. But heard Jiang Xuyan's tone. He sighed. Withdrew his mental power. But tied Yin Shu up. Jiang Xuyan walked up to Yin Shu. Squatted down. And pulled him up. Tell the truth. What is it? After fighting for more than a day, it was the first time that Yin Shu saw him calm down and talk to him. A sense of unreality surged in his heart. He looked at Jiang Xuyan, who had a calm face, and then looked at the people in the compound beside him. Are you going to squeeze my last value and then kill me? Jiang Xuyan didn't react. Tell the truth. Yin Shu, I advise you not to listen. Why? No. Did they leave a trick on you? Yin Shu immediately turned his head away, avoiding Jiang Xuyan's eyes, and didn't speak. Jiang Xuyan frowned and turned his head. What is it? Is it also a superpower? Will you self-destruct? Will everything you say and do be heard by the other party? Yin Shu struggled. Why are you talking so much? Let go. Stay away from me. Or you will kill me. Is there any difference between me killing and others killing? Fuck. Are you still talking human language? Jiang Xuyan was deeply skeptical about his own ability, and couldn't help but think about where this mental power and space came from. On the surface, it was his ability that was stimulated by impulse when he saw Fang Qing in trouble. But, is it really like this? Did it really appear at that time? From Yin Shu's reaction, his ability must not be. Or it is more than that. But if so, when? He began to think carefully, seeing that he hadn't let go of Yin Shu for such a long time. Chu Ning rolled up her sleeves and wanted to go over. Dog. Fang Qing suddenly pulled her back and stared at Jiang Xuyan and Yin Shu with a thoughtful expression. Wait a minute. He's still thinking. What is he thinking? Wait a minute. Don't you mind? Fang Qing looked over curiously. What do you mind? They are so close. Close? Fang Qing looked over again. It seems a little close. He frowned, but quickly restrained his emotions. It's okay. Let Boss Jiang ask. I'm also curious about what's going on. He saw Jiang Xuyan's mental power and spatial ability. This should have been his own ability, but it inexplicably appeared on Jiang Xuyan. Although coincidence cannot be ruled out, the probability of coincidence is too low. Fang Qing himself is also very curious about what Boss Jiang's ability is. Could it be that his own ability was transferred to him? But my ability didn't disappear. So, could it be a copy? Fang Qing looked at Jiang Xuyan for a long while, and suddenly said, How about you hug him? Jiang Xuyan came back to his senses from his contemplation and looked at him in surprise. What? Fang Qing recalled the various interactions between him and Jiang Xuyan. Muttering, or kiss on the forehead. Hold hands? Well, that's probably all the interactions between us. The last kiss was because he already had mental power, so it doesn't count. Jiang Xuyan was incredulous. You? What's wrong with me? Don't you mind? Fang Qing looked at him seriously. It's not a kiss. We're doing business. Why should I mind? Besides, he can't move. And he still cares. Wouldn't it make him look too stingy? Jiang Xuyan. Suddenly I felt the taste of being a dog. While thinking, Yin Shu narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Qing. Is that how you flirted with him? Fang Qing looked down. What? I said. Did you flirt with him like this before? Fang Qing sneered. I flirted with him? Really? It depends on which one you say. Is there a difference? Fang Qing. Yes. He hugged me first. And he held my hand first. But I kissed him first. What? You don't accept it? Yin Shu. I can feel the invisible deterrence of this man from a distance. He says he doesn't care. But he is actually very capable. Yin Shu shifted his gaze and glared at Jiang Xuyan. Scumbag. Jiang Xuyan. Why do you scold me too? He slapped Yin Shu on the head. I have a question for you. Yin Shu's eyes widened. Hit me. You can't? Fuck. Do you have the guts to hit him? Who is he? Who are you? If you don't hit him when he's causing trouble, why would you hit him? Are you crazy? Yin Shu was so angry that tears came out. Jiang Shuyan. Don't make your eyes red. Do you think you are still the good little boy you used to be? Fang Qing's eyes widened. Oh. So you really like this? Jiang Shuyan. I'm really tired. He let go of Yin Shu, stood up, and walked out directly. You can ask. I don't care. I have been a human for half of my life, and I have never been so tired. Why are there things in this world that can't be solved by fighting? Why are there people's hearts so difficult to understand in this world? When Fang Qing saw that he was going to leave, he immediately followed him. Don't leave. Jiang Shuyan looked at him with a squint. You are too hard. You can already be on your own. You can leave them to solve it. Fang Qing exclaimed, stretched out his hand to grab his arm. No. No. You can't be angry. Why can't I be angry? I am not qualified to be angry. Look at my injuries. I have been fighting here for a day and a night without rest. I am almost exhausted. You don't feel sorry for me. And you want to beat me? What's the matter? Do I look thick-skinned? Fang Qing saw him playing rogue for the first time, and laughed, and then held it back in a second. We don't mean that. Then who told you? Blame me again? Okay. Don't blame me. Let's go out and have a rest. Don't ask any more questions. And let Director 1 come up to solve it. How about that? I don't care anyway. So Fang Qing followed him out while stroking his fur. And soon the two of them disappeared from the apartment. Yin Shu was unable to react for a long time. When the two people's voices could no longer be heard in the apartment, he looked at the person beside him in astonishment. Just really left? Chu Ning chuckled, and then became serious again. What? Are you surprised? A Jiang is like this in front of Qing Qing. Do you know why you are not good enough? Yin Shu opened his eyes, but did not speak. Chu Ning walked in front of Yin Shu and looked at him unhappily. Speaking of which, we have never let a Jiang worry about it. So, our group of little apprentices are also quite unsatisfactory. What do you think? Yin Shu. At this time, you still want to make him rack his brains? Yin Shu's mind was directly echoing Jiang Shuyan's appearance and tone just now. That reaction, that look, was indeed something they had never seen before. He turned his head and glanced at the door of the apartment. His narrow eyes were full of mist. So you really like that? So you really suit that? Suitable. Now he can't deceive himself that the two are not suitable. This was the first time he saw someone who could make Jiang Shuyan completely let go of his burden and image and just quit. Chu Ning asked him again if he would do it. He glanced at Chu Ning, then laughed at himself and retracted his gaze. What? He has figured it out a long time ago. Chu Ning was shocked and asked what. Yin Shu snorted and pointed at the zombies in the apartment that could no longer move because of his own injuries. Look carefully. He has copied my superpowers. You forget it. Leave as soon as possible. Chu Ning looked. Sure enough, these little zombies that had fallen to the ground moved again. The people in the room thought they were going to attack, and they made full defensive preparations. Unexpectedly, after they stood up shakily, they walked out of the apartment obediently and went in the direction Jiang Shuyan left. Chu Ning confirmed this with Fang Qing through the radio, and then he was completely relieved. Oh my god! The ability to copy abilities? Is Mr. Jiang going to heaven? Yin Shu glanced at her, and seeing the face he had been with day and night, he sighed irritably and stared at her. Why don't you lead the team away quickly? Are you waiting to be buried with me? Chu Ning couldn't help but frown at him. You? Yin Shu. Everything he speculated was right. My 10-year contract has not ended. And the form of the contract is not a simple contract form. They do have a backup plan. Even though Chu Ning hated Yin Shu, the relationship of 10 years together was not really forgotten. She clenched her fist and whispered, No. Sister Chu. This is the last time I call you sister. Sometimes you are too soft-hearted, which is not good. You should change it. Chu Ning. Yin Shu used up his last strength, found a comfortable position, and leaned against the wall. Let's go. Let's go quickly. I lost this game to a Jiang, so it's not a big loss. Chu Ning suddenly wanted to pull him away. Jiang Yin gave her a look, and then looked at Yin Shu. You are very good at choosing your way to leave. Yin Shu sighed. looking at the face that was 70% similar to Jiang Xuyin. You can call me. Anyway, I have a lot of godsons. Go away. Go away together. Take Jiang Xuyin and go as far as possible. Jiang Yin laughed, and finally threw him a walkie-talkie, impolite. But this godfather still gives you a chance. Before you die, make it clear, and don't leave yourself with regrets. Yin Shu glanced over. Aren't you afraid that I will destroy your son's happiness? I know the child I gave birth to. When Ruyun, it's my child. Okay. My wife. You gave birth to him. The two retreated with the team. Yin Shu watched them leave with an unusually calm look in his eyes. Chu Ning stayed until the end, looking at Yin Shu leaning against the wall alone, pinching his palm with his nails. Yin Shu, he left because he couldn't bear to let him go. Do you think I can turn the tables? Chu Ning wanted to say something, but Yin Shu moved his fingers. Let's go. You can't get into an accident. Don't let him hate me again. Chu Ning gritted his teeth and had no choice but to leave. When everyone in the apartment had retreated, Yin Shu looked at the messy house, lowered his eyes, and did not move for a long time, with inexplicable emotions in his eyes. After a while, he raised his hand with difficulty and knocked on the wall behind him. Stay away. The impact is very strong. There was no response from behind the wall, but Yin Shu smiled. After that, he picked up the intercom beside him, pressed the button, and whispered finally, I'll give you a hint. Copy the leader's ability, and you will be truly invincible. Even if you can't copy it, it doesn't matter. They also have a virus vaccine. When you get there, find a vaccine first and get a shot. You will be fine. I can't tell you the location of the base, but you have my ability, so you should have thought of what to do. Even if you don't win and die, maybe you can be reborn then. Forget it. If I still have a choice, I won't know you. After all, it's so uncomfortable to know you. At this time, Yin Shu's body had already risen to an abnormally high temperature. He looked at his red and hot hands, and the intercom whose signal was already unstable. He used up his last bit of strength to press the intercom button, and the tears that had been swirling in his eyes finally released. Jiang. I like you. No. As soon as the voice fell, a burst of impact force came out of his body, and his body exploded with a bang, sweeping towards the entire floor of the apartment. The apartment on the top floor of the building was razed to the ground, and sand and stones fell, and the wild birds around were also smashed to pieces. It was unknown how long it took for the collapse of the top floor to gradually subside. However, in the messy ruins of the falling sand and stones, the last half of the wall was still protected by an invisible force and stood firm. Jiang Xuyan leaned against the other side of the wall, looking at the rolling dust in the air, and his eyes had not blinked for so long. When the dust in the sky returned to the ground and everything settled, he slowly lowered his sore eyes, glanced at the intercom in his hand, and gently pressed the button. Well, I know. No. Chapter 103. When Jiang Xuyan went downstairs, it was quiet downstairs. The intercom was tuned to the public frequency, and everyone could hear what Yin Shu said. Seeing Jiang Xuyan coming down, everyone in the compound had red eyes. They wanted to comfort him, but they didn't know where to start. Seeing him walk down with his eyes down, everyone finally didn't say anything and silently accompanied him to retreat. When they arrived at the first floor of the building, there was a temporary safety point built with mechanical boards. Fang Qing was already waiting there. Seeing Jiang Xuyan coming, he walked over quickly. Jiang. But the moment the other party looked up, he saw the red eyes. Fang Qing's heart was clenched, and the words on his lips were swallowed back, and he silently opened his arms. Jiang Xuyan said nothing, walked over and hugged him tightly in his arms, burying his head in his neck. The emotions accumulated along the way were finally released unscrupulously at this moment. He hugged Fang Qing, hugged him very tightly. Fang Qing felt his emotional fluctuations, retracted his arms, gently hugged him, and patted his head. You can cry if you want, he said softly in a voice that only Jiang Xuyan could hear. The latter almost laughed at once, as if it was so funny. However, soon, he was silent, hugged Fang Qing tighter, buried his head deeper, and Fang Qing could feel a warm shirt on his shoulders. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Qing felt his shoulders cool, and no new heat came. He also felt that Jiang Xuyan had regained his calm. After a while, he gently rubbed Jiang Xuyan's hair, and whispered in a voice that only Jiang Shuyan could hear, "Are you feeling better?" Jiang Shuyan left his shoulder and took a deep breath. But when he saw Fang Qing's face, he was slightly startled and reached out to wipe the corner of his eyes. "Why are you crying again?" Fang Qing touched his eyes in confusion. "Huh? Are there tears?" But how to say? It's really easy to cry. Whether it's Boss Jiang who was so sad, or Yan Shu who couldn't hate him at all in the end, or the feelings that Yan Shu didn't have the courage to express clearly until his death. They are all very tearful. Fang Qing didn't feel jealous or envious at all now. Just now, he even had a little absurd thought and wanted to ask Boss Jiang if Yan Shu was still alive. But now he can't ask. And there's no need to ask. He wiped away his tears, raised his hand, and rubbed Jiang Shuyan's hair, and smiled. "Cry a little for you, Jiang Shuyan." After a while, he also laughed softly and pinched his face. "Thank you." Fang Qing heard Jiang Shuyan's teasing, but being able to joke proved that he was really in a better mood, and Fang Qing didn't mind at all. "Get in the car? You should be bandaged and treated." Jiang Shuyan nodded. "Let's go." Chu Ning came over with red eyes. This guy's eyes were swollen from crying. When she came to Jiang Shuyan, she stretched out her hand and handed him a tube wrapped tightly in light shielding paper. "This is the virus vaccine from the laboratory. Because we haven't made an instrument that simulates the environment 100%. Wu Liang helped to simulate the environment to the greatest extent to preserve it. But even if the inactivation is serious, according to the research of the laboratory, the injection now can also delay the mutation. We just need to go back and get the new vaccine." Jiang Shuyan glanced at the vaccine. "Okay. But I'm not going back now." Chu Ning glared. But seeing Jiang Shuyan looking at the mad bird outside the mechanical board, she roughly knew what he was going to do. "It's okay if you don't go back. You have to take us with you. You can't go alone anymore." Jiang Shuyan looked at Chu Ning. "Are you injured?" "It's okay. Because most of the time we've been on the road, and we've done a good job of protection." Jiang Shuyan thought for a while, and then said, "Gather all the compounds in various places. Concentrate firepower on the premise of ensuring feasibility." Chu Ning was a little surprised. "You changed your strategy?" Jiang Shuyan shrugged, and his tone revealed a little fatigue. "I can handle Yan Shu alone. But he said there is a reborn army behind him. If I go alone, I will just walk into a trap." Chu Ning was surprised. "Army? It's not an ordinary force anyway. Let's go." "Didn't you say so? We'll die together. Now you can't regret it." Chu Ning chuckled and glanced at him. "Can't you just say you need us now?" "Yes, I do." Chu Ning, seeing him so frank, I was finally in a good mood. I put my arm around his shoulder and led him to the medical car. "Let's go. I'll bandage you." "Let go. Don't be so stingy." Qing. "Well, Sister Chu Ning." Chu Ning. "Damn. Having a partner is amazing." Jiang Shuyan treated his wounds at the medical team and bandaged all the places that needed medicine and bandages before returning to the car. Jiang Yan and Wen Riyun's car. The two had been waiting in the car for a long time. When they saw Fang Qing helping Jiang Shuyan get into the car, Wen Riyun glanced at him through the rearview mirror. "Does it hurt? Do you want some painkillers?" Jiang Shuyan responded only after he sat down. His tone was very light but quite gentle. "No need." "Jiang Yan, don't be stubborn." Jiang Shuyan's tone and expression changed immediately. "Didn't you teach me?" Jiang Yan smiled. "That was to train your endurance when you were young. You are so old now." Jiang Shuyan snorted. "Thanks to you. You don't need it when you grow up." Jiang Yan glanced at him in the rearview mirror. Even though he saw his disdainful face, he smiled happily. "Stinky boy." Jiang Shuyan couldn't help rolling his eyes at him. "Drive quickly. Or I'll drive." "How can you drive with such an injury?" "Is my leg broken?" "By my standards, you are broken with such an injury." Jiang Shuyan gritted his teeth, rolled up his sleeves, and raised his hand to beat him in the car. Jiang Yan was not polite either, and freed up one hand to deal with him. The two were about to fight in the car, and Fang Qing was stunned. "What are you doing? Why are you moving when you're injured like this?" Fang Qing pulled Jiang Shuyan back, his eyes revealing a strong threat. Jiang Yan looked at him, and was about to say that this young man could really cure our Jiang. But when Riyun's slender hand reached out and grabbed his ear expressionlessly. Fuck. I won't beat my wife anymore." When Riyun glanced at Fang Qing silently from the rearview mirror and raised his lips imperceptibly. Then his phoenix eyes turned and glared at Jiang Yan, who immediately started the car obediently, and didn't dare to make Jiang Shuyan angry again. The car moved forward, and the zombies controlled by Jiang Shuyan led the way in front, while replenishing their strength by catching crazy birds. The compound team gathered at the border line, and the mighty team moved in the direction of the zombie belt. Along the way, Fang Qing and Jiang Shuyan had knocked down a lot of corpse crystals, but Jiang Shuyan had a lot of injuries, and he had lost a lot of blood before, even though he had a strong tolerance. He was a little drowsy all the way. Fang Qing took care of him by his side, and took care of his mental protection along the way. As they were getting close to their destination, Fang Qing stopped injecting him with corpse crystal water, let him lie on his legs, and slept peacefully. Finally, everyone came to a large base in a certain country. During the period of the mad bird tide, the mad birds in this base showed no signs of attacking the base, but only hovered near the base. They seemed to covet the base, but in fact, they were more like protection. Jiang Shuyan had basically figured out the means by which these people controlled the mad birds through the battle with Yen Shu. It was through the redstone mad bird, the advanced mad bird that Fang Qing had said long ago. A mad bird that could lead many ordinary mad birds to act. So when he approached the base, he began to use his mental power to kill the redstone mad birds in the air first. After that, Jiang Shuyan's forces, plus Jiang Yan's forces that Jiang Yan had begun to gather after leaving the country, stopped in front of the base in a black mass. Fang Qing's mental power protected everyone from being attacked by the mad birds protecting the base. Seeing that the base had no signs of opening the door to welcome guests, Jiang Shuyan got off the car, picked up a mortar, and aimed at the gate of their base. Boom! One shell was not enough to penetrate the opponent's heavy defense. But as soon as he started, the people in the compound followed suit and bombarded. The opponent was completely unable to withstand this concentrated firepower. The gate of the base was broken open, and Jiang Shuyan waved to the convoy behind, and the convoy immediately rushed into the base, while firing mad birds to clear the way, and occupied half of the base. Jiang Shuyan got into the car and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, he saw that the other side's troops were also there. The weapons were also world-class, and there were not a few people, but the few people standing in the front, just looking at the posture, knew that they were the main force of the other side. Fang Qing didn't get nervous until they were really ready to fight. He grabbed Jiang Shuyan's wrist. "Are you really capable with this injury, or should we help you bring someone over?" Jiang Shuyan smiled and held him back. "Not so fragile. Don't worry. But you? Remember your task later. Understand?" Fang Qing's task was to help deal with the redstone crazy bird and be Jiang Shuyan's hidden assistant. Fang Qing bit his lip. Seeing Jiang Shuyan's firm attitude, he didn't persuade him again, but he said, "Advance and retreat together. You must remember that we are behind you." Jiang Shuyan slightly curled his lips, and seeing Fang Qing's smooth forehead, he couldn't help but lower his head and kissed him. "Okay. I promise you." Fang Qing blushed. At this time, someone on the opposite side started to challenge him, so he got off the car with Jiang Shuyan and others. The leader on the opposite side was a tall and strong bald man. He had tattoos all over his body and looked ruffian, but the calm and sinister look in his eyes showed that this man was definitely not simple. Seeing Jiang Shuyan get off the car, he curled his lips and said something in English. Jiang Shuyan didn't answer, but took a wooden gun in his hand and walked directly towards these people. The bald man said a few more words, but still got no response. Finally, when Jiang Shuyan came to him, he said in broken Chinese, "You don't answer. Don't you understand foreign languages?" Jiang Shuyan sneered, and the mouth of the wooden gun pressed against the side of the bald man's waist without knowing when, and loaded. "You should speak in your father's language when your father is here." Rebellious Son. Chapter 104. Jiang Shuyan's wooden cannon naturally failed to hit the target. As soon as the opponent felt the threat, he immediately flew away. He flew away at an incredibly fast speed, almost invisible to the naked eye. Jiang Shuyan raised his eyebrows when he saw this, but did not chase after him. He turned around and fired wooden cannons at the remaining few people. In order to avoid the attack, the opponent showed all his supernatural powers. After watching, Jiang Shuyan made a gesture to Chu Ning and others to see what happened, and then he left directly with his mental power. The bald man who dodged him in front came back and stopped him. "Where are you going?" Jiang Shuyan suddenly attacked. using his mental power to block his retreat and knocked him to the ground, saying in a deep and cold voice, "Looking for the boss who you don't dare to show up." The man stared and squeezed out a sentence from his deformed mouth. "I am." Jiang Xuyan snorted coldly, "Looking for someone to replace you? You are so cowardly. I thought you were some great and ruthless person." The bald man glared at him, and the anger and warning in his eyes were clearly visible. Jiang Xuyan was about to deal with him, but suddenly, a chuckle came from the front. Looking up, it was a blond man with blue eyes. He was very handsome, but the look in his eyes, when he looked at Jiang Xuyan, was obviously malicious. "Looking for me," he pronounced very clearly and standardly. Jiang Xuyan knocked the bald man unconscious, stood up, and glanced at the man's face. "You?" The man smiled and walked over. "Do you recognize me? It's hard to forget." "That's good. I was afraid you would forget me." Jiang Xuyan put away the wooden can, put his hands in his pockets, and looked at him sideways. "Your special ability. Can't it be resurrection? The ability that Yan Shu mentioned to be invincible by copying? It is indeed invincible." The man said, "I don't have such a great ability for the time being. I am still alive because I am not dead." "Oh!" Jiang Xuyan's eyes flashed with a dangerous cold light. Benjamin King smiled slightly. "Gentlemanly and elegant. But arrogant. You were too gentle back then. You retreated too quickly, concluded too early, and were too anxious. You didn't even confirm whether I was really dead or faked." Jiang Xuyan thought of the battle when he took back the weapon that year. After a moment, he snorted, "You can hide?" Benjamin smiled again, without any shame, in order to defeat Mr. Jiang. "I really put a lot of thought into it. Now that everyone is together, I think it's time for us to decide the winner again." Jiang Xuyan's mental power condensed into an invisible long blade. Looking at him, "So Yan Shu has been controlled by you all the time, even in the last life?" Benjamin said. "Control? You misunderstood. It was you who controlled him. And I just added fuel to the fire. Mr. Yan is indeed a strong man. It's a pity that he loses his mind when he encounters something related to you. In the last life, he couldn't leave the Legion, which was a pity. In this life, he could have escaped. But unfortunately, he raised his hand and called a mad bird to land on his arm." Smiling at Jiang Xuyan, "It's a pity that he saw that we could even control the mad bird. He was afraid that you would be bullied one day, so he would rather stay to guard us, adding unnecessary details and enclosing a prison." Jiang Xuyan curled his fingers slightly and clenched his fist. "So you just take advantage of the child's ignorance and cheat as much as you can?" Benjamin spread his hands. He volunteered. "How can it be called cheating?" Jiang Xuyan snorted coldly, and suddenly released a long blade of mental power. "Well, he owed us, and he paid it off. Next, I will settle all your debts to us and to him." Benjamin's eyes changed, and a man suddenly rushed out, blocking in front of him and dispersing Jiang Xuyan's mental power. Jiang Xuyan raised his eyebrows and continued to attack. There were always people running out to block for Benjamin, and the latter did not need to move. It seemed that Benjamin had many supporters. But Jiang Xuyan asked, "You don't have superpowers?" Benjamin was not panicked at all, and casually called a thug who had fought fiercely with the compound, patted his shoulder, and the man suddenly used superpowers to hit Jiang Xuyan. After Jiang Xuyan saw it, he was very interested. That's what it means. Give. Or it can be called inspiration. Interesting. Benjamin said, "I heard that Mr. John's ability is to copy. So guess. Is it you who copies faster? Or is it the ability that he is endowed with?" Jiang Xuyan suddenly moved to attack. "Then let's try it." The battle was about to break out. Benjamin's men protected Benjamin tightly. Chu Ning and others immediately pressed the front line to contain these people. However, the number of the other side's ability users was overwhelming, and Chu Ning and others did not have time to activate them. It was very difficult to deal with these people. Most of the time, they could only contain the other side. And the rest of the time, it was Jiang Xuyan who fought against many alone. Benjamin had already calculated this situation, and everything was developing according to his plan. He was very satisfied. But Jiang Xuyan's unhurried look made him very unhappy. Seeing Jiang Xuyan's relaxed look, Benjamin stepped back a little, holding the corpse crystal, and gave several of his men new superpowers. Seeing that there were more and more superpowers, Chu Ning took the opportunity to say to Jiang Xuyan, "The situation is not favorable." Jiang Xuyan nodded without saying anything, and did not stop attacking. After an unknown amount of time, he stared at the battle group in front and told Chu Ning, "There is a flaw." Chu Ning also saw it and cooperated with the people in the compound. Jiang Yin and Wen Ruyun suddenly moved from the back line, after they eliminated a group of redstone crazy birds. The ordinary crazy birds in this base lost their leadership and instantly returned to their previous chaotic and blind state, and began to attack the people in the base indiscriminately. At this time, Jiang Shuyan suddenly joined forces with Jiang Yin, who was not in harmony with him, and attacked Benjamin directly with one attack and one defense. Both of them are the type who don't care about their lives when they fight, compared with Jiang Shuyan's style of being wild but steady, and steady but careful. Jiang Yin is a wild man from head to toe, from inside to outside, and his physical lethality is strong and terrifying in battle. The superpower beside Benjamin was killed by the joint attack of the two. Jiang Shuyan was reminded by Benjamin, who was not dead yet, and his attack was even more vicious. He killed all the way, covered in blood, and finally approached Benjamin. He released a sharp mental power and attacked the opponent's fatal point. At this moment, Benjamin sneered, raised his hand, and a scorching fireball was released. Superpower! Jiang Shuyan seemed to be caught off guard, and was stunned on the spot, and was hit in the abdomen by the fireball. Superpower fighting superpower has extremely strong destructive power. Jiang Shuyan was hit by such a fireball, and his mental power immediately showed signs of fluctuation and collapse. Benjamin looked at Jiang Shuyan, who was kneeling on the ground in pain, and laughed strangely. "You are as naive as your apprentice." "As expected." "Like master. Like apprentice, is that what your saying says?" Jiang Shuyan covered his abdomen and couldn't raise his head for a long time, looking extremely painful. Seeing this, Benjamin condensed a big fireball again and hit him with ridicule. "Useless. Die." Unexpectedly, Jiang Yin suddenly stood in front of Jiang Shuyan, opened his hand, and a mental barrier emerged from his palm, blocking Benjamin's fireball. Benjamin opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Yin. "How could you?" Jiang Yin sneered, "In our country, there is also a saying that like father, like son. My child is so powerful. Shouldn't I, as a father, be better than him? Brat, who are you looking down on?" Benjamin immediately changed his target and attacked Jiang Yin. At this moment, Jiang Shuyan slowly straightened up and glanced behind Benjamin. When Benjamin was busy dealing with Jiang Yin, he suddenly said, "Do it." So the mental attack that was supposed to be launched by Jiang Yin suddenly turned a corner and attacked from behind Benjamin. Just as Benjamin was about to react, Jiang Shuyan's mental attack came, and at the same time, his speed suddenly became incredibly fast, and he came in front of Benjamin in the blink of an eye. Speed ability. Benjamin looked at the place where Jiang Shuyan had just knelt on the ground. Damn. It was his bald subordinate. Did this guy pretend to be injured to copy other people's abilities? And he was distracted for only a moment. And the two mental powers in front and behind attacked simultaneously. The mental power behind seemed to be about to attack, but when it approached Benjamin, it suddenly changed, forming an invisible rope to bind him. The moment Benjamin was tied up, Jiang Shuyan stabbed his mental blade into his heart and twisted it at high speed. Blood gushed out, and Benjamin looked incredulous. When Jiang Shuyan's mental power disappeared, he looked at Jiang Shuyan, then at Jiang Yin, and finally turned his head to look at the person who appeared behind him at some point and broke all his plans. Fong Qing. Jiang Shuyan didn't let him look any longer and immediately turned his head back. As the copy of the supernatural power began to sense, he looked at Benjamin with a half smile. "You don't know this person, right? You counted all the people in our compound, but you didn't expect to count this person, right?" Benjamin's voice gradually weakened. "Who he is?" Jiang Shuyan said, "It seems that you can sense something through Yin Shu, but you can't completely monitor his behavior. Then you don't need to know who this person is. Anyway, he will be dead soon. What's the use of knowing too much?" Benjamin mentioned the supernatural power. "You are presumptuous." Before he finished speaking, Fong Qing suddenly stabbed him in the back with a knife. The knife wrapped in mental power pierced his spine. "Sorry. It's impossible to hurt him." Benjamin's eyes widened. This boy who looks harmless. He is really vicious when he starts to fight. Fong Qing has never killed anyone, but he is actually panicking. But seeing Jiang Shuyan right in front of him, he did not retreat for the first time. "Are you done?" he asked Jiang Shuyan softly through Benjamin. Jiang Xian took his hand back after a while, looking at this man who should have died many years ago, and snorted coldly, still so weak. It would be a waste to live a few more years. Benjamin spat out a mouthful of blood and grabbed his hand. You. Jiang Xian cut his throat without blinking, watching him fall to the ground and twitch for a long time, and then completely died. This time, just in case, he also took a ruthless action. After getting familiar with the newly copied superpowers, he summoned a red stone mad bird, and then brought a bunch of ordinary mad birds through the red stone mad bird, watching them eat Benjamin's body. When Benjamin's body was bitten to pieces, and he was dead, Jiang Xian turned around and looked at the group of people who lost their superpowers with Benjamin's death. Ha! Interest in the leader and superpowers of your legion are not ordinary water. Chapter 105. No one expected Jiang Xian and others to act so quickly. Even more unexpectedly, the compound, which was still mostly populated by ordinary people, could actually tie with many superpowers in order to provide Jiang Xian with an opportunity. In addition, Jiang Xian's mental power was so strong in a short period of time that this group of superpowers, which had just been established and had insufficient tacit understanding, was no match for the compound. As soon as Benjamin died, the superpowers of the superpowers connected with him disappeared immediately, and everyone panicked. Jiang Xian asked, "Is it because your superpowers were given by him? So if he dies, your superpowers disappear, and if he wants you to die, you have to die. Is that right?" Some people were afraid that if they didn't answer him, he would kill him after all. He had just killed people all the way, and his means were not ordinary, cruel and bloody even for people who were used to such scenes. So she answered obediently, "You can say that." Jiang Xian looked over more details. She was so scared that she didn't dare to look at him directly, and lowered her head. He will plant a strong fire in the body of all those who cooperate with him. Once he notices that the other party's ability has changed, he can probably guess that the other party is in some trouble. At that time, he will detonate the fire, causing the person to self-destruct while increasing the damage to the enemy to the maximum. Jiang Xian, is this how Yanshu died? The woman lowered her head again, pursed her lips and nodded. Yes. Jiang Xian snorted. Because the voice was low, it was impossible to hear what emotion it was. But the woman inexplicably felt a murderous aura mixed in it. The woman trembled and knelt down with a plop. All this is Benjamin's intention. He insisted on forcing us to do it. I am not familiar with Mr. Yin, and I didn't hurt him. So don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Jiang Xian was in no mood to talk nonsense with her. The place where they should die was not just in Yanshu. He thought for a moment and looked at Jiang Yin. You deal with these people. Jiang Yin, why bother me again? Your base is close. If you don't deal with it, do you want me to take it back to China? Jiang Yin snorted reluctantly. Okay then. But in this case, all the resources here. Yours. Okay, right? But I need the vaccine. Deal? Come on. Take these guys away. The people in the base were taken away by Jiang Yin's men, and Chu Ning and others were responsible for the final cleanup. Although Jiang Xian was able to control the red stone crazy birds, there were still many uncontrolled ordinary crazy birds in the sky. He found Chu Ning and tried to give her superpowers. It turned out that this ability was actually to activate the other party's superpowers in advance with his own superpowers. This behavior consumes a lot of the superpowers of the giver, and at the same time, after the giver has the superpower, he also needs more corpse crystal power to consolidate this superpower. This can explain why there are so many people in the base, but only a small number of them have superpowers. And Benjamin himself has not been endowing his subordinates with new superpowers. Although superpowers has superpowers, their abilities are not really strong. In front of Jiang Xian, who can stimulate superpowers by himself and has abilities far beyond ordinary people, he is not good enough. He can't even beat Fang Qing, who has strengthened his superpowers more than Jiang Xian. After Jiang Xian brought out Chu Ning's superpowers, he was glad that he persisted this time. Otherwise, with the capabilities of this base, if they are not wiped out when they are not strong enough, they will definitely become an extremely terrifying disaster in the future. Fortunately, Yanshu is not here. Otherwise, he would be trapped deeper and deeper, and would never be able to escape. Jiang Xian took a deep breath and told Chu Ning, practice by yourself. When you are familiar with it, I will rely on you to guard the back of the convoy. Chu Ning found that she was actually a fire-type superpower, which was quite suitable for her. She laughed for a while, and ran to catch a crazy bird for trial. After that, Jiang Xuyan also found a few men and followed the same method, so that he and Fang Qing would not have to work so hard on the way back, and the risk of the convoy would not be so great. After finishing the work, he was about to collect the team, and Jiang Yan, and when Riyun suddenly came out of the house in the base. You, all come here. Especially Jiang. Hurry up. Jiang Xuyan was puzzled and led people over. Jiang Yan took them into the house and stretched out his hand to him. Hand. What for? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Put your hand out quickly. Jiang Xuyan glanced at him, and Jiang Yan suddenly found that this kid's momentum was becoming more and more difficult to be underestimated. Even his father would tremble after seeing this. Just when he was thinking that he was going to be outdone by his son, when Riyun slapped him on the back of his head, "Will you die if you talk nicely?" Then he looked at Jiang Xuyan. "It's time to give you the vaccine. We found their research lab. Don't bother with this stinky man. Come, I'll give you the vaccine." Jiang Xuyan looked at Jiang Yan speechlessly and extended his hand to Wen Riyun. Wen Riyun had been a military doctor and was very skilled. He got it done in no time. "We have tried the vaccine on people in their base and confirmed it is safe. But they confessed that this vaccine has a more intense effect on the human body. Half an hour after the vaccination, you can get in the car and don't worry about anything else. Just go to sleep." "Okay." Jiang Xuyan nodded. When Riyun gave him the shot and immediately gave it to the other injured people. Fortunately, this base is a large base, and all the research results of the medicine are in it, and the inventory is sufficient. After giving everyone the vaccine, when Riyun also led people to treat the wounds of everyone, and then took the people in the base away together. Jiang Yan and Wen Riyun were originally developing abroad, and they had a compound they managed locally. So the two teams had to separate after leaving the base for a distance. Fang Qing has been in the same car with Jiang Yan and Wen Riyun for a while. Although he didn't dare to relax with Yin Wei, who is quite an elder, he still established a relationship. Hearing that they were going to separate, he was still a little reluctant. Seeing this, Jiang Xuyan said lightly, "Just get used to it." Fang Qing suddenly wanted to ask you why you and your father have such a big grudge. Obviously, the two people don't get along with each other on the surface. But the tacit understanding is a tacit understanding that no one else has. Could it be that Boss Jiang has a hidden attribute of being honest but not saying anything? He didn't dare to ask. After saying goodbye to the two with regret, he helped Jiang Xuyan, who was beginning to have a vaccine reaction, to move to other cars. After running around for several days, this group of people finally returned to their own territory and the compound. Everyone in the compound was almost going crazy waiting. Such a large group of people left, and they couldn't get in touch from time to time, which made them extremely tormented. Seeing their own convoy coming back, everyone ran out to greet them. "You're back? Where's Boss Jiang? Is Boss Chu okay? Is Xiao Fanqing okay?" Jiang Xuyan has recovered from the vaccine reaction, but he used a lot of supernatural powers to control the crazy bird on the way, so he is still very tired. After getting off the car, he only asked the heads of various departments to briefly report the situation in the compound when he was away, and then he went to rest. Wu Liang saw it and stopped him. "You shouldn't go back to rest. Come on. You sleep in the laboratory. We will check you." Jiang Xuyan thought there was no reason to refuse, so he followed. "You can collect any data you want. I promise to be the first mascot of your laboratory now." Wu Liang. After learning about the various events from Fang Qing, the whole laboratory really worshipped Jiang Xuyan, a great man who was bitten by zombies and crazy birds and stimulated multiple superpowers. Upon examination, they found that there was unabsorbed zombie virus in his body, and they immediately became nervous. Jiang Xuyan didn't seem to react. "It's just right. Use me as an experiment." Fang Qing's face immediately sank. Wu Liang saw that the atmosphere was not right, and quickly said, "It's not that serious. But when you were away, we did develop a new and feasible way to eliminate the virus." "What?" "Grow corpse flowers on the human body. Have you mentioned this method before?" "Yes, but the technology was not mature at that time, and the environment did not allow it. Now we have worked overtime to do a lot of research and can initially make a simulation chamber, which means that we can use the simulation chamber to preserve the corpse crystal factor and grow corpse crystal flowers at the same time." Jiang Xuyan thought for a while, It's interesting. Fang Qing, what's the meaning? What do you mean? Brother Wu Liang. You just need to tell me what the success rate of your method is, and what the mortality rate is. Wu Liang said, based on the current observations. The corpse flower only absorbs viruses as nutrients and does not harm the human body. Therefore, once the plant is successfully planted, the mortality rate caused by the corpse flower does not exist. We are not sure about the success rate. About 30%? Only this much? This much. Combined with the new vaccine, it can reach 80%. That still leaves 20%? Wu Liang was speechless. After hearing this, it really is quite risky. Jiang Xuyan said, isn't there a way to reverse the genes after becoming a zombie? Wu Liang, well, this project has not made significant progress yet. Fang Qing, no one knows what irreversible consequences reversing the genes will cause to the human body. Jiang Xuyan knew Fang Qing was anxious and patted his head helplessly. Well, you have to think about it. It's better than doing nothing. Right? Fang Qing's eyes suddenly turned red. Grabbing Jiang Xuyan's hand, his voice trembled. You mean? I finally found you back. But now I'm facing the risk of losing you again? The room suddenly became quiet, and this sentence made everyone fall into silence. Jiang Xuyan felt a pain in his heart when he saw this. Seeing Fang Qing's red eyes, he thought about it from another perspective. If it were him, he probably wouldn't be able to bear this kind of blow. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it. In the end, he changed his words and said, then, what do you think we should do? Fang Qing was also confused when he heard it. Yes, although he didn't want to accept it. But, is there any other way? It seems, no. Just as everyone was in mournful silence, Chu Ning, who had communicated the situation of this mission with Wan Ju and others in the office via video conference, walked in. When she heard about such a difficult matter, she looked at Jiang Xuyan, looked at Fang Qing, and suddenly touched her chin and asked, otherwise. Anyway, Boss Zhang's new superpower can be given and taken back. So let's use this superpower to find someone with plant superpowers or healing superpowers, and see if we can find a breakthrough from corpse flowers or healing superpowers. Fang Qing heard it, clenched his fist, and knocked on the palm of his other hand. His eyes bright and said, don't use healing superpowers. I've seen it. It's useless for zombie viruses. But plant superpowers can indeed be used. Only by finding someone who can stimulate plant superpowers, and then using the copy superpower to copy the ability back. Boss Jiang can control the growth of the corpse flower on his body by himself, which will not threaten his life, and can also ensure that it can grow until the day when the virus disappears completely. Jiang Xuyan heard it, and the corners of his mouth twitched. In the final analysis, you want me to use my supernatural powers like crazy in a vast sea of people, and then plant flowers on my own body? Chapter 106. Jiang Xuyan didn't quite understand why he had to use such a complicated method, but Chu Ning and Fang Qing insisted on using it this way just to eliminate the 20% chance. Jiang Xuyan couldn't argue with the two of them, so he had no choice but to agree. Even if the vaccine couldn't completely eliminate the zombie virus that had been dormant in Jiang Xuyan's body for a long time, it could still suppress it to a large extent. So Jiang Xuyan would catch people in the compound to activate their superpowers, check their superpowers, and take back their superpowers during the day, and go to the laboratory to get the freshly extracted new vaccine at night. After a few days, he was so tired that he was stupid. While Fang Qing was away, he grabbed Chu Ning. I can't stand it anymore. Chu Ning certainly felt sorry for him, but what could he do? You had to run away alone. Jiang Xuyan glared at her. Come and settle accounts with me now? I don't care. You scared me to tears and shocked me at that time. When I saw the will, I wanted to die with you in advance. Such a big grudge. I can at least complain for 3 years. Jiang Xuyan. The problem is not that I go alone. We really can't pry open Yanshu's mouth. Chu Ning snorted. I don't care. Anyway, the damage has been done. No matter what your reason is. I just want to complain. Jiang Xuyan rubbed his eyebrows and stopped talking. At this time, Chu Ning saw that his face was really pale, and his heart tightened again. But he finally let go. Okay. Looking around the compound, he didn't see anyone, and immediately leaned over to his ear and whispered, Ching Ching is definitely not here. He has done a lot of work for you recently, and he will definitely not be back in a short time. Let's go. We'll take you to the bar for a drink. Someone immediately said, Sister Chu, Mr. Jiang can't drink until he's well. If you take him to drink, Qingqing will go crazy again. He even beat them when he went crazy. Chu Ning said, What are you talking about? It's that kind of synthetic drink that smells like alcohol, but doesn't have alcohol. Everyone said, Oh, and immediately helped Jiang Xuyan up. Let's go, Mr. Jiang. We'll take you away. When Qingqing comes, we'll cover for you. Jiang Xuyan was worried and used his mental power to detect it. Indeed, Fang Qing was not around. He was really tired and depressed recently. He immediately pulled Chu Ning. Let's go. Let's go. I'm suffocating. Chu Ning laughed beside him. I didn't expect that you and Mr. Jiang are both afraid of your wife. Jiang Xuyan, if you have the ability, don't run away next time Fang Qing changes his face. Oh, no. That's impossible. Qingqing is too scary when she goes crazy. Even scarier than Ant 1. Jiang Xuyan, you've driven another person crazy. Jiang Xuyan, I want to say it's none of my business. But after thinking about it, it seems that I can't say that. When he came to the bar and was about to sit down, he found a rare figure in the booth on the side. Looking closely, she was wearing a red short cheongsam with 2 small buns tied up Mei Wei. She was lying on the table with several bottles of wine in front of her, looking at her shrugging shoulders. Crying? Jiang Xuyan frowned and asked the bartender at the bar, Does that girl come here often these days? The bartender took a look and said, Oh, Mei Wei. Not often. But it seems that she is in a bad mood every time. Jiang Xuyan glanced at him and said, She is underage. The bartender shrank his neck and thought to himself, Mr. Jiang, you and Mr. Chu are also young and come here to drink. To prevent Jiang Xuyan from getting angry, the bartender said, We will all watch her. When she is almost drunk, we will find someone to send her back a girl. Jiang Xuyan didn't say anything else. He walked over and asked Chu Ning Meishin about her recent situation. Chu Ning, it's still the same. Very stable. Too stable. I'm afraid that if Mei Wei is facing her for a long time, she will have psychological problems sooner or later. So I asked the researcher to find an excuse to reduce the time they meet appropriately, so that Mei Wei can find something she likes to do in the compound, and let her drink. Chu Ning, that didn't occur to me. Then she slapped his arm. Why didn't you worry about me running in when I was a kid? Different treatment. Jiang Xuyan, with your temper when you were a kid. I don't think you are suitable if you don't hang out in the bar. Chu Ning, I used to be a very cute little princess. I think you need to wash your eyes. Chu Ning glared at him and ignored him, and walked quickly towards Mei Wei. Are you okay? Mei Wei? When he got to her, he found that there was another person in the booth, who they didn't see from their angle just now. Chen Wusan. What are you doing here? Wusan was a little flustered when he saw Chu Ning. I see her. Jiang Xuyan came over and narrowed his eyes. What are you doing? He glanced at Mei Wei again and stared at Chen Wusan. What do you want to do? Chen Wusan, don't look like you've seen a little hooligan. I didn't do anything. I saw Mei Wei was drunk and looked so sad. So I didn't do anything. Jiang Xuyan snorted. Mei Wei? When did you know her? Chen Wusan, I would have gone to the laboratory to have a look. Too. You didn't bring her here, did you? I'm not that beastly. Bah. Not that bad. She's still young. I'm only 1 year older than her. That's not a reason for you to lead her astray. Get out of here. Chen Wusan was going to be pissed off by him. Why is he so strict all of a sudden? Like a father who sees his son molesting an innocent girl. He pouted and moved away. Just then, Mei Wei, who realized there was a sound next to her, raised her head. She really drank a lot, and her eyes were blurry. Seeing Jiang Xuyan, she was stunned for a long time before she spoke. Boss Jiang. Sister Chu? Why are you here? Jiang Xuyan's tone was completely different to her. Very gentle. Why are you here? Are you okay? Mei Wei took a while to answer. It's okay. I just came here to have a couple of drinks on a whim. Is it against the rules? Then Jiang Xuyan immediately said, There is nothing against the rules here. But you have to drink less. You are young and alone, so you can't get drunk outside. Mei Wei smiled and looked up at Jiang Xuyan. I know. Thank you, Boss Jiang. You are so gentle. Jiang Xuyan. I still don't feel at ease with her. So I just sit down with Chu Ning and others. I heard that Mei Xin's situation is still stable. Sure, Mei Hui's eyes darkened. She lowered her head and tugged at her clothes. Well, it's very stable. Just stable to the point where there is no chance of improvement. Jiang Xuyan knew there was. But the timing was not right. So he couldn't tell her yet. Wait a little longer. Don't worry. The laboratory has never given up on Mei Xin. And I hope you won't give up either. Sure, Mei Wei immediately forced a smile. I haven't given up. Thank you, Boss Jiang, for not giving up on her. Boss Jiang has done so much for her. I won't give up. And I won't let Boss Jiang down. Jiang Xuyan smiled. And what he wanted was her belief. So he didn't say much. Sure, Mei Wei, on the other hand, had been in the compound for so long and received more care than her biological parents had given her and her sisters. She felt a little guilty. Boss Jiang? I've been here for so long. Eating and drinking for free. And doing nothing. Mei Xin is still taking up the resources of the laboratory and the energy of the researchers. She pulled Jiang Xuyan's sleeve. Can I do some work for you here? Anything is fine. Although I still need another half a year to become an adult. I am not a child laborer. Jiang Xuyan couldn't help laughing. That's also an underage worker. You know? Chuning also smiled. Silly girl. What are you thinking? You and Mei Xin have brought a lot of help to the laboratory. And this is already a contribution. Sure, Mei Wei, but I still think this is not good. Moreover, the laboratory recently said that it would change the environment for in-depth research, and suggested that I temporarily reduce the time I spend with Mei Xin to see if she would become anxious again. If I don't see Mei Xian, I will have nothing to do. If I have nothing to do, I tend to think a lot. It's better to find something to do. Jiang Xuyan and Chu Ning thought it made sense. Chu Ning said, what are you interested in? I won't let you do heavy work. It's okay to teach you other things. And you're still in school, right? The crazy bird tide has been a waste of time in the past 2 years. How about I arrange a tutor for you? We are all elites here. How dare Sure Mei we accept such a favor? Shaking her head, we can study online. And after the crazy bird tide is gone, we will arrange school. Jiang Xuyan, you don't have to be polite. Studying is important. If you really want to repay us, wait until you grow up and make money before repaying us. Don't put the cart before the horse. Sure, Mei Wei, I'm not polite. Mei Xian and I really have no problem with studying. Did Chuning ask me what I like just now? Well, She suddenly looked at Jiang Xuyan carefully. Jiang Xuyan and Chuning? No way. Fortunately, Mei Wei said, I want to be like Boss Jiang and Sister Chuning. She looked at Chuning. I want to learn how to fight. Learn management. Want to become stronger. I want to protect everyone in the future. Chuning never expected her answer to be this. It seems that everyone who comes to their compound will have this idea in the end. She also asked Jiang Xuyan to take her with her in such a serious manner. Jiang Xuyan looked at Mei Hui's small body and lively and lovely personality, and then thought about Chu Ning's past. I don't think it's very suitable. Chu Ning could inexplicably feel that this kid was criticizing him, and glared at him. I hope you can explain why Mei Wei is not suitable. And at that time, your answer was you don't need to teach at all. Jiang Xuyan, you are gifted. Are you scolding me? Use your own judgment. Good boy. Have we fought less recently? Shut up. I can't beat you. TSK. Ma Dan. Come here. Even if you can't beat me, you have to fight me once. Sure, Mei Wei chuckled, covered her mouth, and looked at the two of them. You two have such a good relationship. Jiang and Chu. At this time, Wu San suddenly raised his hand. Why don't you teach her how to use her superpowers? The two were startled and looked over at the same time. Wu Sanyi was nervous and shrank back. But he didn't put his hand down, then. In this kind of environment, isn't the best way to become stronger to activate superpowers and use them? If Xiao Mei Wei has it, then why not? He looked at Jiang Xuyan, right? Jiang Xuyan, you don't want me to activate it for her, do you? Wu Sanyi, that's indeed the fastest way. Don't you have to find someone too? Sure, Mei Wei, who? Boss Jiang can also activate superpowers? Jiang Xuyan pursed his lips, considering whether to tell the truth. He didn't activate superpowers for everyone in the compound. Even if he wanted to find someone with plant superpowers later, he would take it back immediately after activation and verification, because he knew that under the premise that everyone had activated their superpowers, if he had an accident, The abilities that everyone relied on would disappear immediately. The abilities of everyone could easily cause illusions. At that time, not to mention how dangerous the situation would become. His relationship with the compound would also become very delicate. So far, he only let Chu Ning and a few main players keep their superpowers temporarily. But that was also temporary. After the bird frenzy is over and they have finished their work, he will take back their abilities and let them be down to earth and activate them step by step. So he was hesitant about Wu San's suggestion. At this time, Wu San, who knew his thoughts, said, let someone get familiar with it first. If it really works, just slowly deactivate and reactivate it after getting familiar with it. If not, just practice with Sister Chu Ning. So Jiang Xuyan looked at Shi Mei. What do you think? If it's Shi Mei, who is delicate and still young, and does have supernatural powers, it would be safer than practicing from scratch. Shi Mei understood what happened from Chu Ning. She looked at Jiang Xuyan with admiration at first. Boss Jiang, you can do this? Then she heard Jiang Xuyan ask her. She was a lively girl in adolescence. How could she not be curious about this kind of thing? She said shyly, if it's okay. Of course. There was nothing to hesitate about. Jiang Xuyan stretched out his hand on the spot. It will be a little painful. If you can't bear it, just say it. Don't force it. Shi Mei didn't expect that he could do it as soon as he said it, and was stunned for a moment. Right now? Yes. So casual? Jiang Xuyan. You guys are casual. But I'm not casual. Every time I give it, my brain will explode. Okay. Shi Mei immediately leaned over obediently. Yes. Is that so? Jiang Xuyan smiled and put his hand on her head. A burst of invisible power rose up. He carefully sensed, controlled, and adjusted. And after a while, Shi Mei bit her lips tightly. And after a while, her lips bled. Jiang Xuyan saw that she couldn't bear it, so he wanted to stop. Shi Mei immediately held the back of his hand to prevent him from moving, and said firmly, I can do it. As long as she can become stronger, she can do anything. In order to protect Meixin, Boss Jiang and the compound who have helped them a lot one day. Jiang Xuyan has seen a lot of people. When he heard this tone and looked at that look, he knew that he was another person with strong willpower. He glanced at Chu Ning for some reason, thinking that there might be another little Chu Ning here. He didn't stop and continued to urge his strength. Shi Mei's physique was not as good as the people in the compound. She just successfully activated her superpowers, but she fainted because of excessive pain. Jiang Xuyan and Chu Ning saw that they didn't drink anymore. Chu Ning held Shi Mei and returned to her place. In order to make Mei adapt faster, Chu Ning also fed her some corpse crystal water that was newly prepared in the laboratory, which could strengthen but not make people uncomfortable. Shi Mei was unconscious for half an hour before she woke up. When she woke up, she was confused. What happened to me? I feel power in my body. Do I have superpowers? Chu Ning had just experienced this kind of thing and had experience. After confirming that Mei was fine, he began to teach her how to sense power, how to use it, and how to control it. Shi Mei was very smart and understood it immediately. She immediately followed Chu Ning's instructions, holding her breath and concentrating her mind. Bang! The ceiling in her room was suddenly poked by a huge object. Chu Ning and her were stunned for a long time before they looked up eagerly. There was a huge tree on the ceiling, which almost overturned the ceiling. Following the trunk of the tree, they saw that the roots of the tree were under a dressing table, poking the dressing table and the floor. Shi Mei suddenly murmured, this can't be the tree that grew from the green date pits I left uncollected that day? Chu Ning took a look at the tree and couldn't help asking, how much strength did you use to destroy the tree into this state? Shi Mei. It seems that I used as much as I could. Chu Ning. Then you are also a gifted person. At this time, Jiang Xuyan, who was waiting downstairs, rushed up and knocked on the door and asked anxiously, what's the matter? Are you okay? When Chu Ning heard his voice, an idea suddenly flashed, and he immediately grabbed Shi Mei. Mei, is it you who has the plant-related ability? It's time to save Boss Jiang. Chapter 107. Shi Mei was found to be a plant-based mutant, and the people in the laboratory rushed over immediately and took Mei and Jiang Xuyan away. After confirming that Mei could also control the corpse flower, the laboratory gave her a few days to practice how to control her ability. Fortunately, Shi Mei was young and her acceptance and learning abilities were strong. So she got the hang of it quickly. After being able to control it independently, she was brought to Jiang Xuyan again. We have never tried to cultivate corpse flowers on the human body before, so there is no way to predict what will happen. We can only judge that the corpse flower itself is not fatal to the human body based on the effect of corpse crystals on the human body. And when we tested it on white mice and other animals, they showed very intense reactions, proving that at least this process is not easy. Mr. Jiang, you have to be mentally prepared. Jiang Xuyan has not had a relaxing day during this period, and now he is numb. He waved his hand indifferently. Do it. So the laboratory began to prepare various instruments and emergency equipment. Since Jiang Xuyan himself was doing this experiment personally, no one in the entire compound dared to neglect it. The medical team and the research room joined forces to prepare for the battle. They placed him in the largest research room, on the other side of the one-way mirror. Countless people were watching nervously. A silent video link was also turned on in the room for researchers from the National Research Institute to watch. Fong Qing was almost the last one to arrive. When he rushed in, he was so anxious that the door was almost broken by his mental power. Seeing that Jiang Xuyan had already connected various monitoring instruments, he hurried over. Has it not started yet? Am I not late? Jiang Xuyan saw it was him and smiled. I thought you weren't coming. Fong Qing wanted to hit him. Why am I not coming? Are you kidding me? There are just too many things to do in your compound. My God. Jiang Xuyan, you should recover quickly. I really can't handle this inhuman workload. Jiang Xuyan smiled again. I do this every day. I have reduced a lot of your work. Fong Qing, sorry. Even if you reduce it, I still can't adapt. Your brain is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Jiang Xuyan didn't say anything else, and glanced at Wu Liang. Let's start. Fong Qing grabbed him again. Wait a minute. Everyone was confused. Fong Qing grabbed Jiang Xuyan and looked at Wu Liang. Say it again. What are the risks? What is the probability? The mortality rate is not high. Right? Wu Liang's mouth twitched. This is the nth time I've asked. He reported a long list of data in detail to the report in his hand. Fong Qing's hands were shaking a little, and he gritted his teeth and looked at Jiang Xuyan. I thought I could accept it, but now I'm so scared. Jiang Xuyan was annoyed. This is the method you came up with, so I'm more nervous. Why are you nervous? The probability is so small. It's not as high as when I go out on a mission. I'm nervous. Jiang Xuyan was speechless for a while, and saw that his eyes were misty with anxiety. And he thought for a while. Suddenly, he glanced at the researchers in the room and hooked his hand at Fong Qing. My hands are not convenient. Come closer. Fong Qing didn't think much, and took 2 steps closer to him. Fuck. Jiang Xuyan lowered his head, and his hot lips covered him. A hand with a rough touch put on the back of his head, and directly blocked his words in front of hundreds of people inside and outside. Fong Qing was a little confused at first, but when he reacted, his eyes were as big as copper bells. What are you doing? In public. When Jiang Xuyan let him go, he stared with his eyes. His neck and face were red, and even his fingertips were pink. Jiang Xuyan looked at him funny and pinched his face. You are not nervous anymore, right? Can you wait next door? Fong Qing thought to himself that he was even more nervous. At this time, hiss, 2 sounds, and sparks inexplicably came out of the instrument next to him. Jiang Xuyan? He quickly covered his head. Calm down. Fong Qing reacted and barely restrained a little strength, but his head was still buzzing, and his mind was full of the kiss just now. It was very exciting. He suddenly turned around and ran out without looking back. Jiang Xuyan raised his eyebrows and suddenly asked Wu Liang, will he just ignore me? Wu Liang was shocked at this time, and he was almost petrified. He knew that Mr. Jiang and Fong Qing were in that kind of relationship, but it's always different to see it with your own eyes, especially when he saw Mr. Jiang kissing her. This super straight man took the initiative to kiss the blue boy. Hearing Jiang Xuyan's words, he tried hard to recover from the shock and looked at Jiang Xuyan. Huh? Ah. This. Then someone next to him contacted his colleagues in the next room for him. He replied in a very subtle tone, next door. Just a little uncalm. Blew up a lot of things next door. Jiang Xuyan. Forget it. Anyway, the goal has been achieved, so let's blow it up. The reimbursement will be deducted from my account. Wu Liangxun said that it must be deducted from your account. without your tricky operation to provoke others. Can others do this? Every grievance has its perpetrator, and its debt has its creditor. He looked at Jiang Shuyan meaningfully again and coughed. Then, shall we start? Jiang Shuyan looked at Shi Meihui, who was waiting on the side. Are you ready? Shi Meihui's face had been red since just now. Now she didn't dare to face him directly. She always felt that the image of the cool man in her heart collapsed. The belief was shaken. When she heard Jiang Shuyan calling her, she gradually came back to her senses. Well, it's done, she responded very seriously. Jiang Shuyan was about to shout to start. Shi Meihui, Boss Jiang. Ah, don't worry. I will do my best to protect your life. Jiang Shuyan. Don't be like this. I'm suddenly scared. The experiment finally began. Since it was the first time to plant corpse flowers on human bodies, it was an unprecedented attempt. Jiang Shuyan naturally became the object of observation, collection and research. Moreover, corpse flowers only grow on corpses, and the human environment is not suitable for them. In order to simulate such an environment, Jiang Shuyan also needs to inject a lot of additional drugs to match the corpse environment as much as possible, and then use Shi Meihui's ability to absorb the virus in the body at the fastest speed. This step is the most dangerous step in the whole process. Fortunately, the people in the research room are all top talents with strong skills. In addition, there are also elite national researchers found by Wan Wengguan for them. With the cooperation of the two, there is no problem with the drugs and regulation in theory. Now all that is left is the actual operation. In order to maximize the probability of success, the laboratory spent a huge amount of money to transform the laboratory in front of them, and directly made a giant corpse crystal environment simulation chamber to maximize the survival rate of the corpse flower. Jiang Shuyan and the people in charge of this experiment have adapted here for a few days. Now that the simulation chamber has been opened, no one has any adverse reactions and quickly enters the state. Fang Qing followed Chu Ning and others, watching from the side through a one-way mirror. After watching the researcher inject several tubes of injections into Jiang Shuyan, he fell into a deep sleep, and the data of the monitoring equipment next to him dropped rapidly. Fang Qing grabbed Chu Ning's hand and began to sweat. Chu Ning also held his breath, holding his hand tighter than Fang Qing, with a layer of sweat on his palm. Everyone was silent, staring at all the changes inside. It was not until Jiang Shuyan's physical value dropped to a certain range and no longer fluctuated that everyone and the people in the laboratory breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone heard Wu Liang whisper, "The first stage is successful. May we? Come on." The researcher took out a small corpse flower seedling from the small environment simulation chamber. That was the corpse flower seedling they found from the pile of corpses outside after they dealt with the Legion. Despite the attack of the crazy bird tide that had not completely disappeared, this one was the best growing one among all the corpse flower seedlings. In order to facilitate operation and avoid getting close to the fatal organs of the human body, the corpse flower seedling was planted in the middle of Jiang Shuyan's arm. At this time, he was in a hypothermic state. His heart beat very slowly, and the knife cut the skin of his arm. But there was not much blood left. The corpse flower seedling was quickly implanted by the researcher. The wound? Wu Liang immediately looked at Shi Meihui and gestured to her to start. Shi Meihui immediately held her breath and concentrated, and began to sense the corpse flower and promote its growth according to what she had learned from the high-intensity training in the past few days. The corpse flower seedlings were blessed with supernatural powers and grew very fast. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a large corpse flower that could almost wrap around Jiang Shuyan's arm, and flower buds began to grow at the top of the head. At this time, the corpse flower's ability to absorb zombie viruses began to increase exponentially, and Jiang Shuyan's heartbeat suddenly began to fluctuate, and the instrument made a beep, beep, beep sound. Wu Liang was shocked and directed the team, Group 1 control, Group 2 record, Group 3 be ready to rescue at any time. At this time, Jiang Shuyan's brain activity detection instrument also began to sound an alarm. Fang Qing threw himself on the mirror outside and looked at Jiang Shuyan trembling all over. Don't. Hold on. Shi Meihui panicked for a moment and immediately stopped urging her supernatural powers. Brother Wu Liang. Wu Liang looked over and said, "Don't stop. You must listen to our instructions. Before there is a special action, everything should be carried out according to the plan. Don't mess up." Shi Meihui had to continue the action, in order to prevent herself from being affected by the alarm in the room. She clasped her hands together, lowered her head, and focused on the corpse flower in Jiang Shuyan's hand, silently urging it. Jiang Shuyan's situation was getting more and more dangerous. There seemed to be an obvious repulsion between the corpse flower and the human body. The closer Jiang Shuyan's body was to the living state, the greater the impact and damage the corpse flower brought to him. Such an impact was far beyond the control range of the drug. When Jiang Shuyan's mental power began to automatically protect his body, and the surrounding instruments began to show signs of being shaken, Wu Liang made a prompt decision. May we stop? May we stopped immediately, and the inside of her sterile suit was almost soaked. Wu Liang glanced at the instrument and told her May we recover in reverse. Slowly, May we began to reverse the corpse flower, allowing it to recover to the state of a corpse flower seedling. As soon as the bud disappeared, Jiang Shuyan's condition finally stabilized. Wu Liang frowned when he saw it. This is not good. It can only last until the budding state, which makes it difficult to successfully eliminate the virus. And if Jiang Shuyan's current state is maintained for a long time, there will be irreversible damage. And this safe time is completely unable to support the corpse flower to bud a few more times. What to do? What to do? Wu Liang began to think quickly. At this moment, the head of the research room, who had been responsible for observing Mei Xian, suddenly spoke up. Can we use high-concentration corpse crystal liquid to soak the roots of the corpse flower to block its induction to the human body? Wu Liang frowned when he heard it. How to soak it? Once the corpse crystal water enters the human body, it will immediately spread throughout the body and activate the energy. Once the human body is activated by the corpse crystal energy, the human body will definitely have a violent reaction, which is completely opposite to the conditions we are simulating now. And the rejection of the corpse flower will be more serious. And blocking the flow of corpse crystals is not like local anesthesia. Just block the transmission of nerve signals. If you want the corpse crystal not to affect the human body, you have to ensure that the corpse crystal liquid is fixed within the limited range of the arm and cannot flow out at all. The man frowned and murmured, that's true. It's still impossible to block it in all aspects. Wu Liang began to think about other ways. At this time, they received Fang Qing's words from the intercom. I can. Wu Liang asked anxiously, how can I do it? Spiritual power. I can use mental power to block the flow of corpse crystal liquid. I can do it. Wu Liang was startled. Yes. I forgot that their mental power has a barrier effect. It is completely possible to block the mental power at both ends of the arms, like a baffle to limit the flow of corpse crystal liquid. But, will you also limit the absorption range of the corpse flower? Fang Qing was stunned. If the mental power is used to completely seal that part of the flesh, the ability of the corpse flower will definitely be limited. But thinking about it in the opposite direction, then I use mental power to wrap the corpse crystal liquid and only limit the flow of the corpse crystal liquid. Isn't it? Wu Liang heard it. Yes. Yes. That's right. I was busy and stupid. He immediately said to Fang Qing, come here. Hurry up. Mr. Jiang can't hold on for long. Fang Qing rushed over like an arrow. After disinfecting and changing into sterile clothes, he came to Jiang Shuyan. The head of Shi Meixin's research room came over with concentrated corpse crystal liquid, according to the experiments I have done before. The living environment inside the corpse flower and the corpse crystal is almost the same. And the corpse flower can survive perfectly in the corpse crystal liquid. According to the proportion of my experiment, this concentration should allow the corpse flower to ignore other external factors. Ching. If you can, I hope you will start to block the corpse crystal liquid from the moment we inject it. Otherwise, with this concentration, even if one drop leaks out, it will be enough to cause a violent reaction in the human body. Fang Qing took a deep breath, held Jiang Shuyan's hand, and said firmly, okay, leave it to me. The head of the branch exchanged glances with Wu Liang again. Wu Liang, may we? As long as the situation is not right later. As soon as I shout to collect, you will immediately restore the corpse flower seedlings to the state of seedlings and pull them out. Follow all other instructions as before. Do you understand? Understood. Control team. Control all data of General Jiang. Rescue team. Once Mei Wei pulls out the corpse flower, you must come to rescue. I don't need to give any more orders. Do you understand? Received. Wu Liang gave a look to the person in charge of the branch office. The latter inserted the retention needle into Jiang Shuyan, took the syringe, confirmed the order with Fang Qing, and began to push the piston. Fang Qing immediately used his mental power to wrap the corpse crystal liquid at the subcutaneous needle hole, and flowed with the flow of the liquid. because the operation of completely sealing the corpse crystal liquid requires too high precision. The person in charge of the branch office did not inject the corpse crystal liquid completely, but stopped when there was still a little bit of residue in the syringe. In this way, Fong Qing only needed to wrap the needle hole with mental power at the beginning, and the corpse crystal liquid would not leak. The whole process was so tense that no one dared to breathe. When the person in charge of the branch office and Wu Liang both gave the instructions of safe and proceed to the next stage, the people present breathed a sigh of relief. Sure, may we control the growth of the corpse flower again. As expected, with the infiltration of corpse crystal fluid, the corpse flower's sensitivity to other factors became dull. The flower but appeared again, and Jiang Xuyan's body adaptability was good enough. After the adverse reaction last time, his body seemed to have adjusted automatically this time, and was no longer easily affected by the corpse flower. All data began to become stable, and even had a tendency to adjust and control autonomously. Everyone in the laboratory was stunned, but this was a good thing. Wu Liang saw that time was running out, and then looked at Jiang Xuyan's condition, and made up his mind. May we speed up one level? Sure, may we raise the speed to one level according to the stage indicators during the trial? Jiang Xuyan quickly adapted to it. When the data was recalled, Wu Liang sighed at the man's physical fitness and ordered, one more level faster. Soon. Sure, may we turn the flower but into a flower? And there were signs of corpse crystal condensation in the middle. Everyone was ecstatic. Wu Liang looked at Sure, may we? You use the alarm as a signal, and you will most likely speed up. Do you need corpse crystals? Sure, may we shook her head. The corpse flower is soaked in corpse crystal fluid, and the growth factor is very active. She will consume less energy than before to activate this corpse flower. She worked hard, cautiously and boldly, and stimulated the corpse crystal. The condensation process of corpse crystal is the growth process of absorbing human zombie viruses and purifying them. When the corpse crystal gradually grew and grew to a certain extent, Sure, may we felt the mature signal of the corpse crystal and immediately said to Wu Liang, check the virus index. It seems to be okay. Wu Liang immediately asked someone to take blood for Jiang Xuyan, using the world's top testing equipment. And the data came out soon. Sure, Meixian's supervisor took a look at the data, and her relaxed posture made everyone understand that it was a success. Okay. The index is 0. May we carefully remove the corpse flower? We will do another test in 5 minutes. If there is no problem, we can give Jiang Zong a recovery potion. Sure, may we did it carefully. When the root of the corpse flower left Jiang Xuyan's arm intact, her tears flowed down, and she covered her mouth and threw herself into the arms of the researcher beside her and cried silently. Jiang Xuyan was not awake yet, and the corpse crystal liquid could not be handled for the time being, because they were worried that accidental leakage would cause other reactions in the body. So Fong Qing was still maintaining a state of high concentration, staring at Jiang Xuyan on the medical bed. Wu Liang and others, together with the medical team, pushed medicine to him, relaxed his muscles, checked his condition, and gradually adjusted the simulation environment in the laboratory back to normal values. Half an hour later, the recovery process was completed, and after waiting for more than 10 minutes, Jiang Xuyan gradually opened his eyes. Mr. Jiang, are you okay? Do you know who I am, where you are, and what you have experienced? Jiang Xuyan took a while before he slowly spoke. It can be seen that the experiment just now still has a lot of immediate effects on him. He reacted a little slowly and spoke a little slowly. It seems that he is sorting out the thoughts in his mind. But the questions he answered were all correct in the end. Wu Liang glanced at Fong Qing. You can try to block it. The person in charge of the branch injected the last bit of corpse crystal liquid into Jiang Xuyan's body. Fong Qing carefully wrapped it with his mental power. The little bit of corpse crystal liquid that accidentally leaked out was immediately absorbed by Jiang Xuyan. But there was no backlash. Jiang Xuyan, who had recovered his body's ability, had a very strong ability to absorb corpse crystal liquid. Afterwards, Fong Qing temporarily blocked the corpse crystal liquid in the arm with his mental power, ready to wait until Jiang Xuyan recovered better and confirmed that there were no complications or sequelae, and then gradually release it for him to absorb. When Jiang Xuyan successfully moved his limbs, the entire laboratory, the people who were watching nervously on the other side of the video, finally put down the last big stone and applauded and cheered. The success of Jiang Xuyan's experiment not only proved that they had saved their big boss, but also proved that there was a way to save people who were infected by the zombie virus for a long time, as long as we make more adjustments and experiments for this experiment. This method can be promoted. Although this is not a convenient, easy and universal measure, it can also provide life for many people and is a strong basis for other improvement research in the future. It is simply a major breakthrough in the world. Although Jiang Xuyan has recovered some mobility, his large muscle groups have not recovered completely, and his legs are weak and painful, and he can't get out of bed. That is the effect of the drug, and it will take a while for it to disappear completely. Everyone wanted to take care of him and make him feel more comfortable, so they gave him painkillers, pushed him back to bed, and pushed him to another quiet and comfortable research room to rest, not letting him get out of bed. Wan Wenguan's video call came immediately. Seeing Jiang Xuyan leaning against the bed and waiting for Fang Qing to feed him, Wan Wenguan smiled and said, "How happy." Jiang Xuyan, who had recovered a lot, said, "Don't be jealous. Hee hee. It's not like I'm unloved. Why are you jealous?" He changed the subject and stared at Jiang Xuyan. "I admire your courage. On behalf of the Bureau and the Institute, I would like to thank you for being willing to disclose all the experimental details and data to us, including the entire process of the experiment." Jiang Xuyan drank a mouthful of the chicken soup that Fang Qing fed him and waved his hand. "It's a small matter. You don't have to be so grand. I can't bear it." Wan Wenguan smiled again. "This is not a small matter. This is a contribution of the century. I didn't expect you to be willing to be the experimental subject yourself. If I don't do it, I will die. If I do, I may die. Anyway, I will die. What's the harm in being the experimental subject?" Wan Wenguan nodded. "That's true. I won't waste my time talking to him. I'm here to express my gratitude on our behalf. How about we meet again after you recover for a few days for the follow-up cooperation?" Jiang Xuyan, is the crazy bird tide going to end? Yes. It's very quick this time. Wan Wenguan glanced at him. "Isn't it because of you? You and the people in your compound have people who can control the redstone crazy bird. Right? You have already let the redstone crazy bird take away some of the ordinary crazy birds. Now the remaining ones. The Research Institute believes that they found that their kind had decreased, and thought it was time to retreat, and began to retreat one after another. Jiang Xuyan, it seems that they are densely gregarious animals." Wan Wenguan nodded. "In short, this crazy bird tide will end soon. But it's hard to say about the next one. Send a few confidants here, and you and Wu Yandong, come to the compound. We also have some new ideas about fighting crazy birds. These are ideas that other compounds have come up with. We are communicating during this period." Wan Wenguan couldn't help but look at him. He is really efficient in everything he does. He also agreed, "Okay. In this case, this so-called apocalypse will end soon." Jiang Xuyan nodded in agreement, with a look of relief on his face that it was finally over. The call between the two ended here, and the room became quiet again. At this time, Jiang Xuyan, who realized that he hadn't seen the next spoonful of soup for a long time, glanced at Fang Qing and raised his long eyebrows. "Why don't you feed it? Do you want to starve your husband to death?" Fang Qing, who had just been concentrating on listening to what they were talking about, had a trembling hand and almost spilled the soup. "What did you say?" Jiang Xuyan smiled. He liked to see him blushing and shy and wanting to dig the ground. He glanced at the room. The door was closed. No one would disturb him in the short term. He reached out and took the bowl from Fang Qing's hand and put it on the bedside table. Then sat facing Fang Qing. "Ask you a question." Fang Qing had not yet recovered from the panic and shyness of being teased just now, and asked in a weak voice, "Ah." Jiang Xuyan took his hand and turned his face. He suddenly became more serious from a joking face. "Will you marry me?" Fang Qing? "Huh?" Jiang Xuyan, now marriage does not distinguish between the same sex and the opposite sex. "Will you marry me?" Fang Qing was stunned. After a long time, he pinched his thigh hard. Hiss. "It hurts." He pinched Jiang Xuyan's face again. You are not confused by the fever, right?" Jiang Xuyan. You? He was suddenly speechless. That was the first time he proposed in his life. Although it was not grand, and the occasion was strange, it was also his first time. "I am asking you seriously." He was going to be pissed off by Fang Qing. Fang Qing was stunned again. After a long time, he turned his head to look at the current environment, and then looked at Jiang Xuyan and his own sterile clothes that he had not had time to change, and then looked at the other party's empty hands. He pursed his lips, glanced at Jiang Xuyan, and hummed reluctantly like a kitten. You propose like this? Jiang Xuyan was stunned for a moment. And when he reacted, he suddenly had an exquisite and luxurious red gift box in his hand. What about this? Fang Qing looked down. WTF? Ring? Jiang Xuyan looked at him and smiled. I had a plan. The venue was already booked, and I was waiting for everything to be settled before proposing. But he recalled the experience just now. Still with lingering fears, actually, I just felt that I almost died for a while. Didn't I? Now that I think about it, I don't want to wait any longer. I want to propose now. I want to take you home now. I want to. Here. He didn't say anything else. Just looked at Fang Qing with a look that Fang Qing couldn't understand but inexplicably felt her chrysanthemum tighten. Fang Qing heard him say that he was conscious just now, and hurriedly asked, Then were you just the whole time dash? Jiang Xuyan thought. You changed the subject again. But he still answered truthfully, Yeah. Although I was confused. I felt it. And I knew you were coming. Fang Qing asked again, Does it hurt? Is it very painful? Being tortured by the corpse flower like this? If you can feel it, it must be very painful. Right? He nodded. It hurts a lot. Fang Qing immediately held his hand, with a look of heartache and concern. Jiang Xuyan said unhappily, Can you stop caring about useless things? Can you answer me first? I'm in a hurry. Fang Qing blinked, and finally remembered the important things in his life. His face flushed. Jiang Xuyan pointed to his legs. The muscles here haven't recovered completely. I can't kneel. Can we make up for it after the ceremony? And just answer whether I agree or not. Fang Qing looked at him twice, and suddenly smiled, looking at the engagement ring in his hand again. He picked it up and put it on his hand, observing it carefully, the low-key ring with the full spelling of their names on the inside. Very beautiful. At first glance, it was Jiang Xuyan's own handwriting. Is it my size? He suddenly asked. Jiang Xuyan said bluntly, When we were on the road, I secretly measured your finger circumference while you were asleep. Fang Qing? Not in front of uncles and aunts. Not only in front of them, but they taught me to measure. Fang Qing. Damn. No wonder the two of them looked at him strangely and ambiguously one day. Fang Qing smiled and said unhappily, I surrender to you. You never play by the rules. As he said that, Jiang Xuyan was about to urge him, but he suddenly pushed the ring into his middle finger. The silver-white ring. The size and color are very suitable for his hand. After he put it on, he took a look and stretched out his hand to Jiang Xuyan. Does it look good? Jiang Xuyan suppressed his anxiety and nodded seriously. It looks good. Anything you wear will look good. Fang Qing took his hand back with satisfaction and looked at Jiang Xuyan. Only one ring? Jiang Xuyan. He counted. There are also engagement rings, wedding anniversary rings, gold and silver wedding rings. Fang Qing thought. Do you also want to give a ring on your wedding anniversary? Interrupted him. I mean, where is your ring? Jiang Xuyan then took out his own ring from the space. A pair of rings. The style is the same, but the size is different. Fang Qing took the ring out of the box and held out her hand to him. Give me your hand. Jiang Xuyan bit her fingers. What are you doing? Answer me first. Fang Qing? Isn't this an answer? Jiang Xuyan? Fang Qing shook her hand unhappily. I put it on myself. And I haven't answered yet? Have you ever seen someone who refuses a proposal put a ring on himself? Jiang Xuyan. He was a little slow to react. Then, you? Fang Qing held back her laughter, forcibly pulled his hand over, and put the ring inside. Since you are honest, I will be honest for once. Actually, I am also in a hurry. I have wanted to find something to tie you to my side for a long time, so that you won't go out and mess around with other girls. So, I have something here, and a suggestion, and I want to ask if you agree or not. Jiang Xuyan looked at the ring that Fang Qing had put on his hand, and blinked. What? Fang Qing took out his ring again, put it aside, and took out a small box of almost the same size from his own space. Inside was a pair of diamond rings. He took out the big one and stopped it in front of Jiang Xuyan's finger. How about we just wear a wedding ring? Once you wear it, you are mine. From today on, you can no longer have any overly close behavior with anyone other than me. Jiang Xuyan was confused. When will you? Fang Qing's face turned red again, and his eyes glanced away. Then, I can also secretly measure your finger. Right? You sleep in front of me a lot of times. I can use my mental power to secretly measure it. Jiang Shuyan laughed out loud. So you are this kind of person? Fang Qing's old face became hot, and he raised his hand and pinched his face. Don't talk nonsense. Then he whispered, actually, I also asked Wanju. What did you ask him? Just, if the crazy bird tide doesn't leave, can we register for a temporary marriage certificate online? And then change it after the crazy bird tide is gone. Jiang Shuyan. This time, I lost. This guy is too farsighted. Fang Qing snorted proudly, then frowned and asked, do you agree or not? Agree. That's it. It's done. I declare that regardless of whether there is a marriage certificate or not, you Fang Qing are my wife. And everyone in the compound outside is a witness. Fang Qing? He asked confusedly, why do they have to witness? Jiang Shuyan smiled and pointed to the camera in the room. Do you know that there is a surveillance camera here? Fang Qing? Isn't it turned on? I asked them to turn it on. Live broadcast. Why? Damn. What did I do just now? I saw it all. And there is a CD archive. I was ready. Worst case scenario. If you reject me, it must be because I didn't do well enough. I will review the whole process of being rejected by you every day, and be twice as nice to you until you agree to me, he said, chuckled, stared at Fang Qing playfully, and the joy in his eyes was not concealed. I didn't expect that I would get a wife directly. Fang Qing. She stood up and stared at him with a red face. You, how can you plot against me? Jiang Shuyan, I didn't expect this step. Then, where will I put my face in the future? Jiang Shuyan looked at him going crazy, suddenly pulled him back, and kissed him gently. You are Mrs. Jiang. And you are also Mr. Fang. From now on, whether it is face, power or my salary card, they are all yours. Don't worry. As soon as Fang Qing was kissed by him, she calmed down, looked at him and muttered softly, why am I Mr. Fang again? You've done a great job, haven't you? Didn't you say you wanted to be as strong as me one day? You've already done it. You'll have a share in the compound in the future. Don't refuse me. Fang Qing, you're too busy and want to find labor. Right? You're saying it so nicely? Jiang Shuyan suppressed his laughter and nodded. No. Fang Qing saw through everything and rolled his eyes. At this time, he took another look at the surveillance, and with a burst of mental power, he blew them all up, locked the door, and then piled Jiang Shuyan on the bed and wrote on him, Excuse me. Have you recovered? Jiang Shuyan looked at it and raised his eyebrows. What are you going to do? You? Now? Here? Are you going to be on top? Fang Qing thought this might be the only chance to tease Boss Jiang. Smiled evilly. Yes. How is it? Jiang Shuyan also laughed, and suddenly exerted force with his arms, pulled Fang Qing down, and pressed him back. You are brave. Fang Qing? You are not. My recovery ability is much better than others. I hope you understand. What about you just now? Just now. It was true. I suddenly got better after having a wife. Little cutie. You blew up the surveillance. You locked the door. Don't cry later. No one will come. Fang Qing. No. I am. Chapter 108 Extra 1. After Jiang Shuyan recovered, the compound finally returned to normal order. The tube of concentrated corpse crystal liquid was completely absorbed by Jiang Shuyan in just 1 week. Now his ability can cover half of the province without any problem. He kills a wave of crazy birds whenever he wants, which directly advances the evacuation time of the crazy bird tide. After he absorbed the corpse crystal liquid and completed the last major inspection, Wan Wingguan brought a few trusted subordinates and Wu Yandong, and the director of the research institute also brought a few people. After the two sides communicated, the research plan of the corpse flower vaccine was put on the agenda, and the project of reversing the zombie gene was officially launched. The crazy bird tide faded, and the global order returned to normal. However, the zombie tide left behind has not been completely resolved. The crazy bird tide came ahead of time, and the zombie tide expanded a lot. So after the meeting on the third day, Wan Wingguan said shamelessly before leaving at night, I won't ask you to do anything else. Just this zombie tide. Jiang Shuyan. Fang Qing curled his lips and stared at Wan Wingguan. Director Wan. He just recovered. Wan Wingguan raised his eyebrows. I didn't say he should go in person. You see, there are superpowers in the compound. Cough. Jiang Xuyan suddenly pointed at Fang Qing. Talk to him. He's in charge recently. Fang Qing? Wan Wingguan. Fang Qing patted his arm with the back of his hand. What the hell? You're already well. And you still want me to take care of it? Jiang Xuyan crossed his legs nonchalantly. The physical trauma has healed. But the psychological trauma has not yet healed. Fang Qing? Actually, you want to be a hands-off boss. Right? Jiang Xuyan smiled and didn't say anything. But the expression on his face said it all. Wan Wingguan looked at him. Then at Fang Qing. And couldn't help but sigh. You kid. You can do it. Fang Qing? What can you do? Is it not possible to take over Mr. Zhang's job? I remember you have only been here for less than half a year? Fang Qing glanced at Jiang Xuyan. And for some reason wanted to mutter. It's clear that he was forced to do something. He asked Jiang Xuyan. So did you agree? Do you really want to arrange it? Jiang Xuyan. It's up to you. By the way, if you agree, negotiate the terms with Director Wan Wingguan. Fang Qing had no choice. He knew that the compound suffered heavy losses in the last fight against the Legion. So, if he could get a little benefit from others, he would not really turn a blind eye. So he agreed and said he would arrange for someone. Wan Wingguan chuckled and patted Jiang Xuyan on the shoulder. You are so lucky to have a good wife. Jiang Xuyan, if you have nothing to do, leave quickly. It's really annoying. Wan Wingguan. I suspect that you have become a love-brained person after falling in love. But he is also sensible. After all, he has just been through life and death. He left sensibly. Of course. Before leaving, Jiang Xuyan still remembered the serious matter, and quietly pulled Wan Wingguan and Wu Yandong to give them superpowers. After that, the three of them discussed and found a reasonable reason to give superpowers to several confidants brought by Wan Wingguan. Make good use of them. Don't come to me for no reason. My compound will soon become your public servants. Wan Wingguan laughed and ran away with his new superpowers. When the meeting room was quiet, Fang Qing looked at Jiang Xuyan, who was walking back. What superpowers are they? One is electricity. The other is water. These two are quite interesting. You mean Director Wan and Deputy Dong? Fang Qing smiled, recalling the way these two usually interacted, and touched his chin. It's quite interesting. Jiang Xuyan glanced at him, seeing that his hair had grown longer. He rubbed it in disbelief. What's wrong with your hair? I also knocked on corpse crystals, but my hair didn't grow longer. How come? You can almost tie a braid. Fang Qing grabbed his head when he heard it. Huh? It's growing longer again? Are you scolding me for having long hair and short knowledge? When he grabbed it, he didn't pay attention and pressed it directly on the back of Jiang Xuyan's hand. He was stunned and subconsciously retracted his hand. Jiang Xuyan grabbed him with his backhand, and the cool and soft touch came immediately. Hiding again? Fang Qing pursed his lips and dodged his gaze. Oh, I'm outside. No one else is here this time. And there's no surveillance. Well, what if someone suddenly runs in? Jiang Xuyan frowned, pulled his chair to turn him in front of him, leaned over and looked at him. What are you afraid of? Huh? Fang Qing straightened his waist immediately and leaned against the back of the chair. You Jiang Xuyan? Fang Qing silently shouted that you should not get too close to someone so good-looking. There is no resistance. Do you understand? I have hair. And you have a fucking face. Don't you know it? Boss Jiang? I think that is a boss. The big boss of the compound. You need to lead by example. It's wrong to be cuddly with people all day long. Jiang Xuyan narrowed his eyes. Do you think I'm annoying? That's not what I meant. Do you think I'm annoying? I didn't say that. Jiang Xuyan stood up with a bang, looking down at him with a gloomy face. So that's what you think? Fang Qing. I said I didn't. Jiang Xuyan ignored him, snorted, turned around and left. Fang Qing was shocked. Angry? No. I chased him out immediately. Boss Jiang. I didn't mean that. You didn't even call me by my name. You keep calling me boss all day. What do you mean if you don't mean that? Ah? Me. Then Jiang. Yen? What was she Yen? Dear? Don't leave. Jiang Xuyan still didn't turn his head, and looked really angry. Fang Qing was really panicked, wringing his hands and following behind at a loss. I don't know how far he followed him. They were already far away from the meeting room. But Jiang Shuyan still ignored him. He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and shouted, "Husband!" Jiang Shuyan stopped immediately. Fang Qing saw. It worked. He walked up quickly. "Are you okay? Are you not angry anymore?" Jiang Shuyan turned around. His expression was not very clear under the night light, and his emotions could not be seen. "What did you call me just now?" Fang Qing's face began to heat up when he heard it, and he looked at him hesitating for a long time without answering. Jiang Shuyan raised his eyebrows, and Fang Qing knew that this amplitude meant that he was going to be angry again. He immediately, "Husband," muttered softly. Jiang Shuyan, "Huh?" Fang Qing, "Husband. Are mosquitoes buzzing?" "Husband. Test my listening? Now you're talking ventriloquism?" Fang Qing suddenly took a deep breath and grabbed his collar. "Husband. Husband. Husband. Are you done?" Jiang Shuyan was silent. He waited until Fang Qing's face turned red and purple, and he was so shy that he wanted to go underground. And then he chuckled. "Yeah. Good boy. Fang Qing. You're just teasing me. So you only shout like this in bed? Will our marriage certificate be useless after you leave the room? Then I told you to pay attention to your image in public. I don't need that kind of image." "I think you do. I don't want you to think so." Fang Qing was helpless, and let go of his collar, and walked forward. "Let's eat." Jiang Shuyan followed him with his eyes, but he didn't move. At this moment, the roadside on the street suddenly flickered for some reason, and then stopped. The compound has its own engine, so there is no power outage without reason. Fang Qing saw it, and immediately retreated to Jiang Shuyan, holding the wooden barn in his hand. "Be careful." Jiang Shuyan lowered his eyes, and glanced at his defensive posture. "Ha! Standard and efficient." He raised his eyes again, full of surprise. "What's going on?" Fang Qing, "I don't know. I'll contact someone." But he found that his communicator was also broken. Fang Qing, "There is a problem. Let's go. Let's retreat first," he said, and pulled Jiang Shuyan to leave. Jiang Shuyan followed him very obediently, but there was no tension on his face throughout the whole process. When Fang Qing was about to take him into the defense range of the mobile group, suddenly, a gorgeous firework exploded in the sky. Fang Qing subconsciously turned around to lift the wooden warehouse, and people also blocked in front of Jiang Shuyan. After seeing that it was fireworks, he was suddenly stunned. After searching the entire compound with his mental power, and not finding any suspicious dormant figures, he put down his hand in confusion. "Huh? Why are you setting off fireworks? Why didn't anyone report to me? Did they tell you directly?" At this time, Jiang Shuyan stood behind him, looking at the person who stood in front of him reflexively, with a deep smile. Hearing his question, Jiang Shuyan replied meaningfully, "Well, I think so. I think so?" Before he finished speaking, fireworks shot up into the sky one after another. The brilliance of the fireworks illuminated the entire compound. Fang Qing found that the fireworks actually spanned the compound and exploded all the way in the direction of himself and Jiang Shuyan. While he was confused, he was also a little nervous. He silently reached back and held Jiang Shuyan's hand. Jiang Shuyan took advantage of the situation and held him tightly. At this moment, the fireworks had burned above their heads. Fang Qing looked along the firelight. In front of the villa, people were standing there, each holding a beautifully wrapped gift box. Below the fireworks, there were bright red flames that formed a sky full of flowers, blooming, disappearing, blooming, and gathering in the air. It was dazzling. People on the other side of the road began to walk towards Fang Qing and gave him the gifts in their hands. "Happy birthday, Mr. Fang, Mrs. Jiang." Xiao Qingqing. Fang Qing was surprised for a moment, but was soon filled with gifts. He could only retract his thoughts, thanked them blankly, put the gifts into the space, and went to receive the next wave of gifts. How did they know? Fang Qing suddenly looked at Jiang Shuyan behind him. The latter smiled faintly and whispered, "You said that since you were a child, almost no one has celebrated your birthday. Right? We will make it up to you. The whole compound is your family." Fang Qing's eyes suddenly turned red, and he kept thanking the people who gave him gifts while holding back his tears. After finally collecting all the gifts, the large space he had just expanded was completely filled, and it also occupied all of Jiang Shuyan's space. He wiped his tears and thanked everyone. But at this moment, he found that everyone was still surrounding him and had not left. He blinked and thought, are they waiting for him to cut the cake? But he didn't prepare a cake. But at this moment, Chu Ning and Mei Hui suddenly appeared, pushing a super tall and super big cake and coming over. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Fong Qing's tears collapsed directly. Looking at the two, Jiang Xuyan suddenly raised his hand to block Chu Ning. And before they came over, he took Fong Qing's hand. There is one more thing. He suddenly knelt on one knee. Fong Qing was shocked and stepped back. And he grabbed her. There was an extra diamond ring in his hand. I told you that we'll have the proposal ceremony when I get better. Today is a good day. Isn't it? He took Fong Qing's hand, looked up, and smiled at the tearful person. Marry me. Fong Qing. Fong Qing was completely stunned. He didn't expect that the person he had always admired would kneel in front of him and ask him to marry him. In front of all the people in the compound, Fong Qing opened his mouth, his voice a little broken. Jiang Xuyan, marry me. Chu Ning and Mei Hui whispered, marry him. Fong Qing glanced at the two of them, and then at the people in the compound who were smiling and waiting for his reply with Jiang Xuyan. Looking at the increasingly brilliant fireworks above his head, he lowered his head, looked at Jiang Xuyan, put his hand into the ring, and held Jiang Xuyan's hand. Stupid. Get up. I'll marry you. Right away. I'll move to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. Chapter 109 Extra 2. Half a year later, huge landfill pits appeared all over the country. The pits were surrounded by mechanical boards to isolate them from ordinary soil. Crazy bird crushers made of special mechanical materials were also installed on the pits. In half a year, Jiang Xuyan's ability to give superpowers had reached the point where he could sense the other party's superpowers first. He began to recruit crazy bird operators in the name of the compound. All the recruited people who had the ability to control crazy birds had to register with the Bureau. After that, each city was assigned a control team to control the redstone crazy birds when the crazy bird tide came, and bring ordinary crazy birds into the crusher. Finally, the Bureau buried the crazy bird corpses and cultivated corpse flowers and corpse crystals on this special piece of soil. As a result, the crazy bird tide became less and less, and the number of zombies also decreased greatly. When the order in various places basically returned to normal, the reputation of the compound spread like wildfire. Soon, the compound received overwhelming interview requests. The call center operator and assistant were almost PTSD until they were finally called to an internationally famous national talk show. They were a little reluctant to refuse, so they went to ask Jiang Xuyan. As a result, Chu Ning was sitting in Jiang Xuyan's office with a pile of contracts waiting for her to sign. When she heard about this, she waved her hands in despair. You call him. He is the one who made the appointment. Not me. If he doesn't want to show his face, will your agreement be of any use? Assistant, but we can't get through to him. 3 days? We can't get through to him, or Mr. Xiaofang. Is he dead? Chu Ning laughed. Finally, there was some color on his face. A ferocious color. 2 brats, using the excuse of honeymoon to slack off together. They have been on honeymoon more than 10 times in just half a year. Now they have only been out for 3 days. You asked the program director to wait a few more days. I estimate they will be back in a week. The assistant had no choice but to go out again with a sad face. Chu Ning stopped her temporarily. By the way, go out and ask Fu when how Mei Xian's affairs are arranged. And ask him to find time to report to me. The assistant took the order and left. Chu Ning retracted his gaze and rubbed his temples, and saw the piles of documents. And he also wilted. Inherit what compound? Inherit your sister's compound. Jiang Xuyan, you are not dead yet. Why are you carrying such a heavy burden? 4 days later, Jiang Xuyan and Fong Qing really played for a week before coming back, and each drove a big truck. When Chu Ning was waiting for them at the door, the smile on his face was so fake that it cracked. After the two got off the car, she walked over quickly. You too. You? Jiang Xuyan. Jiang Xuyan knew what she wanted to say without thinking. He pressed the car key, and the smart lock at the back of the truck opened automatically, and the door opened with it. Inhuman howling came from inside immediately, and Chu Ning was stunned when he heard it. And the wooden box was in his hand. What the hell? Jiang Xuyan pressed it again, and the big compartment of the truck rose automatically. The zombies stuffed in the truck were poured out and piled up all over the yard. Everyone in the compound, what the hell? Jiang Shuyan, experimental product. Take it and use it. No need to thank me. Chu Ning, are you trying to use zombies to cover up the crime of you two going on strike for a week? Fong Qing also dumped the truck out of her car at this time and hurried over to flatter her. Hey, Sister Chu Ning. You see, there are no zombies to fight in our city, and the laboratory needs zombie experimental products. So we have to go out and have fun. Go out and fight zombies and have fun. Chu Ning, don't think I don't know. You two can fight zombies as easily as playing video games. She rubbed her temples and glared at Jiang Shuyan, this time for Xiao Fangqing's sake. Jiang Shuyan laughed and threw the key to her. Who cares about you? Have you completed the task assigned to you? Is there anyone who is disobedient? Are Meixin and Mei Wei busy recently? Chu Ning, no. Nothing. I've never missed a business trip. Very good. You are worthy of being the successor. Suddenly Chu Ning, oh, by the way, a few days ago, the person in charge of a well-known talk show called and said that he wanted to invite you to participate in their next talk show. Jiang Shuyan, no. It's national interview. They also said that they want to invite you to popularize knowledge about the end of the world and supernatural powers. The appearance fee is very high. High. Not interested. However, Fong Qing was very curious. National interview? Are you talking about that international interview program? Chu Ning, yes. Wow. That's great. If you participate, the courtyard will be more well known. And we will have more bargaining chips when we discuss cooperation with other institutions in the future. Jiang Shuyan paused and looked back at him. Oh, is maximizing the benefits of cooperation already your habitual thinking? You can think so far. Aren't you afraid that your husband will be hunted every day after he shows up? Fong Qing snorted. You? You now? Zombie kings turn around and run away when they see you. Chu Ning, still 3 zombie kings. Jiang Shuyan turned around, still lacking interest. I don't want to go. Hearing that the two people wanted to persuade him in unison, he didn't want to listen to their nagging. So he waved his hand. You can do whatever you want. Chu Ning, then I'll arrange it. Fong Qing, apply for a spot to watch the event. I want to go and see it. Chu Ning thought to herself. I'll arrange it for you too. If you want to show up as a couple. Otherwise, with Boss John's looks, what will happen if he shows up? What if you get jealous and make a scene? She went to arrange it silently. When Jiang Shuyan came back, she first went to Shermeixin's research room. Now there have been 5 consecutive successful cases of the zombie gene reversal project. So Shermeixin's recovery plan was put on the agenda. As soon as he stepped into the room, he saw Mei Wei was there. And Jiang Shuyan walked over. I heard that the plan will be launched soon? Under Chu Ning's personal guidance, after half a year of training, Mei Wei has grown taller. Her facial features have begun to grow. She has become more confident, and her temperament has improved. Seeing Jiang Shuyan coming, she smiled widely. Boss Jiang. When she looked at Shermeixin, she was no longer sad and depressed as before. Well, it will be carried out in 2 days. Brother Wu Liang also said that if you and Brother Fong Qing don't come back, he will consider delaying the time. Jiang Shuyan, why delay the time? Oh, we are all worried when you are not here. Jiang Shuyan looked at her speechlessly. He looked at Wu Liang again slowly. I said? Oh, you said that your current wish is to retire early. Right? Wu Liang. But you haven't retired yet. Right? For such a big thing, your presence is a reassurance for everyone. After we evaluate the risk factors of Meixin, we also need to evaluate the risk factors of us researchers. Jiang Shuyan. He suspected that he would not only not be able to retire, but would have to work here until he died. He simply ignored it. It's up to you. I just want to hear good news from you. Wu Liang and Mei Wei looked at each other and smiled to assure him. Soon, the time for Shermeixin's surgery was determined. It was called surgery, but it was actually a very complicated series of processes including radiotherapy, chemotherapy, biological therapy, and clinical surgery, including the people from the research institute who came to help. This process would take at least half a month. After that, if she could recover, Meixin would have to go through a long period of stable drug treatment. However, everything is difficult at the beginning. Among all the processes, only the first day has the greatest risk, because it determines whether Shermeixin can withstand the key step of gene reversal. So that day was another day of common concern for the whole institute. Jiang Shuyan arrived early, saying that he didn't want to care But before the formal treatment, he read all of Shermation's monitoring data and reports. After reading, he went to talk to Shermei alone for a while. When Mei came out, her eyes were red. 5 minutes before the treatment officially started, she walked into Maishin's treatment room alone, held Maishin's hand, and whispered a long paragraph. During that time, Shermei was excited for the first time and even wanted to hurt Shermei. But after a while, she gradually regained her composure under Mei Hui's resolute refusal to let go. When Mei came out again, her eyes became more gentle and confident than ever before. She glanced at Jiang Xuyan and said, "Thank you, Boss Jiang. I think she can make it." Jiang Xuyan smiled lightly and nodded, and asked her to sit down in front of the intercom microphone. The operation was officially underway. Fang Qing asked through the glass of the observation room in confusion, "What did you tell Mei and Meishin?" Jiang Xuyan had been staring at the treatment room and said in a calm voice, "Tell her to tell Meishin that the two of them will live and die together, and advance and retreat together." Fang Qing stared this, but seeing Jiang Xuyan's eyes, and thinking of the time when he went out to fight zombies before, he also heard Jiang Xuyan say such words. At that time, it was because of this sentence that he broke through many limits and survived, and became the stronger and stronger person he is today. So soon, he retracted his gaze and looked at the treatment room. Well done. The treatment began, when the special drugs in the laboratory and the radiation light in the room began to work at the same time. The quiet Meishin screamed on the spot. Shermei instantly clenched her hands, and everyone held their breath. This process is a fully automatic process. No one can help Meishin relieve the pain. Everything can only be borne by herself. Meishin has been a zombie for a long time, and this state has almost become a solidified state. Suddenly being twisted forcibly, the pain was more intense than that of other zombie test subjects. She howled inside, and the inhuman piercing sound almost cracked the explosion-proof window of the treatment room. Shermei tensed her body and waited. She kept repeating, "Come on. Come on." After an unknown period of time, the monitoring equipment in the treatment room suddenly issued alarms one after another. Wu Liang and others looked pale. "No. The data is decreasing. She can't hold on. We have to stop." Shermei was stunned on the spot when she heard it. Jiang Xuyan was watching in the observation room on the first floor outside. Hearing this, he pressed the communication button. "Here, don't stop yet. Mei, talk to her." Shermei came back to her senses, glanced at Jiang Xuyan, and trembled as she pressed the intercom connected to the treatment room. Meishin, Jiang Xuyan, let her remember that we live and die together, and advance and retreat together. Mei, if you can't hold on, I can't live either. Please, hold on." Almost at the same time, Meishin's wailing stopped when she heard her say this. Through the observation window, Mei could see Meishin lying inside struggling in pain, and a tear that a zombie couldn't have gradually slipped out of the corner of her eye. Mei was stunned. Her heart ached, and her breathing stagnated. But she still insisted on encouraging and talking tirelessly. Sighed by her voice, Shermei finally regained her composure, and the various data of her body miraculously stabilized. In this way, after a full 24 hours, Meishin's values began to rise, and her body began to change in the established direction. After hearing Wu Liang announce the success of the intervention, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief after a day of holding back. Once the intervention is successful, the subsequent process will be smooth and 100% successful. All the laboratory needs to do is to observe and adjust the drug supply equipment and radiation equipment during the torsion process until the process is over. Jiang Xuyan and others gradually left, and Shermei stayed to accompany Meishin at all times. At this time, it was the interview day agreed with the talk show and Jiang Xuyan. Jiang Xuyan and Fang Qing and others who were going to the TV station together went back to take a nap and went out again. Chapter 110 Extra 3. That is the largest TV station in the city. The interview will be broadcast live around the world. The program is famous for its lack of script and strong drama. So there is no script process throughout the whole process. And even the host is not clear about what questions will be asked. Fang Qing didn't know at first that he would also be on stage. He thought he was here to watch. When the program officially started, the host introduced Jiang Xuyan, and then introduced Fang Qing. Fang Qing was invited up from the audience, with a confused look on his face. Immediately, Fang Qing's face froze when he heard the host say that this was a special request from Miss Chu. and it was said that there would be explosive content. Chu Ning is selling out the two. Jiang Xuyan, who was sitting next to him in a formal suit, couldn't help but chuckle, and laughed with a gloating look. See if you are still selling your husband for profit. At this time, the host came to Fang Qing's side, pushed him to sit in the guest seat, then returned to the host's seat, smiled with narrowed eyes. Since everyone has already known each other, let's get to the point. First of all, what is your relationship? Fang Qing sat up straight. Are you asking this kind of question right away? I'm his assistant. Jiang Xuyan, he's my wife. Host. The corners of his mouth instantly raised the degree of gossip. Your answers, are they a little inconsistent? Is it an assistant or a wife? Or both an assistant and a wife? I heard that Jiang, the first person in charge of the compound, was a cold, mysterious and unattainable man. I didn't expect that he already had a partner. He's also a very good-looking and handsome boy. Jiang Xuyan raised his eyebrows and glanced at Fang Qing, then kicked his shoes. Assistant? Fang Qing never thought there would be such a question. Never thought someone would say that in front of the camera. This is an interview program, mainly about asking about the compound and promoting doomsday tips. Why do you need to be so honest at this time and disclose such a relationship that has nothing to do with the topic? He made a crazy eye contact with Jiang Xuyan. It's live. It's on. Now people all over the world are watching. You speak properly. Jiang Xuyan didn't understand. What's wrong with the live broadcast? Didn't I speak properly? You're not my wife? Illegal? Do you want me to show everyone my marriage certificate on the spot? Fang Qing, the host, was watching from the side, with a subtle expression. Ah hey. First time recording a program without warming up by myself. The guests started to interact by themselves. It's still this form of interaction. She immediately interrupted. So you two are married? Jiang, yes. Fang Qing, yeah. Host, but Mr. Jiang, you look like a straight man. Jiang, yes. He was a straight man, but he forced himself to be gay. Fang Qing? Host, oh. What do you mean by forced? Mr. Fang looks so gentle, but he is such a fierce person? Fang Qing, enough. Let's get to the point. This topic is not suitable for children. No, I didn't force him to be gay. Host, children are asleep in the late night show, and when we replay our program, it will be edited into different versions according to the rating system and released. Fang Qing? Is it okay for you to say this during a live broadcast? Mr. Fang, don't you know the nature of our program? Ah. Characteristics? Fang Qing was silent. He never thought that this program would be like this. The program he watched before was rated. Right? He has never seen the unedited replay version. Right? The most important thing is that the program has just started, and the topic has already developed in a direction that is difficult to talk about. If we talk about it later. Fang Qing, can I choose to be a spectator? Jiang Xuyan laughed softly, and finally knew to protect him a little. He stretched out his long hand and rubbed his hair while saying, okay. Don't tease him. He is a shy guy. If you tease him again, your live broadcast room will explode. The host glanced at his hand, smiled slightly, and took over the topic. Explode? Excuse me. What kind of explosion? I heard that Mr. Jiang has psychic abilities, so I wonder if Mr. Fang also. Yes, that's what I mean. We both have the same abilities. Don't we match well? Fang Qing covered his face. Don't say it. The host covered her lips and laughed, thinking that it had only just begun, and someone was already unable to resist. So she wisely let Fang Qing go first and began to ask Jiang Xuyan about the end of the world. This question is also the most concerned issue for people all over the world now after all. The zombie tide has disappeared, but there will still be zombies. During this year of chaos, many people have stimulated their superpowers. Some people do not know how to control and develop, while others use them crazily. The remaining zombies and superpowers in this world have become another worrying topic after the end of the world. Jiang Xuyan was very tactful in this regard, not joking at all, and answered every question from the host seriously. When he got serious, his appearance and aura were raised several degrees. Outside the screen, the audience watching the live broadcast were already boiling with comments, and the live broadcast viewing index soared. The two people in the field did not know about this, and Jiang Xuyan was still answering various questions. Suddenly, the host said, as we all know, President Jiang and your compound have made great contributions in the end times. These contributions are contributions that the Domestic General Bureau, including the Interstellar General Bureau, have nodded in approval. Jiang Shuyan was not modest at all. Yes. So the host, then let me say now that President Jiang is the great overlord in the end times. And I believe no one will object. Right? Fang Qing suddenly interrupted. No objection. Jiang Shuyan. I don't care. The host took a deep look at Fang Qing and smiled. Mr. Fang really loves your husband. Fang Qing. Sorry. Please continue to ignore me. You guys chat. Host. So people first asked Jiang Shuyan. Then I want to ask a serious question in such a chaotic situation in the end of the world. How did you, the great overlord Jiang, rely on to kill all the enemies in the end of the world? Kill all the gods? And dominate all the people? Jiang Shuyan looked calm, without any joy of being praised, and was obviously used to it. I can fight, defend, upgrade, and use my brain? Host. No more specific information? Jiang. No. Then how did you lead a compound of that size to survive in the end of the world? My compound was brought up by me. I am who I am, and the compound is what it is. If I can survive, why can't the compound? Host. I felt that he was a very straightforward person, who could not be humble with others. But this is good. The program likes this kind of big man, with sharp edges and thorns. She looked at Fang Qing on the side. I heard from Miss Chu of the compound that in the compound, besides President Jiang, the most capable person is you, the little overlord Fang. Then what do you rely on to follow the big overlord Jiang, and become the second overlord and stand firm? Fang Qing looked at the host and always felt that she was looking at him with a smile, and had bad intentions. But he was still very honest. I rely on him. He pointed at Jiang Shuyan. In the early stage, he relied on hugging thighs. And in the later stage, he relied on warming the bed? Oh no. For Jiang Shuyan, who has a very high body temperature, he actually relies on cold bed. Warming the bed is another kind of exercise. Host. Oh. What do you mean by relying on? Can you be more specific? Fang Qing. Your eyes are shining. Too bright. Can you be more restrained? How can you bring those unspeakable truths to the table? So Fang Qing said in an official manner, he used to take good care of me, after I was stimulated to have superpowers. Oh. Who wants to listen to your words? Be honest. Can you show some evening content? The kind that children can't see when they sleep. Fang Qing. Boss Jiang? Can't I really stay in the audience? Jiang Shuyan leaned against the sofa, crossed his legs, and said calmly, he is soft and soft. Very good. Fang Qing? Host. Oh. Yes. That's the topic. Fang Qing stood up and pushed the camera in the interview room away with his mental power, and pulled off the microphones on himself and Jiang Shuyan. Jiang Shuyan. What are you doing? Jiang Shuyan looked innocent. You told me to just say what I want to say. Fang Qing. Oh. So you're waiting here for me to get back at me? Of course I'm telling the truth. Fang Qing was so angry that she was about to die. Her whole body was red. Asshole. Big asshole. Why don't you say you're not satisfied with having sex in times a night? Thank you for the compliment. Do you have any shame? You told me to just say what I want to say. Enough. Damn. Come and fight. The host saw that the two were about to fight, and thought that it was normal for the little overlord Fang to be shy and crazy. It's not like she hasn't seen such a scene before. But she silently glanced at the camera that was pushed away, and then at the microphone next to it that was not affected at all. Hee hee. Little overlord Fang is so naive. You too. Especially little overlord Fang. I'm here to advise you to calm down. Calm down. What the hell? No. Jiang Shuyan. Get over here. I'll be right next to you. Little overlord Fang. Press him. Press him back. Right. The chance to counterattack is coming. Don't talk nonsense. I'm clearly beating someone up. You call that beating? I'll give you 3 more minutes. If you can't win, that's another story. Shut up. All of you. If you keep pushing me, I'll blow up this live broadcast room. At this time, Fang Qing suddenly sensed through the live broadcast room that there was another instrument running in the room. He was stunned, turned around, and saw that the radio microphone hanging high up was operating without any hindrance. Fang Qing. Did I forget to turn off the big microphone just now? Jiang Shuyan was pressed on the sofa by him. and he rested his head comfortably, looking at him with interest. Still fighting? Still suppressing? You will be more famous than me soon. Fong Qing. The live broadcast room has been flooded with comments.